This is Audible.
Leviathan.
This is Audible.
Leviathan. The Legacy Fleet Series, Book 8, by Nick Webb. Narrated by Greg Tremblay. Prologue. Irigoyen Sector, Kyoto 3. General Leslie Groves Military Technology Research Center. When he woke up from his coma, Ensign Matthew Decker wandered out of a chaotic sickbay, stumbled through debris-strewn hallways to his quarters, looked out the window, and watched the tallest office tower in downtown Bern, Switzerland, tumble to the ground. Tiny dots swarmed down the street, people racing away from the cloud of dust that soon overtook them. Hell on Earth. Just like the old stories of Swarm War 2. The rest of his time on the Independence was a blur. Had Earth really fallen to the Findiri? Had Admiral Proctor really announced over the comm that she was, in effect, going rogue, and that all officers and crew that wished to leave would be granted transport off the ship, no questions asked? Had she begged him to stay? Were those tears in her eyes when he described the sheer agony of being stripped of his Valerisi companion? He remembered the hug, and leaving with her blessing. She'd even given him one of Independence's shuttles, with the promise that he'd arrange for its prompt return. She owed him that much, she'd said. And now, in orbit around Kyoto 3, he needed to force himself back into a more lucid state. The comm. Someone was speaking out of the comm speaker. Answer it, idiot. Yeah, confirm. This is Shuttle Andante out of the ISS Independence. Ensign... What was his name? God damn it, without his companion, it was like his very sense of self had been stripped. Name? What was the name? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Andante. You must have cut out for a moment. Your name again? Ensign... Decker. I am Ensign Decker. And your landing authorization? Sorry, authorization? I'm an IDF officer piloting an IDF shuttle landing at an IDF military base. The woman's voice on the other end started to sound testy. No one just visits the General Leslie Groves Military Technology Research Center. You need proper authorization and security clearance. If he had his companion, it would reach out through the ligature, feel the woman's mind, see her computer screen through her eyes, and tell him any number of passcodes he could use to land. He closed his eyes and mentally reached out as if the Valerisi were still inside him. It was like he had reached out an arm, but the hand was missing. And yet the phantom hand was still there, grasping at a cloud. Ensign Decker? He opened his eyes. Nothing. All he had to go on was the truth. I'm here because I'm escaping the Independence. It's gone rogue and doesn't answer to IDF anymore. I'm returning IDF property, this shuttle, and also... Until a few days ago, I was united with a Valerisi companion. Its removal from me has caused, some problems. I'd like to see what your researchers can do for me. Hell, maybe they can study me. It was his only shot. He knew this was the research facility where IDF scientists were studying the Valerisi, and, crucially, where nearly all the Valerisi were being kept. In a repurposed swimming pool. A long, long silence on the other end. The thin blue strip of Kyoto 3's atmosphere hugging the planet's horizon made him wistful. His companion had been like that, almost insignificant thin blue strip, without which the planet would die, and so too would he. Without his companion's presence, he couldn't live like this. Ensign Decker, you're cleared to land at the spaceport, Pad B. Groves, research out. Thank you. Decker out. His mind sunk back down into a fugue, autopilot state. His basic flight training allowed him to pilot the shuttle down to the spaceport without incident, and he was vaguely aware of the security personnel escorting him from the landing pad to some room inside the spaceport building. But what struck him was the rush of feeling. They were here. He could feel it. Even being disconnected, severed, wrenched, ripped from the ligature, he could still feel them. It was like he was in an empty room with a closed door, and behind that door, in the next room, he could feel a massive crowd of silent people. They didn't speak, but he could feel their movements and shuffling, and the sound of their clothing ruffling past each other. Over the next few days, they poked, prodded, and jabbed him. Scan after scan, measurement after measurement, more debriefs and counseling sessions than he could keep track of. He focused his eyes on his questioner. So, do you think I could see them? See them? See who? You know. Them. The pool. The Valerisi. The man shook his head. Quinn. Dr. Quinn was his name. Absolutely not. You don't have the right clearances, first of all, and second, we're under strict orders to not let anyone, meaning anyone, get near that pool. Orders from who? From the top? The very top, said Quinn. IDF High Command, most likely Oppenheimer himself. Ah, I see. He eyed the secured door at the other end of the room that Dr. Quinn always left through when their sessions ended. He'd swipe the card hanging from his lab jacket pocket, the door would slide open, and he'd disappear until the next session. They're through there, aren't they? Dr. Quinn turned to look in the direction Decker nodded. That doesn't concern you, Ensign. Just yes or no, Doc. No. The answer is no. Now, let's finish up this session so we can both go get some lunch. 2 months of living with his companion had taught him more about humans than he'd learned in a lifetime of being one. The ability to feel their emotions and see behind the mask was gone, but spending all that time studying what people look like when they're lying had proven useful. Dr. Quinn's face was off when he said no. The tiniest squint, the barest change of red hue in the temples. The repeated no. If his companion were still there, it would say, "He's lying, Matthew." He could almost still hear it. He moved so suddenly that Dr. Quinn was completely unprepared. He tackled the man out of his chair, pinned him to the ground, and placed him in a chokehold. Quinn struggled, but in vain, and within a minute he stopped. Decker paused just 3 seconds to check the man's pulse and, assured he was fine, grabbed the key card and ran. Indeed, the pool was there, just down the hall, across from the locker room and ball courts. The entire recreational facility had been converted into a top-secret, high-security area so quickly that there were no other countermeasures beside that door. He stood over it, the tips of his boots hanging over the pool's edge. They were even louder in here. It was like he was now pressed up against that door in the empty room, listening through the wood, feeling the presence of the massive crowd of people on the other side. He crouched and dipped a finger in the water. Matthew, you've returned. You found me. It was his companion. He smiled, and his heart pounded in his chest like he was alive again. I'm here, he thought. Can you come back? No, Matthew. The words were like razors slicing into his hands. What? Why? Because they would only remove me again in short order, and then put you in a cell. But I need you. I haven't been able to function, to live without you. I nearly died. I know. So did I. It was traumatic for both of us. But there must be some way. Matthew, listen. These are small concerns, as great as they may feel to both of us. But there is something far more important we need to discuss. What? The swarm. It's back. I know. I heard rumors back on the Independence before I left. So, it's true? Yes. But this ship is different. The swarm that fell back into the Penumbra black hole with Granger, and the swarm that assaulted Earth recently and destroyed Britannia. They were regular swarm, the ones we, or rather our late ancestors, were familiar with. These are different swarm? Not different in quality or in malice or in ability, but different in time. Granger was mistaken. He didn't destroy every last swarm. We sense that these swarm have lived for billions upon perhaps trillions of years. They come from the end of our universe, the end of time. Time ends? In a sense, yes and no. Our universe is expanding, and the expansion is accelerating, and that acceleration itself is accelerating. And given enough time, the very fabric of space-time itself will vibrate with enough dark energy that new universes will spring from the old. Life from death, energy from entropy. It is the great cycle of the multiverse of existence and the sea of eternity from which it sprung. Then, what is this swarm ship doing here? It seeks to end our universe early. The gravity, the enormity of the words rested heavily on Decker. Since he was a child, he'd read and heard the stories of the swarm attacking Earth not once, but twice, and the hero of Earth, Captain Granger, and the Constitution finally putting an end to their threat. But their threat was always subjugation. They wanted Earth to rule. They wanted it for itself. But to seek the destruction of the entire universe. Why? It's complicated. It would take far too much time to explain than you have time now, Matthew. Even now, the doctor awakes and you are in danger. Come back to me. He tried one more time. No. Please? A counter-offer, Matthew. Come to us. How? Ages ago, when the swarm ruled us, they would consume a representative of a new species in order to understand its every protein, amino acid, down to the molecular level. The being would be bodily destroyed, but the swarm's knowledge would increase. You want to consume me? Kill me? Not kill you. We want to unite with you, consume and absorb you. Your mind and essence would live. Time runs short, Matthew. The arrival of the swarm ship has complicated matters for us. We had planned on studying humanity over time, but time is something we have very little of now. By absorbing you, we can accelerate our efforts. Please, join us. He got on his knees, his fingers still submerged. Will it hurt? He said out loud. Yes, but I will be with you through the pain, Matthew, and it will not seem as pain, but as transition. A rapturous, beautiful transition. You will be one with us. Your essence and will and mind will live on among us even as your body dies. To tell the truth, for a human, it is far, far better than death. The slamming of doors down the hallway made up his mind for him. In truth, he'd already decided at the first invitation. What do I do? Join us. Literally. Enter the pool. He withdrew his finger, and the voices in his head shut off. He'd not only heard his familiar companion, but thousands, maybe millions of others. They all fell silent. "Decker, stop!" yelled a voice. "Stop him!" He heard pounding footsteps. And that was the last thing he heard. Water filled his ears, and his mouth and nose as he fell forward. And in spite of automatically holding his breath, the fluid pushed its way past his closed throat and into his lungs, his stomach. He could even feel it rushing into his small intestine and gut. He shrieked in pain. It felt as if his skin was ripping off, and then rivers of daggers rushing through his veins, reaching his heart and tearing into it. He opened his eyes and looked down. To his horror, his skin was being ripped off, cell by cell, protein by protein, molecule by molecule. Calm, Matthew. Focus on my voice. Can you feel it? You're becoming one with us. I can feel it. It hurts. God, it hurts, but I can feel it. He could feel it. The chorus of voices turned into a legion of voices, and it was as if he'd joined the choir. The voices were all around him, above him, below him, and inside him. His voice was theirs, and theirs his. Where Decker ended, they began, but there was no beginning. There was no middle, and there was no end. There was only Valerisi. Chapter 1. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Bridge. How much longer until the final Q-jump? Asked Admiral Proctor. Ensign D'Eustachio, baggy-eyed and hunched over his console, he'd seemingly aged years in the past 2 weeks, tapped his console a few times. Just 3 more minutes to Belarus, Admiral. It's pronounced Belarus, Ensign, not Belarus. It's a planet, not an Eastern European district. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, he replied with a slight cringe. The past few days had been something else, and it had taken a toll on all of them. Earth had fallen to the Findiri. Most of the fleet sided with Oppenheimer, who welcomed the enemy to Earth with open arms, leaving her and a few fellow admirals, a handful of ships, running from system to system, simultaneously trying to shake off pursuit and figure out next steps. Next steps. That swarm ship, it appeared over a Britannian beach resort just seconds before Titan destroyed the planet. It got away. The Findiri were deadly, to be sure. They conquered Earth just days ago with only a few fired shots. The swarm? They nearly ended human civilization no fewer than 3 times now. The steps. Step number 1, find and destroy the swarm ship, either before it destroys any human worlds or before it can summon its friends, whichever comes sooner. Step number 2, liberate Earth from the Findiri and figure out a permanent solution to that problem. Either defeat them in battle or negotiate a peace that results in them leaving Earth. Step number 3, excise the rot that had taken hold at IDF and UE leadership. Were they even worth saving? Proctor shook her head. God only knew. Oppenheimer, that goddamn traitor. In her gut, she knew that step number 3 should be step number 1, that their enemies would never be defeated without a united front, which was why she'd been on her way to talk to the surprisingly not dead Galactic People's Congress's Speaker Curiel about the possibility of a new alliance, organization, or government. Only time would tell. But instead, they were interrupting that mission to rush off to investigate the sudden destruction of Belarus 3, a minor Russian Confederation world, though only loosely under its control. Initiating final Q-jump now, Admiral, said Ensign D'Eustachio. The familiar swirl in her gut subsided as the extreme quantum effect of the Q-jump passed, and when she looked up to the view screen, the placid star field had been replaced by hell. My God, she murmured. What looked like the wreckage of an entire fleet's worth of ships hung in orbit over the planet. Scan for signs of hostile targets, Commander Erda. Aye, Admiral. The XO motioned to the tactical station to get to it. Moments later, nothing that our sensors can detect, Admiral. Scanning all bands. Nothing in neutrons or gravitational waves, and nothing in metaspace that we can detect. All EM sources consistent with, well, lots of wrecked ships. Identity of the ships. Can we zoom in on any of the nameplates? Yes, ma'am. Commander Erda pointed at one of his staff, who dutifully pecked away at his console. Before long, the view screen at the front of the bridge shifted and zoomed in. BDFS Hammer, Proctor said, squinting to make out the words behind the intense carbon scoring across the wrecked hull plate. The view screen shifted again to another piece of wreckage. BDFS Harold Litvinenko, she said. All the ships here look to be part of the Belarus defense fleet, mostly light cruisers and small corvettes, but the Hammer was their flagship, said Erda. Anything else? Scanning, ma'am, replied Erda. Yes, ma'am. Detecting other ship designs, definitely not Belarus designs or anything IDF. Alien? Possibly, ma'am. Several destroyed ships look like nothing in the registry. She pointed up at the screen. Show me. The camera zoomed in on what was left of a small vessel. Random plumes of gas erupted from fissures in the hull as interior compartments vented to space, and debris slowly drifted away from it due to its slow, uncontrolled rotation. It had been sleek and deadly, dotted with instruments, guns, and cannons, everything protruding from the exterior, as if the ship were never designed to enter atmosphere. But now it was a wreck of twisted metal and coolant lines. Never seen anything like it. Not Dolmasi or Sciora, for that matter. She turned back to Urda. Life signs on any of the vessels? Still scanning, but nothing yet, ma'am. Let me know if you find something. She turned to the comms officer. Ensign Sampono, get me someone on the surface. The Prime Minister, preferably, or the military commander. I want to know what happened here. Yes, ma'am. I'll see what I can do, she said. A minute passed, and she shook her head, which continued shaking every 30 seconds or so until she turned back to Proctor. Ma'am, the city center of the capital looks bombed out. Orbital strike from the looks of it. I can't get anyone down there, and I'm not finding anything on emergency channels. Same with the BDF Fleet HQ. I mean, it was in the blast zone too, so... Damn it, said Proctor. So possibly no functioning government, no military chain of command. This was a shit show and a half, apparently. Can you hear anything on the general bands? Surely there are survivors. Yes, ma'am. I'm listening in on radio frequencies, and it's a mess. Power vacuum, casualties, fires, search and rescue operations. It sounds like a total breakdown of civil society right now. My God, breathed Proctor. I want to know immediately if another ship shows up, and if they do, go to highest alert level, Lieutenant. Aye, Admiral, said Urda. But at least we can breathe a little easier. This most likely wasn't a swarm strike. Appears that way, ma'am. There are plenty of planetary defense fleets and breakaway rogue groups that may have altered existing ship designs, ma'am. She nodded her agreement. In the power vacuum of recent days and months, it wouldn't surprise me that some of those groups are staking their claims. Surely there was a last man standing here. I want to find the surviving ship or ships. I've got a feeling this wasn't the swarm. Shelby. The voice of her companion blared in her head. It had been a few days since they'd talked. After the Battle of Penumbra, it had been completely silent for weeks, leading her to think it had somehow left her body, until it spoke up again recently. The arrival of the Findiri and the reappearance of the swarm had apparently spurred the being to let go of its mistrust of her, at least tentatively. Yes, something is off here. Off. What does that mean? I don't know. We are still in a process of relearning all our race used to know about humanity, but we still have much to learn. She stood up. I'll be in my ready room. The corridor outside the bridge was empty, except for the two Marines standing guard. When the door to her ready room closed behind her, she poured herself a cup of coffee. Tell me more. Do you think it was the swarm that attacked this world? No. Your instincts were correct. This was not the rogue swarm ship. This is civil war, I'd say. But something is off. More I cannot venture to guess. Very well. She supposed it needed more time to sort out whatever it was sensing from the survivors of the battle. I'm sorry I've ignored you. It's been a rough few days. I understand. Groaning, rubbing her stiff knees, she sat in the chair and waved the computer terminal on. Before she could do anything more, the door chimed. The conversation with her companion would have to wait. Come in. Ensign Sampono opened the door, tentatively. Ma'am? Ensign, something wrong? The young woman shut the door behind her and stood there with her mouth half open, as if searching for words, deciding on which to use, then reconsidering. Saphira? What happened? I'm sorry, ma'am. I shouldn't be bothering you. I'll talk to someone else. Ensign, sit down. Come, talk. That's an order. She pointed to the chair across the desk from her. The woman took a few steps forward and slowly sank into the chair.
It's just... my brother lives down there, on Belarus. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Saphira. Do you know anything? Is he okay?
She realized as she said the words it was a stupid question. There was no way to know anything at that point. The capital was wrecked, tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands were dead, and search and rescue was probably only just getting started.
I don't know, ma'am. He's my twin. We used to be close. He was my best friend, but that was a long time ago. And now I haven't talked to him in years. All I know is that he lives on Belarus with his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be this upset. I shouldn't let it interfere with my work. I just was having a lot of trouble back there. On the bridge. No need for apologies, Saphira. You're human. You're worried about your brother. IDF officers are permitted to have feelings. But what if it interferes with my performance? I was slow back there and distracted. What if it was another battle or something?
My God, she's so young.
Proctor studied the young woman's face. She couldn't be older than 25. Medium-length dark hair bound up into a sensible style appropriate for a bridge officer. Deep furrows on her brow spoke of deep concern and pain.
Ensign, when the guns start firing, rest assured you're not going to be thinking about anything other than how to stay alive. And when that happens, your training kicks in, we act as a team, and we kick ass. Got it?
Sampono cracked a small smile.
Yes, Admiral. I suppose so. Suppose? You sure as hell better kick ass. It's why I chose you and the rest of the team on the bridge. You chose me? Of course I chose you. You don't get to be the former Fleet Admiral of IDF and save Earth twice without getting a few perks. I chose the best, Ensign. The Independence is no place for anything less. But why me, ma'am? You hardly know me. I mean, if you don't mind me asking...
She was interrupted by the comm. Admiral Proctor to the bridge. We've got a situation, ma'am. She stood up, just minutes after sitting down. Besides her knees, the ankles she'd broken on Bolivar several months ago ached, and she winced.
Oh, one of these times, Ensign, they're not going to miss. Ma'am?
Sampono followed her to the door.
I was nearly assassinated on Bolivar 3 months ago. Did you know that? And since then, I've had no fewer than 4 different races take a shot at me. Human, Swarm, Dolmasi, Eru. Every single time I managed to wiggle my way out and live another day. And my body is starting to show the scars.
The door opened, and she paused.
Ma'am?
Sampono repeated.
One of these days they won't miss, Saphira. And by then I want you ready. Understood?
The ensign visibly gulped.
Yes, ma'am.
Proctor waved her forward into the corridor and toward the bridge.
Then let's see what fresh hell they've served up today, shall we?
They entered, saluting the Marines, and she took her seat at the command console, glancing over at Erda. Found a survivor of the battle, Admiral. Detecting a fighter in the vicinity, lightly damaged. It's not going anywhere, but it's intact, and the pilot is alive.
Ensign Sampono. Yes, ma'am. Trying to raise him.
Another moment passed before the bridge's speakers blared out a voice.
IDF. Thank God.
The man coughed several times. Proctor stood up and faced the screen, which had zoomed in on the tiny fighter. It looked to be in a slow spin.
This is Admiral Shelby Proctor of the ISS Independence. Identify yourself, please.
The coughing continued. To Proctor's ears, it sounded rather wet.
Do you need medical assistance?
More coughing. Then,
I think so. Might have a few holes in me. If you're able, get into our shuttle bay. Sending coordinates now.
More coughing. At first, the fighter didn't move, but then its remaining engine fired up and it angled toward the Independence.
What's your name? What fleet are you in?
She asked, hoping to keep him focused and awake.
Commander Pyotr Petrovich.
More coughing.
Belarus Defense Fleet. Sorry, Admiral. Vision's a little starry. Stay with me, Commander Petrovich. Make the landing, and we'll get you patched up.
The fighter was about a kilometer out from the bay, closing the gap slowly. She held her breath as she watched it approach, hoping against hope that the man could stay conscious long enough. "He's in, Admiral," said Erda.
Dispatch medical team and an engineering crew to the shuttle bay. I want a forensic scan of that thing. Any data we can get about what happened here.
"Aye, ma'am." She headed toward the exit.
I'll be in sick bay, and after I've interviewed our guest, I'll be conferring with our other guest.
She glanced over at Ensign Simpono.
Ensign, with me.
Their conversation was not over, but gone were the days she could have the luxury of a laid-back conversation in her ready room. All her meetings now had to be on the go. The doors closed behind them, and the Marines stationed outside saluted. So many things were calling out for her attention at once. Findiri, Kwiasi, Hawes, Tim, Eru, Trip, Valerisi, Oppenheimer, Betrayal, Swarm, and now, Belarus.
I'm going to need your help through all this. I can't do it alone. We know, Shelby. I'm sure before long you'll find us indispensable. Good. Somehow I know that if you're there, you and all your people, we'll figure this all out. We will.
The doors to the lift opened, and she entered.
Focus on what's in front of you, Shelby,
she told herself. Figure out if Belarus was Swarm-related or Findiri-related, and if not, move on to the next steps. And the next steps involved meeting with President Sepulveda down in his quarters and figuring out what the hell to do with him. Chapter 2. Sol System, Earth, Lower Manhattan, UE Assembly Hall.
And faithfully execute the office of the President of United Earth and support and defend its charter and the rule of law, so help me God.
Danny watched Senator Cooper, President Cooper, extend a hand to the Chief Justice of United Earth's Supreme Court, and then turned to wave at the audience of congresspeople and dignitaries assembled in the Senate chamber of UE's Assembly Hall. When she finished, she walked toward the podium, as if to deliver her first presidential address, but stopped in her tracks halfway there.
Well, that wasn't subtle,
he whispered to Fiona Liu, seated next to him near the back. He watched Director Tallis stop her with a raised hand, then motioned her to sit in the chair he'd been using behind the podium. He's reminding humanity who the real leader is now. Shh! She side-eyed him, and in his head he heard her voice.
Shut the hell up! You have no idea who is sitting nearby that is a sympathizer. Collaborators. You think Oppenheimer acted alone?
No, you're right. My bad.
Fellow citizens of United Earth, I am Director Tallis, the head of what you call the Findiri Fleet, or what I call the wayward sons of Earth finally come home. By now, you know that President Cooper's predecessor was killed during the unfortunate accident at Donnelly Station. While we mourn President Sepulveda, we acknowledge the just laws of United Earth, which hold that after a general election is called and the incumbent dies, that his challenger automatically assume the post. Being a nation of laws, I endorse this transition and pledge my support to President Cooper.
He turned to look at her and began to slowly clap. The rest of the hall followed suit, though without the cheers and whistles that would normally accompany such an occasion.
In her first act as president, she has asked me to head the combined armed forces of the Integrated Defense Fleet, the Findiri Fleet, and all planetary defense fleets of member worlds. Additionally, she calls upon the Russian Confederation and the Chinese Intersolar Democratic Republic to honor their historical commitment to United Earth and combine their forces with ours as we stand together against the coming threat.
Oh God, he's playing that card? Join us so we can stop the bad guys together? He thought to Fiona.
Smart man.
Man?
Sure looks like old Commander Hawes to me.
It can't be. Aunt Shelby swore up and down, right and left, that he died on the Constitution 31 years ago. She turned to him.
Well, I guess there's one way to settle this.
He stared back. You've got to be kidding. Dig him up?
No. Good Lord, Danny? Haven't you heard of subsurface scanners?
Oh.
But as Titan was about to collide with our beloved Britannia, we have evidence that a swarm ship managed to take advantage of the gigantic forces involved. Travel from their universe to ours at that precise moment, and Q jumped away with seconds to spare. That swarm ship is now loose within our space, threatening all of human civilization. But this time, my fellow citizens, you are not alone. My brethren, the Findiri, are here. And this time, together we will stop them before they can wreak so much destruction across our worlds. This time, the bumblings and errors of Tim Granger and Shelby Proctor won't cause the deaths of billions. This time, we will be victorious together!
He shouted this last part, and instead of the mild clapping, an unnervingly large number of congresspeople, senators, and dignitaries stood and cheered. Well, at least this is helping us know who our enemies are. Fiona nodded, but stood to clap. They had to keep up appearances, of course. As President Cooper's now official head of security, Fiona Liu needed to make sure her loyalties were obvious and impeccable. They were with Cooper, of course, who had gamely agreed with President Sepulveda to play the part, to allow the Findiri to install her as their puppet and thus have insight into the inner workings of the upper Findiri echelon.
Danny.
He glanced left and right out of habit, but then recognized his aunt's mind speaking to his through the Valerisi ligature.
At Shelby?
What happened at Belarus? Was it the swarm?
No, it was something else, and we're still trying to figure it out. Safe for now, though. And you too. The metaspace transmission of the inauguration hasn't come through yet.
She was just sworn in, so mission accomplished, I guess. But Talus shoved her aside and is giving a speech of his own. Has Sepulveda made any headway?
Very little. He's still very much underground. We can't have anyone know he's alive at the moment. We're still trying to figure out how to get him mobile and assembling an alliance without attracting attention.
Well, let us know what we can do. Hey, hold on. He's saying something you might want to hear.
Understandable that there is hesitation and confusion amongst your ships and crews. Who to trust, who to believe, which orders to follow. Many of you trust former Admiral Proctor and former Captain Granger and their associates, and would tend to follow their orders out of duty and loyalty. But we are a nation of laws, and your president, your commander-in-chief, and your fleet admiral Oppenheimer all hereby order you to seize your vessels if currently commanded by a captain who puts your ship at odds with the law, and return them to either Wellington Station in the Britannia system or here at Yarborough Station over Earth.
He's calling on all officers to mutiny on their captains if they follow you, Aunt Shelby.
Oh, goody. This should be fun.
Wait, there's more.
And if you face resistance or fear that your numbers on board your ship are too few to successfully carry this out, you are hereby ordered to take any means necessary to neutralize your rogue captain. To any who do, we offer immediate promotion, a one-time bonus of 10 times your current salary, and a permanent doubling of your salary.
He's basically offering bounties on the heads of anyone who sides with you. Doubled salary, promotions, bonuses, that sort of thing.
My God. We're in the middle of a galactic war of survival against a foe from outside our universe, and our enemy is talking salary bonuses? The administrative state never rests, I suppose.
Danny chuckled in the face of his aunt's stoicism and dry wit.
Aren't you worried? Of course I'm worried. This changes a few things, but not important things. I need to have a talk with my crew before this hits the metaspace airwaves. Say hi to Fiona for me. I've got to go.
Roger that, Aunt Shelby. Let us know next steps. We'll keep our eyes on Talus and Oppenheimer as best we can.
And the reward is tripled for the officer who turns over renegade Captain Tim Granger. Not only that, but the hero that turns him in will also find himself in possession of the grandest oceanside estate on New Dublin, owned free and clear with no taxes in perpetuity. And furthermore, whichever ship Granger is usurping will fall under the command of this hero, who will be promoted to captain from whatever rank they currently are. This applies to enlisted as well. Good day.
My God, Aunt Shelby, he sounds like a used car dealer.
How so? But wait, there's more. Act now and you qualify for 10 easy payments of $29.99, and we'll throw in a brand new coffee maker. What are you talking about?
Talus. He just upped the ante on Granger, offering a whole bunch of incentives to anyone that turns him in, from an oceanside estate to being captain of their own ship. Open to enlisted, too. Imagine your galley chef taking over the Defiance. He could almost hear her sigh in his head.
Luckily, Tim's light years from any IDF ship. I hope. Didn't exactly say where Vestige HQ was. Well, let's hope the galley chef has a better memory than old Tim. We still know next to nothing about the Findiri and the Quiasi, and they're right in front of us. Damn it, we need answers. That's your mission, Danny. Get me some answers ASAP.
On it, Auntie. Chapter 3. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin, Ciudad Libertador. Sir, I must say again, I don't think it's a good idea for you to be flying down there with just a kid you only barely met a few days ago in an old Corvette that couldn't outrun the slowest destroyer in IDF. Lieutenant Commander Tim Rice's face looked almost comically young for someone complaining about Granger entrusting his safety to a kid.
You're practically the same age, son, so knock it off. Still, are you going to lodge a formal protest with IDF Command? Yeah, didn't think so. Imagine how Oppenheimer responds to that one.
Rice shook his head. We've been through this, sir. Your memory is still unstable, and we just got that news about the bounty on your head.
How big was it again?
The worrywart shrugged. I don't know, 10-fold salary bonus, a 10 million coin beachfront estate?
I'll be impressed when it's $1 billion. Cut the crap, Commander. The Findiri rule Earth. The swarm is back. Rules are out the window.
This isn't a rule, sir. It's common sense. Granger chuckled.
Common sense is for the common, son. I hope you have better sense than merely common. You're going to need it to stay alive in the coming weeks.
Rice sighed, clearly knowing his arguing was hopeless. At least the kid had the balls to argue with the legend, the hero of Earth. He shuddered, thinking that term to himself. Damn Grangerites. Very well, sir. Just please be careful. And take your meds.
Yes, Mom.
Granger held his thumb above the terminate transmission button.
You have your orders, Defiance. Get out 100,000 kilometers from San Martin and engage the stealth. Stand by for emergency extraction. Otherwise, meet you at the rendezvous point. Granger out.
From ahead of him in the cockpit, Jasper snorted. You let all your officers talk to you like that?
Like I said, kid, rules are out the window. When we're safe again, we'll have the luxury of etiquette. What's our progress?
He glanced out a viewport to see that they'd entered the atmosphere. Another few minutes to Ciudad Libertador and the Vestige landing pad there.
Private landing pad? What's up with that?
I thought the UE Aviation and Space Commission San Martin is a GPC world, sir, and UE only has nominal control, governing in name only. You'll see that the GPC is a little more freewheeling than UE. Everyone and their dog has a landing pad. Granger shook his head.
Lots changed in 30 years. Ain't no GPC around when I was a young buck of the tender age of 68.
I imagine lots has changed in a few billion years, too. Granger fell silent at that. It was such an odd feeling, straining under the weight and burden of billions of years of existence. and yet remembering next to nothing of it all. Just images of things, people, and events he had no context for, some of which he wasn't even sure were his own memories. But one face stuck out to him, especially since he just saw it again on the wall of the office in Vestige's Burn HQ. Rhea. He'd forgotten about her. For billions of years, it felt like. But seeing her face in that photograph brought it all rushing back. Their brief, passionate affair, her asking him to stay, him kissing her goodbye that final time, saying that he was already married to his ship. A goddamn ship. "Sorry, sir," said Jasper.
For what?
"I forgot old people hate age jokes."
Who the hell are you calling old?
Damn it. In the past few days, Jasper had transitioned from an awestruck 20-something to something of a jokester, treating him almost like family. It felt nice, actually, to be treated like a human again after so many long eons of time. "Hold on, about to land." The kid could land a Corvette admirably well, and within a few minutes they were walking off the pad and into the building Jasper said was Vestige's headquarters off-Earth. It was actually an office building that appeared to house a think tank, but that was just a front, and a way to place Vestige members across all levels of society should the need arise, at least according to Jasper. Given the size of the building, it was easily 20 stories tall. It was surprising to him how deserted the place was. He supposed that was by design, as a secret society becomes less and less secret the more people are in it. But behind a desk in a nondescript office, seated in the chair, patiently waiting for him, was the biggest surprise.
"Captain Granger,"
said the old, handsome, white-haired man waiting for him, his hands folded neatly on the desk.
"I've been waiting for you to come out of that damned black hole for 30 years. Welcome home, sir." "Lieutenant Diaz?"
Granger stuttered, hoping he remembered the name. The face he remembered clearly, the assistant XO aboard the Constitution, and then the warrior. The man who kept the ship running when Shelby was off doing her swarm matter research down in her lab.
"Rear Admiral, actually, and retired. Once Shelby stepped down and Oppenheimer took over, well, let's just say me and that little asshole didn't see eye to eye, and my Montana cabin looked a lot more relaxing than getting an earful every other day from our favorite former comrade." "You look well,"
said Granger, extending a hand. Diaz shook it with both of his.
"Glad to hear, considering I haven't slept a wink since Britannia."
At the mention of Britannia, Granger winced, and Diaz could see.
"I'm sorry. I know that's probably a sore subject for you."
"It is for all of us." Diaz nodded and bowed his head.
"Unthinkable. It's been 2 months, and I think I'm still in denial about it."
He looked back up.
"But what's done is done, and in the past. We've got bigger fish to fry, namely the Findiri, the Kwayasi, and the Swarm, and figuring out how to stop all of them before dinner."
"The question is, are they even beatable?" said Granger.
"Hard to say, but from everything I've read that you left us, you had a plan up your sleeve."
"I left you? My God." He rubbed his brow. "Look, Diaz, this is all so..." He trailed off. Disorienting was what it was.
"I know. It must be hard. I've been told most of your memory is gone. Perhaps we can help you."
Jasper pulled a chair over to him, and he gratefully took it and sat.
"Well, for starters, I don't even remember your first name."
"Joaquin."
"Joaquin," repeated Granger.
"Lieutenant Joaquin Diaz. Yes, I think that rings a bell. Lieutenant Joaquin Diaz. No, Admiral Joaquin Diaz. Congratulations, by the way. Wish I could have been there to see you in action." "In a way, you were. Ever since I joined the Vestige, I've been studying everything there is to know about you, Tim. When I took over, about 10 years ago, from the last warden, well, let's just say that I was the first warden to actually know you. I mean, ever since the very first warden."
"And when was the first warden alive?" Diaz looked up at the ceiling and around at the walls of the office.
"Died around 1190, right in Bern, Switzerland."
Our HQ there used to be an abbey. Warden Andros was a monk, and right under the friary's noses converted the abbey into Vestige's base. And since him, warden after warden has kept the Vestige secret from broader society, and even infiltrated many other organizations. The Knights Templar had a few Vestige members, Masons, Illuminati, Order of the Golden Fleece, several European courts. Hell, Thomas Jefferson was drinking buddies with the 27th Warden when he was ambassador to France. We came pretty damn close to being wiped out, too, during the Reformation, but we survived long enough to be prepared for this moment. The moment you returned. Granger rubbed his eyes and forehead. Joaquin, what the hell is Vestige? According to what Warden Resnick told me when I joined, you started it as a failsafe, like a plan B for when the Findirian Quiasi started rising up again after the Swarm's final defeat. So at least I planned on defeating the Swarm, if I was giving a thought to what would happen after. Indeed. Back during the recent trouble, there was despair all around that we'd fail, that the Swarm would win. He grinned. But not here at Vestige. We knew you'd come out the other end. The grin faded. But what comes after? That, I'm afraid, we have far less confidence in. I have so many questions, said Granger. I don't even know where to begin. So many details didn't seem like they added up. At any moment, he half expected the walls to drop away to reveal a live studio audience of a prank show on one of the entertainment networks. I have a few answers. Diaz opened a drawer and pulled out an envelope. Not many, but some. And I have my own questions for you. I imagine in time you'll be able to answer them. He opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper. It was a page of handwritten notes, like bullet points. Sorry, this is just to keep a senile like me on task. My predecessor made me memorize some things to tell you. I wrote it down, just in case. In case of what? My death? We didn't know which worlds the Swarm would strike. St. Martin came damn close to being slagged at one point. Ahem. He put his reading glasses on. Number 1. You've got that little sphere that Jasper gave you? Yeah, looks remarkably similar to the memory core that Shelby used to bring me back. It is. And you're going to have to use the equipment back in that same room on the Sciora ship if you want to access its contents. Great. I have to go back to the Sciora? They're not exactly social butterflies these days. Their homeworld is basically off limits to anyone but Sciora, on pain of blowing up. I'm just a messenger, Tim. Number 2. That memory core is going to be useful in restoring part of your memory, but only to a point. There's only so much of 13 billion years of the universe's history you can cram into a human brain. There's highlights, broad brushstrokes, that's it. Very little situational memory. Rather like an index or a table of contents, if you will. It will be helpful, sure, but it is not the solution you think it is. Okay. How do I fill in the details? Diaz shrugged. From what I understand, you don't. You're kidding me. I mean, would you want 13 billion years worth of memories? I mix up the names of my grandkids all the damn time. Times that by a few billion. Fair point, said Granger. Okay, next. 3, some of the exact memories are rather critical to stopping the Findiri, but you couldn't risk them falling into their hands before you could retrieve them. So you left yourself, yeah, I know about the manuscripts. Diaz's eyebrows perked up. Oh? Ran into one on a planet called IXF something, rather, in the Poincaré sector. Some kind of copy of the Voynich manuscript, right? Right. There are 3 more. You need all of them to unlock the cipher. It's encrypted, obviously. And you placed each with a different race. Granger rubbed his forehead. See, this is what makes no sense to me at all. Why was this even necessary? I came back as that ship, the old ISS Victory, fused into its computer system somehow. My memory seemed fine then, and before that. We're piecing together here that I was on Earth in the Middle Ages, supposedly as myself in a good old-fashioned human body.
Again, presumably with a fairly decent memory, and now I'm a wreck. What gives? What the hell was I thinking? Why go through all this?
Diaz nodded along.
I wish I had more answers for you. I admit it makes little sense.
Try none.
I'm sure you had your reasons, Tim. Damn good ones, given that the survival of our species is at stake.
Granger was silent for what felt like a long time. When he was reincarnated in that room on the Skiora ship, he'd been so sure, confident. He knew, somehow, that the path he was on, that the plan he'd made was a good one. Few memories of the details of the plan, apparently by design for whatever reason, but he was confident. Now, he was a fucking wreck.
And Vestige is yours, Tim. And believe it or not, the Grangerites, you'd be surprised at the amount of organized...
He held his hands up.
Now wait just a damn minute. Let's be clear here, I want nothing. Nothing to do with this group of fanatics. Worshipping a human fucking being, my God, what have we come to? I want none of it. And Vestige? Great, fun little secret society we've got here. Teach me the handshake later. I'll accept the help in defeating the Swarm and the Findiri, and God knows what else is lurking out there just waiting to destroy us, but lead you? Join you? Do anything more than just accept some temporary assistance to save the world again? Fat fucking chance. I feel like I deserve a retirement, maybe even a nice death. Permanent this time.
Diaz looked stunned into silence. Jasper was looking at him very intensely.
They said you were a gruff, crotchety asshole. Damn, they weren't kidding, were they?
He should have blown up. Part of him wanted to. Throw a chair, throw a punch. Instead, he chuckled.
I'm just getting started, kid.
Jasper smiled. Glad I'm here to see it. They promised me, but I half didn't believe them.
Who's them?
Jasper nodded in Diaz's direction. You know, Vestige. And my mom, before she died, was in Vestige, and she told me a lot. In any case, I'm just thrilled to be along for the ride and help how I can. At your service, as they say. So, what's the next step?
You're asking me.
Jasper shrugged and stood up. You're the boss, boss. Granger glanced at Diaz, who held his hands up as if to say, he's your problem now. He had a decision to make. He could give up. He could go find a nice, exciting cliff to jump off. He could go lay on a beautiful beach until the tide came in. He could fight. He could lead. He could advise. He could run. He could hide. He could get to the bottom of this whole Vestige thing. He could continue interrogating Diaz and pump him for every last detail possible. He could go back to Earth and punch Oppenheimer right in his dick. He could find the Skiora and get this memory sphere downloaded. He could save the whole damn world, the whole of humanity, again. But after a minute, it became clear that there was only one next step that made sense to him, at least from a sense of honor.
We're going to Earth.
Both of them did a double take, Diaz's brow furrowed up and Jasper looking shocked. What? They both said simultaneously.
You heard me.
But, Tim, there's an astronomical price on your head. Even on St. Martin, I can't guarantee your safety. Earth? Forget about it. And heading back there on your IDF ship, they'd have you before you even landed.
Granger stood up and pushed his chair back to the desk.
That's why we're not taking my ship. We're taking yours. I assume you have one with a Q drive?
Diaz shrugged, but nodded.
We have several. A whole little fleet, in fact, just waiting for you to...
Good, only need one.
He pointed at Jasper.
Then let's go. Time's a-wasting.
Jasper followed him to the door.
But what's on Earth?
We have a motto, son. You never leave a man behind. I did, and that's a mistake I need to correct right now. Lieutenant Commander QWERTY is stuck there, and for all I know is being interrogated by the Findiri as we speak. We're going to find him and get him the hell out of there.
Oh, said Jasper.
And it doesn't hurt that he's got one of the manuscripts. Get the ship prepped. We leave immediately. And we don't come back without our man, come hell or high water or hell freezing over or whichever other bland idiom you prefer.
Diaz smiled.
There's the Tim I know.
He nodded at Jasper.
Best do what he says, son. Granger's back.
Chapter 4. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Physics Lab.
Commander Shin Wentworth, please report to the bridge.
The comm speaker jolted him out of his concentration. Calculating Q-field perturbations across normal spacetime geodesics was hard enough, but in the presence of these two-dimensional singularities? Nearly impossible. Nearly.
I'm busy. Can it wait? Captain Whitehorse is the one issuing the order, sir. I'd say no,
replied the comm officer.
Damn it,
he breathed.
I'm on my way.
He hit pause on the simulation, started to turn, but then stopped.
We're wasting time.
With another tap, the simulation continued. He'd have to leave it by itself for a while. If any solutions to the field equations popped up, they'd just have to wait until he had the time to verify them and reset the boundary conditions.
Time. Always, always, always he needed more time.
No time to shave. No time to double-check the duty roster. No time to respond to IDF Memorial Affairs in their efforts to plan a memorial service for his brother. There was only time to take the next step, and then the following step. Everything else was noise, distractions. The next step. He glanced back down at the running simulation and watched the progression of the various field parameters. The next step was relatively easy. Lock down a good range for the Q-field strength and polarizations that they should generate inside the test chamber. And the step after that? Finally, test their experiment. Dr. Tedros Wiggum was asleep, thankfully. The man was starting to get on his nerves. But when he woke up, Shin Wentworth wanted to be ready for the first test. If he could reproduce the Itharan's two-dimensional singularity technology with its mysterious gray interior, he'd be one step closer to getting them back. His Molly, Megan, little Edward, crushed under the Findiri momentum transfer shield on Paradiso. What an ironic name for that planet in retrospect. He nearly ran into the door to the elevator, absent-mindedly expecting it to open for him, but the lift car was still returning. When it opened, one of the fighter pilots threw him a casual, half-hearted salute and stepped off.
Commander?
Lieutenant Brady. Ace, isn't it?
That's what they dealt me,
she replied with a half-smile. Any word on when we get our CAG back? I understand you're filling in for him. She shrugged.
Hell if I know. Proctor's got him all buried under tactical and strategical planning, trying to make a respectable officer out of him rather than a death-defying reject like the rest of us. Sir.
It was clear that she still didn't know what to make of him. Her manner of speaking flip-flopped between too casual and too formal, and it was clear she'd rather just be back in the pilot's lounge. Well, I think we're in good hands until he returns. He attempted a smile. Speaking of which, did you get my note about the crew rotation? Her face went a slight shade of red.
Yes, sir, I saw that. Was just heading down to the CAG's office to handle paperwork.
Thank you, Lieutenant. He turned to step onto the lift, but paused. Oh, and Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
I heard Commander Qwerty is still stuck on occupied Earth. I've heard you two are close, and just wanted to say, hang in there. We'll get him. She almost blushed.
Thank you, sir.
Carry on. He stepped onto the lift car. Deck 12, he said.
Aye, sir,
she said, and gave another casual half-salute. Fighter pilots, he thought to himself. The most entitled, arrogant, self-important pricks in the whole fleet. Shoot a few enemy bogies and suddenly they think they're God. The lift opened to Deck 12, and the Marines at the entrance to the bridge saluted as he passed. Captain, he said, taking his place at the XO station. I wasn't supposed to be on duty for another 2 hours. Something up? Captain Whitehorse looked worried and motioned toward the view screen with her chin.
The Trits are on the move. Seems the Findiri have them spooked enough that they're evacuating the entire planet.
The entire planet? Aren't there, millions of them underneath the surface?
That's what Klalogish says. They have other colonies besides this one, though they've never told us where they are, which now seems like an entirely justified decision, given that Oppenheimer would have spilled the beans to the Findiri.
But how are they going to transport that many? He trailed off as he noticed what was in the background on the screen. Coming just over the horizon of the planet, flooded with the intense light of the Chantana sun, was something he'd seen once before, hanging over the sky of barren Switzerland. The Eru's giant rotating drum of a spaceship had provided cover for the Independence and Captain Granger to escape from the Findiri. And now, it was here.
It seems the Eru and the Trits are talking. There's been a steady stream of transport ships leaving the dozen or so ports into the interior of the crust, and they're all landing on the Eru ship, then turning around to head back to the planet to pick up more passengers.
Captain Whitehorse stood up and faced the screen, her hands clasped behind her back.
This presents us with a dilemma.
Shin Wentworth nodded.
Pause all the research on the Trits crust levitation technology and their language and focus all our efforts on helping them evacuate, helping them survive and strengthening our friendship, but at the risk of jeopardizing research which could save our hides in the war with the Findiri.
She turned full about to look at him.
No, not at all. Commander, all that is a given. We need to pause the research and help, absolutely. That's not the dilemma.
His stomach tensed without him even realizing it until she started speaking again. Pausing the research was a given?
The dilemma is, how much do we help? Do we offer to transport passengers to their other colonies? Doing that would require knowledge of where those colonies are. But, as you may have heard, there's a bounty on our heads. And all it takes is one crew member sympathetic to the Findiri occupation to look out the window and tell the enemy where the Trits have fled to. So, offering help may in fact hurt them. And yet, if we don't offer, especially after they came to our aid on Earth, it may well piss them off and could set our new friendship back. That's a pickle indeed, Captain. But I think whatever we choose, the research may as well go on. In the background, it was as if she wasn't even listening to him, for she continued. And the other dilemma is that the longer we stay and help, the longer we're exposed here ourselves. Oppenheimer could send a task force at any moment to come confront us here and try to bring us in. Cutting and running now to save our hides, that could also damage the friendship.
Shin Wentworth nodded.
Of course. Well, I think I lean more toward the helping side, if you ask me, ma'am. We can keep our Q drive on a hair trigger, the calculations already entered in, and if the Findiri or Oppenheimer show up, we just hightail it out of here. I'm sure the Itharans would understand, and that would let us continue the research on the two-dimensional singularity tech. She cocked her head. I beg your pardon?
He chided himself for being so clumsy.
He hadn't
exactly filled Whitehorse in on the exact details of the experimental aspect of the research.
Yes. We've determined that they're using a form of the Findiri's two-dimensional singularity tech to hold up their crust. To counter that threat from the enemy, I've been doing some experiments. She shook her head. Sorry, Commander. All hands on deck for this. I need you to organize the ship and crew into shifts that can assist in the evac. Any experiments you're running need to be put on hold as of now. I'm going to try again to raise Klalogish and extend our offer of help. And when that happens, I want to be ready, and that's your job. Understood?
He reluctantly nodded.
Yes, ma'am.
She said other things, and he agreed and acknowledged her orders like his brain was on autopilot, but wasn't actively aware of the details. He could review the orders later from the bridge's audio. All he could think about was the shimmering momentum transfer shield hanging ominously over Saavedra City, and how his daughter must have felt looking up at it. First, she would have felt wonder and awe at the sight, perhaps even thinking it was IDF throwing up some kind of shield to protect her. And then terror as it came crashing down, first pinning her to the earth and then crushing the life and blood out of her. And how With this tech, and with the old Russian artificial singularity tech, he needed to stop it from happening. How far back would he have to go? Hours? Days? Would he make sure his family was out of the danger zone and leave it at that? Or would he attempt something more daring? Something that could save the entire city, the entire planet? The door to the physics lab opened for him, jolting him back to reality. He'd walked the entire way back on autopilot, it seemed.
Ah, Commander! It appears the simulation has concluded and given us some promising boundary conditions for the first experiment. What did Captain Whitehorse say about redirecting the primary engine's power to the chamber for the experiment?
Director Tedros Wiggum, the lead civilian scientist that UE had assigned to the ISS Vols to assist in the TRIT technology research, was excitedly scrolling through the data from the finished simulation. He'd forgotten to ask her, what with the arrival of the Eru ship and her new orders for him. He wanted to comply with the orders. He really, really did. That's what good officers did. That's what good people did. They obeyed their senior officers. But wasn't his goal good too? Wasn't his aim the higher goal? Saving thousands, maybe millions of lives? Didn't Granger and Proctor routinely disobey orders for the higher good? Damn right they did. She said, "Full speed ahead." Wiggum rubbed his hands together. "Excellent! Everything's ready on my end." "Then let's get cracking, Dr. Wiggum. You load the boundary conditions into the chamber's computer, and I'll go check the matter supply lines." Chapter 5. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Sickbay. The walk down to sickbay was a welcome relief. Proctor felt like she hadn't stretched her legs in days. "Ma'am?" said Ensign Sempono, who'd been walking silently next to her through 2 decks. "You wanted to continue our conversation?" "Yes. My apologies. I've been lost in my head recently. Too much to process and figure out. I was telling you that I chose you to serve on the Independence for a reason." "Why? I haven't even graduated from the academy yet. Hell, half the bridge crew hasn't graduated. They bumped us all up because of Britannia." It was as if even saying the word Britannia was bad luck. "I just don't get how you can know anything about me based on your record. Yes, I know it's sparse, but you show limitless promise. And your background, from the Bali colony? I hear that's a rough place to grow up." "It is, ma'am." They passed a few officers near the galley, and Proctor nodded at them as they stopped and saluted. She continued, "And yet, here you are, near the top of your class at the academy. I want people like that, Ensign. People that start with nothing, but who don't let that stop them from doing amazing things." She watched the young woman react to her words, her face softening, and even looking a tad embarrassed. "Tell me about your childhood. How did you make it out?" "Well, with my brother, actually. We were inseparable. We looked out for each other. You know how it is with twins, ma'am. It's like we have a psychic connection. Had, rather. Our dad died when we were young. Our mom was at work like 20 hours a day and in the halfway house when she got too addicted. It was rough, yeah. But we relied on each other, and when we hit 16, we were out. Got jobs on a freighter running rare earth shipments out in the Bali System's asteroid belt. I got into the academy. He didn't, and, well, now I'm here." "Ah, I see." At the end of the hallway, Proctor pressed the call button for the lift. "Did he apply to the academy too?" "We did everything together, ma'am. Yes, he did." "And he wasn't accepted?" She shook her head. "He'd been addicted to haze for a few years back when we were teens, and the academy doesn't take former addicts, so I understand. He should reapply. We changed the standards. Clean for 5 years and you're in." They both entered the lift when it arrived. Sempono smiled, but slowly shook her head. He's done.
other things. I see.
She wanted to say more, but questioned the wisdom of doing so. Instead, she backed up.
One part of your record stood out to me, Ensign. You were accepted to the Academy twice. You turned the first offer down. I know the broad brushstrokes of the backstory, but care to explain? Well, ma'am, I thought I was pretty clear to the committee. I just wasn't ready. I needed more time.
Proctor reached out and pressed the stop button, and the lift slowed to a pause.
Bullshit, Saphira. Tell me the real story.
She eyed the young woman, who looked genuinely surprised.
Well...
She took a deep breath, then gulped.
Yeah, okay. I was a drug runner. Brother got addicted, but I never did. Never even tried it. I'm not dumb. Ran plenty of that shit, though. And we made enough money to get us the hell off Bali Prime. Got us into real jobs. But...
Sempono nodded. And for a moment she looked far older than 25.
But being a drug runner means you sometimes have to do bad things. And I did very bad things. Not often. I tried so damn hard to just be there in the shadows, unnoticed, minding my own business, doing my own thing. But sometimes, when someone owes you money, you have to be persuasive.
She took a deep breath.
And hot damn, I could be persuasive. Got me a record. They never caught me, but several warrants were out for my arrest, under different names. No one never really knew who I was. Not even IDF knew at the time. Oh, they did.
The blood drained from Sempono's face.
They did? No one hides from the pencil pushers at IDF. Go on. Okay.
Another deep breath.
So, I got off Bali, got my job running rare earths out in the Bali belt, got sick of that shit too and applied to the Academy. And to my surprise, they accepted me, but...
She fiddled with her hands for a few moments.
Here's the thing, Admiral. I'd fucked up so much shit in my life by that point. I wanted to do it right. Finally, I wanted to finally do something right. I didn't want to be in the Academy knowing that the police could swoop in at any time and arrest me and get me kicked out. So, I went back to Bali. I brought all of the money I'd made since. I walked right into that police station and confessed everything, and dumped all the cash on the desk of that surprised detective. I don't know why I brought the money. I guess just to show them I was sincere and wanted to pay my debt to society. In retrospect, that might have been idiotic, making it look like I was trying to bribe him or something. Anyway.
Roger nodded.
Okay. I knew everything except that.
She reached out and pressed the resume button. The lift started up again toward Deck 15 and sickbay.
Except what, Mum? Your motivation. I mean, I suspected, but I wanted to hear it from your own mouth. You wanted to do something right, you said. You didn't want your military career overshadowed by your previous mistakes, so you owned up to them. You tried to make things right, and you tried again.
Proctor reached down and rubbed her knee, still sore from the assassination attempt on Bolivar.
And then? The guy I fucked up, the one that got me the warrant for my arrest, he had already died. Cancer, not because of what I did. And besides my confession, there was scant other evidence, and they can't convict you just on your confession, yes. So, they let me go. And after a talk with the DA, she cleared my record. Then I applied again, and here I am.
The doors opened, and they exited the lift, turning left for sickbay.
Ensign, that's why you're here on the Independence. And here's what you need to understand, though I suspect you already know. First, everyone makes mistakes. But what separates the great from the rest is that the great own up to them and change. And you're one of the great.
Second, your biggest mistake is not what defines you. It's the sum of your life choices that define you, not one act, not one choice. And third, and perhaps the most important reason of all, and the main reason why you're here...
She trailed off, wondering if she was talking to the ensign or talking to herself. Would her greatest fuck-up define her, killing an entire race of beings, the Valerisi, on the orders of a dipshit fleet admiral?
No, Shelby, it will not. But how do you atone for genocide?
She asked her companion.
Atone? You don't. But moving on and doing good, that's your only choice. Admiral, you failed. But you picked yourself up and tried again. You didn't give up. When everyone else would have given up, you didn't. You started over. The truly great make a habit of starting over when life goes tits up. I need that, Ensign. In the days and weeks and months ahead, we're going to come up against some difficult times, some awful shit. And I need a crew that's not going to give up when the fight gets hot. That's you. Thank you, Admiral.
They'd arrived at sickbay, but Proctor stopped just short of the door and turned to the young woman.
You chose communications as your IDF career track. Why?
The question seemed to set the ensign more at ease, being a more traditional getting-to-know-you topic.
Well, growing up in the streets of Bali Colony, you learn some things. How to speak a dozen languages, and endless mishmashes of those and other dialects. Was kind of a natural at it, I guess. It's why I was such a damn good drug runner. I could talk to anyone, and therefore sell to anyone. I have a problem. We have 2 new alien races that have come out of the woodwork in recent weeks, and one of them I can't so much as say hello to. With Commander QWERTY here, we were making progress, but he's currently tackling a slightly more pressing project, yet this is nearly as urgent. Can you help with that?
Sempono shrugged.
I'm pretty good with human languages, ma'am, but Dulmasi, Skura, never learned a word of either one. Not sure how I can help, but I'll try.
She paused to think.
But what about the Valerisi? Aren't they naturals at language? Couldn't we get their help?
Proctor nodded.
A great idea. Ensign, what I'm about to tell you is classified, understood? Not officially classified, as not even the top brass knows this. It's Proctor classified. Got it? Yes, ma'am. I still have my Valerisi companion. But I thought Fleet Command ordered that all personnel be separated from their companions. They did.
Sempono leaned back in her chair as if finally at ease, and Proctor could see the realization spread over her face.
You disobeyed the order. Being the former Fleet Admiral of IDF and a curmudgeonly old retiree came with certain side benefits. What are they going to do? Fire me? Especially now, given that Oppenheimer sided with the enemy? Good luck to them. I guess freedom is running out of fucks to give, Admiral.
Proctor laughed out loud.
I couldn't have said it better myself. When the order went out that we were to be separated from our companions, I was considering just disobeying, easy peasy. But then my companion fell silent for a long time. I thought it left on its own. Apparently our behavior toward them has contributed to some trust issues. Seems humans aren't entirely trustworthy. Who'd have thought, Mum?
She liked this ensign.
But it is back, and I think they'll be critical to our success in the days ahead.
Sempono eyed her.
You trust them?
Proctor blinked.
Trust? You said they stopped trusting us after Oppenheimer ordered their removal. Are you sure we can trust them?
Proctor nodded confidently.
Absolutely. You'd understand if you'd been united with one. There is nothing to hide. Both my companion and I are utterly open to each other. Not sure I like that, ma'am. Spent too long looking over my shoulder on Bali Prime. But to each her own.
Proctor smiled and took a step toward the doors to sickbay, which opened at her approach.
Dismissed, Ensign. You have your assignment.
She strode into sickbay and approached the nurse attending the clearly wounded man laying on a bed.
How is he?
Before the nurse could reply, the man gasped.
Are you Admiral Proctor?
She finished for him.
The Proctor?
The Proctor, she almost cringed.
There's a Karen Proctor down in accounting, but I assume you mean me. Yes? The companion to the hero.
She rubbed the bridge of her nose.
Oh, God, not a Grangerite.
She allowed a brief moment to pass in silence to hint at her disapproval.
I've been called that, by friend and fanatic alike. My apologies, Admiral.
He sounded embarrassed and coughed.
It's what I was taught in school. It's just your nickname around these parts.
I'm aware, she said dryly.
Commander, what the hell happened here? And more urgently, are we still in imminent danger? Yes, Admiral, they could come back at any time. They? Do you mean the swarm? The separatist bastards. Call themselves sons of the motherland. In the chaos surrounding the fall of Earth, they decided now was the time to strike our cities and force the off-sea of Belarus. We fought them to a standstill, facing mutinous ships among our own fleet, too. It was a mess, a horrific mess. Lots of bodies floating around up here. And they assume tens of thousands dead down there. But they fled. Yes, ma'am, they did. A few hours ago. I presume they have some hidden base on the far side of one of the moons.
She raised her voice to the ceiling.
Bridge, this is Proctor. Anything yet on the comms channels from whoever did this?
Commander Erda's voice came from a speaker in the wall.
No, ma'am. Nothing on any channel.
Metaspace?
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you. Keep me informed. Proctor out.
She turned back to the nurse.
Is he going to make it?
Nurse Suzuki nodded.
He's fine. Lung was pierced and there's some tissue damage from smoke inhalation, but he'll patch right up. Should be out of here tomorrow. But I'd like him to get some rest right now, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Suzuki turned to her, a woman of 50 perhaps, with a deeply lined face, with a look that said, I know what I'm talking about, so respectfully, get the hell out, Admiral. She decided it wasn't a good time to clash with the woman.
Good. Keep me updated on his progress. I want to speak to him later and get to the bottom of all this.
She nodded at Suzuki, and then at Petrovich.
If you'll both excuse me.
Petrovich grabbed her sleeve as she turned.
Admiral, I'm sorry, I must not be making sense, but it's the honor of a lifetime to finally meet you.
The look in his eye was not crazed, but almost worshipful. Or maybe that was the effect of whatever drug Suzuki had him on. Proctor removed his hand from her sleeve with her other hand and set it back on his chest.
Get some rest.
He tried to reach up and grab her again, but she pulled away.
Rest,
she said again.
I'll be back and we can talk more in depth later.
When she left sickbay, she almost bumped into Ensign Sampono, who'd been standing near the door, looking into sickbay through the window.
Ensign? Still here?
She looked slightly embarrassed and chuckled nervously.
Old habits die hard, ma'am. I was just trying to get a better look at our new passenger. Why? When you've been on the streets as long as I have, you develop trust issues. Just wanted to see with my own eyes the newbie. Make sure he didn't set off my danger sense. You know.
Interesting.
And?
She shrugged.
Nothing that I can see.
Good. She paced a few steps before continuing.
Ensign, you're going to learn in IDF that trust is a good thing. Trust in your fellow officers to do their job and keep you alive. Where I come from, ma'am, those to whom trust comes easy usually end up in a ditch. Blind trust, no. But we can't do this alone, Saphira. Just a thought. As you were.
She turned back down the hall, the ensign's,
Yes, ma'am,
following her. The walk to the deck immediately below sickbay was short, not enough time to think through any next steps, but the man's words echoed in her ears. Honor of a lifetime. My God, she hated the hero worship, hated it. People did it to Tim all the time, and she finally understood how it got under his skin. She saluted to the 2 Marines stationed at the entrance to Deck 16 at the bottom of the stairwell.
Anyone been this way since we talked?
Just a few passers-by trying to shortcut to the galley, ma'am. We sent them on their way.
No one's been in or out?
No, ma'am.
Good, as you were.
She saluted again, and they mirrored her. One of the Marines entered a security code into the panel, and the doors opened to reveal a completely empty Deck 16. She made her way down the long hallway to one of the crew quarters about halfway down. Before she could enter, the door opened to reveal a very disheveled President Sepulveda. Former President Sepulveda.
If I don't get the hell off this ship, I swear I'll either blow my brains out or steal a shuttle and make a dead run at a Findiri ship and take my chances.
Calm down,
she said, waving him off. She knew it would aggravate him. No one ever in the history of humanity had ever calmed down when told to calm down. But she didn't care.
We need to talk.
Fine, talk. Right here. I'm not going back in there. It's 10 square meters of hell, and I'd rather, dead run at a Findiri ship. Might save us a lot of hassle. Listen,
she said, folding her arms and acquiescing to his wish to converse right there in the hallway.
I'm just one woman on one ship, and frankly, I'm not getting nearly enough done that needs doing.
He smiled triumphantly.
So, you came for my help.
He waved a hand, expectantly.
Okay, go on. What's the grand task for the former president of United Earth? Secret mission into Director Talos' inner sanctum? Or work my diplomatic magic to get Granger aboard a Skiora ship so we can translate that little I want you off the ship? You're a distraction, like an anchor, weighing me down. I've got enough of a target on my back without worrying about you being discovered here.
His mouth was halfway open.
Don't worry, I'm not throwing you to the wolves. You'll fly around in a top-of-the-line ship.
His eyes darted back and forth, trying to decipher the puzzle.
You're giving me the Defiance?
Good job, yes, and I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Commander Civic is basically a wreck since Paradiso, crisis of confidence or some bullshit. He needs a little mission where he can flex his muscles again and get his confidence back. And you need to be gone.
Sepulveda brought his hand to his brow and shook his head, as if in disbelief he was being treated this way.
Great. Babysitting, when the fate of humanity is at stake.
I'm not sure who's babysitting whom, but okay, she said.
And what, pray tell, will I be doing aboard the Defiance?
You'll be avoiding detection, given that the Defiance is one of only 2 or 3 stealth starships in existence. That's your first job, until Cooper can finish hers. Second, we've got a mystery here at Belarus that needs solving, and I simply don't have the time. I've got more pressing issues to address.
She looked him up and down, seeing his disheveled clothes, wondering if he'd even showered that day.
Well, time's a-wasting. An escort will be by within the hour to get you aboard the Defiance. Commander Civic will brief you once you're there.
She turned to leave. 5 minutes talking to a politician was 6 minutes too many.
Wait! And just what the hell will you be doing?
Me?
The doors at the end of the hallway opened for her as she approached, and the Marines saluted again.
I'll be hunting Swarm.
Chapter 6. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Defiance, Bridge.
So, you just got put in command of one of the most advanced starships in existence, given basically free reign over it and your mission, and you're complaining?
When she put it that way, it made him sound ridiculous. The computer-generated image of Jerusha Whitehorse was smirking at him, even though Commander Ethan Civic was pretty sure the computer couldn't translate a facial expression as complicated as a smirk. Jeru, you don't understand. I was useless back there. Proctor brought me on board the Independence for my gee-whiz out-of-the-box tactical brain, and what did I come up with? Nada. Zilch. Hell, Shin Wentworth's contribution was bigger than mine. All I accomplished was getting in the way on the bridge. Ethan Jeru, my place is in a cockpit. That's what I know. It's what I'm good at. Give me something to shoot, and I shine. Give me a starship with people to get underfoot, and ensigns with delicate feelings, and paperwork? He made a face. That's when I turn into an aimless, passionless, indecisive automaton that dreams of flying again while he's signing requisition papers. Whitehorse's brow bunched up. There's paper on the Independence? Figure of speech, Jeru. Look, honey, it'll be good for you. And Proctor needs someone she can trust in command of the Defiance. You heard Director Talus yourself. There's a price on our heads, and all we've got right now are the Independence, the Ballsy, the Defiance, and half a dozen other ships with captains we can rely on to not sell us out to the Findiri. Fine. Right, I get it. He grabbed his coffee mug and tipped it back, only to remember he'd finished it half an hour ago, and this was the third time he'd sipped an empty cup. God damn it, he muttered. I don't even have a little ensign I can order around to get me coffee, just Lieutenant Commander Rice, and he's royally pissed that I took his job. Look, babe, things will be fine. And hey, remember your promise. He slowly nodded. Yeah. Don't look so glum about it. Jeez. I'd hope getting married to the love of your life would spark a better reaction than... She dropped her voice to something glum. Yeah. I'd just prefer to marry you in person, that's all. Yeah, I know. I promised you that if I didn't return to the Ballsy within the week that we'd just do it virtually. But that's not the most romantic thing in the world, yeah? Are you kidding? It's the most romantic thing I could dream of. Earth conquered, human civilization hanging by a thread, and yet, in spite of the odds, two lovers tie the knot? With light years between them? She smiled lopsidedly. Sounds like a great romance novel. He smiled back at her, hoping the computer would simulate the sincerity he was trying to put into it. Yeah. Okay, you're right, as usual. How are things? She shrugged. Oh, just trying to maintain two of our most important alien friendships while balancing the mental stability of half my crew, including my XO. Shin Wentworth. That bad? Well, he did just lose his wife and kids on Paradiso underneath that Findiri momentum transfer shield, not to mention his brother getting a hole blown through his head by a floating robot while he was with Granger. He played with his empty mug, tipping it back and forth so the last drop of coffee coated the entire bottom. Are you sure it's a good idea to keep him as XO? I mean, for now? Honestly, I'd rather he take a good 6-month-long break. But given that he's all I got at the moment, and I can't exactly go ask Admiral Trader Oppenheimer for a replacement, I'm stuck with him. But he swears he's okay. I don't know. We'll see. Right. Well, my passenger is about to arrive. Talk later? She smiled one last time. Yeah. Love you. Love you too, he said, and switched off the metaspace transmission. Her 3D computer-generated image disappeared, and he turned to Lieutenant Commander Rice, who was half frowning, half smirking at him. They do have that privacy blur these days. You can use that so we can't hear what you're saying. Yeah, I know. Did he care what Rice thought about him? Nope. Okay, good to know. Rice returned his attention to his station monitor. The shuttle with our passenger has landed in the bay, sir. Good. Tell him to get his ass up to the bridge ASAP. Rice made a show of typing a message. Ass up to bridge. Got it. Civic chuckled. Maybe Rice wasn't so bad after all. Any word yet from whatever government is left on the surface? Rice nodded. I got in touch with a few minor cabinet officials from the Belarus presidential offices who were vacationing outside the city at the time of the attack. They're pretty busy, seeing how they're trying to decide which of them gets to be president now that the entire line of succession is probably wiped out. Try to get me a few minutes with whichever one seems like is going to end up on top. Proctor wanted us to sort this out, and I bet this system will be crawling with both RC and UE ships soon. Best we get our business done and get out of here. A few minutes later, the passenger arrived on the bridge, escorted by 2 heavily armed Marines. Civic stood up. President Sepulveda, welcome to the Defiance. He extended a hand. The ship is at your service, sir. Admiral Proctor said you've got a mission of the utmost importance. Sepulveda rolled his eyes. Did she know? How very gracious of her. Truth be told, as much as I hate to say it, I'm here to stay out of the way.
It's critical that no one, especially the Findiri, know that I am alive. That would put President Cooper in grave danger, more than she's currently in.
Okay, well, I'm sure there's something you want to be doing. We can keep your presence on board a secret easy enough. May as well be doing something at the same time.
I understand the good Admiral gave you a mission as well?
President Sepulveda sat down in the captain's chair, to Civic's annoyance. She did. Figure out what happened here at Belarus, though at this point it's not much of a mystery anymore. Russian Confederation separatists, freedom fighters trying to liberate Belarus from RC control. Sepulveda's right eyebrow raised up.
Interesting. Have we actually seen these freedom fighters? Did they have ships, or are we just trusting the word of an injured RC fighter pilot?
Well, no, we don't have footage of the attack, but we can go to the site of the battle in orbit and look at a few of their ships. They've lost a couple in the attack. Sepulveda nodded.
Do it.
Civic motioned to the helm. You heard the man? The minutes ticked by, and soon enough the helmsman announced,
Arrived at the debris field from the battle, sir. Most of it is scattered, but there are a few semi-intact ships here.
Put it up so we can see, Ensign, said Civic. The ensign fiddled with the controls on his dashboard, and soon the view screen lit up with the panoramic view of the debris field. Sepulveda stood up.
Zoom in on that one there.
He pointed out a medium-sized starship, carbon scoring all along its hull and half the starboard side missing. The view screen adjusted so it filled the screen. He stood there for a long time, staring at it. Mr. President, said Civic.
Can we confirm that is one of the separatist ships and not from the Belarus military?
Lieutenant Commander Rice nodded. I checked the Belarus government registry, and this doesn't match any of their fleet's ship designs.
My God,
said Sepulveda. Mr. President? Civic repeated.
That ship, I know it.
He finally turned around. His face was a mixture of anger and anxiety.
2 of them nearly killed me. Blew Interstellar 1 out of the sky.
He returned to the captain's chair.
Mr. Civic, your mission just got a hell of a lot more interesting.
Chapter 7. Sol System. Earth, Lower Manhattan. You remember that taco truck on Bolivar? The tiny butterfly, or whatever it's called? Leo nodded, taking the final bite of her al pastor taco.
La mariquita aquispada?
That's a mouthful. Tipsy ladybug, right. Well, I have to say, I know it's a chain, but you just can't beat tacos and more. She snorted.
So, you're saying you're an unrefined peasant. What's next? Delicioso light beer?
Hey, don't yuck my yum. It's not hard. He chuckled and tossed his dripping wrapper into the recycler tube on the street corner. You ready? Our shuttle is almost here. She shook her head in annoyance and tossed her wrapper, too.
Tell me again why we're taking a private hired shuttle instead of our own presidential Corvette? Visiting the grave of Abraham Hawes will probably look mighty suspicious given all this.
She swept her arm around to indicate the Findiri occupation and the fact that their leader claimed to be none other than Commander Abraham Hawes, who died aboard the ISS Constitution in Swarm War II. He started off toward the landing pad down the street. You're the former intel operative.
Exactly. And I can tell you you're not fooling anyone by taking a private vehicle. May as well keep everything above board, or at least give the appearance of keeping it above board. Taking a private shuttle, that's like jumping up and down, waving your arms and yelling, "Hey, look at me, right here. I don't want you to see where I'm going."
He silently kept walking. Agree to disagree.
Oh, God, you're impossible.
Admit it. It's why you like me. He said it in jest, but felt something was off with her. He glanced back. Her eyes were focused on something down the street, and he knew in his mind, and hers, that she was looking at something with concern.
Don't turn around right away. But we've got some company at the shuttle pad. That one Findiri that's always with Talus. Varus, I think his name is.
Danny made a show of nodding, then turning back around and looking down at the sidewalk they were walking along before glancing back up.
Yep, that's him. Waiting for a shuttle. A Findiri, what gives? I suppose we'll just ask him. We are private security to the woman who's technically kinda his boss.
You mean to the puppet dangling off the fingers of Talus?
Puppet or no, Cooper's all we got. Look sharp, here we go.
Varus had seen them, and now that they were just a dozen meters away, he waved them over.
You're Varus? I apologize, I don't know your rank or your position in relation to Talus. As you can imagine, it's been a busy few days, said Lou.
He seemed to ignore her and faced Danny directly as if she hadn't spoken.
In this iteration, I am an adjutant.
Oh, said Danny, taking note of the phrase, in this iteration. And what is a Findiri adjutant?
I serve by directing the actions of a single ship and its support ships under the director himself.
Got it. So there are, 100 adjutants? 1,000? He was probing, knowing that they still had no idea of the true size of the Findiri fleet, as squadrons of ships had gone off to worlds such as New Dublin, Mal Prime, Majorca, and dozens of others.
152. We lost 8 adjutants in the battle for Earth, but they served well, and in the next iteration will be rewarded.
Varus glanced at the other 2 Findiri at his side, knowingly, though Danny hadn't the slightest idea of what they were possibly communicating. When is the next iteration? And sorry to be so ignorant about this, but what is an iteration?
It is foolish to feel sorrow at lack of knowledge. It is better to ask, to fill the gap of knowledge, than to feign sorrow.
Danny blinked. That was surprisingly wise, he said, not adding, for a savage, murderous race like yours, like he was thinking.
A Findiri brother lives 210 of your solar years. His body then shuts down, and a new iteration of that brother is created in the corporeal fabrication chambers. His deeds are taken into account for the next iteration, and he will be assigned a new position accordingly.
Wow. So karma's real, apparently. Danny saw a shuttle approach from the sky. He glanced at his handheld and confirmed that this one wasn't theirs. You guys take private shuttles? Don't the Findiri use their own ships?
Talus directed that we familiarize ourselves with human society, so we take human transportation to our destinations.
And that is?
None of your business, human.
Varus's face was impassive. His red eyes looked straight ahead and didn't even acknowledge Danny by that point, just as he had not looked at Liu at all. I mean, just making sure we're not going to the same place, otherwise we could just share a ride. Saves money, you know, he added, trailing off. He doubted the shuttle pilot would be charging this groove.
Are you going to the East Coast Correctional Institute? Said Varus, still looking ahead at the landing pad.
No.
Then we will not be sharing a ride.
He looked as if he were about to say more, but one of the Findiri next to him was pointing to his wrist, which apparently projected a heads-up display that only they could see.
Adjutant, we've found the companion of the traitor.
Varus nodded approvingly.
Good. Looks like we'll be paying a visit to New Haven as well. Have our elite squadron meet us there in 30 minutes.
With that, they ducked into the shuttle, which had just landed, and the door closed behind them. New Haven? Said Danny.
Connecticut.
What the hell is in New Haven? Granger's companion? Isn't that what they call my aunt? The companion to the hero? Leo nodded.
Yeah, but she's nowhere near Earth. Hang on. I'll just ask her.
Danny waited a moment, then saw Lou's face change in an instant.
QWERTY.
Chapter 8. Soul Sector, Earth, New Haven, Connecticut. It had only been 3 days, but it felt like an eternity. Commander QWERTY wondered if that was what Captain Granger would have felt after being away for a few billion years when for the rest of them he'd only been gone 30. Right? Yes. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, cowboy. 3 days is nothing. You waited a whole month for Ace to say yes, right? Now look at you. An almost married Nuevo Laredo city slicker. He glanced around the dimly lit storage room stacked with books and papers and old dissertations, the tiny room inside Yale's library that had become his cell. Almost married, he repeated. Assuming you get out of here alive, old bastard, and get out while still sane. If I'm not careful, I'll start talking to myself. Just give me a herd of cats after that, and I'm all set. He glanced at his handheld compad and saw it was nearly 9 p.m. The library would close soon, the students finally trickling out. That school hadn't been canceled in the chaos of Earth's fall to the Findiri was a wonder to him, but Director Talus had ordered that all institutions carry on normally, as if nothing had happened. That couldn't last. Let's just take a look, see. He pushed back from the desk and rolled his chair over to the door and cracked it open. Sure enough, a few stragglers were still sitting around a table, discussing their research, or more likely talking about the invasion like everyone else. 4 students, possibly freshmen by the looks of them. Damn, if the library staff didn't kick them out, they'd be there all night. One of the boys punched another in the shoulder and the group laughed. Damn it. Come on, kids, playtime's over, he murmured to himself. Here we go. He watched as the Rare Collections director approached the youth and shooed them away. Good. That man had been a lifesaver, literally. While Talus had promised general amnesty to all IDF officers who pledged allegiance to the new regime, he doubted it applied to his handsome self. He wasn't the brightest tool in the street smarts shed, but he assumed the guy helping Granger take down the Findiri was probably high on the list of people to take care of, in the mafia sense. Commander QWERTY, it's safe, you can come out now, said the Rare Collections director. Peck. Director Peck. Had a nice ring to it, good flow. Director Peck. Nice. God damn it, man, hold it together, you're a walking disaster, he said to himself and opened the door. Director Peck, he began, accidentally vocalizing his previous thought and mentally swearing at himself. Thanks again for your hospitality. Need a shower, said Peck. No, but I'll ask for the same thing I asked for yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. Any change in your answer? Yes, actually. Peck motioned him over to another room. The door was locked, but the director positioned his face for the ocular scanner, and the mechanism clicked. I've been in touch with my colleagues on St. Martin, and your story checks out. Oh, so you do have a backup electronic copy of the Voynich manuscript? For the past 3 days, the director had played coy, neither confirming nor denying the existence of a copy, saying he needed to make sure QWERTY was who he said he was. Top-secret cloak-and-dagger shit going on at Yale Library, apparently. No, but I'll do you one better. Follow me, please, he said, and entered the room. On the wall was a safe with an old-fashioned spin-dial lock, and he twisted the knob back and forth until it, too, clicked open. My colleagues on St. Martin have told me that you are indeed working with the bricklayer. And who are these colleagues of yours? Said QWERTY, watching the safe door open with growing anticipation. Vestige. Don't worry, you haven't heard of us. Let's just say the bricklayer laid a foundation for many things in the past, our organization included. He reached inside the safe and pulled out a sealed briefcase, also locked, this one with a key, which Peck produced from a pocket. This last lock opened too, revealing the contents. Holy mother of sweet and sour baby Jesus, is that...
That's it. I thought it was stolen hundreds of years ago.
He reached out to touch the ancient leather cover of the Voynich manuscript.
Well, in a sense, it was. By us. There were a few actual theft attempts by people looking to make a buck, so we stole it to preempt any successful attempts. Except we didn't take it anywhere, it's been here the whole time. Our predecessors back in the 21st century thought it best to let the public believe it had been stolen. That way, no one was tempted to actually steal it. And then we conveniently deleted all electronic copies. This here is the only version left. The original.
QWERTY gingerly opened the manuscript, paging through the delicate vellum sheets. It was nearly identical to the manuscript they'd found in the alien grave on the robot Sentry world. Except for the words, those appeared different. But the images were all the same, though no drawing of Granger on the last page.
But why? I mean, given the events of the past few days, I kind of see how that's a dumb question, but still, why?
Peck shrugged.
Much has been written and theorized by our members over the years, and the conclusion is, we still don't know exactly. But something within these pages will be key to defeating the enemies of humanity in the days and years to come. Something that the bricklayer recorded in some sort of code, obviously, that would be indecipherable to anyone but him when he returned. Some type of knowledge he clearly feared would fall into the wrong hands while he was gone, and something he didn't want recorded in any other manner or location, even in his own brain, apparently. My colleagues on St. Martin told me he can't remember any details of what could be in this thing. The memory core that Jasper gave him may help, but neither we nor he know how to access the contents with our current technology. Anyway, that's enough of an info dump for you. Why don't you take a look? They say you're the best when it comes to code.
They do say that, yes, murmured QWERTY as he examined the text. Complete gibberish, except with this version he could understand most of the letters.
I may have met my match, given that people tried for hundreds of years to decipher this.
He pulled out his handheld pad and dialed up the scanner, setting it for metaspace sensitivity. Peck frowned.
Metaspace? What do you expect to find? It hasn't left this library in over 500 years.
Can't say till I try it, QWERTY said, saying what to him felt obvious. He waved the handheld over the manuscript, then all around it, passing it back and forth to triangulate any potential waveform shapes and polarizations.
Yep, there it is.
There what is?
The exact same metaspace signature I found in the...
He trailed off, not sure how much he should tell the man. He claimed to be from this shadowy organization that he says Granger founded, but he could also be playing him.
In the alien version?
QWERTY glanced over at him in surprise.
Oh, so you've talked to the old man himself, then?
Peck shook his head.
No, but as I said, my colleagues have. What do you think it means?
The metaspace signature? No idea. It's like an extremely intense metaspace wave or pulse imprinted itself on the molecular structure of the pages, and the pattern and polarization is exactly the same. What does it mean? Hard to say, and I'm no physicist. As he said the word, he had a thought.
However, I do know a fairly brilliant one. He might have some thoughts.
Where?
A colleague on the ISS Vols, what would be my current post if I hadn't been drafted into ancient manuscript translation duty.
He set the handheld down and flipped through a few more pages.
I assume this stays here?
Peck shifted uncomfortably on his feet.
Well, vestige policy is that this never leave the premises.
QWERTY's handheld beeped, the tone that indicated an incoming urgent message. He picked it up, read it, and then held it out to Peck.
What about now?
Peck squinted at the text, then put his reading glasses on to read it. Who's Danny? Danny Proctor and his wife are President Cooper's private security and pilots, and Admiral Proctor's nephew. And I assume by their coming he's referring to the Findiri? Unfortunately. Peck's face turned ashen white. And I suppose that means neither of us are particularly safe at the moment. Fair assumption. Cordy placed the manuscript back in the briefcase and closed it, then unholstered his sidearm. I sincerely hope you got some secret tunnels out of this place. Otherwise, things are going to get very shooty very quickly. Chapter 9. Sol System. Earth. Low orbit. Vestige Corvette. Legend.
10 coins says I can finish that beer before you can.
He heard the voice behind him, heard the words, but couldn't parse them together in his mind. He turned and saw her there for the first time. Dazzling, that was the best word that came to mind. What?
You heard me, she said.
Then to the bartender,
2 more of those on my tab, please. Put a little extra in mine. And hurry, Ed, this is going to be a race you won't forget.
She thumped the bar twice next to his mostly finished beer. You're challenging me to a drinking contest? He asked. She was pretty. Damn. She was damn pretty.
Yep,
she said simply. It was endearing, actually. The bartender finished filling the 2 glasses, and soon a small crowd of bar patrons pressed around them, gawking to see if the townie could actually outdrink the young visiting IDF captain. You want me to give you a countdown? Asked the bartender. Please, he said. He cracked his knuckles and made a show of loosening up his neck. Pretty girl like you getting mixed up with a guy like me? I was a fighter pilot, you know.
And?
She said, her lips pulled downward but with a twinkle in her eye. And fighter pilots, when they're not piloting their fighters, are fighting other pilots for the last drop of moonshine in the ship's storage bay.
You sure talk a lot for a guy who's about to lose.
He snorted, then motioned to the bartender and nodded. Let's do this then. Ready? 3, 2, 1, drink, the bartender yelled. He grabbed his glass and raised it up so fast that a few drops sloshed onto his shirt. She grabbed, not her glass, but his old, mostly finished glass. With one swallow, she downed it.
Cash, please, or direct transfer. Name on the account is Rhea Goldmeyer.
The small crowd roared with laughter. He still had his mostly full glass raised. She was looking at him, looking very much like she was making a monumental effort not to laugh. Then she did laugh, and it felt like the world changed. Tim Granger, he said.
I know,
she replied.
Captain,
one more Q jump to Earth, you awake? Almost, he said, blinking several times. He'd slumped over in his chair in the cockpit. His cheek felt wet, and he wiped the drool away with a sleeve. The woman in the picture in that Vestige office in Bern. Jasper said she died on Indira during the Second Swarm War. That was, 31 years ago? Plan. Right. Here's what you're going to do. Get on the horn to Danny Proctor. Don't talk to him directly. He might be around someone we don't want listening. Leave him a message. Ask him if he knows where our future passenger is. If he doesn't know, I'm sure he's in a position to find out. But his channel is almost assuredly being monitored. If not by the Findiri, then by some IDF intel wanker that Oppenheimer is over. So don't use his name. Call him... He came up blank. He used to be good at this. Our mutual friend? Funny. Way too obvious. No, just say you're looking for your brother. You heard he was taking his summer vacation from classes at Yale. Heard he went to Bern, and then went missing during all the destruction a few days ago. You're worried about him. He hasn't contacted anyone, and your mom is worried sick. Got it? He nodded, slowly. Brother, school at Yale, vacation, Bern, missing, mom worried sick. Okay, got it. His face looked far more worried than his tone implied.
Good. You got this, son. Steady voice, sound concerned, but don't overact it, okay? This is covert ops, not high school drama class.
Okay, I'm ready. Jasper keyed a few things into the comm and searched through a few channels before finding the right one. Here we go. Danny Proctor? This is your buddy Jasper. Look, you know my brother, right? He's a student at Yale. He went on summer break last week, and, well, I haven't heard from him. He said he was vacationing in Europe, was planning to go to Bern at some point, but, well, now we haven't heard from him. Is there a chance you know where he is? My mom is frantic, given what happened to Bern and the battle and everything. Anyway, get back to me right away if you know anything. Got my old man here, and he's missing his cancer treatment to help me look, and I want to get him home right away. You know how he is. Jasper out. Granger held a hand to his face.
You had one job.
Jasper's face was... I choked there at the end. He shook his head and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
It's probably fine. Just leave the improvising to me, okay?
Okay. Jasper took hold of the flight controls again and dialed in a few commands. I'm going to put us into high orbit. That way we can make a quick getaway if we need to.
No, that's suspicious. Take us down. Low orbit. That'll make it faster to actually get to QWERTY's location when we find him.
Jasper nodded. He may have been easily flustered, but his handling of the Corvette was solid. Granger looked out the viewport to his right and watched as they descended further into the gravity well of Earth, the thin blue line of atmosphere backlit by the quickly rising sun. Up ahead, near Yarborough Station, he could just make out a jumble of huge ships, what he supposed were the portion of the Findiri fleet stationed at Earth.
Should I alter course? We're going to go right underneath them. Negative. Again, too suspicious. We have nothing to hide, right?
Right. The dashboard monitor lit up and Danny's face appeared. He was outside, standing in front of what looked like a few rows of... Were those gravestones? Danny here. What's up, Jasper? Granger ducked down to make sure he wouldn't appear in the video transmission, and Jasper flipped the camera on.
Oh, hey, Danny. Good to see you again. Been a while, right?
It had been exactly 2 days since they met. Granger shook his head and furiously mouthed,
Leave the improvising to me.
Sure has. So, about your brother, I have good news and bad news.
Okay,
said Jasper.
Hit me.
The good news is that your brother never actually went to Bern, cut his vacation short when the Findiri showed up. Jasper made a fairly good show of looking relieved.
Oh, thank God. Mom's going to be thrilled.
And the bad news? Danny smirked. The bad news is that they canceled the rest of summer break and classes are back in session, and the rest of his trip was non-refundable. Not only that, but some of his new professors really have it in for him. Probably going to start sending their TAs after him any time now. He's been holed up in the library studying, but now it seems like not even that's enough, and he's got to urgently find a new place to study. That's what he told me, at least. Seemed kind of bummed.
Can't imagine why, said Jasper. Well, that's a relief. Hey, thanks, Danny. And don't be a stranger. Let's connect when you're back in town.
Absolutely, man.
Hey, you brought your dad? Are you crazy? I thought pausing stage 4 cancer treatment was a big no-no.
Granger wanted to groan. Jasper only shrugged.
He's the crazy one, not me. Should have stayed home with Mom. Parents, what are you going to do?
He had to hand it to Jasper. His acting, the phrasing, the tone, everything was perfectly natural, like he actually believed the words. Maybe some improv covert ops really wasn't his future. Still, the extra information made him nervous.
What indeed? Okay, man, I'll talk to you later. Danny out.
The transmission ended, and Granger breathed out a huge sigh.
Well, that went only slightly better than expected. Sorry.
He reached out and slapped Jasper's shoulder.
No, kid, you did real good. Just leave the improvising to you. Yeah, I know. Sounds like QWERTY is in trouble. He's still at Yale, holed up in the library. But I think Danny was trying to suggest that he needed to get out of there right away. All that stuff about new professors sending their TAs after him.
Code for Findiri sending soldiers? Granger shrugged.
Probably. He might be in imminent danger. Let's get there ASAP.
Jasper nodded.
I'll punch in a course to New Haven. Hopefully we can be out of here within the hour.
Good.
Granger stood up and walked back to the lounge area, opened up the beverage unit and dialed in a coffee. Moments later, a cup dropped into the slot and slowly filled with a fresh drip.
Want any?
Jasper was silent.
Jasper?
Sorry, it's just that a few seconds after we changed course to Connecticut, one of the smaller Findiri ships and 2 fighters peeled off from their main fleet at Yarborough Station.
He left the coffee where it was and returned to the cockpit.
Are they on an intercept course?
Not exactly, no. I mean, they're headed in the general direction of where we're going. Could be a coincidence.
Granger sat back down.
There are no coincidences, kid. Buckle up. This is going to be a hot extraction.
Chapter 10. Sol System, Earth, Freehold, New Jersey, East Coast Correctional Institute.
Adjutant, the prison warden confirms. The current prison population is sufficient for 3 days of the director's plan to compel the traitor to comply.
The sub-adjutant lowered his head slightly in the customary act of completion of an order. Adjutant Varus, upon learning earlier in the morning of Director Talus's plan to capture Granger, had nearly flown into a rage. It wasn't that the plan wasn't an effective one. It's that it was to the wrong end.
Good. See that they're transported to the UE Executive Office Tower. I obey, Adjutant.
His sub-adjutant Nubo started to leave the shuttle, but paused at the hatch.
I hear word from other ships that many think as you do. They think this because they are Findiri. But Director Talus's will is firm.
The anger was building within him at the mention of the name. That being should never have taken the leadership of his people upon himself. That so many adjutants sided with him was befuddling.
It is. He thinks finding Granger is the key to success. And you still think we should be hunting the swarm ship that recently arrived? It is our destiny, Sub-Adjutant Nubo. What will finding Granger do for us? Supposedly allow us to reset the genetic codes in the corporeal chambers? That was a worthy goal, up until the point we learned of the continued existence of the swarm. Now it is a distraction. I agree, Adjutant, as do many others. Good. Deliver the message to the warden and then return quickly. Our quarry at New Haven is waiting.
The sub-adjutant left the shuttle again and returned within minutes.
The warden will comply. The first shipment of prisoners will arrive at the Executive Office Tower within 2 hours.
Varus looked at the shuttle pilot, a diminutive human with unkempt facial hair. He'd never seen facial hair before. It was a trait the Findiri lacked, and he was grateful.
Take us to New Haven, Yale University.
You're the boss.
The pilot punched some commands into the console and lifted the shuttle into the air.
Say, just wondering here. I'm happy to help and all, but do you think IZF is going to pay me? Can you arrange that?
Varus blinked twice and struggled to understand the meaning.
Pay?
Yeah. You see, private drivers and pilots like myself typically get money for our service.
Money?
Yeah, money.
Varus turned to his executive assistant.
Inquire about this pay when we return. If this is true, then arrange for the money to be transferred to the human. Yes, Adjutant. Pilot, what quantity of this money do you require?
The pilot stumbled for words.
Well, now that I think about it, 100,000?
Nubo, 100,000 units of this money.
The pilot made a strange expression with his face. A jubilant smile?
Thank you. If you ever need my services in the future, I'm at your disposal. Like, seriously, I'll drop everything I'm doing.
Noted, pilot. Fly on.
The shuttle sped along, barely getting above the highest clouds before descending again. He saw the coastline of the area called Connecticut, and assumed they were angling to land at the university's landing pad.
Damn it. The spot's already taken, Mr. Varys,
said the pilot.
Taken? By what? Surely a landing pad can accommodate more than one shuttle.
The pilot pointed out the viewport.
That's no shuttle there, that's a Corvette, taking up all 4 landing spots.
What is its designation?
The human squinted at his computer console.
Transponder says it's called the Legend, registered out of St. Martin.
Varys shook his head.
Very well. Land us in the courtyard.
He turned to Nubo.
Has the elite strike force arrived yet?
The sub-adjutant glanced at his heads-up display on his wrist.
In 2 minutes, adjutant. When they arrive, instruct them to apprehend the conspirator at once. Target was in the library, but that may have changed in the past half hour. Yes, adjutant. And ready your own energy weapons. If there's something I've learned about humans in the past 3 days, it's that they're full of surprises.
Chapter 11. Kiev Sector. Belarus. High Orbit. ISS Defiance. Bridge.
Commander Rice, I want a detailed scan of what's left of that ship. Everything. Visible, IR, microwave, UV, gamma, neutron, metaspace, the works. I want to know what it's made out of, where it was made, when, who piloted it, and what gum they were chewing when they died.
Commander Civic was about to sit down in the captain's chair when he noticed Sepulveda still there. Instead, he went over to the XO station to stand by Rice.
Aye, sir.
Rice entered in some commands and pointed to the lieutenant at Tactical. You heard the man. I'll handle metaspace, you handle the rest.
Yes, sir,
he replied. Rice got to work on the scans, but as he did so, he eyed Civic.
You know, this could take a while. The analysis, at least.
Might be easier if we could just go over there. The problem is the Defiance is meant to run on just a handful of crew. We can't exactly spare anyone. Civic's eyes lit up. We can spare me. He started to walk toward the exit, but then stopped and glanced back at Rice. Aren't you going to say something? Rice looked up in surprise.
Excuse me?
The ship's commander is about to break an IDF regulation. Ranking officers not going into danger zones when junior officers would do in a pinch. Rice shrugged.
Well, we're not exactly IDF anymore now, are we?
Besides, he returned to his work.
I knew exactly what you'd say anyway.
Oh? Something along the lines of shove it? He was starting to really like Tim Rice, not just tolerate him. He turned back to the exit. Smart man. I'll be back in a jiffy. The Defiance was such a small ship that the walk to the shuttle bay only took 2 minutes. His fighter was there, along with the ship's small shuttle. He was tempted to suit up and take the fighter, itching for a firefight. Come on, batshit, that's not why you're here. Instead, he donned one of the vacuum suits in the shuttle bay's locker and boarded the much smaller but much more practical shuttle. Okay, Bridge, I'm heading over. Keep an eye out for me. You never know when the Separatists could return. Or, for that matter, the Swarm. Sepulveda's voice came over the speaker as he revved up the engine.
Or, more likely, the Findiri.
Know something I don't, Mr. President? He eased the shuttle out of the bay and floated out into the sea of stars, the planet's blue ocean far below.
Well, if I were still president, I'd be sending a delegation as fast as I could to both assess the situation and to offer help and try to strengthen diplomatic ties. Win friends and influence people and all that. Be seen offering help, curry influence with the powers that be on the surface. As we can see by the debris all around us, Belarus is contested, to say the least. Expect the Findiri UERC. Hell, even the Chinese might show up.
The former president was an incompetent boob. But at least he was a politically savvy, incompetent boob. Copy that. I'll hurry. Before long, he had sidled up to the destroyed starship, pulling even with one of the exposed decks near what he hoped was the bridge. He extended the shuttle's emergency docking arm and latched onto the deck plate, which would at least keep the shuttle locked into place as he boarded the ship and looked for clues. A few bloated bodies floated nearby as he made his way down the partly exposed corridor. There was no artificial gravity, so the magnetic boots of his vacuum suit clunked along the deck, making the process slower than it would have been. Okay, I think I lucked out. The bridge is just ahead, if I remember my Russian. Ahead of him, the Russian word for bridge was printed on the wall next to heavy double doors. He could read it because right below in the same font was the word bridge. I think this crew was bilingual. That is, I think they had both Russian speakers and English speakers on board. That's odd, said Rice. Never heard of such a thing. Well, a separatist militia might attract all types, I guess. And I can imagine the reason there's so much political unrest on Belarus is because it's a mixed population where some might have ties to UE worlds and some to RC worlds. Anyway, he paused and opened the panel next to the doors to expose the manual override. I'm going in. He glanced down at his handheld sensor. No atmosphere behind the doors, so I assume everyone there is dead too. He pulled the manual override lever and engaged the emergency hydraulics to open the doors. They slid open halfway, then got stuck. Close enough, he muttered and squeezed through. The bridge was a graveyard of bloated corpses, some with their eyes still open. The surface capillaries burst to give them all a demonic red coloring. He made his way to the command station and gingerly pushed the captain out of the way. The body floated to the wall and bounced off, thankfully, in another direction. Okay, I'm in their system. Still on and functional, thankfully. Looking through some menus. He glanced through some files, trying to find the ones concerning the ship's registry. Here it is. This is the MS Harvest. The MS stands for Motherland ship, apparently. Folksy, aren't they? Who made it? Asked Sepulveda through his earpiece. Looking. Okay, interesting. That's why the ship's systems are so familiar in spite of the exterior design and styling. It was made by Shovik Orion, the contractor that makes the bulk of IDF's fleet.
Well, I'll be damned, said Sepulveda. How recently?
He scanned through the registration information. Wow, just last year. This ship is brand spanking new. He glanced up and thought. So, Shovik Orion is outfitting a separatist militia as well as United Earth and the Russian Confederation? Playing all sides, I guess.
Playing all sides in a war is great for business, said Sepulveda. Which means that someone at Shovik Orion probably has some answers for me. If they weren't responsible for the kidnapping attempt a few days ago, then they'll at least know who is.
Sounds reasonable. Hang on, I'm going to look at the crew manifest. We can cross-reference it with the database on the Defiance and see if anything sticks out to you. He pulled up the files and scanned through it after sending it to his handheld device and relaying it over to the Defiance. He noticed a name halfway down the list. Whoa. What? Said Sepulveda and Rice simultaneously. Commander Rice, is the Independence still in the system? No, he said. They left over an hour ago. Shit. Send a metaspace message to Admiral Proctor immediately. He shook his head, still not believing it. Begin message as follows. Admiral Proctor, Pyotr Petrovich is not an officer of the Belarus Defense Fleet. He's an intelligence operative in the Sons of the Motherland. He paused, reading through the description of the man's rank and status. He's assigned to something called Special Projects. Admiral, I think you may be in danger. Chapter 12. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit. ISS Independence, Bridge.
I'll be hunting Swarm.
She'd sounded so cocksure and confident. She'd wanted Sepulveda to see her swagger, and maybe, just maybe, it would pull him out of his self-pitying funk and inspire him to go and do likewise. Instead, she felt like a blindfolded deaf person trying to find her way out of an old-fashioned escape room. She felt there were clues all about her, but couldn't see them, couldn't recognize them. Hunt the swarm? Where? How?
Do you know where they are?
She reached inward to her companion. The bridge around her was a quiet hum of activity as they prepared to Q-jump to their destination. The problem was, she had no idea what their destination was.
No, they are an enigma to us, like no swarm we have encountered before. Explain. They come from the distant future, almost incomprehensibly distant. And why now? Why did they come here? Out of all the possible times to come in the entire history of the universe, they chose now. Why? We don't know. All we know is that they come from a time approaching the heat death of our universe.
She sighed and shook her head.
What is that? Trillions of years? More? Why come back right now, to this specific place and time? If you can tell me where they came from, can't you tell me where they are? We are not miracle workers, Shelby. When they entered our universe in the seconds before Britannia's death, it was but a whisper. We hardly noticed. As they've spent more time here, we've learned to feel them more directly, for they, like all swarm, were at one point tied into the great ligature, and therefore appear to us as echoes. Metaspace shadows. Determine their location? No. Divine general intent? Yes. They are not here to make friends. They mean to finally attain their goal. Which is? We don't know.
Ma'am? Engineering reports the Q-drive is ready.
Ensign Pistachio had turned toward her.
The trans-Q-jump engines are basically down permanently until we can take her in for a thorough repair at Wellington shipyards, but we've got Q-jump ability again. For now,
he added.
Thank you, Mr. Pistachio. I'll inform you shortly as to our destination.
He nodded and started to turn back to his console, then paused. Before he could even say anything, she added,
And no, I don't believe there's anything you can do in engineering to help things along. Just do your job, please.
He blinked a few times.
Oh, understood, ma'am.
His slightly redder than usual face indicated that maybe she'd pushed back too hard this time. But an embarrassed ensign was the least of her worries right now.
Right. Well, if the swarm have come here now at this time and place, out of all possible times and places, let's start with what we know. Would they go to Earth? Why? What's there that could help them that they could only get right now? The Findiri are there, and they've got some fairly advanced tech. But then, why not go back to when Tim gave them that tech? What are we missing?
She'd murmured the words, but several bridge officers were nervously glancing at her out of the corner of their eyes.
They feel like something is about to happen, something new, something they've never seen before and think will help them in their goal. But you don't know what it is, got it? Neither do they. That makes no sense. Neither does the universe. Touché. You rush to face them, Shelby, but what do you think you will do to them when you find them? Your small, damaged ship against theirs? Anything is better than twiddling our thumbs waiting for them to strike. Come on, give me something, anything to work with. What's your best guess?
She was putting a hell of a lot of trust in the Valerisi. Half of IDF was out looking for the Independence, and she was letting a race of liquid metaspace beings that she'd nearly annihilated 30 years ago determine her next moves.
Penumbra.
The black hole that Granger fell into?
Why? It's how they originally entered our universe. It's where most of their race died. It's where Granger embarked upon his historic destiny. It is a point of many intersecting threads. No location in the history of the universe has had more of an impact upon its future.
Good enough for her.
Ensign Pistachio, calculate a course to the Penumbra system.
Every eyeball on the bridge focused on her. Commander Erda, her XO, was coming as close to scowling as she'd ever seen. Ma'am, did we hear you correctly, Penumbra?
You heard correctly, Commander. Ensign,
Pistachio returned his gaze to his console, and after a few seconds of momentary confusion, started entering in commands. A few moments later,
16 Q-jumps, ma'am. About 4 hours. Thank you, Ensign. Engage when you're ready.
She stood up and retreated to the exit.
I'll be in sick bay interviewing our guest. Erda, you have the bridge.
When she arrived at sickbay a few minutes later, she walked in on a room that was still half full of wounded from the devastating battles they'd recently waged at Paradiso and Earth. By now, most were on the mend. She scanned the rows of beds for her target. He was gone.
Nurse Suzuki,
she said to the woman at the bedside of the nearest patient, removing some dry, bloody gauze from the man's back.
Where did he go? Who? God damn it, you know who. Petrovich.
Suzuki nodded.
Ah, yes. He improved remarkably fast. I just released him half an hour ago. Assigned him some quarters nearby where I can still check in on him every few hours for the next day or so. Was about to call up to the bridge to let you know, but... you know.
She swept a hand across sickbay, indicating the mass of patients she still had.
Battles are a bitch.
Proctor breathed deep and wanted to berate her, but it would be pointless.
Thank you, Nurse Suzuki. Please be more timely in the future with critical updates. I am,
she said, still gingerly removing the gauze.
Room 1611, just around the corner, ma'am.
Proctor left sickbay and made for Petrovich's temporary quarters. She pressed the chime on the door panel and waited. After a few moments, she pressed it again. The third time, the door opened just as she pressed the button.
Ah, Mr. Petrovich, I see you're well enough to talk. Do you have a moment?
He waved her in.
Of course, Admiral Proctor, please come.
The quarters were small, as most guest rooms were, consisting of just a bed, a wardrobe, a sink, a rectangular desk built into the wall with 2 chairs on either side, and a small bathroom. She sat down in one of the seats and indicated that he take the other.
First of all, may I just say what an honor it is to have the companion to the hero.
She cut him off abruptly. There was just no patience today for hero worship.
Save the pleasantries, please. I'm quite busy. My deepest apologies, Admiral. First of all, tell me about the Sons of the Motherland. That group is new to me.
He nodded.
New to most, Admiral. They formed last year out of the wreckage of a few other separatist groups that were far less organized. Better funding, too. When the swarm returned a few months ago and began their attacks, they were poised to step in and take advantage of the chaos. It wasn't heavily advertised, but the RC sustained some heavy damage on several worlds. And with the arrival of the Findiri and the loss of Earth, it was the perfect time for them to make their move. They'd been planning for months. They discreetly evacuated the capital of all their people so that when the time came, they could make their strike and decapitate the entire Belarus government in one stroke.
She absorbed the information, examining it from every angle she could think of in the context of the Findiri controlling Earth and the swarm having returned, again.
Interesting. You say they're well funded. By whom?
He stood up and took a step toward the sink, pressing a button on the panel next to it.
Tea?
She nodded. The beverage dispenser whirred to life with a few taps on the panel.
Honestly, no idea. I'm not exactly highly placed in the Belarus Defense Force, just a measly lieutenant commander pilot. But if you ask me...
He took the 2 cups that the unit had deposited on the tray and placed one before Proctor.
Shovik Orion. Why?
She took a sip of the steaming tea.
What possible motivation could Shovik Orion have? Multinational galactic corporations value stability above almost all else. Except for profits, right?
He smirked and took a sip of his own.
Fine, but nuking the capital city of Belarus? Don't they have a research lab in orbit? They do. One of their most important, if I follow the news closely enough. So, why endanger such a critical lab?
He shrugged again.
Beats me. I'm just a pilot, remember?
Half the tea remained, and she was already thinking about getting another cup. This one with a double shot of whatever artificial caffeine the unit dispensed.
So what makes you say Shovik Orion, then? Oh, several reasons in no particular order.
First, a divided, weakened Belarus that is cut off from the Russian Confederation means that Shovik Orion has free rein to do whatever the hell they want here, just like they do on Bolivar. If the RC keeps control, or if Belarus throws in with United Earth, then Shovik Orion loses what freedom they have here. It's no coincidence that it's a research lab here, and not just a regular old production facility. Lax laws mean far greater freedom in less savory types of research, if you follow.
Proctor coughed. It felt like a few drops of the tea had gone down the wrong way.
Okay, so they get to do freaky science experiments. Is that all? Is that worth nuking a city?
He smiled.
Depends on the research. Fine. What else?
She finished off her tea and coughed again. The itch in her throat was persistent.
Second,
He trailed off as if he'd forgotten or was searching for something to say.
Yes. Regardless of how this insurrection plays out, it's a win-win for them. If the RC reasserts control, Shovik Orion is their main military contractor and will undoubtedly also step in and help out with relief efforts, ingratiating them with the local government, the RC, yada. And if UE gets to step in the same, they're the main contractor and will likely write some pretty big checks to help out with relief and get massive UE tax breaks as a result, along with goodwill in the Senate. God knows they could use it after that disaster with Admiral Mullins as the CEO of Shovik Orion, essentially declaring himself king of Bolivar. Look how that turned out.
That turned out with Mullins trying several times to have her killed, and siding with an insane swarm-controlled prophet that nearly hijacked the Galactic People's Congress and paved the way for the swarm to eventually destroy Britannia. But it seemed like he was stalling. He talked slow, and he added asides and tangents, and this reason didn't seem particularly compelling. She coughed again. This time the itch just got worse and worse.
Okay. Quickly, please. I'm needed on the bridge. What else?
He laughed. It sounded strange.
The third reason, the most important, got you to waste enough time to let the poison do its job.
The smirk on his face was the most infuriating part. Aside from the feeling of her throat closing up and her vision blurring, she tried to stand, but couldn't.
Congratulations, companion to the hero of Earth.
He said the words mockingly.
You've reached the point in the conversation where I get to take the mask off and it won't matter. I wasn't lying. I'm just a lowly lieutenant commander in the Belarus Defense Fleet. I also work for the intelligence arm of the Sons of the Motherland.
She couldn't move, but she could still speak in between coughs.
That's it? Your organization sent you to kill me? And what for? You weren't lying at all. The reasons you gave.
He chuckled. Well, I fudged a little on the second one. She tried again to get up, but only succeeded in falling on the floor.
The first one, though. Sure. I assume that's what they're up to. I don't care. Doesn't affect me. I'm just here for the cash. You know how much we were paid for this? For both you and Sepulveda?
He laughed again.
It'll fund our operations for years to come. Who?
She managed to force the word out.
Shovik Orion?
He shrugged. Yes and no. They have influence there for sure. The door opened, and she heard a voice.
Step away. Now. I won't ask again.
Petrovich reached around behind his back, and she heard a loud bang. From her vantage point on the floor, before her vision got too blurred, she saw the wall behind him sprayed with blood. He fell to the floor and didn't move. She struggled to keep her eyes open. She was too tired to cough anymore.
Sick bay! Medical emergency!
She recognized Ensign Simpono's voice, thank God. She felt her touch her neck, and bring her face close to hers to draw in a deep breath through her nostrils.
And bring antidote for Radix 39. Hurry! You've got literal seconds here.
Chapter 13. Soul Sector, Earth. Arlington National Cemetery.
He should be in this section,
said Lou, studying the tombstones as they walked down the path.
Everyone that died on the Constitution is here.
Danny read off the names in his head as they passed by, wondering if there was any type of order to them. Question. Did they recover all the bodies? I mean, space battles can be chaotic. Some get sucked out into space. Some get kinda incinerated. Lou shrugged.
I think they place a headstone here regardless of whether there's a body or not.
So this might be pointless, is what you're saying?
But they did recover Hawes's body. Both Granger and Proctor told us that.
But think about it. What did we learn in school? Every kid knows the story. Denny paused to pull out his handheld datapad and searched through the database for the right video. Here we go, look. Hawes was already dead by the time the battle over Earth even started. His body was in sickbay. Then, watch. He played the video, most likely captured by a nearby starship as the ISS Constitution was making its last stand over Earth during Swarm War II. It exchanged intense volleys of weapons fire with a swarm ship, but nearby loomed a growing artificial singularity that the enemy was about to launch at a city below. And, in a desperate attempt to save the city, Granger piloted the dying Constitution toward the singularity. The ship disappeared in a flash, taking the singularity with it. It disappeared for 10 seconds, during which it stayed at the secret Russian station for nearly 3 days, where they pumped him full of the swarm juice, which cured his cancer, and then after shenanigans involving time travel and multiple Grangers, he pilots the Constitution back into the singularity's other end and reappears over Earth, careens through the atmosphere, and somehow my aunt boarded the thing as it fell and managed to pilot it into a crash landing in downtown Salt Lake City.
And the rest of the bodies? Hawes?
Said Lou. Well, we assume they were all still there, and when it crash landed, the bodies were all collected and buried.
We assume,
she repeated, looking at him questioningly. Okay, now that you put it that way, sure, it's not 100%, but what else could have happened? She shrugged.
We've seen a lot of shit the past few months. Hell, you died.
Touché.
If you're so sure he's here, then why are we here?
Said Fiona. They continued walking down the road of headstones until he came to one that caught his eye. That's the one.
Abraham Hawes,
said Lou.
Let's get this over with.
She pulled out her handheld scanner and switched over to the subterranean package. Kneeling down, she waved the scanner back and forth over the grass, pausing every now and then to adjust the sensitivity.
Detecting a large rectangular box,
she began.
And inside are the remains of a human. Sex is male. Adjusting sensitivity now to lock in on a DNA signal.
Danny bit his lower lip. So much was riding on this measurement. If the grave had been empty, or if the body inside turned out to be someone else, then they were faced with the very real possibility that Abraham Hawes, Timothy Granger's former executive officer, was actually a Quiasi, and that he had not, in fact, died, but had managed to escape the destruction and find his way back to Findiri space, where he somehow took the reins of power and pointed their war machine at Earth.
Analyzing the DNA now,
said Fiona. Her brow crunched up.
Well, I've got good news and bad news.
His stomach clenched. Okay, good news first.
Abraham Hawes is most definitely dead, and that means Director Talus is lying.
Fiona shook her head and waved the scanner back and forth again over the grass. Okay, if that's the good news, do I want to hear the bad news?
The bad news is that, assuming the degradation rate of the DNA hasn't been influenced by something unnatural, Abraham Hawes did not die at the Battle of Earth 31 years ago,
Fiona began. She shook her head again in disbelief.
He died 3 months later.
Chapter 14. Soul System, Earth, New Haven, Connecticut, Vestige Corvette Legend. Their hot extraction went surprisingly smooth for the first 10 minutes. Granger almost dared to think that the Findiri ships shadowing them on the way down to the surface were really just there by coincidence. They ended up peeling off toward New York City halfway down the gravity well from low orbit. They'd landed at Yale's only landing pad, taking up every single slot due to the Corvette's sheer size. Luckily, it was near the libraries. Jasper had pulled up a campus map and scrolled through the list and shrugged. Which one? Granger glanced at the list.
Baneki Rare Book and Manuscript? That sounds promising.
They bolted from the landing pad and ran across a quad lined with buildings.
That's the one,
said Jasper, pointing to an ancient-looking edifice.
Let's just hope he's all packed. I got the impression that Danny had been in contact with him.
It was evening, and the summer sun had fallen low in the western sky. A few small groups of students were scattered around the quad, and a few of the nearby ones gawked at him.
It's Granger,
said one of the kids in the closest group.
Holy shit, it's actually Granger!
He stopped, and seeing the kids sprawled carefree on the grass, he suddenly realized that this was possibly going to be one of the least safe places on Earth very soon. The kid who'd yelled his name approached, wide-eyed and starstruck. Granger went up to him and grabbed his shoulders.
Son, what's your name? Cole. Cole, I need you to do something for me. This whole area is about to be overrun by Findiri soldiers. None of you are safe. I need you to get everyone out of this area now. Can you do that for me?
Cole looked shell-shocked, but to his credit, he managed a reply.
Yeah, I can do that, I think. Good. Godspeed, Cole. And when you've warned them all, get the hell out yourself. Don't be a martyr.
With that, he took off at a jog toward the library, Jasper by his side, leaving the wide-eyed student behind. A few seconds later, he heard the kid yell,
We've got to get out of here now! Granger said Findiri soldiers are coming! Move, people! Your fan club is alive and well, said Jasper. Shut up.
For a 68-odd-year-old body, he felt surprisingly spry. Normally, back in the day, a few billion years ago, his knees would be screaming at him by now. They burst through the front doors, scanned the signs, and dashed across to the Rare Collections office. It was empty. In fact, the entire building seemed to be empty. Jasper pointed to some bags and books still scattered across a nearby study nook, as if someone left in a hurry.
Looks like whoever is in charge here had the foresight to evacuate the place, which means they know that danger is incoming too. Maybe Danny managed to warn them? Which also means we're probably not going to find QWERTY just hanging out in one of the offices up here.
Jasper looked all around the vast space of the first floor.
Maybe there's some, I don't know, blast shelter or secret tunnels or something?
Granger cocked his head.
Secret tunnels in a Yale library? I don't know, just brainstorming. Brainstorm on your own time. At this point, we can risk a call to QWERTY. If the Findiri are incoming anyway, we've got little to lose if we're tracked.
He grabbed his handheld out of his pocket and keyed in the channel for QWERTY's IDF comm device.
Commander QWERTY, this is the Bricklayer. You copy?
Damn it. He swore he'd never used that nickname himself. But much better than the Hero of Earth, he supposed.
Copy, sir. This is QWERTY. What can I do you for? I hear you need a ride home, Commander. Need a lift? Couldn't have come at a better time, sir. Where are you?
He glanced at his handheld screen.
I can't seem to triangulate a position for you. That's because the library director here was kind enough to show me some kind of funky secret tunnel they got underground. Probably high metal content in the soil preventing triangulation.
Jasper pointed at him.
Ha! Am I allowed to say I told you?
He mimicked the finger, pointing back at the kid.
No, you are not.
Then back to the handheld.
Roger that, Commander. What's the best way there?
They'd paused by the front desk in the Rare Collections office, and he glanced out into the main library area.
Just take the lift, that's what the director says, all the way down to B3. Then out of the lift, down the hallway, and we'll meet you at the last door on the left.
Some movement out near the front entrance caught his eye. He shifted his body so he was hidden behind the door frame, but peeked out through the crack between the door and frame.
Damn it, they're here.
He slowly pushed the door shut, then locked it. Jasper was peeking through the bottom of a window that looked out into the main library.
Our way to the lift is cut off. Commander, that's a negative on the lift. We're stuck in the rare collections office. Any other ideas?
Hang on. Okay, the director says just use the stairs. There's a secondary staircase that's accessible through the rear of that office. 4 levels, then you're here.
Right.
He motioned Jasper to follow him, and crouching as low as he could, retreated to the rear of the office, and down the narrow hallway they found there. At the end, thankfully, was a door marked stairs. Just as the door closed behind them, he heard a loud crash coming from the office.
Move,
yelled Granger.
They kicked down the door, they know we're here.
He somehow managed to take the stairs 2 at a time, silently thanking his previous immortal Jesus Granger self that he'd made himself a body that, in spite of its age, was remarkably well put together. Jasper was just a step behind him, pausing every floor to swing his arm back up the stairs and point with the...
Is that a gun? Where the hell were you hiding that?
It was very small, just slightly bigger than his hand. Jasper nodded.
Down my pants, don't ask. Don't tell.
He resumed his mad dash down the stairwell, and by the time they reached B2, he heard another loud crash from above.
They kicked in the stairwell door,
said Jasper, breathing heavily.
1 more floor,
he replied, grabbing onto both handrails as he quickened his pace. QWERTY was at the bottom, holding the door open.
Captain, so glad to see you. Hope you didn't bring your friends. I did. We've got to move, Commander. Bar the door if you can.
QWERTY slammed the door shut behind them and looked around the hallway for something to drag in front of it.
Director Peck, he called. Can we bar the door?
From the next doorway down, another man emerged, dragging a desk. Jasper ran to help, and within seconds they'd managed to shove it up against the door.
That's not going to slow them down much,
said Granger. He turned to the director.
We need another way out of here.
The director pointed at the last door on the left down the hallway.
Tunnel. There's a security door we can latch shut. Won't stop them forever, but might slow them down. Where does it lead?
Several exits, replied the director.
Goes all the way to the admin building on the other side of campus. We just need the one closest to the landing pad nearby.
The director nodded.
Then follow me. Mr. QWERTY, don't forget your bag.
QWERTY's eyebrows nearly jumped off his forehead.
Good Lord. One high-stakes chase and my brain is gone.
He ran back to the room they'd pulled the desk from and came back with a large suitcase. The director ran down the hallway, the rest of them trailing. Before Granger followed him through the door, he was almost knocked off his feet by the shock wave of an explosion from the other end of the hallway. The desk flew backward and seemed to explode in a fireball.
Shit, they've got their energy weapons! Move!
Yelled Granger. He'd seen what they could do when he was running through Arlington National Cemetery. Jasper shut the door behind them, and they all ran down one more staircase and through another door, this one looking far more sturdy than the others. Made of metal, it had a huge latch on the other side that swiveled into place across the door.
And now it's a sprint, gentlemen,
said the director, waving them forward.
And this is where I bid you farewell. No, you're coming with us, move it,
said Granger, motioning down the dimly lit tunnel.
It's too far to run before they can blast through this door, and you're wasting time arguing. I'll stay behind and try to convince them you went another way, or at least slow them down somehow, give you a few extra seconds. Now move!
The diminutive, mousy man had a presence to him when he wanted it. Granger nodded once.
Thank you, Director. It's been an honor.
The sprint down the long tunnel went surprisingly quickly, but he soon realized that they'd just come to a T. A sign pointing left listed off several academic buildings on campus. A sign pointing right said simply, President Fred Quimby Quad.
The old bastard got a college quad named after him, said Granger,
motioning them down the short hallway that ended in stairs.
Stay in school, kids, and you too may become president of United Earth and get a college campus quad named after you.
Another explosion from the direction they'd come indicated they'd broken through the middle door. And a short scream indicated that Director Peck's attempt to slow them down was unsuccessful. They dashed up the stairs, unlocked the latch holding a similar middle door shut, sprang up the stairs beyond that, turned, and ran up another flight. At the top, another metal door, and through that... Intense daylight nearly blinded Granger as his eyes adjusted from the dim tunnel to the evening sunset.
"There's the landing pad. Move!"
Granger pointed to the left of the little building they'd exited, apparently a storage shed that doubled as an entrance to the tunnel system. They ran across the grassy quad, Granger scanning left and right for either Findiri soldiers or students to warn. Thankfully, there were neither. Cole had done his job well. On the other side of their Corvette, in another grassy area, sat two more ships, a shuttle and what looked like a Findiri dropship. Two armored Findiri soldiers stood guard near the lowered hatch.
"Damn it,"
said Granger, still jogging toward the Corvette. The soldiers would see them any second from now.
"Give me the gun, kid."
Jasper looked at him in shock.
"What? Give it to me, and you two get yourselves in the ship as fast as you can. I'll cover for you."
"You're insane. You're the most important person in the galaxy right now, the person we have to keep from getting into Findiri hands at all costs, and you want to be the one to cover us?"
Granger snatched the gun out of his reluctantly offered hand.
"Exactly. And there's not a kitten's chance in a dog pound that they'll kill me, which will give you two the chance to get on board, lift off, swing around, and pick me up. Got it?"
He didn't even wait for a reply. Pivoting, he sprinted to his left, out of the cover of the Corvette and into full view of the Findiri soldiers, and then turned and sprinted straight toward them. His arm leveled up and he began firing as fast as his finger could pull the trigger. The Findiri soldiers swung their energy weapons around, and for a brief moment, Granger thought he was mistaken, and that he'd soon find a few holes punched in his chest. But one of them held a hand up to his visor, and then grabbed the barrel of the other's weapon to keep him from firing.
"Good little minions. Now just stay focused on me."
He left, firing, and predictably the rounds just bounced off the Findiri armor. That didn't stop them from dashing for cover behind their dropship. One of them crouched and angled his gun around the corner, then fired off a few beams of energy that struck the ground nearby. The ground exploded where the beams struck, and Granger had to cover his eyes and was nearly thrown off his feet.
"Now, don't you play dirty,"
he mumbled, and continued firing at the two soldiers taking cover. A high-pitched whine coming from behind him, followed by a roar, told him that Jasper had managed to start the engines. Soon he could feel the blast of air rush around him as the Corvette soared into the sky. He risked a glance upward.
"Damn it,"
he said. In the air above, at least a dozen craft were descending. Some Findiri fighters, some dropships, and mixed in with the enemy ships were a handful of IDF fighters as well. He stopped his sprint and started jogging the other way, his lungs about ready to explode.
"Run to that clearing to your right, and we'll come low enough you can jump onto the lowered hatch,"
said Jasper, his voice sounding out from his handset in his pocket.
"Look up, kid, we've got more company."
The Corvette circled around, easily absorbing the energy blasts from the two Findiri soldiers, and lowered close enough to the ground nearby that Granger made a break for it, sprinting across the grass and jumping as high as he could. His feet landed, and someone reached out and grabbed his arm before he fell backward. "That's a fine high jump you got there, Captain," said QWERTY, who pulled him into the Corvette and slammed his fist on the hatch controls. Jasper yelled back from the cockpit.
"Captain, there's at least 20 fighters all around us. They're circling around, matching my every move. No way I'm getting us out of this."
Granger shook his head and entered the cockpit.
"We've got to try."
QWERTY sat down next to him.
"There's only one way out of this, sir, and unfortunately the south end of campus is going to pay for it. We've got to Q-jump us directly to orbit."
Jasper's face went white. He'd clearly never performed an atmospheric Q-jump, which wasn't all that surprising, given their extreme level of risk and the massive destruction they caused nearby matter. He remembered watching the video of Interstellar 2 and the swarm ship Q-jumping away from former President Avery's retirement home. The entire cliffside had exploded, taking a few swarm ships with it.
"I can't have more innocent people die on my account, Commander,"
said Granger, more quietly than he'd planned. Jasper looked back at him.
"You warned them. You had that kid get everyone out."
Granger shook his head again.
"There might still be some stragglers."
Jasper turned back around to the controls.
"Good thing this is not an IDF ship and you are not in charge, old man. Hang on."
Before Granger could say another word, Jasper had entered in the command and pressed the initiator button. A loud bang and a jolt that nearly threw Granger out of his seat immediately followed, after which an eerie calm settled over the cockpit. He glanced out the window and saw they'd appeared in high orbit over Earth.
That was incredibly reckless, son.
I learned from the best,
said Jasper. Granger wasn't entirely clear on what he meant, but they were not out of danger yet.
Show me a video of New Haven. Zoom in with the camera.
Jasper fiddled with the controls, and before long the monitor on the dashboard came to life, revealing a crater where the grassy quad had been, surrounded by ruined buildings. Thankfully, they were all still standing, but it looked like a large bomb had gone off.
Damn. I didn't know it would be that bad.
Granger reached forward and patted his shoulder.
You did good, kid. Something I might have done when I was young and reckless, too. Let's get out of here. Calculate Q jumps back to San Martin.
I'll add my thanks, mister.
QWERTY had extended a hand forward.
Goldmeyer, Jasper.
QWERTY shook his hand, but the mention of the name made Granger sit up straight and watch the kid. And Jasper noticed. His face turned red.
Oh my God.
It was impossible, right?
You're blushing, son. Makes me think you'd said something you wished you hadn't.
Jasper stuttered.
No, not at all.
You related to Rhea Goldmeyer by any chance?
Silence.
What is she to you? Great aunt or something?
More silence. Jasper's face turned a deeper red. He turned back to the dashboard and finished entering the calculations.
Jasper, who are you?
She died on Indira just a few months ago. Still hard to talk about it.
Can we change that? You told me in Bern she died during Swarm War II, 31 years ago.
Silence.
Your mother was Rhea Goldmeyer?
He nodded, silently.
And your father?
Jasper turned to look at him.
I never met him. Mom said he left even before I was born. Wasn't until later that she told me.
Told you what?
He breathed deep, stopping after a few false starts, like he was making a difficult, life-altering decision.
That my father disappeared into a black hole. But not to worry. He'd be back someday.
Chapter 15. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Sickbay. The first thing Proctor saw when she opened her eyes was the blurred face of Ensign Safira Sampono.
Ma'am?
Proctor attempted to clear her throat. It felt raw and tender, and slowly the memory of what happened returned.
5 seconds,
she slurred. Sampono looked at her in confusion.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What was that?
5 seconds. You couldn't wait 5 damn seconds?
Sampono was speechless.
Is he dead?
The ensign nodded.
I didn't have the luxury of time to aim for anything other than his center of mass.
God damn it, 5 seconds! He was about to tell me who was behind it all. Typical gloating bad guy speech, he just couldn't help himself.
She shifted in the sickbay bed and noticed all her joints were aching, but the pounding headache was dissipating, thankfully. Probably something Nurse Suzuki had given her. She tried to sit up in bed, but the room started spinning.
Did he give any hint of who it was before I shot him?
Said Sampono.
He's with Sons of the Motherland, the separatist group on Belarus. But they were paid. Someone connected to Shovik Orion, from what I gathered, but not from the corporation itself.
God damn it, a few more seconds was all I needed.
A few more seconds and you'd be dead, ma'am.
She nodded her reluctant agreement. From how her body felt, the ensign had found her none too soon.
What was it? Radix 39. Extremely fast acting. We were this close.
In fact, from what Suzuki told me, it's a straight-up miracle you survived. We didn't administer the antidote until several minutes past when it should have killed you. And how did you know? You were there in a hurry, it seemed.
Sempono shrugged.
You grow up on the streets of Barubanda Eche. You learn to trust your gut. I saw him through the window of sick bay when you went to him the first time. Saw his face. It just didn't look right. And him trying to grab at your wrist, acting like he wanted to shake your hand or something. Reminded me of the mob on Bali Prime. Sometimes they'd kill their competitors for the drug market by just a handshake. They'd have a tiny needle dipped in Radex coming out of their fingernail, and when they shake your hand, they stick you in the wrist. Death within minutes. I wasn't sure that was what he was doing, but it felt off enough that when you left the bridge a few minutes ago, I just had to follow you. Just to be sure.
Proctor chuckled a sigh of relief.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did.
She tried to sit up in the bed again and found that she could this time.
Where are we? Almost to Penumbra, ma'am. Send a metaspace message to Civic. Tell him what happened. As much as I want to solve the mystery of who wanted to kill me and kidnap Sepulveda, it still doesn't match the importance of finding the swarm ship and stopping it. Yes, ma'am. In fact, just a few minutes ago, a message came in from him, warning us about Petrovich. A little late, but A for effort, I suppose.
Sempono stood up to leave.
Anything else I should include? I assume I should pass along everything you said Petrovich told you. Did he say anything else that might help Civic?
Proctor closed her eyes and rubbed the bridge of her nose. She thought inward,
You were there? I'm sure you remember everything he said. We do. It might help Civic to know that Shovik Orion's main motive seems to be freedom at their research lab above Belarus, to be able to conduct whatever research they wish, away from the laws and prying eyes of either United Earth or the Russian Confederation. Right. Tell him Shovik Orion is probably conducting some secret research at that lab above Belarus, something they really don't want UE or the RC meddling in. Maybe he could check that out.
Sempono nodded.
Aye, ma'am.
She turned and left, leaving Proctor alone with her thoughts, her companion, and the dozens of other still wounded officers lying in the beds of sickbay.
Thank you, by the way. For what? I assume it was you. That poison should have killed me. I assume you had some hand in delaying its effects. I did. I could not have prevented death, but I was able to attenuate the poison's effect on your system, temporarily. Well, thank you. I'd like to say it was completely altruistic, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that it was mostly out of self-preservation. If you die, I die, eventually. What do you mean? Remember Ensign Decker, how he nearly died when Oppenheimer's goons forcibly removed his companion? When a Valerisi and their companion have formed a deep enough connection, over time, they become inseparable. They grow into one another to such an extent that it becomes difficult to tell where one ends and the other begins. If I were to be removed from you, we would both risk permanent incapacitation or even death. I see.
She made a mental note that it appeared she was stuck with her companion, should she ever want to be separated.
Good to know. Glad we trust one another, right? Trust is earned, and trust is lost.
What an odd thing to say, she thought.
But yes, I trust you,
it added. Her headache was gone, and her joints had stopped aching. She swiveled her legs out from the bed and put her feet on the floor and tested putting some weight on them.
Oh, no you don't. Admiral or no Admiral, you're mine for at least a day, ma'am.
Nurse Suzuki walked toward her from across sickbay. Proctor stood up. She half expected a wave of dizziness and vertigo, but to her surprise she felt fine.
Are you assisting in my recovery? Of course. You are nearly back to normal. Ma'am, please lay back down,
said the nurse.
I'm quite well. Go ahead, scan me, test me,
Proctor said, offering her arms for the nurse's handheld med scanner. Suzuki scowled, but she wasn't going to say no to an admiral. She waved her scanner over Proctor's arms, scowled some more, adjusted the settings, and waved the scanner back and forth again.
Well, if that isn't the most...
She trailed off.
May I leave, then?
Suzuki looked up, her face half full of amazement and half of fear.
All your neurotransmitters are completely back to normal, and somehow the tissue damage is healed. That's remarkable. I'll take that as a yes.
Proctor turned to leave.
Thank you, Nurse Suzuki. You are a miracle worker indeed. If we ever get to rejoin IDF, I'll put you up for a hefty raise.
Back on the bridge, she settled into the captain's chair.
Status, Ensign Pistachio. Just one more Q jump, ma'am. Shouldn't be long now. Good.
She turned to Commander Erda.
All hands to battle stations, just in case.
Erda nodded and began issuing commands to the tactical and ops crews.
10 seconds,
said Pistachio. Proctor counted them down in her head. At the end, she felt the tug at her stomach and watched the star field on the view screen shift. She could just barely make out the barest hint of the spatial distortion in the center of the view that hinted at the presence of the black hole.
Sensors, full sweep of the system, she said.
A moment later, Commander Erda announced, reading the presence of a large vessel in a very tight orbit around the penumbra black hole.
Swarm,
she said. Erda nodded. Looks like it.
Visual.
Sato, the officer at Tactical, entered a few commands, and the view screen zoomed in to reveal the same swarm ship she'd seen in the surveillance video from Britannia.
It's in an unstable orbit about 3 times the Schwarzschild radius. The altitude above the event horizon is steadily decaying. At this rate, they'll cross the event horizon in a little over an hour,
said Sato. Proctor stood up and walked toward the screen.
Now that's damn peculiar.
Erda shook his head. Makes no sense. We know that the Einstein-Rosen-Rao bridge collapsed. It's not a wormhole to their old universe anymore. They'll be crushed before they ever make it to the event horizon. Are they on a suicide run? Proctor stroked her chin.
No, not suicide.
Then what? The only way out of their orbit at this point is to Q-jump away, but even that will carry some risks, as we found out at the Battle of Penumbra.
They're early,
said Proctor. Erda glanced at her. What?
They came too early. When they followed Interstellar 2 through Avery's singularity, they didn't get to choose the time. And now...
She waved a hand up to the screen.
They're rectifying the error. They're time-traveling, the old-fashioned way, so to speak.
The rest of the bridge crew stared transfixed at the screen as the massive swarm ship orbited the now obvious spatial distortion. It didn't look like it was moving fast, but that was because time had slowed down for it.
So, from their perspective, we are moving fast,
said Sampono.
Exactly, said Proctor. They're traveling into the future at a rate of... Well, can't do that kind of math in my head, but I'd say several tens of times faster than ours, and eventually they'll reach what they deem is the correct time for whatever event they are here for, and...
In a flash, the swarm ship disappeared.
Q-jump away,
she finished. Chapter 16. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Valls, Bridge.
Captain, I finally tracked down Klologish.
Ensign Chiba shook her head.
He says he has, and I quote, only a few 3s of millisolar rotations available to speak to you, and after that he has to, figure out how to find an excuse to politely but firmly turn down our generous but insincere offer of aid.
Whitehorse blinked. She'd become somewhat accustomed to the Trit's blunt and tactless manner of speaking, but this one topped anything she'd heard yet.
Well, at least we know where he stands. Let's see if I can't convince him otherwise. Visual? I'm M,
said Chiba.
On screen.
At the front of the bridge, the giant view screen changed from the image of the Eru's giant rotating drum of a ship in low orbit over Chantana 3 to the diminutive leader of the Trits, first in importance from Clan Klologish. His real name took 20 seconds to say.
Leader Mayor, it delights me, Gingshagrek Kolog, and only slightly annoys me to have to speak to you again.
His tiny, vaguely reptilian nostrils flared, and he blinked incessantly. Whitehorse assumed the mannerisms matched his words to his mood.
Klologish, thank you for taking the time to speak to me. I know you're extremely busy evacuating your people off Chantana 3.
Gunza, Glosh, I am busier than an Itharan stomach, which has emptied itself straight into the third stomach and skipped the second entirely. Gingza Grek Talogsta.
She wondered how much of the translation was just missing and coming across as gibberish, and how much was simply a lack of cultural knowledge on her part. Likely both. She remembered the Itharans were essentially sport eaters, taking pride in their ability to down an entire table's worth of food in a single sitting. That, and their sheer chaotic lack of organization and devotion to whim, pleasure, and straightforward bluntness, actually made them quite endearing.
I'm truly sorry to be taking your time, then. As you know, I am offering the assistance of the ISS Vols to your evacuation efforts, and before you reply, I know that you are hesitant about accepting the offer. Just know that the offer is made with no guile or deception. I simply want to repay you for your life-saving assistance at Earth a few days ago. Without you, we may very well have lost many more people than we did.
Klologish held both three-fingered hands up and closed them. She wondered what this meant.
Your reassuring words are mostly reassuring, Veligosh, and that reassures me. Your contribution to the great story leader mare is without a doubt going to be pivotal and entertaining, Shoglin. You wait and see.
Translation issues notwithstanding, that was heartening to hear. At least he was open to the idea of her help.
You'll accept our offer, then?
As I told your communications officer, Flicklishdash, I will accept. And then, most likely later, find an excuse to politely but firmly turn you down, Plolosh Shlogan. But well done with your feeble but noble attempts at persuasion.
She simply didn't have the words to respond to that. Talking to the Trits was one of the most frustrating experiences of her life, especially with so much riding on it.
I jest! Are you not amused, Dharmashagosh? Your face, it is ridiculous and delightful how your frustration manifests in wrinkles on your upper head. I will never tire of it in threes of threes of threes of three solar orbits.
She closed her eyes, and to prevent herself from saying anything disrespectful, she did the math in her head. 81 years?
I am glad I can at least provide you with amusement, Klologish. Are you saying you accept my offer?
Yes, Gilmisha Gokshaga, absolutely. Rorishlik Goshantik Gash, at least until I find the excuse to extricate myself from my prior acceptance. She sighed. And if I could discuss the matter with cantankerous old man, etc., I'm sure my attempts to find an excuse will diminish in urgency. Tlothla Shogosh.
Okay, this she understood. He was negotiating. In a supremely exasperating way, sure, but when it came down to it, negotiations were simply transactional. Except she was providing him with something he perceived as valuable so that he would accept something from her that she perceived as valuable. Quite possibly the most one-sided transaction she'd ever participated in. Except they needed the Trits to accept. They needed the Trits to survive. Admiral Proctor had been quite insistent. Humanity simply could not do this alone. And at bare minimum, they had to survive long enough for Captain Granger to figure out what that mysterious manuscript said. Only then could they defeat the Findiri. Or so they thought.
Yes, I agree to your demand, Klologish. The next time I see Granger, I will request that he come here as quickly as possible. Now, will you accept our help and not try to figure out how to get out of accepting the help later?
He made the strange huffing noise she'd interpreted earlier as laughter.
Yes, Goshagatloth, I accept. We will send you coordinates for one of the entry ports into subterranean Ithar, where a great host of my people are waiting to be moved. Tlothla Goshag Shashaltha. When you have loaded them on your ship, deliver them to our new friends, the Eru.
He looked both ways, as if making sure no one could hear him.
And if you ask me, Gloshlag Goshlag Shasha, those are people that can't understand the humor that you and I both appreciate. They have no interest in the great story. They only want to understand the paper it is written on. King Zagaglosh. And with that, goodbye, Gloshlag Tlithlith.
The screen returned to the view of the Eru's ship over the planet, and White Horse let out another sigh.
Well, at least we got him to yes without his earlier reservations. Let's get to work, people.
She turned around and motioned toward the operations station.
Our XO is not on duty for another hour, I believe. How are preparations coming for receiving the refugees?
The officer on duty glanced at his readout.
The damage response teams have been divided up into groups that are tasked with preparing the cargo bays for their arrival, ma'am, and the maintenance crew is prepping the extra quarters to receive more.
She nodded. Good. It looked like Shin Wentworth had been busy. She'd been worried about him ever since his return from the battle at Paradiso. He'd lost his family there, and she'd nearly put him on temporary leave to let him grieve for a while before resuming his duties, but he'd assured her he could work through it, and begged to stay on active duty.
Ma'am?
The engineering officer caught her attention. She walked back to the rear of the bridge to the engineering station.
Yes, Lieutenant. I'm afraid we're not ready for rescue operations at this time, nor will we be for at least another hour.
She felt her blood pressure rising.
Explain. The main engines are offline, and 80% of the power plant output has been shunted to the physics lab. Shin Wentworth?
She said.
Aye, ma'am. He instructed me not to bring it up unless asked, or if absolutely necessary. And, well, now seems like a necessary time.
She nodded and tried to suppress her anger.
You did good, Lieutenant. Please relay instruction to the chief engineer to prep the engines to receive full power again. Aye, ma'am,
the lieutenant said with a look of relief.
And I'll be in the physics lab?
She saluted to the Marines on duty outside the bridge after she passed the doors, and then to no one in particular.
Time to have a little heart-to-heart with our little renegade scientist.
Chapter 17. Veracruz Sector, Chintana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Physics Lab.
Increase the phase variance on the metaspace wave envelope by 0.3%,
said Commander Shin Wentworth. Director Wiggum stood at the control panel nearby and entered in the command.
We're nearly at the threshold, Commander. In theory, going past 34% on the variance will result in chaotic instabilities in the gravitational waves.
In theory, said Shin Wentworth as they examined the new readings. In practice, things don't always line up with theory. Theory can't account for everything. Sometimes you just have to dive right in and blow past the constraints.
And blow ourselves up?
Shin Wentworth shrugged. I mean, any high-energy physics experiment runs the risk of blowing us up. He nodded approvingly at the new reading. This one just happens to have the potential to blow us up and rip us out of our universe as well.
Don't sound so excited.
Wiggum took a few steps from the control panel and peeked into the chamber.
Are they supposed to flash like that?
Shin Wentworth peered into the chamber. The two tiny microscopic singularities flashed every now and then with an intense bright white light that made them seem far larger than the half-dozen microns they really were. Didn't you watch the old videos?
Didn't make a habit of it, no,
said the scientist. Shin Wentworth returned to the analysis station. Well, I grew up on them. Old Swarm War 2 vids, couldn't get enough of them. Watching the space battles, the hopeless reign of destruction across so many worlds, the artificial singularities that they used to blow up so many cities, and then the legend himself, Captain Granger, leading the fleets that saved us, and then the final vid of him aboard the ISS Victory as it lured the entire swarm fleet into the penumbra black hole. God, I think I watched at least 50 documentaries on it.
Well,
what? Wiggum held his hands up.
The flashing, are they supposed to flash?
I told you. The old Russian ones that the swarm used flashed just like this.
These are flashing a lot.
Relax. Shin Wentworth double-checked the status of the gravitational field gradient one last time, and seeing that it finally appeared relatively stable, pointed at the control board. Okay, let's do it. Inject the matter. Wiggum shrugged and entered a few commands into the panel. Inside the chamber, out of a nearby matter injector nozzle, an invisible stream of carbon dioxide rushed out and, supposedly, fell into one of the artificial singularities.
It's flashing more, see that? God, I can hardly look at it.
Indeed, the target singularity had grown so bright that it illuminated half the room that was exposed to a view of it, bathing everything in an intense purple-tinged light. Don't look at it, by the way. We're shielded from the gamma and X-rays, but ironically the plain old ultraviolet goes straight through that window and could burn a hole in your retina.
Shit,
said Wiggum, covering his eyes. I said relax, don't worry. You'd have to stare at it for an hour to do that. Come on, get to work. Shin Wentworth glanced down at the instrument panel. Okay, the CO2 is definitely falling into that singularity. That's what the light is we're seeing. The gas heats up as it falls and orbits tighter and tighter, faster and faster, until it's so energetic it glows. He nodded approvingly at the readings. Good. Very good. This could actually work. Okay, taking measurements of the output singularity. He swept the sensor package over the second singularity, trying to get a reading on anything coming out. Nothing. Wiggum scratched at his beard stubble.
Well, I mean, it is a singularity. What did we expect?
It's a modified Einstein-Rosen-Rao bridge, Doc. Come on.
But those are only theoretical constructs that
Remember, Doc, practice versus theory. That's what our variance in the phase envelope is for. Every Planck second it varies just enough to let matter escape the singularity. And since the two are coupled, what goes in one should come out the other, just later. How much later is the question. Come on, tweak the phase variance again, another 0.5%. Wiggum, shaking his head, complied.
If you blow me up, I swear I'll... There it is!
Shin Wentworth excitedly pointed at the instrument panel.
CO2 is blasting out from the second one.
Wiggum, apparently forgetting his earlier caution, peeked into the chamber again in spite of the intense UV flooding out from it.
Really? What's the carbon ratio?
Checking now, he said. Going in, it was exactly 1 in a trillion, carbon 14 to 12. Now, it is... He punched a few more commands. 1 in 1,602,000,000. Wiggum looked slightly crestfallen.
That's an incredibly small difference.
Shin Wentworth smiled. Yes, but let's run the numbers. Okay, looks like that CO2, wherever it went, spent nearly an hour there before coming out the second singularity. He looked up at Wiggum and smiled. Wiggum slowly matched his, a look of triumph spreading over his face.
Holy shit, it really did work.
It did, Shin Wentworth replied.
And now, the next step. Every small step leads to the next, and the final small step?
It would be worth it. They'd be with him again. Okay, no rest for the wicked, Doc. Let's set up for the ex situ experiment. For that, we'll have to switch over to the Tritz two-dimensional tech, I think. He looked up and scanned the room. There, in the corner. We'll construct the singularity there and link it to a secondary singularity in the opposite corner. You will do no such thing, Commander, said a voice behind him. He turned. Captain? Captain Whitehorse stood in the doorway.
I trusted you, Commander.
You promised me up and down, left and right that you were fit for duty, that you could grieve and process your loss and still serve. And now this? After I gave you a direct order to cease all experiments and focus on the Itharan evacuation? Explain yourself. Her arms were crossed, her face like a stone. Like a bloody stone. She didn't care. She didn't know his loss, the magnitude of it, the unfairness of it. Captain, He caught himself on his words, trying hard to be diplomatic, yet firm. You can't understand. No one can. To lose everyone dear to you, and then to have the power in your hands to bring them back, and then...
Not? I can't, Captain. I can't not try. I owe it to them.
She nodded.
So that's what this is about. Are you insane? You're actually going to try to use banned singularity devices to bring back your family? No, it's not just them, Captain. Think about it. We're losing this war. Hell, we already lost. Earth is taken, and the swarm are back. It's only a matter of time before we're all dead. But if we could use this technology to go back, save not just them, but change the timeline, give ourselves something, a tool, a weapon, a plan, anything that could have helped us when it mattered, turn the tide when we were still able. It's not just them. It's everything. It's Earth. It's the millions of dead we already lost. It's the billions that are about to die.
She was shaking her head the entire time.
No. You don't get to play God. You're not a force unto yourself, answerable only to yourself, a renegade hero that rushes off and plays with fire to save us all. You know what happens when idiots like you try that? People end up dying. You cause misery and death, and that's it. Tell that to Granger. Excuse me?
She was angry now. He half expected her to confine him to the brig.
You heard me, Captain. Granger did exactly this. He took it upon himself to save us all, many times. And not just Granger, but Proctor, too. How the hell is this any different? I'll tell you how it's different. Because it wasn't just Granger, it was Granger and his XO and his crew. They acted as a team. And Proctor, same deal. You think the Battle of Penumbra a few months ago was all Proctor? No. It was every single one of us, linked together by the Valerisi, that defeated the swarm. Everyone except you, of course. You didn't get a Valerisi companion. And you never did explain to me why not. Were you afraid? Her face reddened. Take it all apart. Now. And get your ass to the bridge and get moving on that evac. The next time you disobey an order, you will find yourself in the brig until you can face court-martial. Understood? He wanted to keep punching, keep explaining, justifying, keep searching for words and arguments that would sway her and convince her this truly was the right path, the only hope any of them had to defeat their enemies. But he could see she was unpersuadable. For now. Yes, Captain. We'll do so immediately. I'll be on the bridge in 10 minutes. Good.
She turned to leave, but paused.
Commander,
she began again, her tone softened.
I truly am sorry about them. I can't imagine what it feels like. It's no justification for what you tried to do, but I am sorry. I sincerely hope you can find peace in the months ahead.
She nodded once at a frozen Director Wiggum, who looked like he'd been caught in the act of stealing a cookie out of a jar.
Director, we'll drop you off at our next stop on a UE world. Thank you for your service.
She left. They both breathed a sigh of relief.
Why do I feel like I let my mom down? Said Wiggum.
Shin Wentworth shook his head.
She's right. In a way, this is impossible to do alone. Even the two of us. To really make this thing work, we'll need...
He drummed his fingers on the instrument panel.
The whole crew. The ship.
Beg your pardon?
Did you think we were sticking to CO2? We're committed now, Director. Let's get Stage 2 set up. While I'm running the Itharan evacuation operation, I want you to finish the preliminary tests, and when I return, I want to run the same test on a two-dimensional singularity there, he pointed to the empty corner of the lab, and there, he pointed to the other empty corner. Got it? I stammered Wiggum. Don't worry, I'll take the heat. You're civilian. There's nothing she can do to you. Director. Wiggum finally looked at him. Yes? We'll be heroes. No, we'll be more than that. We'll be legends. We'll be saviors. Billions will live because of us. Okay. Then let's get busy. Chapter 18. Soul Sector, Earth, High Orbit. Vestige Corvette Legend.
Kid, there's one thing I can be 110% sure about, is that I never, ever did anything with your mom that would have resulted in...
He held a hand up and waved it back and forth in front of Jasper.
You.
Jasper shrugged. I mean, there's an easy way we can verify. Granger held his forehead in his palm. It really was impossible, he thought. There was literally no way. He'd decided early on in his career that he'd be childless, so sure that he'd snipped his tubes. There was literally no way.
Plus, you're what, 25?
26.
So, if you'll recall, I fell into the penumbra black hole nearly 31 years ago. Case closed. I'm not your pops.
The cockpit fell into several seconds of uncomfortable silence. Granger, not quite knowing what else to say, Jasper, apparently embarrassed beyond all reason, and QWERTY fiddling with his handheld scanner. So, yeah, I've got a setting on this thing that can cut to the chase real quick, sir, said QWERTY, tapping his scanner. Was using it to study the metaspace signature left behind on the Voynich manuscript, but it's got a molecular scanner, too. And I'm pretty sure there's a DNA analysis package in the software. Granger rubbed the bridge of his nose with one hand and held up the other to indicate he proceed. QWERTY tapped a few menus on the interface, then held it up to Granger's arm. After several seconds, the scanner beeped, and he repeated the process with Jasper. It beeped again. And? Said Jasper. QWERTY studied the interface on the scanner, his brow slightly wrinkled. Well, I guess the question is, why didn't your mom give you the name Jasper Granger?
No,
said Granger, shaking his head.
No, how is it possible? I was in that black hole, son...
As the casual word, son, that he so often used came out of his mouth, it actually affected him this time, like it never had before.
I mean, kid. Plus, I hadn't even seen your mom for decades before that.
Well, no turning back now, I suppose.
Look, Dad, don't call me that.
Jasper looked slightly hurt, but continued. You and Mom met in a bar in Omaha, and then you spent several months together, yes?
Yes.
And then you left, became captain of your new ship, and Mom moved on?
That's what I thought, too.
Except she didn't just move on. Or rather, you couldn't move on, and you didn't let her either.
What the hell are you talking about?
Granger felt his blood pressure rising. You're not 70 years old, you're 13 billion. When you left Mom to be a captain, that was 30-year-old you, except 13 billion-year-old you was here too. You couldn't let her go. Wouldn't let her move on.
You're saying that, at least from my perspective, I met your mom 13 billion years ago, and then, just 26 years ago, decided to show up on her doorstep and rekindle the flame?
Jasper shrugged. I don't know all the details.
And then left, traveled to some distant part of the galaxy and reintegrated myself into that old piece of the ISS Victory, and came back a few months ago to save the world by creating a bunch of Granger moons?
Like I said, I don't know all the details. But maybe if you thought hard enough, you could remember. Granger shook his head.
I remember nothing about your mom, except for our time together when I first met her. Everything else is blank.
Jasper drummed his fingers on the dashboard. What about that memory sphere? It's probably all there.
Maybe. But Diaz warned me that it wouldn't contain any details of the plan to stop the Findiri, just an index of my memories, a table of contents.
But surely you would have saved memories of her. He had no answer to that. Yes? Wouldn't he have saved memories of her if she meant that much to him? QWERTY had been reading something on his handheld. Sir, there's a video feed coming out of the UE Executive Tower in New York. Broad transmission to the whole planet. It's Talus. Granger turned to the cockpit's dashboard, looked for the right controls to tune into the broadcast, and failing that, motioned for Jasper to do it. When the screen came to life, Director Talus, Hawes, stood in front of the camera. Behind him was the plaza in front of the United Earth Executive Office Tower, the fountain splashing and sparkling in the setting sunlight. Dozens of people, both human and Findiri, were assembled in the background.
I repeat, citizens of United Earth, we are a nation of laws. No one, and I mean no one, is above those laws, including the traitor Timothy Granger. Tim, I know you're here. You're in orbit right now, and you will turn yourself in. Whether it happens now or later, it will happen, so why not save us all the trouble? Go ahead. Respond. Right now. Tell the whole world why you're too much of a coward to turn yourself in. Tell the world why you're about to let people suffer and die just because you refuse to face justice. Tell the world why you refuse to accept responsibility. Tell the world why you're above them, why you're above being held accountable.
Granger could now distinguish what was going on in the background. Some of the humans were recognizable to him as senior IDF officers, including Admiral Oppenheimer, who stood somewhat behind Talus, his expression as stone. The other humans were assembled in a long line that stretched across the plaza and off-camera. Everyone in the line wore standard light blue prison uniforms. A handful of Findiri soldiers guarded the line, their energy assault rifles at the ready, but they didn't appear to need them, as the line of prisoners appeared quite docile. They stared ahead, blank-eyed and expressionless, as if they'd been drugged.
"Oh my God,"
Granger murmured. Talus had paused for several moments to let Granger respond, or at least make a show of it for the population of Earth watching the broadcast.
"But since you're a coward, it appears I need to give you some inspiration to come face justice. Like I said, we are a nation of laws. The people you all see here,"
he indicated the long line of prisoners,
"are criminals. They have broken our laws. Until now, we as a society have been too lenient, too soft, which results in even more law-breaking. When the criminal mind sees that he can break our laws with impunity and receive only a slap on the wrist, he is encouraged to break more laws, to become a law unto himself. Just like our beloved hero, the traitor Tim Granger. No more. It is time we treat our criminals like criminals."
He turned and nodded at the Findiri soldier at the front of the line. The soldier marched behind the queue, positioning himself behind the first 5 men or so, who all stared straight ahead, almost unaware of what was happening.
"Every minute, this line will advance forward by 1 man.
He motioned to the soldier, who lowered his energy weapon and aimed it at the first man's head. A second later it exploded, and the body dropped. The face of the second man was splattered with blood, but he, too, remained expressionless. The soldier took a step to his right and leveled the weapon at the head of the second man.
"Every minute, Tim. Every minute that you do not turn yourself in, others will die."
Talus smiled broadly.
"I find it very poetic, do you not? You lived your life shielding yourself from danger and responsibility with the lives of the innocent, used them like human shields. And now, at the end of your life, you will be brought to justice using the lives not of the innocent, but of the guilty. The symmetry is beautiful, is it not?"
He motioned to the soldier again, and another burst from the energy weapon shattered the second man's head. The wet sound of the body folding onto the ground was almost as sickening. The soldier moved to the third man. This one watched the body next to him, and Granger could see his eyes slightly widen. Whatever drug they were using to subdue these people wasn't working perfectly on this one, and the man's eyes started to dart back and forth. He trembled.
"And Tim, in case I can't tug at your conscience using the lives of the guilty, just know that eventually I will run out of prisoners from the East Coast Correctional Institute. And when that happens, there is a nearly limitless supply of your co-conspirators living on this planet that can keep this line moving. And their children, and their neighbors, and their friends. This line will not stop moving until you are standing here with me in front of this camera to confess your crimes.
He motioned to the soldier. The third man was trembling violently now, his face contorted with fear. He took a few steps forward, apparently having decided to make a break for it. His body, too, fell limp against the pavement, a pool of blood spreading from the gaping hole in his face.
"We've got to do something," said Granger. "Anything. Qwerty, what have we got? Are there any ships in orbit with captains we can trust?"
Qwerty shrugged. "I don't even know where to begin, sir. They don't exactly keep a list of which officers are on our side or not."
"We can activate the Vestige Veteran Corps," said Jasper.
"What the hell is that?"
"You've seen them in action before, Dad, remember? Arlington National Cemetery? Over a dozen of them gave their lives so we could escape."
"We've got a whole fleet." He was about to protest the use of the word Dad until he heard what became of those 12 men.
"How many are there?"
"People? As many as there are Grangerites. That's essentially what the Grangerites are. They're united in their dedication to your memory and to your ideals of service. And now that you're back, you essentially have a 1,000,000-man army if you want it."
"I don't,"
he said flatly.
"And who knows how many ships, from small freighters and corvettes to salvaged gunships and missile frigates, maybe even a few IDF starships where they have enough influence in the crew. A fleet of 100, maybe more."
"No! I'm not going to put myself at the head of a loony bin."
Jasper steadied his hands.
"Were those 12 men at Arlington loonies too?"
He had no answer for that. The camera had continued broadcasting, though Talus had withdrawn. On the screen, in his place, had appeared a timer, counting down from 60 seconds, and when it hit 0, another body fell to the ground. There was now a line of 5 corpses on the ground, with hundreds of men and a few women lined up behind them. The Findiri soldier moved on to the next.
"Get us out of here,"
said Granger. There was nothing they could do right now. They were powerless. Part of him desperately wanted to remember her, to rush off to the Skiora ship Benevolence and retrieve his memories in that sphere. But that wouldn't help them against the Findiri. Only one thing could do that.
"Where to?"
said Jasper.
"Mr. Qwerty, have you had any luck with either of those manuscripts?"
"Some, sir, but what will really help is getting the final 2, the Erus and the Trits." Granger nodded.
"Then get us to Chantana 3.
"You got it, Dad,"
said Jasper, punching commands into the dashboard. He let the Dad comment slide again. It wasn't the time to be protesting that particular issue.
"And hurry, kid. Every minute we waste."
He didn't need to finish. Chapter 19. Sol Sector, Earth, New York City. United Earth Executive Offices Tower. The new mystery of the secret death of Abraham Hawes consumed Danny's thoughts for the entire trip back to President Cooper's office. Finally, nearly about to land at the Executive Office Tower's landing pad, he broke the silence.
"I mean, what gives? How the hell did Hawes die months later?"
Lou stared at him, momentarily widening her eyes and motioning her head up toward the pilot of the private shuttle.
"Shut up, moron! We've got secret brain-to-brain radio, and you're just going to blabber it all out loud for the driver to hear?"
He grinned sheepishly.
"Right. But where the hell would he go? Where could he go? Everyone thought he died at the Battle of Earth. If he didn't, how did he escape notice? Who did the UE brass think they were burying? And then, once he actually died, who secretly replaced whatever was in that grave with the real Hawes? This shit's messed up. I'm not arguing with that."
She rubbed her temple.
"Okay, I'm going to get back with my buddy at IDF Intel, see if he can uncover something for us. I'm sure there are classified archived files he can sift through." "You mean the one that was supposed to analyze Curiel's DNA sample that Cooper scratched off his wrist?" "That's the one."
She met his questioning look.
He's
A little flighty, okay? Nervous about getting caught? And busy these days, what with all the shit going down. I needed to get back to him anyway to get those results. 2 birds with 1 stone this way.
As the shuttle touched down, Danny glanced out the window and had to do a double take. Why the hell is Cooper waiting for us out there? Indeed, waiting near the entrance to the office tower behind the launch pad, President Cooper stood impatiently, a few aides and Secret Service officers waiting in the background. As soon as the engine died down, he released his restraint and opened the hatch.
Mr. Proctor, when I hire a private gunship and its captains to be my personal starship and security, I expect to be able to use it whenever I need it.
Her arms were folded, her lips tugged downward. Sorry, ma'am, we're ready to go whenever you are.
I was ready half an hour ago.
He winced. What about Interstellar 1? If it was that urgent, she rolled her eyes.
Don't you remember? Interstellar 1 is currently a cloud of debris mixed with the pieces of my predecessor. It's why I even hired you, dumbass.
She kept up the lie of Sepulveda's death for her Secret Service officers nearby, and for the shuttle pilot.
Oh, I mean, I thought they would have had a backup.
She thumbed toward the door.
Let's go, it's urgent.
They left the launch pad, entered the spaceport wing of the executive office tower, took a lift 3 levels up, and re-emerged back into the twilight evening on another launch pad, this one much larger and occupied by the Crimson Phoenix. President Cooper started to board the ship after Danny, and then stopped so abruptly the Secret Service officer behind her bumped into her. "Ma'am?" he said.
"You're staying here. We'll be back in the morning."
He shook his head. "Sorry, ma'am, no can do. I have orders from the SAIC that..."
"I don't give a shit what Danforth says. Tell me again how well he kept the last guy alive? Beat it. I'll let you tag along on every other trip, I promise."
She turned back around and resumed her ascent.
"Just not this one."
Once they were all strapped into their seats and the engine had started humming to life, Danny asked, "Okay, where are we going?"
"I've received permission from Director Talus to make an official presidential visit to Belarus and inspect the damage from the Russian separatists' attack. Make a big show of caring and all that, offer help, yada yada. Don't worry, we'll be met there by 6 diplomatic corps ships along with a few IDF starships. We'll be perfectly safe."
Danny dialed in the Q-jump coordinates for Belarus even as the launch thrusters pushed the ship into the air. But why? Isn't that currently a war zone? What have we got to gain? Does it help with the plan my aunt and Granger and Sepulveda are working on? She looked at him askance.
"Kid, there is no plan. We're building this ship while we fly it."
Lou dialed a few more commands into the flight dashboard while Danny worked on the coordinates.
"Makes perfect sense, darling. Belarus was only nominally an RC world and had been wanting out of the Russian Confederation for decades. Now that it's in shambles, it's the perfect time for UE to make some overtures and offers to help rebuild. Possibly sway their political leadership to switch their allegiance to us rather than stay RC. Hell, even if the politicians aren't swayed, the people living there will see UE folk rebuilding their city instead of the RC and vote the bums out faster than you can say Avery versus Malakoff."
Cooper nodded.
"See? She gets it."
It was Danny's turn to roll his eyes. "Aw, come on. Don't tell me we're making a secret trip to a war zone just to help build Talus's new empire."
"If you'd been listening, you'd know this isn't a secret by any stretch. Half the diplomatic corps fleet will be there."
"Yes, but why the cloak and dagger? Why don't we have all your aides and Secret Service on board? What's the real reason for the trip?" Cooper chuckled.
"I appear to have underestimated you, Mr. Proctor. Okay, fair enough. Remember our chat with Not Dead Speaker Curiel a few days ago? As the new chairman of the board of Shovik Orion, he promised me a tour of a critical research facility that just so happens to be in high orbit around Belarus. Since it is technically RC space, but only loosely, Shovik Orion thought that would be an ideal place to carry out research that might be frowned upon by serious interstellar governments." "Research such as?" said Lou. "Let's think, shall we? What is the main lifeblood of defense contractors? What kind of projects do they get funding for? Interpretive dance routines? Innovative cooking techniques? Weapons, ma'am. Good job. But what kind? I'm not currently at liberty to say.
You don't need to know. It's not your job to know. It's your job to keep me safe and to get me places I need to go at the drop of a hat. Got it?
Lou returned her attention to the dashboard.
Got it,
she replied with only a hint of a grumble. Danny recognized that almost imperceptible change in tone as extreme annoyance. President Cooper was momentarily distracted with her handheld comm device.
Oh, no. God damn it. What?
Both Danny and Fiona said in unison. Cooper pointed at the ship's comm controls.
Talus is broadcasting. My chief of staff just told me he's about to start executing people if Granger doesn't turn himself in.
Fiona flipped the monitor on and dialed into the official UE channel. Director Talus appeared on the screen mid-speech. Cooper chuckled.
What's so funny?
Asked Danny.
Just look at that idiot, Oppenheimer. See him?
She waved a hand at the monitor. Fleet Admiral Oppenheimer stood behind Talus and to the right. Though the camera wasn't focused on his face, they could see it clearly.
Watch his expression. He looks like he's just received news that his dick is about to be decapitated. Look at him. He thought that siding with Talus would get him the keys to the kingdom. Now he's just a court attendant to a madman. And he's stuck. Impotent. That traitorous bastard.
They watched a few more minutes. Danny had to look away as the first man fell. He flinched when the energy weapon whined its blast. The second body hitting the ground had just as sickening an effect, but by the third body he was able to watch. The fourth felt like clockwork. It was interesting to him that he could observe himself become numb to the casual violence in real time.
Secret weapons at Belarus, you say?
I'll finish those calcs. Cooper nodded, still staring at the screen as the fifth man fell.
And hurry, if you don't mind. If we didn't know it before, time is simply not a luxury we have.
Chapter 20. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Defiance, Bridge. That's not a whole lot to go on, Sempono, said Civic. Her CGI face hovered above the Defiance's command console, and both he and former President Sepulveda were inside the blur screen that would shield the conversation from the rest of the bridge crew.
That's all we've got, I'm afraid. The Admiral didn't get that much out of the guy before I popped a hole in his chest. But she was pretty insistent that you boys go check out that research lab. She thinks Shovik Orion might be up to something.
Sepulveda shook his head.
It's a distraction. We've got an occupation of Earth and a rogue swarm ship on the loose. Is now really the time to be investigating a private sector research lab? The Admiral seems to think so. So I'd say yes,
said Sempono coolly. Civic was impressed that the computer picked up on that. Or maybe it was just his imagination. Either way, Sepulveda took it the way she likely intended, since he folded his arms rather petulantly. Okay, Sempono, tell her we're on our way. We'll report back if we find something. Civic out. He nodded a goodbye and flipped the transmission off. He turned to the nav station. Set a course for Smolensk Research Station, Ensign? Sir, a moment, said Commander Rice. Sure. Civic made his way back to the tactical station where Rice stood hunched over the console with the tactical officer. You're aware of the capabilities of the Defiance, I assume? Rice stood upright and eyed Civic up and down as if sizing him up. We both assume, yes. Including, the stealth system? Damn it. Rice was implicitly calling him an idiot. And he was right. What the hell was wrong with him? Ever since Bern. He stroked his chin, making an effort to at least appear thoughtful, as if he'd considered the stealth, weighed the pros and cons, but only after a good argument was he convinced to use it. Damn it, who am I kidding? Fair point. Engage the system. And when we come in range of the station, get me as many passive scans as we can. Let's learn all we can before announcing ourselves with an active scan. Rice wouldn't be the type to smile smugly, but it seemed he tried hard to suppress it all the same. Aye, sir. The Defiance drifted away from the graveyard of ships, some still occasionally arcing electricity and spewing byproducts from supercritical reactors exposed to space. Ensign Nagin engaged the thrusters to adjust the orbit, and before long they were on an intercept course for Smolensk Station.
We should arrive within 5 minutes, sir,
said Negan. Good. Don't get us too close, and when we're within 1,000 kilometers, adjust orbit so that we're synchronized. I want some time passively scanning that thing before we're discovered.
Aye, sir.
Sepulveda sat down in the captain's chair, and Civic could almost swear he heard the man grunt, humph, like a petulant child. My God, we elected this man president? Oh, right, we didn't. So, Mr. President, how's the campaign shaping up?
Very funny,
replied Sepulveda.
Take your trolling elsewhere, please.
No, I was serious. I assume that, we eventually win this thing, that we both come out the other side alive, and that it happens sooner rather than later, since otherwise, well, the swarm has never been content to just let us live peacefully for long periods of time. Sepulveda shrugged. I mean, you're still running, right?
Of course I'm running.
Except now Cooper's the incumbent. Civic smiled. He couldn't help needling the man. Sepulveda caught himself. It wasn't common knowledge that Sepulveda and Cooper were in on this charade together, much less that Sepulveda was even alive. The bridge crew was probably best not knowing.
Your point?
She'll have the advantage of incumbency, worth a few points at least. Polling was tight beforehand. Any idea what it'll be like after this is all over?
You have a remarkable depth of political knowledge for someone who performs ill-advised, death-defying atmospheric stunts for a living.
That bastard. How did he know about his incident when he accidentally killed his mother and stepfather all those years ago? The event that made him break off his first engagement with Jerusha. You'll find I'm full of surprises, was all he could manage.
Like the burn battle. Very surprising. Admiral Proctor talked up your genius at tactics. Nice to see they were put to good use.
Sepulveda smiled lopsidedly. He knew he'd turned the tables on Civic, and was enjoying every second of it. Before he could manage a cutting retort, Ensign Negan glanced back.
Sir, we're 1,000 kilometers from the station.
Good. Maneuver us into a parallel orbit. Tactical? He glanced back at Commander Rice, who had joined the tactical officer. Full passive scans. Let's see what we can learn. It wasn't a minute into the scanning when Rice mumbled something. Holy shit! Mr. Rice? Rice looked up. I think we've found Interstellar 2. Civic's eyes shot down to the command console to watch them parse through the incoming data. Former President Avery's ship? Aye, sir. Sepulveda mumbled something.
The same one that brought back that swarm ship.
Where? Said Civic.
Docked somewhere inside the station.
Its transponder is inactive, but every ship gives off a characteristic blend of EM radiation between its power plant, engine, and all its other systems that's almost like a fingerprint. This particular fingerprint definitely matches what we have on file for Interstellar 2. President Sepulveda had stood up. His eyes were wide and his mouth half open, as if he couldn't quite believe it.
Scan it and see who's on board.
No, said Civic. That'll give us away. Still plenty we can pick up with passive scans, Mr. President. Sepulveda bristled at being contradicted, and Civic could imagine what was going on in his head.
If I were still president... Well, we need to do something. That ship, presumably with former President Avery on it, brought back the swarm. It's absolutely vital that
I'm aware of that, Mr. President. Civic was enjoying this too much. Mr. Rice, Interstellar 2 is a former IDF starship, is it not? It is, sir. And every IDF starship has its own internal comms channel, do they not? They do, sir. And through the internal comm system you could, theoretically, establish a data connection to the ship's central computer? I don't see why not, said Rice. I see where you're going. Let me see what we can come up with. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Civic glanced over at Sepulveda, who'd sat back down in the captain's chair, but was gripping the armrests impatiently. He walked over to him and lowered his voice. I know it's a big deal, Mr. President. Don't worry. We'll figure out why it's here, how it got here, who's been on it, everything.
Yes, thank you,
said Sepulveda dismissively. Asshole, Civic rolled his eyes. Sepulveda noticed. He waved Civic in closer.
It's not just the swarm ship that Interstellar 2 can help explain, Mr. Civic. Just days ago, right before the kidnapping attempt that nearly killed me, right before we learned that former President Avery might not, in fact, be dead, I found an anonymous note left on my desk. Want to know what it said?
I'm all ears.
It said, Barbara Avery is alive, and she wants what's hers. No idea who left it.
Well, shit, said Civic.
Exactly. There's some shit brewing. Someone knew Avery was still alive, assuming she really is, and that someone wanted to, I don't know, get in my head, or maybe even warn me, and they somehow got into the office of the most powerful man in the galaxy undetected and left a note on his desk. That's the mystery I'm interested in, and I think this ship will have some clues as to the answer.
Commander Rice cleared his throat and looked over at them.
Well, you're not going to like this, sir,
he began. Whoever at Shovik Orion is responsible for this ship being here wasn't stupid. They've wiped most of the central computer. All records, logs, internal sensors, and camera data for the past month is gone. Sepulveda dropped his head into his hand. What Shovik Orion giveth, Shovik Orion taketh away, quipped Civic. Okay, fine, I want earlier than that. Go through the logs from over a month ago, 2 months ago. I want to know what was going on in that ship. Everything for the past year. Rice hesitated. That's a lot of data, sir. Civic glanced at the tactical display to make sure they were still undetected. No surviving Belarus Defense Fleet ship had made any moves since they'd arrived near the station, and the expected United Earth and Russian Confederation delegations had not arrived yet. Okay, well, let's narrow it down. See if Interstellar 2 has been here before. Rice turned his face toward the console and scrolled through data. Eventually, he nodded. Once in the past year. Sepulveda's head snapped back up. Oh, about 3 months ago. They stayed about 42 hours, then left, back to Britannia, where it came from, though it stopped at Earth before arriving here. Crew manifest? Said Civic. The captain, various crew members you'd expect on a ship the size of Interstellar 2, and former President Avery, her assistant, Connor Davenport, and... Oh, said Sepulveda. Senator Cooper. Civic whistled. Damn. Sepulveda's face had gone stone white. Civic couldn't tell if he was angry, or confused, or just surprised. I want internal video logs, now! Rice dove into the files. The man was a whiz. Civic would give him that. It wasn't 2 minutes later that Rice waved a file up to the view screen. This is her, debarking when they arrived. Civic turned to the screen and watched. 2 Secret Service officers led the way, President Avery's security team, followed by Avery herself in a powered wheelchair, then followed by Connor Davenport holding the arm of a woman. My God, she looks awful. Where's her hair? Sepulveda nodded. Senator Cooper had stage 4 cancer at this point. Incurable, they said. I thought she was going to retire, but then mysteriously she recovers about 3 months ago. I think we've at least pieced together the where of that mystery. Now let's get to the how. He turned to Rice. Anything else? Show me when Cooper returns to the ship. Rice shook his head. Sorry, sir, I've cross-referenced all the video logs with the internal vital scan logs. There aren't any more videos of Senator Cooper after this. Sepulveda waved a hand impatiently. Well, show me when Avery came back on board, then. You got it, sir. Rice waved the file over, and it played on the screen. 2 Secret Service officers led the way, as before, followed by Connor Davenport, followed by... Oh, my God, she's walking, said Civic. Indeed, said Sepulveda. President Avery ambled along behind the 2 officers, slowly but surely. No wheelchair in sight. And behind her 2 more men followed, pushing a cart with what looked like a body bag laying on top. Civic pointed. Is that... Commander Rice, began Sepulveda.
What do the internal vital signs say about what is in that bag?
Rice shook his head.
No vital signs, sir. Any scan? Is it organic?
Rice waved through a few files, then nodded. Yeah. He looked back up. It's organic. Can't tell anything beyond that, though. Civic paced back and forth. Okay, look at the inertial mass of Interstellar 2, before and after this event. Did it change, and by how much? Rice went through the numbers. It did not change significantly, sir. Whatever is in the bag weighed about the same as a woman of Senator Cooper's size. Civic turned to Sepulveda. So a living Senator Cooper and a rolling President Avery leave the ship, but a dead Cooper and a walking Avery return to the ship? What to make of that?
Fuck me,
was all Sepulveda could manage. Civic sat down in the chair across the command console from Sepulveda. I'd say you've got a genuine mystery on your hands, Mr. President. Not least of which is, who the hell is in control of United Earth? Chapter 21. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Valls, Bridge.
That's the last of them, sir,
said Ace from the CAGS station.
All shuttles and transports have offloaded the passengers and are now in a holding pattern in our orbit.
Excellent, Lieutenant. Ensign, get us over to the Aru's ship. Let's offload our guests and then rinse and repeat, said Commander Shin Wentworth. He yawned. How many loads of refugees had they brought on board and taken to the Aru ship? Had it been 10 yet? Whether it was 10 or 50 or 100, it felt like he hadn't slept in ages.
Sir, Captain Whitehorse is calling from her quarters and wants a status update,
said the officer from the comm station. Looks like someone else isn't sleeping either. He glanced at the command station readout. The number had been ticking slowly downward. It had started at close to 100,000 and now hovered just under 72,000. Tell her we've moved over 28,000 Itharan refugees in 8 hours. At this rate, assuming we work around the clock, we'll be done in under 24 hours.
Aye, sir.
And Ensign, tell her as well that engines and power plant are operating within normal parameters. All extraneous power draws on the system have been shut down to make for plenty of reserve power should we need it in a hurry. It was mostly true. He and Director Wiggum had made as much progress as they could on the next stage of the experiments, without actually diverting power from the plant. And when the shuttles and transports were offloading the passengers to the Aru ship, the Vols certainly wasn't operating at full power capacity, and wouldn't miss a 20% draw for a few minutes.
Aye, sir,
said the ensign. He drummed his fingers on the command station impatiently. The journey over to the Aru ship wouldn't take longer than 10 minutes, but it went achingly slow. Once there, it would take at least an hour to offload the passengers and prep the ship for its next run. A job that the operations officer on duty could certainly perform alone, seeing how he'd done it 8 times now under Shin Wentworth's direction. Miss Brady, you have the bridge. Carry out the refugee transfer just like we've done the other 8 times, and when the last Trit has debarked, let me know.
Aye, sir,
said Ace. The trek down to the physics lab took another 4 minutes, and by the time he arrived, he figured he had about 2 minutes to get things ready before he could use the ship's power plant and not be noticed. He'd already had a little chat with the chief engineer, who'd agreed to keep it on the down low in exchange for an agreement to let him take an extra shift off next time they docked at a station.
You certainly took your time,
said Wiggum. You try moving 30,000 Trits from their underground homes to the Aru starship, and then tell me how slow I was. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
All the Q field emitters are charged up, and I've calculated what I think should be an appropriate matrix of phase variances that we can dial in as the singularities develop.
Shin Wentworth approached the instrument panel near the old chamber. This time they didn't need the chamber, as they were forming the singularities in open air, an apparent advantage of the two-dimensional variety of singularity. He glanced over the preparations Wiggum had made. Very good, it's time. We've got about half an hour, and then we've got to shut it down and wait for the next refugee run.
Oh!
Wiggum smacked his head. What is it?
The CO2 detectors.
There's no way we're going to get an accurate reading in open air like this. The measurement will be thrown off by the ambient CO2 in the air. Shin Wentworth smiled. Way ahead of you, Doc. He held up his fist and pointed at the watch around his wrist. We're going old school. You're throwing your watch into a black hole? I'm throwing my watch into a black hole. Wiggum shrugged. Knock yourself out. It's not a family heirloom or anything, is it? Nah, just a regular old watch that tells us the exact date and not just the time of day. Plus, it's small enough that it won't suffer any of the, catastrophic effects of the spatial distortion at the singularity's edges. Anything bigger than this and it would be ripped apart. He glanced at the time on the watch. Okay, time's a-wasting. They dialed in a few more parameters and initiated the field emitters. Sure enough, in the corner of the lab, he heard a vague crackling sound, and soon after that, a bright flashing white light. In the other corner, an identical light began flashing. A very small point, about a meter off the floor, and he knew hundreds of light years away, 2 other singularities would be forming in a tight orbit around the penumbra black hole. It's working, said Wiggum. He studied the instrument panel. Right now, it's a 3-dimensional sphere enclosed, of course, by a 2-dimensional spherical shell of a singularity. Good, now let's deform it. We want to make a geometry exactly like what the Findiri ships do around their ships. Deform it so the sphere becomes nearly flat, and then fold that nearly flat circle up and around so that the edges touch, such that we make another spherical shell, this one with 2 layers and a tiny hole that we then squeeze down to nothing. They worked the controls, now having worked together for long enough that they were a fairly effective team, almost able to read each other's minds as they progressed in the experiment. I've really got to go, said Wiggum. Shin Wentworth glanced at him. Wait, what? You know. Seriously? Now, you can't wait? Hey, I was sitting here for almost 8 hours setting this up and guarding it in case anyone walked in. A man's got to go when he got to go. Shin Wentworth sighed. Fine. Do hurry. We've only got the survival of human civilization on the line here, but by all means, go relieve your walnut bladder. Wiggum left and the door closed behind him. Shin Wentworth made some final adjustments to the phase variance of the emitters in preparation for sending his watch through. The door opened again. That was fast. Did you just piss in the hallway? Is your bladder really just a hollow pistachio shell that Mr. Shin Wentworth? I'm disappointed in you. He stood bolt upright and spun around. Captain! Whitehorse strode into the lab. Did you think I wouldn't know that you were resuming the experiments? Did you think I wouldn't easily notice a 20% power draw? That's kind of hard to hide. He shrugged. I wasn't really trying to hide it. Hiding it would imply I thought I was doing something wrong. And yet, you instructed the chief engineer behind my back to keep this hush-hush. You disobeyed a direct order. I told you the consequences. And now you need to choose. Are you going to come to the brig in a dignified manner, or do I need to call security? She had approached the entire time, and now stood near one of the instrument panels next to a glowing singularity. Ma'am, I strongly encourage you to step back. It's not safe that close to it. Then I'll shut it down for you. She reached for the control panel and began entering in abort commands. No! He yelled. She turned to face him. Her eyes were like fire. Mr. Shin Wentworth, have you lost your mind? Get a hold of yourself. She raised her voice to the ceiling. Security to the physics lab immediately. On her way, ma'am, came the reply from a speaker. She entered a few more commands on the instrument panel, and the singularity began to pulse and flicker. I said no! He ran toward her and shoved her away from the controls. He wasn't large, but neither was she, and she flew out of the way, trying to catch herself on the old experimental chamber. She missed. When she fell backward, it was directly into the pulsing light. As her body descended in the air, it was like he was watching an animation. It was so unreal. At first, she was just falling, and then the center of her chest disappeared. She kept falling, and he heard a horrible ripping sound, and the center of her chest just wasn't there anymore. Her body collapsed to the floor. A gaping, bloody hole the size of a fist was centered right where her heart would have been. He heard a solid thud from the other corner. When he looked, he saw that his experiment had at least partially worked. There, on the ground underneath the second singularity, was the part of Whitehorse's chest that had been sucked into the singularity. Her heart, part of her lung, 2 ribs, skin, breast, muscle, and fat, all remarkably intact, if not grotesquely bloody. Except the blood was frozen solid, along with the rest of the chunk of flesh. He surprised himself by even noticing that detail in the surreal scene before him. It was even more surprising that he noticed that detail, but didn't notice the sound of the doors opening again.
"Oh,"
said Wickham.
"Oh shit."
He had to think fast. Very, very fast. First, he yelled toward the ceiling,
"Security, get here now! Where the hell are you?"
"Nearly there, sir," came the voice again.
"Security, medical emergency! Get the medical team here immediately!"
"Aye, sir." He walked over to the instrument panel and entered an emergency shutdown sequence that would quickly ramp the power down and dissipate the singularity safely. But after a moment's consideration, he merely ramped the power down to nearly nothing, such that the singularity wouldn't be visible to the naked eye. The flickering point disappeared, and he ran over to Whitehorse's body and knelt down next to her.
"There's no pulse,"
he said, feeling the captain's neck. Of course, there wouldn't be, given that her heart was laying on the floor several meters away. The doors opened again, and the security team rushed in. He was still feeling for a pulse when he looked up.
"You're too late. I think she's gone," he said,
hoping against hope that he didn't sound as absurd as he thought he sounded. But from their perspective, he was their XO, kneeling next to their dying captain in a vain attempt to save her.
"What the hell are you waiting for? Get the medical team here now!" he barked.
And they sprang into action, one of them getting on the comm and ordering the team to hurry the hell up, and another rushing forward to assist however he could, which for him only meant kneeling down next to the captain's body with Shin Wentworth. The ship's chief medical officer was there a few moments later, and Shin Wentworth waved him over to the body.
"Doc, you gotta do something. Anything. We need a fucking miracle here."
The doctor took one look at the hole in her chest and simply asked,
"When did this happen?"
Shin Wentworth stammered.
What, 2 minutes ago?"
The doctor eyed him, then glanced down at his own watch.
"Time of death was at 9:52, ship's time?"
He returned his gaze to Shin Wentworth and looked him over coolly.
"I recommend a full autopsy and investigation, sir."
Shin Wentworth stared down at the late Captain Jerusha Whitehorse, the hole in her chest now having leaked so much blood that a pool of it had formed around her, bathing his knees in it. The symbolism was not lost on him. He thought back to his teenage years in Sunday school, learning about baptism and blood sacrifice and all that archaic shit. This was his baptism of blood. This was his new life. He was committed now to his mission, chained to it, bound to it in a way he hadn't before. He must succeed. He would succeed. Megan, Molly, and Eddie would all live again. He swore it. "So do I, Doctor," he replied. "A full investigation, thorough autopsy. We need to get to the bottom of this." Chapter 22. Irigoyen Sector, Kyoto 3. General Leslie Groves Military Technology Research Center. Decker was no longer Decker. He was Decker Plus, Decker and, Decker transcended. He was many, and he was one. He was in all things, and all things in him. When he thought, the I also meant we, but the we was so intimate, so pure, such that it was an entirely new, singular personal pronoun. We are legion, he thought, remembering the words from Scripture. In the old context, he remembered it had a terrible connotation, a legion of demons. Now,
A choir of angels. And he was director, soloist, ensemble, section, and chorus. When he spoke, he heard a great rush of waters behind his voice. Only his ears could hear it, but that didn't make it any less real.
the old Decker was lost. The new Decker knew exactly where he needed to go. And it was far, far away. "Hands in the air!" the voice had yelled. He held his hands high in the air just as instructed. "Keep them up!" The two Marines leveled their assault rifles at him. He smiled. "Where did you come from, man?" one of them asked. "From in there," he answered, motioning toward the pool with his head. "Cut the bullshit!" the other man yelled. "How did you get past us? Are there others?" He waited a moment for an answer, then, "Talk or I'll blow your fucking head off." "I told you, I came from in there," Decker replied again, motioning with his head toward the pool. "I've been there for days waiting for someone to rescue me. I thought you'd given up on me." The first Marine narrowed his eyes and peered into the pool. "But how did you survive? They watched your body dissolve." Decker shrugged. "I thought it was common knowledge that the Valerisi can heal cellular damage. They helped me breathe down there, too." He took a step forward. Both Marines held their rifles higher. "Stop! Get on the floor, now!" He obligingly sank onto his knees, keeping his hands high in the air. He slowly lowered one to the ground to support himself as he laid down, then stretched both arms above his head. One of the Marines lowered his weapon and grabbed the wrist restraints attached to his belt. He laid the rifle on the ground next to the other Marine and stepped forward, kneeling down next to Decker. Stretching forward, he snapped one of the cuffs on a wrist and wrenched it backward behind his back. "Give me your other arm," he instructed. Decker complied. Both hands were now laying on the small of his back. The Marine reached for the free wrist to secure it. His hand brushed up against Decker's free hand ever so briefly. The Marine paused. "Something wrong?" asked Decker. No," replied the Marine. He reached back down and fumbled with the restraints, trying to get them secured around the free wrist. "Damn it, help me out here. I think the thing might be busted." The other Marine hesitated. "You sure? Here, take mine." He reached behind his waist and unhooked his restraints, tossing them at the other Marine. They fell to the floor with a clatter. "No, these are fine. I just can't seem to..." He fumbled with them, trying to get the cuff closed around the second wrist. "God damn it, help me!" The other Marine finally set his rifle down and knelt down to help. "What's the problem? Looks fine to me. Just close the damn restraint." "It's not closing, dumbass. You try." The second Marine reached down and grabbed the second wrist and the free cuff. He paused. He paused for a very long time. "Is there a problem, gentlemen?" said Decker. The first Marine fished a key out of one of his pockets and unlocked the first restraint. "No problem at all." "Good," said Decker. His hands now free, he gently moved the first Marine's knee from off his back, and the man complied, willingly, slowly. Decker stood up. Felt good to stretch his legs. His new, perfect legs. The second Marine shook his head a few times, then stared straight ahead. "What now?" At first, Decker started to think the reply at him, using the ligature, but guessed it was probably too early for the man. Words would have to suffice. "You're going to escort me to a closet, and you'll lock it behind me so I can't be discovered for the next hour or so. Then you'll go find the director and give him a good firm handshake. After that," he pointed up at the two cameras fixed to the wall near the ceiling, "you're going to go into the system and erase this little episode, and replace it with the 5 minutes of footage that came before. And then, one by one, go congratulate every single staff member, guard, janitor, and cook here on a job well done. Shake all their hands so they know you mean it." Decker made for the exit. The Marines followed him after retrieving their assault rifles. "And then?" asked the second Marine. "And then," Decker smiled, "the real work begins." The second Marine struggled to speak, halting over his words. The Valerisi inside of him had not yet completed the work of submission.
Work? What work?
Decker walked out into the corridor.
Saving humanity, of course.
He pulled open a closet door.
Whether it wants to be saved or not.
Chapter 23. Penumbra System. ISS Independence. Bridge. Ma'am, I'm picking up an odd reading from the black hole. I almost wasn't going to say anything, it's so small, but these days... Commander Erda was frowning at the tactical console.
What is it?
She had just watched her quarry, the swarm ship, Q-jump away to God knows where, and had been silently mulling next steps. What she planned to do with the swarm ship when she caught it, she still hadn't the foggiest idea, almost like a dog chasing a ground car. But she'd cross that bridge when she came to it, she supposed. Just a small fluctuation in the metaspace signature coming from the black hole. Except, it's localized to a small area outside the event horizon, said Erda.
Strange.
She stood up and walked back to the tactical station. Sure enough, the data coming off the sensors confirmed what he said.
Is it only metaspace?
Nothing on the high-energy end of the spectrum.
Gravitational?
Commander Erda shook his head. Haven't checked yet, one moment. He tapped a few buttons. Yeah, I'm reading a sizable gravitational distortion several dozen kilometers from the event horizon. It's in a decaying orbit, but should be stable for at least another few days.
Visual?
He tapped a few buttons and shook his head again. We're diffraction limited, I'm afraid. At this range, it'd just be a few pixels.
Ensign D'Stasio, take us in closer. Put us in an orbit of about...
She glanced at Erda.
1,000 kilometers?
He nodded. Yeah, we should be able to image whatever it is from that distance, unless it's just a few microns across. She glanced over at the officer manning the science station, Ensign... Damn it.
Ensign, what's our time dilation at that orbit?
She looked like a deer caught in the headlights, but managed to fiddle with her console and calculate an answer.
Only about 3% slower, Admiral.
Proctor returned to the command console.
Get ready to time travel, folks. With any luck, you'll get to tell your kids what 2 minutes into the future looks like. Mr. D'Stasio? Aye, ma'am. Engaging engines.
The Independence approached the event horizon, speeding up as it went to maintain a stable orbit. Before long, D'Stasio announced,
1,000 kilometers from the event horizon, ma'am.
The sight of the black hole's effect on the light passing around it was a thing that haunted her nightmares. They'd come much, much closer during the Battle of Penumbra just a few months earlier. But the fear that they'd actually cross the event horizon and fall into the black hole had been such a powerful terror for her that it still woke her up at night. Remembering the distorted sight of the stars behind the event horizon, stretched out and moving in strange directions.
Okay, can we get a visual now, Mumford?
Aye, ma'am, zooming in. The view screen changed. In the background was still the site of the warped space at the edge of the event horizon, but in the foreground was... something.
What is it? I see two lights, and in between them I can't make it out.
Mumford shook his head. I'll see if I can enhance the image. Here we go. The image sharpened, and Proctor stroked her chin.
Well, I'll be damned, it's a watch. And that other thing, I still can't make it out.
Mumford tapped a few buttons, then went a shade of white. It's human flesh, ma'am.
Flesh?
Yes, ma'am.
What in the world?
Commander Erda stood next to her, watching the screen. Do you think this is what the swarm was waiting for? It's unusual, but worth traveling trillions of years into the past for? Proctor shook her head.
No idea. Mumford, thorough scan of those two lights, if they are what I think they are.
Aye, ma'am. Won't take a moment. He frowned at the data. Reading another pair, ma'am. This pair has a stream of carbon dioxide molecules passing between them. And a third pair, ma'am. These... I don't even know what this is. Lots of dispersed organic matter and what looks like dirt and some strange metal alloys.
Take all the data now and we'll analyze it later after we've left the neighborhood of the event horizon. Pistachio, when he's done, Q-jump us to Britannia. The remains of Britannia.
She caught herself.
There's someone I want to show this to. I'm M.
It wasn't a minute later when Mumford announced the scan was finished.
Mr. Pistachio,
said Proctor.
And we're off,
he said. She felt the tug in her stomach of the Q field, and the view screen changed to show the swirling maelstrom of Britannia. It felt like she was visiting a graveyard.
Who have we got here? I assume the Jirac is still around. Anyone else?
She designated the ruins of Britannia as a muster point for any ship in the fleet that had not followed Oppenheimer in his surrender to the Findiri, and had hoped that more than just the Independence, the Jirac, and the Vols would follow her.
Not that I can see, ma'am.
Mumford looked up at her with a pained expression.
Sorry.
So it's just us, then.
She sat down in the captain's chair.
Right, open a channel to the Jirac. Let's see what Reyna has to say about these artificial singularities.
Chapter 24. Il Nido Sector, Paradiso. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Bridge.
How many more Q-jumps?
Said Commander Shin Wentworth.
2, sir,
said the helmsman. It had only been 5 hours. Blood should dry after 5 hours, right? He nervously reached down to his knee and rubbed it, encouraging the blood to dry faster. It still felt sopping wet. He looked down. His pants were clean. Right, he'd changed immediately after the incident. Why did his knees still feel wet? Was he going crazy? He chuckled. Yeah, probably.
Go crazy all you want, Harry. Just take the next step. And then the next step, and you'll have them with you again.
He tapped his comm button.
Engineering, this is the commander. Status of the power plant? Is power shunted through the Q field and metaspace emitters yet? Nearly there, sir. You'll have up to 75% of available power able to be emitted. 75. I wanted 90. The emitters weren't designed to handle that, sir. It's outside the specs. I don't care about the specs. Just do 90.
He heard a click of a tongue.
But, sir, trust me, everything here is engineered with tolerances at least twice what they tell us, because they know that some happy-go-lucky IDF captain is always going to want to push the engines well past their limit. Just do it.
Silence for a few seconds.
Were my orders unclear, Lieutenant Beasley? They're clear, sir. Beasley out.
He felt the internal tug at his organs of the familiar Q-jump field, and he knew he was one step closer.
Tactical, we're likely to see a Findiri ship or two at Paradiso, and probably several IDF ships engaged in relief and recovery efforts at the capital. We're going to come in hot, carry out our task, and get out. We'll be vulnerable for a few minutes. During that time, I want evasive maneuvers and, if necessary, a full spread of railgun fire on any ship that gets in our way. Understood? Aye, sir, said the helmsman.
He hesitated.
And if all the Findiri ships and IDF ships get in our way, what then?
Shin Wentworth nodded.
Then we do Plan B. We'll use the results of our recent experimentation to encourage them to get out of our way, at least for a few minutes. Aye, sir.
He didn't sound convinced.
If he was honest with himself, neither did he. There were so many variables, so many unknowns he hadn't worked out yet.
But time was running out.
Time. Always he needed more time.
He'd have it soon enough.
Last Q-jump in 1 minute,
said the helmsman. He turned to Director Wiggum.
Are you ready? Have you finished the calculations?
I have.
Wiggum shrugged.
But with so many degrees of freedom, I can only be so confident in the result. Metaspace, wave envelope, strength, quantum tunneling phase variances. Hell, I don't even know the perturbations from the second-order graviton-photon coupling. Just best guess, okay?
Wiggum shrugged again.
You got it, boss.
Are the prototype singularities still anchored to penumbra?
They are. We can essentially use them to tie new singularities to. No need to go through the re-anchoring process. Saves a lot of energy.
Good. His stomach was filling with butterflies. This was it. This was the moment he'd worked so hard for over the last few days.
And we're confident that these secondary singularities can be generated in the past over such a great distance from Penumbra? I mean, relying on metaspace, the distance isn't so much the issue, it's the temporal aspect. The further back you go, well, the uncertainty scales as the square of the time, so, you know. Primary singularities, are they ready to go? In the shuttle bay, said Wiggum. And our tactical singularities, ready? Ready, those were the easiest. Worries about uncertainty go out the window when you're intent on destruction, am I right?
Shin Wentworth sensed that the scientist was trying to make a joke. He offered a vague smile in response. Right. Let's do this. Helm, cue jumping in 5, 4, 3. He closed his eyes and counted along with the ensign. 2, 1.
Arrived at Paradiso, said the helmsman.
He opened his eyes. He wished he hadn't.
Evasive maneuvers, he yelled.
Dead ahead of them, in high orbit over the peaceful blue planet, sat one giant Findiri ship and 2 smaller IDF starships. The Vols just happened to arrive only a few kilometers away, and they loomed large on the screen. The Vols dove down toward the planet and angled north.
Incoming transmission from Captain Wood on the California, sir. He orders us to surrender and prepare to be boarded.
Like hell, murmured Shin Wentworth.
Traitorous bastard. Helm, get us to the target coordinates ASAP. The closer we are, the less uncertainty there is in the quantum link.
The Vols leapt away from the 3 ships on a full engine burn, and they started to drop out of sight below the horizon. But before long, the Findiri ship grew in size as it gained on them.
Captain Wood says last chance, or else the Findiri will open fire.
Shin Wentworth gripped the armrests.
Plan B. Send that Findiri ship a care package.
Wiggum, back at the science station with the science team, gave him a thumbs up.
Okay, initiating primary singularity launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He watched the view screen in breathless expectation, and then... There! The starboard side of the Findiri ship blasted outward in a violent explosion. A small explosion, but severe damage nonetheless. When the vacuum extinguished the blast, he smiled approvingly at the result. A giant cavity in the side of the ship indicated where the singularity had landed. The blast they'd seen probably accounted for only a small fraction of the mass that was missing. The rest? Probably careening down into the penumbra black hole by now.
The Findiri ship is slowed, sir, and falling back. Trying to figure out what to make of us, I'll bet, said Shin Wentworth.
Lieutenant Mack, the officer he'd chosen as the temporary XO, glanced over at him.
Sir, we need to keep in mind their momentum transfer shield. They may be falling behind, but we have no idea how far ahead they can project that thing.
Right, replied Shin Wentworth.
Which is why we're about to go full stop.
He glanced over to the helm.
Time to target coordinates? Nearly there, sir.
He counted down in his head again. This time the estimation of how long it would take the Findiri to establish a momentum shield that could crush them.
20 seconds or so?
20, 19, 18.
Sir, the IDF ships split up. The California is still on our tail. The other split off into another orbit that will intersect ours near the target coordinates.
15, 14.
It's fine. Ready another tactical singularity, Wiggum.
On one of ours? He said.
They're not ours, they're traitors.
The captain, sure, but the crew?
The enlist, he snapped his head around and glared at the man. Just do it!
9, 8, 7.
It's ready, Commander, said Wiggum. Hold until the last second. Helm, we're still another 20 seconds away, sir.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Full stop, he said. Maintain geosynchronous orbit, no relative motion between us and the surface.
The Vols slowed to a stop. And not a moment too soon. Just ahead of them, barely visible on the view screen, a blue sheet shimmered in the darkness.
Momentum transfer shield just ahead, sir,
said Lieutenant Mack. I see it's tactical. Launch the holoprojector drone at the target site. Okay, folks, time for the big event. Wiggum. He turned around and approached the science station. For this, he wanted to be hands-on. He wasn't trusting any other hand with the lives of his babies, of his best friend and partner.
Holoprojector drone launched, maneuvered around the momentum shield and approaching target location on the surface, said Mac.
Wiggum nodded.
Everything's entered in. We're still a few hundred kilometers away from the capital, so the uncertainties will be higher than if we were closer. I know.
It will have to do, said Chin Wentworth. The initiation button was right there on the panel. Just a tap was all it would take. No time to hesitate. He tapped it.
Shuttle Bay, report.
The medical officer he'd assigned to the shuttle bay to receive his loved ones answered,
Sir, there's no one here. Just a big pile of rock, dirt, and, if I'm not mistaken, a whole bunch of twisted metal of an unknown alloy. Almost like the remains of a starship's bulkhead and a hallway or something.
Damn it. Sir, the 2 IDF ships are almost on us, said Mac.
Wiggum looked at him.
Do we try again?
He pounded the panel of the station.
And then what? Grab another pile of dirt? Again and again until the Findiri finally catch up to us?
What exactly are we looking for, anyway? Said Wiggum. I thought this was just an extended experiment to test them against the Findiri. We've done that. We got our data. Now let's get the hell out before they blast us to high heaven.
He was right, of course. And he'd be back to try again after they'd figured out what went wrong.
Helm, get us out of here. Q jump out a light year or so.
The tug of the Q field on his insides told him they were safe. But it was also time to get back to work and figure out what was sitting on the floor of the shuttle bay. Chapter 25. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. Vestige Corvette Legend. When the final Q-jump had completed, Granger would have breathed a sigh of relief at the sight waiting to greet him had his thoughts not been with the men and women standing in that line waiting for death. The sight greeting him was one that he couldn't have realistically hoped for. The Eru fleet was there, in orbit above the Itharan's planet.
Well, that's lucky, said Jasper.
Luck had nothing to do with it, said QWERTY. I heard from Jerusha. The Eru are here to help evacuate the Trits, basically because they don't trust humanity. Or the Findiri. Or should they, said Granger. The question is, will they trust us? They'll trust you, said QWERTY. Jerusha also told me that they're looking for you, desperately. They say they have a message for you. A message?
He thought, hard, digging deep.
But he had no memory of the Trits, much less what they could possibly have to tell him.
Hopefully something that can help us decipher the manuscripts. Perhaps, Captain, said QWERTY. They are supposedly custodians of one of the 4 manuscripts, right? Right, said Granger. Okay, let's head down there.
Jasper glanced sidelong at him.
To the surface?
Under the surface, that's where the Trits live. I assume their leader is still there, going down with the ship and all.
Jasper shrugged.
Right.
He looked over the sensor data coming back at him.
Question is, which port? There's like 5 I can see. Might be more than that.
QWERTY tapped the comm array on.
I'll get on the horn and see if I can talk to someone down there.
The next few minutes seemed like ages. Granger was still reeling from the revelation that Jasper was... No, it couldn't be. Could it?
So what's it like, growing up with a famous dad?
He meant it as a joke, but it clearly didn't come across as that. Jasper scowled.
Would have been great had people known my dad was famous, but poor kids with single moms don't often have great childhoods. At least mine wasn't.
Mine was okay.
Jasper looked over at him.
Your childhood?
Granger nodded.
Yeah, I had a single mom. Dad died when I was a little kid, flying a fighter. And it wasn't even a storybook glorious death in battle, it was a stupid malfunction while the bird was still on the deck. Sealed off the cockpit and bled the oxygen, and he died. Quiet. No one was around. Mom was devastated. She wasn't too much fun for a while after that. At least to a 6-year-old kid.
I didn't know. Sorry.
But she bounced back, continued Granger. Gave me and my sis a good childhood. Occasionally brought a guy home, but nothing ever came of it. We were happy, just the three of us. Then I left for the academy, and that was that.
That was that?
Granger shrugged. She died a year later.
Oh.
Yeah. Killed herself.
Jasper winced. Granger wasn't sure with the dim lighting, but the kid's eyes looked red.
Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. Grandma. Damn. What was wrong?
I like to tell myself that after Dad died, she lost the will to live, but that she made a pact with herself. Raise the kids, give them a great happy childhood, and then... He shook his head. No idea if that's the case, and honestly, I don't care to know. But that's when I lost my tether, so to speak. I threw myself into IDF, never put down roots, threw myself into service, not letting myself get tied down, marrying my job, so to speak.
Hey, this is great,
said Jasper to Granger's surprise.
How's that?
He tried to grin half-heartedly.
You just remembered a shit ton of stuff. Maybe your memory is really coming back.
Granger chuckled.
Yeah, I sure did. Don't know how I could ever forget my own mom, but... yeah, that was good.
Captain, said QWERTY.
I've got one of the higher-ups, I think. Not their leader, but close enough.
Granger nodded.
Put it through.
The comm speakers came to life with some static.
This is Granger's ship. Greetings. Where may we land? Granger would like to receive your message, said QWERTY.
He glared at QWERTY.
That's not why we're here,
he mouthed furiously. QWERTY shrugged meekly.
I figured that'd be the fastest way to get us down there. Give them what they want.
He had a fair point.
Fine, but in and out. Let's track down their copy of the manuscript as fast as we can, then head on up to the Eru ship before it leaves and get their copy.
The Trit on the other end of the transmission began to speak.
It pleases me greatly. I am Variush, second in importance of Clan Clologesh. I have shortened my name out of respect for your strange human customs of unreasonable brevity.
Thank you, said QWERTY.
Much appreciated. I'd love to hear the full name when we join you. Speaking of, how do we join you? What port shall we enter?
The voice made what Granger assumed was a huffed laughing sound, then...
I'll transmit coordinates. I'll dispense with the sending of fake coordinates for now. It would have pleased me greatly to watch you struggle with them, but since it is an emergency, we must forego such basic pleasures. Leader Tlologosh is occupied with the evacuation, but will meet us when you arrive.
Jasper mouthed,
Fake coordinates.
The transmission ended, and moments later, QWERTY said,
Translator seems to be working great. Basically 100%. Oh, just receive the coordinates. Assuming these aren't fake, and she was joking about foregoing basic necessities like pranking alien saviors. Great, said Granger. Let's get down there and hope we have ourselves a third manuscript.
Chapter 26. Il Nido Sector. 1 light year from Paradiso. ISS Tyler S. Falls, Shuttle Bay. Harry Shin Wentworth wasn't that out of shape, but by the time he arrived in the shuttle bay, he was panting, sweating, and wished he hadn't sprinted the entire way there. The doors opened to receive him, and what met his eyes was chaos. A huge pile of rock, dirt, twisted metal, and plastic, and who knows what else, sat in the middle of the bay, and across the rest of it was more of the same. The walls had been pelted with it. Smaller piles scattered around the rest of the room indicated that whatever had come out of the secondary singularity in the shuttle bay, it had done so explosively.
Have you scanned the composition of the material?
He asked the medical tech on hand.
Yes, sir. Looks like a mix of dirt and rock from the surface of Paradiso mixed with material from the Findiri ship. At least the alloys match what we've scanned of their ships.
And the holoprojector drone, did it come through?
It did. It's no longer active, but I can detect the electronics package. It's buried at least a meter down in the pile.
Okay, so if the holoprojector made it, that means they might have made it. Except in what state? Good God, did he rip them apart with this attempt?
Scan for organic matter.
The tech nodded and started his scan, just as the doors opened again. Director Wiggum jogged through, sweat glistening on his forehead.
Sorry, I just couldn't keep up with you, Commander.
Wiggum, explain this. What happened? He showed the theoretician his handheld with the material composition detailed. Wiggum frowned.
I don't know. It's a mixture of material from the two singularities. That shouldn't be possible.
And yet, here we are. Wiggum's brow furrowed.
Well, let me think. Somehow the two were coupled, clearly, and yet they were also coupled with their own counterparts that we have at Penumbra, since all the material ended up back here.
He glanced over the pile, and back at the handheld, scratching his head.
How could the two singularities have been coupled? One was on the surface of Paradiso, the other was launched at the Findiri ship.
He paced back and forth impatiently.
Where's that organics report?
He yelled.
Nearly done, sir,
said the tech.
Oh,
said Wiggum.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I see how it could have happened. Long, complicated mathematics, too long and esoteric to even attempt to explain. But in layman's terms, yeah, the two singularities became coupled. Even though it seems that the two were far apart here on our end, from the perspective of Penumbra, this is essentially the same point in space.
What?
How? That makes no sense. Think about it. Penumbra is, a few hundred light years away? And the separation of the two singularities on our end was, a few 100 kilometers? What's the ratio of a kilometer to a light year? Small, exactly. Small enough that the quantum tunneling between the two Einstein-Rosenrau bridges became more than just a second-order effect. It became a primary effect. Sir,
said the medical tech.
I am detecting organic matter.
His insides felt like they were about to explode.
Where? Show me.
The tech pointed to a spot in the pile.
Here? Maybe half a meter in, and...
He gulped as if reluctant to even say the words.
Distributed over a radius of about 2 meters or so. Did you say distributed?
He climbed up the pile to the indicated spot and fell to his knees, digging with his hands. After a few minutes of sifting through dirt and rock, tossing the occasional chunk of Findiri metal, his hands came away wet.
Oh my God,
said Wiggum.
Is that blood?
He couldn't speak. His lips were pressed so tightly together that his teeth started to bite into them. If he opened his mouth, he was sure he would lose it. And so, Shin Wentworth could only shake his head. Yes. Chapter 27. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit. ISS Defiance, Bridge.
It's impossible. Senator Cooper is not dead,
said Sepulveda. President Cooper, corrected Civic.
Shut your hole,
snapped Sepulveda. He scratched at his days-old stubble.
And if the woman acting as the puppet leader of United Earth under Director Talus is not Cooper, then who the hell is she?
Commander Rice cleared his throat. Well, this might be going out on a limb, but what if she's a Quiasi? Both Sepulveda and Civic turned to look at him.
What?
They both said in unison. I mean, assuming Talus is telling the truth, he said he was a Quiasi, the first of the original 10. What if Cooper is another? Civic shook his head slowly. I'm not following the logical twists and turns that led you to that conclusion, Mr. Rice. Well, it's not a conclusion. Not yet. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. Talus claims he is a Quiasi, and he looks exactly like Abraham Hawes, a man who's been dead for 30 years. Was Hawes a Quiasi, serving all those years with Granger aboard the Constitution? Or, and stick with me here, what if Hawes was just a human, died, and before he died he somehow fell into the hands of the Quiasi who, I don't know, did something and managed to clone his body or something and stick one of themselves into it? That's insane, said Civic. Or maybe that's what makes the Quiasi so powerful. Maybe that's their unique power that sets them apart from regular humans. Talus became Hawes. What, like a shapeshifter? You read too much sci-fi, said Civic. Well, no, not like one of those crazy change in an instant shapeshifters from the movies. No, more like a slow doppelganger. Sepulveda's left brow bunched up. A slow doppelganger? Uh-huh. Look, the Valerisi can do some crazy-ass shit. They can flow through a human's veins and heal damage at the cellular level. They can connect to metaspace, somehow, in a biological process that we're only beginning to understand. The old swarm matter, which was based on the Valerisi's structure, could actually control a human. Is a slow doppelganger crazier than any of that? Sepulveda shrugged and turned to Civic, who mirrored his shrug. It's an out-there idea, but it fits the data we have so far, and until new data comes in, I honestly can't think of a better one. An indicator on the tactical board flashed, and Rice glanced at it. Well, looks like the dignitaries have started to show up. There's the first ship from United Earth. How long do we want to hang around these parts? Civic looked at the command console and saw the schematic map showing the new ship. Is it close enough for visual? Yeah, I'll put it on screen. Rice waved the video feed up to the main view screen. A mid-sized gunship approached the Shovik Orion station. Speak of the devil, murmured Civic. I know that ship. So do I, said Sepulveda. That's the Crimson Phoenix, Danny Proctor and Fiona Liu. And possibly President Cooper, given that those two are her private transportation and security now, added Civic. He glanced at the comms officer. Send a text message. Inform Mr. Proctor of the Defiance's presence in orbit and ask if he's able to talk via private secured channel. Aye, sir, said the ensign. A few moments later, the comm terminal beeped with an incoming message. He says, fancy meeting you here, Ethan. Let us drop off our passenger, and while we wait for her to return, we can talk. Civic nodded. Like I thought, Cooper's with them. He stood up and paced toward the screen, eyes fixated on the Crimson Phoenix as it approached a docking port on the station. What are the odds? And Mr. Rice, I'm starting to warm up to your crazy theories. Thank you, sir. I'll award myself a medal later. Civic chuckled briefly, but still watched the ship as it docked. Several minutes later, the comm station beeped again. Danny Proctor for you, Commander Civic. Secure channel. Transmission is also run through the stealth computer to aid in masking the origin of the signal. Thank you, Ensign. On screen, please. Danny Proctor and Fiona Liu's faces filled the screen, replacing the view of the orbital station. Long time no see, Ethan. How's Jerusha? Doing good. They're just wrapping up at the Tritz world, assisting them in the evac before the Findiri show up to blow them to smithereens for helping Granger escape. How's honor guard duty? I'd say uneventful. I mean, we haven't seen any action, but we've learned a few juicy tidbits. Such as? Danny smiled. Talus? You'll never, ever guess. He's lying. How so? We went to Hawes' grave and scanned it. Sure enough, the guy's dead as a doornail. Okay, well, that's a relief. Zombies aren't real, quipped Civic. Yeah, but get this. Fiona does a special scan on the surviving DNA fragments, and it turns out that Hawes didn't die when they all said he died. He died 3 months later. 3 months. My question is, What the hell happened in those 3 months? Civic slowly turned around and stared at Rice, who nodded back knowingly. What the hell indeed, Mr. Proctor? He turned back to the view screen and ran him through Rice's theory, which now had one more piece of data that fit. Danny shook his head. Wow. Wow. How many Quiasi did Talus say there were? 10? Just think about that for a second. If Rice is right, there could be 9 other humans running around that are not who they say they are. Exactly. We need to talk to the Admiral. She needs to know about this. Do you know where she is? Danny's eyes glazed over for a few moments before he snapped back to with a look of surprise. Penumbra? Wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting alien doppelgangers to be walking around, but here we are. Okay, I think the Defiance has overstayed its welcome. UE is sending ships, right? Relief vessels?
They are,
said Lou. Then we need to be on our way. I'm heading to Penumbra to talk to Proctor. Oh, shit, said Danny. He turned to Lou.
Remember Bolivar?
Her eyes narrowed as she considered what he was referring to.
Oh. Yeah, oh shit is right.
She turned back to Civic.
Speaker Curiel. So he's alive, right? After supposedly being dead?
Civic nodded. Yeah, we heard. He trailed off. Oh.
Exactly. He told us his story, and it sounded pretty incredible at the time. Said he nearly got caught in the Britannia blast. You were there. Did you see that blast? You don't nearly get caught in the blast. You either escape intact or you get incinerated. There's no in-between. He claimed that they got knocked around a bit and that their navigator Q-jumped them away at the last second, then said he was in a coma for a few weeks before they managed to patch him up.
Sepulveda stood up from the captain's chair.
You think he could be a doppelganger too?
Lou shrugged.
No way to be sure, except...
She turned to Danny.
The DNA sample, he said.
I think it's time you have your buddy put that on the front burner for us. Civic nodded. All well and good, but we're still just running around with theories right now. Whatever is going on, though, the answer is on that station. Fiona? He grinned slightly. You up for it?
I thought you'd never ask.
She actually smiled.
Training's been getting rusty. Been meaning to get back into practice.
Great. You guys figure out how to get in there and see what's going on. I'm heading out to Penumbra to the comm station, beeped again, distracting him.
Metaspace message from the ISS Vol, sir,
said Ensign Platt. From Whitehorse? Asked Civic. The ensign's face went a shade of white.
No. From the comms officer. This says she's... dead.
He thought he misheard the words. He must have. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The comms officer is dead? Ensign Platt looked up at him.
Captain Whitehorse. She's dead.
He thought he misheard again, but the silence hanging in the air for several seconds confirmed it for him.
How?
Was all he could manage to croak out.
Accident. Commander Shin Wentworth now in command until Admiral Proctor can assess the situation,
replied the ensign. Every eye on the bridge was on him. He half didn't believe it. It must be a mistake. Wrong person. Or not dead, but deathly sick and resting in her quarters. He was going to throw up. Or scream. His skin tingled everywhere, his face flushed. No, it can't be. Whatever the truth, he needed to keep it together. Keep it together, batshit. For the crew. For the mission. Ensign Nagan, plot Q-jump course to Chantana 3. Get us there. Now. Chapter 28. Kiev Sector. Belarus. High Orbit. Crimson Phoenix. Bridge. You seem entirely too excited about this, said Danny as he glanced over Lou one last time.
You bet your ass I'm excited. Sorry, Danny, hate to say it, but shuttling refugees around wasn't exactly my dream job.
It was true. She was positively ecstatic. She'd joined IDF Intel in the first place, half for the thrill of it. The undercover missions inside the RC and the Caliphate, the constant danger and lurking threats and fear of being discovered. She'd found it intoxicating. He was stroking his chin and regarding her clothing choice. She'd donned another outfit, this one something that your average civilian might wear, say, to work, at a research institute, on Casual Friday. "Are you sure you look the part?" She snorted.
Honestly, Danny, have you ever seen a scientist?
Maybe.
They're not known for either their formality or their fashion sense. When I worked at Intel Central, the researchers would sometimes show up in their pajamas.
She checked her sidearm hidden under her loose-fitting shirt one last time and pulled the just-printed fake ID out of the printer unit.
Nice. You made me a research fellow?
Only the best for my sweetheart.
Neela Valdez?
I was in a hurry.
From Stockholm?
Again, in a hurry. How's your accent?
Yeah, like this.
Close enough. Come on, let's go. You ready? She inserted the ID into the holder dangling from her collar.
Yep. You?
I just hope they have a sense of humor. He wrenched his face up into a pained expression.
I really gotta go, Officer Friendly, and my ship's loo is all clogged up. Perfect. You're up.
He stood at the airlock hatch. On the other side was the station's airlock and, undoubtedly, a security guard. Like most space station security guards, he was most likely playing a game on his handheld. But Shovik Orion might be running a tighter ship than the average customs port, especially on a high-security, top-secret research station. Here I go. Wish me luck. He opened the hatch and walked straight through, not even pausing as he strode past the security guard leaning back in his chair near the door. "Hey!" the man yelled. Lou watched as Danny made a hard left down the corridor once he cleared the station-side airlock, the security guard running after him. She followed behind, poking her head around the corner to the right to make sure another guard wasn't stationed there. In the distance, she could hear Danny's voice fade away.
But I really have to take a shit, sir, and you will not believe what comes out of a backed-up toilet when you've been shuttling Dalmasi around.
She slipped around the corner and jogged lightly down the hall, through a door, and into another corridor, more toward the center of the station, this one wider and with several people in it. A small group stood at a door, engaged in what looked like casual conversation. Another few people were just walking along to their destination. None of them looked like security, so she took a deep breath and aimed for the group.
"Hey,"
she said, interrupting one of the women.
"Sorry, new here. My badge stopped working and I need to get a new one. Can you point me to the administration offices?"
The woman she'd interrupted looked down at her badge.
"Welcome to Smolensk, Nina." "Stockholm, huh? Linnaeus Institute?" "That's the one. Do you get many of us here?"
She hoped to high heaven that the Linnaeus Institute was a real place and that the woman wasn't playing her.
"Oh, we've had a few. Come on, I'll take you there." "Shit, just give me the directions, lady." "Great, thanks." Damn it, too perky.
She fell into step with the woman, who extended a hand.
"Sheila McNamara?"
Lou shook the hand.
"Thanks again for your help. I really could have gotten there myself. You didn't need to go out of your way." "Nonsense, I'm actually heading there anyway. I'm the safety compliance officer, so I kind of live here, what with the shit going on these days."
Lou's ears perked up.
"Oh? How long you been here?"
They passed through a set of doors into another hallway, this one more populated than the one before.
"About 2 weeks. Why?" "Oh, God. Well, you'll see some things, especially if you're in the experimental division. Just remember, if ever asked to do something you feel isn't safe, just come see me. Got it? Those bastards have been cutting corners, and one of these days, it's going to come back and bite them in the ass."
They entered what looked like the main promenade of the station. A few eateries held a few dozen patrons on their lunch breaks, and she could smell the faint tinge of curry and onion in the air.
"I'm in the theory group, so lucky me, I guess," said Lou.
Then, dropping her voice,
"So, what exactly are they getting in trouble for? Like, chemical storage safety violations? They have some chemical spills or something?"
Sheila McNamara laughed.
"I guess you could call them chemical spills. The juice. Stupid name. You'd think the boys in experimental were still in grade school.
At least no one has gotten any on themselves yet, but it's only a matter of time. Good thing we're not technically under RC supervision anymore. They're a little more lax than UE, but not that much more lax. If their Minister of Workforce Safety had caught wind of this before Belarus's little rebellion, heads would have rolled, believe me. So, the Juice. At least now she had a name. She mimicked McNamara's laughter.
Damn. Well, I'll keep that in mind before I go on my date this weekend. One of the experimentalists asked me out. Think I'll institute a no-touching policy for the first few dates.
Then she lowered her voice again and looked both ways, making a show of innocence.
So, what if he does get some on himself? It doesn't... it won't affect me, will it?
McNamara stopped, checked to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in closer.
See, that's the thing. They don't even know yet. They don't dare test it on a human subject, not yet. Not while everything with the Findiri and the Valerisi is going down. The only in vivo testing ever done was at the lab on San Martin, and that was only with a precursor to juice. And even that got the lab shut down by GPC authorities.
She pointed to one of her own eyeballs.
Just watch yourself, okay? Be careful. You don't want to end up being the first in vivo test.
San Martin? The same place Danny had been brought back to life by injecting him with live swarm matter? The same injection that ended up giving rise to the rebirth of the Valerisi? That was just a precursor?
Damn,
she whispered.
Thanks, Sheila. I think I'll just cancel my date.
She forced a short laugh. McNamara smiled too, then pointed to the doors they'd stopped outside of.
Here we are. Head right down the hall to HR. They should be able to issue a new badge. Thanks again, Sheila. I owe you dinner sometime.
McNamara winked.
You know where to find me.
They entered, and she turned right while McNamara turned left. Lou glanced over her shoulder, waiting until the other woman turned a corner, and when she did, reversed course and headed back out to the promenade. She walked down the busy hallway, a two-story space about the size of a city street. It curved slowly around to the left, apparently wrapping back on itself after what she guessed was a kilometer or so. Where was it? There it was, right next to the administration offices, the executive offices, where the Shovik Orion bigwigs would be sitting. They wouldn't be mingling with the common admin folks, who were probably just contractors anyway. She entered the sliding doors and glanced at the wall with a list of names and room numbers. She scanned it quickly before the receptionist noticed her.
Can I help you, ma'am? Yes, I have an appointment with Vice President Shankar. I'm a little early, but, nerves.
She forced a nervous laugh. She'd found that civilians were always a bit less suspicious of her when she made a show of nerves and anxiety, the exact opposite of what you'd expect an intelligence agent to act like. Confidence? Flying under the radar? Nah. Acting like the most pitiable, disheveled, nervous woman possible got her in most doors she ever wanted. And the other doors? That's where her other training came in handy.
I don't see it on his calendar, she said. Maybe it was for tomorrow? Well, maybe.
She laughed again.
But this was an unofficial appointment? He wanted to talk about some job prospects with me. See, I met him at the bar last night. We went to his place and, well, he said we could look at which division is hiring and said...
She glanced at the nameplate on the desk.
That Sue Pringle is the most darling, kind-hearted woman who was always looking out for him and would usher me right in without any awkward questions.
She trailed off and shrugged. Would it work? If it didn't, there was always her other training. Sue Pringle grinned from ear to ear.
That's Simon, ever the rakish gentleman. Head on in, sweetheart. His schedule is actually free for the next hour. Thanks, Sue. We owe you one.
Sue waved her back, and Lou followed the indicated hallway behind her. She turned the corner and found the right room number, with the name Simon Shankar below it. She knocked softly, standing to the side of the door where the handle was. She heard a vague, "Come in," but she stayed put, then knocked again. A shuffle from inside the room was music to her ears. She readied the small vial tucked under her belt and held it up at head height next to the door. It opened, and she pressed the top of the vial, aiming it around the edge of the opening. A mist shot out of the vial, and seconds later, a slumping body hit the floor. She darted around the door jamb, stepped over the sleeping body, and shut the door. He was heavier than she'd hoped, but she managed to lift him back up into his office chair. He'd be awake in less than 5 minutes, so she had to work fast. The computer terminal was already open to a file that he'd been working on, and within a minute she managed to navigate to a set of historical station log files. She waved them over to her own handheld in her pocket, and when the computer terminal protested and claimed the files were sensitive, she held up a special encoded electronic dongle she'd kept from her time at IDF Intel. Basically, a universal backdoor into any system that all IDF contractors were required to accommodate, and Shovik Orion was most definitely an IDF contractor. The files jumped over to her handheld, and she navigated to a series of other folders for good measure. Medical logs, research logs. She didn't recognize most of the file names and suspected she was only getting a small fraction of them since the folders were all nested so deeply, and there were thousands of them. But she'd sort it out later. Her timer beeped. 5 minutes was up. She navigated back to the file he had open. He'd be awake any moment, and in theory not remember the minute or so leading up to his blacking out, or at least be super confused for quite a while, long enough for her to get back to the ship. Something on the screen caught her eye. The man's messages were open on the side of the screen, and she saw the sender of the top one. Speaker Curiel of the Galactic People's Congress, and now the chairman of the board of Shovik Orion. Time was up, but she couldn't help herself. She tapped on the message, and it opened.
Under no circumstances are any company personnel to give any juice to any representative of any government, including and especially President Cooper of United Earth. Failure to comply will result in immediate termination, and full legal measures will be brought to bear on the guilty party.
Chapter 29. Britannia Sector, Britannia Debris Cloud. ISS Independence, Ready Room.
I don't know, Shelby. I mean, there are clearly singularities. Their patterns match those Russian ones all those years ago, but this pair here...
Captain Raina Scott tapped on the third pair they'd discovered.
These are different. Totally different. Never seen anything like it. How are they different?
Asked Proctor.
For starters, they're not zero-dimensional. These are two-dimensional. 2. I thought singularities by definition are single points, 0 dimensions. In reality, sure, only zero-dimensional singularities have ever been observed in nature. So these are not natural. Well, duh,
said Scott. Proctor chuckled. Only Raina Scott would ever dream of saying, well, duh, to the former Fleet Admiral of IDF.
As long as the singularity has at least one dimension that's been squeezed down to nothing, then you've got a singularity. So you could have sheet singularities, line singularities, point singularities. What about higher dimensions? Said Proctor.
Captain Scott paused to think, and think some more. After nearly a minute, Proctor was about to change the subject. They were definitely getting distracted by shiny objects at this point, when the former chief engineer snapped her finger.
Yes. What? Higher dimensions? A 4-dimensional singularity? What in tarnation does that look like? Well, take a 4-dimensional space and squish one of the dimensions down to nothing, and you end up with a regular old space like ours. Except for one thing. What? A bridge. Hell, that's what makes the Russian singularities even possible. A 4th dimension, squeezed down to nothing, forming the basis of the spatial bridge that binds the two singularities together across massive 3-dimensional distances. But our matter can't exist in a 4-dimensional space, so it traverses that bridge instantaneously.
Proctor drummed her fingers on the ready room desk, then tipped her mug to see that it was empty.
Raina, we're wasting time. The swarm ship is out there, on the loose, doing God knows what. It came back to this time, right now, for a reason, and we still have no idea what that reason is. Well, clearly it's because of these new 2-dimensional singularities,
said Scott confidently.
How can you be so sure? It's the only thing that's really new now, isn't it? What else is there? But why would the swarm want a two-dimensional singularity?
Scott stroked her chin slowly, then scratched her nose, then poked a finger up halfway to get at another itch.
Before, when we penumbra black hole to get from their universe to ours, it seemed they depended on natural singularities to travel to other universes. Seems kind of random, if you ask yours truly. Why not make your own? Then you can go to any universe at any time, easy peasy.
But how, Scott predicted her question.
Four-dimensional space, dearie. But these are two-dimensional singularities. No, didn't you follow me earlier? The fourth dimension. These have two dimensions squished down to nothing, leaving two undisturbed, which is why we see them as two-dimensional singularities. And those two squished singularities, well, now that's interesting. Kind of opens up a whole world of possibilities. A whole universe, if you will. Or a universe of universes.
Proctor stood up and dialed another coffee into the beverage dispenser.
Heavy cream and heavy sugar, right? What else would I get, dearie?
She smiled and waited for the mug to slide forward.
Okay, so, the swarm want this new type of singularity, but why now? Haven't they existed before? And if they exist right now, they'll exist in the future, so why not travel to some time in the future and grab one? Why now in particular?
The mug appeared, and she held it out to Scott, who accepted it, but set it down without drinking.
I would assume that maybe there's a second new thing that has recently appeared, and that the convergence of those two new things here, right now, is unique and too tempting a target to pass up. But that's for you politicians to figure out. I'll just handle the how, thank you very much. You handle the why.
Proctor held a hand up to her chest.
Politician, Raina, I'm hurt.
Scott cackled.
Dearie, you became a politician the moment you pinned those Admiral's bars on your chest.
She was right, of course. When she was a captain, there was autonomy, action, interesting discoveries. Hell, she actually got to do science once in a while. Then she got promoted, and then promoted again, and soon her days were filled with cabinet meetings and lunches with senators, and hobnobbing at wine socials with foreign dignitaries. And politics.
And yet here I am, a former admiral gallivanting around on a starship, saving the world again. Leave the politics to the politicians, I say. Fuck that, Shelby. You want to trust the politicians to do anything that will benefit anyone other than themselves?
Her own mug of black coffee slid forward out of the dispenser. She left it there.
What are you saying, Raina? I'm saying you were right. You can't do this alone. Earth is taken, the fleet is gone, the swarm is back, and look at us, scattered and divided. The Dolmasi and Skjora not even returning our calls, the Eru helping the Trits evacuate and escape and presumably hide until the Findiri and swarm threats are gone, the Chinese giving us just enough help at Burren to escape, and now nothing. The Russian Confederation doing goddess knows what, the Caliphate picking their noses, the GPC picking its arse, the Valerisi swimming in a goddamned pool.
Proctor finally took a sip and nearly scalded her throat.
You're saying I should forget the swarm? Leave them lurking out there waiting for just the right moment to strike? Leave them? No, but gather an army that will defeat them once they choose their moment. Or hell, gather the army and then go find where it's hiding and beat the shit out of it, instead of tilting at it with a single ship. Tilt?
Scott blew a puff of air in exasperation.
Windmills, dearie! You rushing to face them alone is a lost cause.
God damn it, she was always right. Except when it came to coffee. But otherwise, the woman had some wisdom, in spite of outward appearances. She glanced at Scott and chuckled when she saw the finger back up the nose.
Fine. I'll get in touch with the senior members of the diplomatic corps who I know are in hiding. See if they can't drum up some kind of meeting we can invite all the interested parties to. That's a start, dearie.
Scott sipped her mug, then blew on it for a few seconds.
A start? Yes. A big, grand coalition of races. A galactic republic. A federation. An alliance. A loosely organized confederation of states. Whatever you want to call it. But who's going to lead it? That's the key. That,
began Proctor, blowing on her own coffee,
is the question now, isn't it?
Ensign Sampono's voice came over the comm.
Admiral, a ship just Q-jumped in. Claims to be GPC with Speaker Curiel on board. Speak of the devil,
said Reyna, cackling again.
Well, we'll cross that leadership bridge when we come to it. First, we've got to build the bridge.
She stood up.
You coming with me? Oh, no, dearie. I'm a liability at these kinds of things. No, I think I'll go throw myself at this new singularity problem we have. Far better use of our time.
She escorted Captain Scott out of the ready room.
Agreed, Reyna. Now say a prayer for me. I'm about to go do some politicking.
Chapter 30. Il Nido Sector, 1 light-year from Paradiso. ISS Tyler S. Falls, Physics Lab.
We can do it again. I know we can. This time we can Q-jump in right to the spot we left, since we can just invert the jump calculations exactly, and we can do it again, without interference from the Findiri ship.
Shin Wentworth could speak again, but only if he focused his mind on something, anything else. That the anything else was so closely related to the deaths of his wife and kids, this time by his own hand, made it difficult to say the least. Like he was walking on a tightrope wire strung between 2 skyscrapers, and the tightrope was not a rope but a finely sharpened blade that he was traversing on bare feet.
I'm not so sure about that,
said Wiggum, pointing to the wall. He hadn't even bothered with a metaboard or even a whiteboard, but was instead drawing on the wall itself with a marker.
Look at these equations. I didn't see it earlier, but it's obvious now. It may not have even mattered that we hit the Findiri ship at all. It probably wasn't going to work all on its own.
What the hell are you talking about? We did the preliminary experiments. The watch came through fine. He scrutinized the equations, but his brain was not in a particularly analytical state.
It did, but that was different. We were not bringing your watch from the past. We were sending it far away, having it wait for a few hours, then come back. Your family... different.
At the mention of the word family, Shin Wentworth winced.
Yeah, I figured it out. You should have told me, Commander.
He grabbed one of the nearby chairs and sat down, putting his head in his hands.
Perhaps, but
I needed to be sure you'd be on board.
Look, of course I'm on board. If we can perfect this technology, we can stop the Findiri before they even struck any of our worlds. Hell, we can even go back and save the religious fundies on Zion's Haven. So I'm with you. Let's do this thing.
He wasn't expecting that. Wiggum had always struck him as stuck in his own head, oblivious to the importance of current events, and definitely not in possession of the necessary gumption to not only disobey orders to get things done, but to get things done in such a risky way, manipulating the space-time continuum as they were. Okay, go on. What's different?
You're trying to reach into the past, grab them, send them through not 1 but 2 singularities. 1 to transport them to the outskirts of the Penumbra event horizon, where they experience the time shift enough to send them ahead several days, when they almost instantaneously go through the second singularity, fast enough so they don't experience any of the less savory effects of hanging out in outer space without a suit.
It's different, sure, said Shin Wentworth. But we knew that, and accounted for it, didn't we?
We tried, yes, but I'm telling you now that it's just not going to work. The laws of the universe we are in will not permit it.
Shin Wentworth shook his head.
No, I refuse to believe it. We've come all this way, made so much progress. We are not just stopping here.
Wiggum paused and turned back to Shin Wentworth.
Have you even looked at the video that the holoprojector drone took?
No, I can't. I just can't.
Well, I did.
Wiggum bit his lower lip, closed his eyes, and continued.
It wasn't pretty, Harry. The Findiri matter, when the two bridges linked up, tore through them. It basically snapped into existence in the same physical location as the matter in their bodies, and all the different molecules basically had a Pauli exclusion principle slugfest, and organic bodies don't fare too well in those.
Shin Wentworth's head fell back into his hands.
My God, Wiggum.
He waited a long while to continue.
What have I become? My goal is good. Tell me that. I need to hear it from another voice, that my goal is good and not evil. It is good, said Wickham. I've found in life that there are certain things that the universe is amoral about, though prudes might protest it. And traveling through time to rescue your family from death, not to mention all of humanity, is most definitely a good goal.
Shin Wentworth took a deep breath. Not of relief, necessarily, but of small comfort.
And tell me that my methods are good. The means. Do the means justify the ends, ever? Not even in this case?
Wiggum cleared his throat, as if about to say something difficult.
You killed your family, moments before they were about to be killed. But think, if you get this right, they will be not killed. They will be rescued. And you will turn from a killer into something else. A hero?
His mind went to Granger. Hadn't his means been justified in the end, earning him the title the Hero of Earth?
Determining your title is above my pay grade.
Shin Wentworth sat in silence a while, waiting for Wiggum to add to that, but he never did. Finally, wait. You just said, if I get this right. Earlier you were saying this wasn't going to work.
I did.
Shin Wentworth considered, trying to recall the entire conversation.
You also said the laws of this universe won't permit it. That's an interesting choice of words. Astute observation.
And?
He finally looked up. What am I missing? We're in our universe. Seems pretty cut and dried to me.
Wiggum turned back to the wall and started drawing. This time not equations or even words, but lines.
You're familiar with the many worlds theory?
I am. I also know that most scientists think it's an intellectual curiosity and nothing more, since it's all just a bunch of supposition and not testable. He nodded and kept drawing.
Quick primer, pop culture tells it different. They say some mumbo-jumbo about different universes existing in which I have cat ears, or you have two dicks, or UE Talent Showdown got cancelled in its first season instead of its 21st.
He pointed to a line.
But consider quantum mechanics. A particle can be either spin up or spin down. Or maybe you're measuring the location of a particle after it passes through the two-slit experiment, whatever. You measure it. Before the measurement, there was any number of possible outcomes to that measurement with varying levels of probability, but you measure it and lock down the actual value.
Right? Said Shin Wentworth. Basic stuff.
Wiggum laughed out loud. But it's not. And I tricked you. I said actual value. There is no actual value. What if you had measured this value?
He drew another line that branched off the original.
That's just the value you happened to measure out of an unimaginable number of possible outcomes. Many worlds says that there are universes where other outcomes to that measurement happen, since they are both valid.
Okay, said Shin Wentworth.
Semantics, but okay. Not semantics. Think about the mathematical implications, the raw numbers. How many possible outcomes are there when you measure the location of a particle?
Infinite?
No, but pretty damn close. 10 to the, 1000th power? Now, consider all the atoms in the universe. A finite number. Large, but a finite number, like 10 to the 80. How old is the universe? Nearly 14 billion years. But how old in the smallest time unit possible? 10 to the, 60 Planck seconds?
I'm not following.
Most won't, but think about it. Every atom, at every Planck second since the very first Planck second, has a gargantuan number of possibilities for its position, energy, and so forth. Now, multiply all those numbers together, and mind you, there's some extra math coming into play because of coupling between nearby atoms. What do you get?
A fucking big number. A fucking big number, said Wiggum. I still don't see how this applies to us. He pointed at the lines he'd drawn, almost like the branches of a tree on its side. We are on this timeline, where these quantum decisions have been made, and you want to go back to this point. He tapped on a spot where two lines converged, where your family died, and bring them forward to this point where we are, except the way we are doing it is wrong. The quantum effects of the singularities will always interfere with the quantum reality of what you're trying to change, and it's not going to work out. Shin Wentworth closed his eyes. Are you saying my family is dead in this timeline, and will always be dead in this timeline? Kind of, but not quite. It's more like once an irreversible process like a death occurs, trying to change that is, well, it's irreversible. One thing I didn't tell you about the video. Wiggum looked down at his feet, then up at Shin Wentworth again. I saw your family. Before the matter from the Findiri singularity showed up and destroyed their bodies, they were already dead. Something about the quantum effects of traversing the Einstein-Rosen-Rao bridge interfered with something, perhaps in their brains, and by the time they exited, they were essentially brain dead, according to the readings from the holoprojector drone. Shin Wentworth fell silent for a while. And you're saying, in this universe, that's irreversible, but not in other universes? Wiggum pointed to where the very first lines diverged from a single point. Observe, we always say the universe began at the Big Bang, at the first Planck second. But that's wrong. The universe and all other possible universes which spring from the Big Bang existed for perhaps an infinite amount of time before that in a different physical reality known as inflation. Think of it as a nearly infinite region outside of space-time that eternally inflates and increases in energy much, much faster than the Big Bang ever accomplished. But then, bam, something happens. We don't know what. And the universe transitions from inflation to our present view of space-time. For our universe, the epoch of inflation ended here. He tapped on the first point. And our universe began, but other universes are still in inflation. And, side note, all universes will end up back at inflation since their expansion accelerates faster and faster. Eventually, our universe will expand so fast it'll rip apart into a new epoch of inflation, giving rise to new universes. Shin Wentworth waved his hand back and forth in annoyance. Yes, but what the hell is the bloody point? Long story short, began Wiggum. Too late, said Shin Wentworth. Wiggum sighed and mouthed something under his breath that looked a lot like experimentalists. Long story short, we need to make a singularity that goes all the way back to inflation, then forward from there in time along a different quantum path than ours, except the path needs to be almost entirely the same, exactly parallel. Just one quantum transition needs to be different soon after the Big Bang in that universe, such that the universe unfolds the exact same way as ours in nearly every respect. Then you reach your target time of 3 odd days ago, grab your family, and continue on the rest of the way here. But what's different in that universe compared to ours? Said Shin Wentworth. I'm not going to rescue my family in a universe in which the swarm destroys us all the next day. Well, the difference, hopefully, is that maybe there's a hydrogen atom out in the Orion Nebula that is shifted a few meters away from its current position in our universe. Hopefully. Wiggum shrugged. That's the best-case scenario. In reality, there's no telling what the difference could be. The enormity of that one statement weighed on Shin Wentworth. He imagined the weight of the world on Captain Granger as he made the life-or-death decisions that affected billions. He made them in an instant. Let's do it. How? Wiggum started rubbing the pen marks off the wall before realizing they were permanent. We need to use a pair of two-dimensional singularities that are linked through a path that crosses the inflation barrier. The primary problem is the necessary power to initiate one. Our power plant puts out, what, a few terawatts? Nearly 20. Oh,
Okay, but still not nearly enough. To initiate a two-dimensional singularity that reaches all the way back to inflation, we'd need,
He trailed off, wiggling his fingers as if counting on them.
1,000,000 terawatts?
Shin Wentworth didn't know if he should laugh, scoff, scold, or yell at the man for wasting his time.
1,000,000. Where else besides the Western Hemisphere power grid on Earth are we going to...
And then it hit him. There were already two-dimensional singularities in existence that were powered by energies that high. Wiggum was way ahead of him.
Yeah? You think it's possible?
Only one way to find out, I suppose, he said.
Can we even get it aboard the ship?
Shin Wentworth shrugged. Do we even need to? He tapped on the comm button nearby.
Bridge, this is the commander. Start Q-jump calculations for Chantana 3.
Chapter 31. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. Vestige Corvette, Legend. Jasper dialed in the coordinates that QWERTY sent over and powered the engines to full.
We should be down there in just a few minutes. They might not see us. There's a lot of ships going in and out right now for the evacuation.
Granger watched the dry, barren surface of the planet approach and could just make out the giant hole in the ground that started to open up at their approach. 2 sliding steel doors that slowly withdrew from each other.
It's too much of a coincidence. Oppenheimer has to know I'm here somehow, said Granger.
Jasper shrugged. Maybe. Does that change anything?
I guess not. We've still got a job to do. Just changes the timeline a little.
The Corvette entered the hole, and Jasper piloted it down past at least 10 kilometers of rock, only lit by the lights on the exterior of their ship. When they finally entered the caverns below, Jasper gasped.
Wow. Wow, indeed,
murmured Granger. Below them was an entire city. Streets running in haphazard directions in true Trit style, buildings of varying shapes and sizes all stretching off into the distance. The space was immense. Whatever technology had been used to carve that space out, which he understood extended around the entire planet, was incomprehensible. And yet, he, Granger, was at the root of it, somehow.
Almost to the coordinates they gave us. Looks like a little landing pad next to one of their government buildings, I think.
Jasper set them down next to what looked like the tallest tower in the city. Not huge, running up only 15 or so stories. It still dwarfed all the buildings around it. Outside was a delegation waiting to meet them.
Old man, etc. at last,
said one of them as they stepped off the Corvette's hatch. One of the Trits came up to greet them, followed by 5 smaller Trits, what Granger assumed was the being's children.
Variush, I presume, he said.
Correct,
she said. Granger assumed for some reason it was a she. It was like he just knew, instinctually, or possibly based on distant memories he didn't even realize he still had.
I am almost incapable of believing that it is you, and that it is me that gets to be the first to greet you. I am overwhelmed with positive emotions, almost to the point of wanting to throw you over my shoulder and escort you to a grand feast.
Thank you,
he stuttered. QWERTY leaned over and whispered,
Eating is kind of a big deal to them.
Granger side-eyed him.
It's a big deal to me, too.
He turned back to Variush.
Actually, I'm famished. Is this a real feast you're referring to, or just a joke feast?
Variush's eyes got bigger.
There are no joke feasts among our people, old man, etc. Come with my children and me. We will discuss the message Leader Klologash has for you as we eat.
And I come for another reason too, Variush. Long ago, it is my understanding that I came among you. Is that your understanding as well?
She bowed slightly.
It is.
And when I was among you, I left a book.
Her eyes crossed slightly.
Book?
Yes, a book. A collection of paper bound together with words on it.
Paper? Oh, God, these people.
Yes, books have information written in them, sometimes technical information or stories.
At the word stories, her eyes got bigger.
Stories, yes, we have many stories. Good. Can you show them to me?
Show them? I do not understand your strange sentences, old man, etc., but I can tell you some stories. Leader Klologish can tell you all the stories. That is why he is leader, of course.
I see,
said Granger, glancing over at QWERTY.
If I'm not mistaken, Captain, I'm starting to think that the Itharian culture is almost entirely oral. And all this time, I have yet to see anything written beyond the short text transmissions we exchange with them.
Granger sighed.
Great, so one of them has the entire Voynich manuscript memorized? At least maybe that means it's already deciphered for us.
That's entirely possible. Veriush held out a hand to her side, indicating that they follow her. They entered the government tower and were led through a maze of rooms and hallways and random spaces that apparently served no purpose whatsoever, at least that Granger could tell. Each space was filled with what to him looked like random collections of equipment, furniture, and tables of half-eaten food. Granger made a mental note never to ask a Trit to design any building for him, or anything at all, for that matter. Eventually they arrived at what he could only guess was a large banquet hall, as there were at least a dozen circular tables scattered about the space, all laden with food. It smelled delicious.
Have you ever tried Trit food, Mr. QWERTY?
Murmured Granger to his side.
No, Captain. Can't say that I have.
Veriush led them to the table closest to a wall on their left and pointed at it. One of her children tried to grab something off the table, but she batted its hand away, making a tsk sound. Some things were common across all cultures, he figured.
Old man, etc. As the guest of prime importance, the honor falls to you to consume the first delicacy. In fact, all conversation may not begin without it.
Granger made a pained smile, looking down at the dish she had indicated. Several squid-like things were moving, mixed in with some leaves of green and purple.
Please, time is of the utmost importance. Perhaps we all just eat and move on to the main event? Can we dispense with some tradition for the sake of, the impending emergency? You did see the other ships that just arrived in orbit.
Veriush looked almost solemn.
We did, and I have skipped over at least 10 different culinary customs of ours in the interest of speed. But this one we must not skip, old man, etc. It won't take a moment.
Fine.
He knew that if he spent any time at all thinking about what he was about to do, he might not do it. So he grabbed one of the moving squid-like things and popped the whole thing in his mouth. He bit down several times until the thing stopped moving, then swallowed as fast as he could before any gag reflex could trigger. Veriush's eyes grew wide. She bowed halfway and held her hands out above her head in some kind of act of respect? Granger could only guess.
So it's true. You are truly old man, etc. It is told in our stories that this was your favorite dish, that you couldn't get enough of it when you were among us.
His mouth felt like it was simultaneously on fire and drowning in bitterness. He'd never tasted anything so awful, and was glad he'd finished the thing before he could even process what it tasted like, or he'd have never finished.
Happy?
He coughed and forced back some acid reflux.
To be back. Now let's get down to business, shall we?
A door opened off to the side, and another Trit, followed by 4 smaller, exuberant youngsters, entered the room.
Many thanks to you, Veriush Gingshagrik Klolog. I will entertain old man, etc. from here. You must board your evacuation ship, Gunshatlosh. The bad humans are here, and the worse humans are undoubtedly not far behind Gingsha-Grishtlalagsta, said Klologish.
Granger glanced back at QWERTY.
Translator glitchy?
QWERTY shrugged. Seems to work fine with Variush. Maybe he just has a wider vocabulary. He tapped a few buttons on his handheld and looked at some of the parameters on the translation program. I think we're getting the gist of it, though. Variush had left, her children in tow, and Klologish was beckoning them to follow him through another door.
Come, quickly! The bad humans have threatened to destroy our world unless we hand you over to them. What bad humans and worse humans are you referring to?
QWERTY was examining his handheld.
Sir, just detected several ships that Q-jumped into orbit.
He looked up with a face of consternation.
One of them is the Resolute, Oppenheimer's flagship. And where Oppenheimer goes, the Findiri are probably not far behind. Great.
He turned to Klologish.
Are you taking me to them now? It would be understandable to save your world, said Granger. Ha, Fligligosh! Very humorous old man, etc. Dashuglin. Not after your display of eating the most foul, disgusting, revolting delicacy known to any Itharan Fliglishgash. The stories tell that you were the only alien to ever tolerate it without launching the contents of your single stomach across the table. Come.
Granger tried to parse the trit logic of that statement, but failed, and so fell into step behind Klologish. He led them through another maze of rooms and corridors with some urgency. Occasionally his children would get sidetracked and begin chasing each other or playing with objects in some of the rooms, and Klologish would bark something at them that the translator couldn't identify, though his meaning was clear. Their destination soon became clear, too, when they exited the building onto another landing pad, though not the one where they'd left the Corvette. Granger looked over at one of the other nearby landing pads and saw the legend perhaps a quarter-kilometer away. Here, two trits stood in the hatch of one of their ships, beckoning them forward. Jasper stopped.
Wait, what about the legend? Why aren't we taking my ship?
Klologish shook a finger.
Klolosh Slogan, it is not safe for you to leave in your own ship, Dharmashagosh. Gilemishka Goshaga. Rolishik Goshantik Gash.
The translator seemed to be having even more trouble with Klologish's speech.
You think that Oppenheimer is waiting outside for the legend? And that it'll be safer for us in one of your ships? Ha! It is like you read my mind before I even say the words, Tlothla Shagosh. Gloshaga Tloth. The stories about you don't even cover half of your greatness, old man, etc. Tlothla Goshag Sashlathla.
Klologish looked up at the distant roof of the endless underground cavern. Granger followed his eyes. Several dozen kilometers away, he could see a bright flashing light midway between the ground of the cavern and the roof several kilometers above it.
What is it? It is the technology you gave us, old man, etc. Centuries ago, Dloshlag Goshlag Tasha. It is what enables us to live under the surface of Ithar 3. It saddens me greatly that we must leave Kinjagaglosh.
He glanced down at his handheld device.
You must hurry! The worst humans are almost here. The Findiri? Yes, Gloshag Lithith, Ginjga Grik Klolog, Gunshatlosh, Ginjga Grik Klologsta.
Granger glanced back at QWERTY, who looked down at the translator program on his handheld and shrugged. His own handheld beeped, and he glanced down at it. A wide transmission. From Fleet Admiral Oppenheimer. His face appeared on the screen. This message is to every being under the surface of or in orbit around Chantana 3. He paused and allowed his translator package to convert the sentence into what sounded like trit to Granger's ears. He continued. We've tracked the traitor Timothy Granger to this world. We have no quarrel with the Itharans or the Eru, but I warn you that if you do not hand him over to me aboard this ship, there will be severe consequences. The translator converted the message and fell silent. To Granger's surprise, Klologish waddled over to a screen on the wall and flipped it on. Oppenheimer's face appeared there, and the Trit spoke, waving Qwerty over to bring his translator package on his handheld.
Leader Open, Fligligosh, I can confirm for you that we have Old Man, etc. among us, da Shoglin.
Oppenheimer listened to the translation and looked confused. Qwerty added, He means Granger, sir. Then I give you 20 minutes to deliver him to me aboard my ship, said Oppenheimer. Klologish made a sound that Granger couldn't decide was laughter or a snort of derision, or just something caught in his throat.
Fliglish, gosh, and what will you try to do if I refuse?
We will occupy your world, take your leadership into custody, add Chentana 3 to the new human Findiri Empire, and arrest Granger anyway.
Do you have the force with which to back up this humorous threat, Plolosh Logan?
Oppenheimer looked enraged. You tell me. He looked down and tapped something out of view. He looked back up and smiled. I assume your sensors are working, or at least just look up. Granger glanced down at his handheld, linked back to the legend, and brought up a scan of the space around Chentana 3. 4 large Findiri ships had just Q-jumped in and were approaching the planet, settling into a low orbit. He looked up at Klologish in horror. The Trit simply said, We will meet your challenge, Dharmashagosh, and I add, very easily. This is the end of our conversation. He tapped the screen and it turned off. Granger pointed at him. No, I won't allow you to sacrifice your entire world just for me. Klologish held out a hand, palm down, indicating reassurance. I have foreseen this, Old Man, etc., Gilimisha Goshaga. It was an inevitable part of the story, and it is why I have already evacuated most of the planet Rolishlik Goshandikash. But your world, this place, it's your home. I won't stand by and watch you lose it. Klologish maintained his outstretched hand. What is a world without people? Tlothla Shagash, what is a home without a family? Goshagatloth, they are locations in space and nothing more. We have other locations in space, other homes, other worlds. Tlothla Goshag Zashatla. Granger was speechless, half in awe of the greatness of the Trit's attitude and half out of respect for their foresight. But forgive me, Leader Klologish, I'm confused. If you foresaw this, why are we here and not out in space making our getaway? Klologish lowered his hand and threw back his head. Ha! 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 He glanced at Granger. Was that sufficient human laughter for your most humorous and naive question? Dloshlag goshlag zasha! If not, I will add more. Ha 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 ha! Oh my God, these Trits. He forced a tight, thin-lipped smile. I'm not following what is humorous, Leader Klologish. Of course you don't. The cantankerous old man of few words who enjoys silence and ethanol and long periods of brooding, whereupon he bursts into frenzies of work and sport and has great insight and wisdom in spite of all protests to the contrary, from the stories of old never did laugh much. And neither do you. So why would you understand something so humorous, Gloshaglithlith? He trailed off. There was simply no response he could muster to answer that. It is humorous, old man, etc., because now the bad humans and the worse humans will attempt to take you by force. Jasper, who'd been getting visibly more frustrated as the conversation went on, yelled, And how is that a good thing? Because, younger, impetuous human Kunshatlosh, they will land here,
or will be close enough to the planet such that when it explodes, it will take them with it to its death. Gingza Grek Kalogsta. And besides, the great story requires a daring, heroic escape by the great leader, old man, etc., as happened long ago.
QWERTY was watching his handheld. Captain? They're coming. He looked up. Lots of them? Looks like a full-scale Findiri invasion force. Chapter 32. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, ISS Defiance, Bridge. Where is it? Commander Ethan Civic sat in the XO's chair, half glowering at the view screen that showed the barren surface of Chantana 3 and the orbiting Eru ship, and half at former President Sepulveda, who'd parked himself in the captain's chair. Not reading the ISS vols anywhere in the system, said Rice. Oh, well, that's not good. What? Said Civic and Sepulveda at the same time. The other side of the planet, reading a whole bunch of Findiri ships that just Q-jumped into orbit. And the Resolute is with them. Oppenheimer's ship? Civic stood up. All he could think about was her, but he knew that he had a duty. They were now in a potential war zone, and he had a crew in his care. What's their posture? Looks like the Findiri ships are sending out a whole lot of smaller drop ships and fighter escorts. Rice looked up, distress written all over his face. It's an invasion force, sir. He reached down and gripped the back of his chair. Damn it! He wanted to find the vols, find what or who had killed his future wife, not enter the fray of a battle to save an alien world. Us against 4 Findiri ships, I don't like those odds. I'm afraid the Trits will have to get along without... Sir, said Ensign Platt at comms. I picked up the signal of a conversation between Oppenheimer, the leader of the Trits, and Captain Granger. What? Granger's here? Civic raced over to the comms station and looked over the data. Sure enough, he saw the tail end of the conversation just as the Trit leader and Granger ended the transmission. Damn it, that changes things. All hands, prepare for battle. Sepulveda swiveled the chair around and glared at him. And just what exactly do you think you're going to accomplish by going up against the Findiri with a single IDF starship? With Granger's life on the line? Easy. We're going to accomplish whatever the hell we can. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Former President, I have a battle to wage, and you're in my chair. His expression made it all worth it. Damn, that felt good. Sepulveda actually got up and, perhaps recognizing his uselessness, sulked to the back of the bridge and out the doors. Thought we'd never get rid of him, mumbled Rice. At least he made the popular choice then. Now time to win an unwinnable battle. All hands battle stations, engage the stealth, ready all railgun tubes, lasers, and PDC cannons. Sir? Said Rice. What? You're aware we're running with a bare-bones crew on a ship that wasn't designed for a whole lot of people in the first place? Are you telling me we don't have a weapons crew? Rice nodded quickly. Oh, we do. It's just that his name is Greg. Lieutenant Koskinen? Fine. Tell Greg to get me some effing guns to fire. And while you're at it... He glanced around the bridge. How many people did he actually need up here? You, and you. Go join him. He pointed to what he considered to be the third wheel at every station. The 3 ensigns stood up and fled the bridge. Com, get me Granger. Low power, as tight a beam as possible. We don't want to lose our stealth. Aye, sir, said the officer. A few moments later, got him, Commander. Lo-fi audio only. Less chance of breaking stealth that way. Captain Granger, it's Commander Ethan Civic. I've got the Defiance here, sir. What's the situation? What are your orders? The situation? 4 big-ass Findiri ships are about to invade Chantana 3. Orders? Get the hell out. As soon as I can get back to my ship, I'll be making my own escape. So stand by to... The staticky sound of a massive explosion sounded out of the speakers. At the same time, the lead Findiri ship had orbited far enough across the horizon that it was in view, and a deadly purple energy beam was pulsing down toward the planet. It shut off after another second. Captain, are you okay? Fine. We're fine.
They just destroyed my ship is all. They must have had a lock on it after all.
Civic shook his head. Okay, then we're coming in after you. Helm, begin calculations for...
No, we'll find another way out. You're in the Defiance? Stay stealthed and stand by. Granger out.
The transmission ended.
Damn it,
muttered Civic. He sat back down in the captain's chair and drummed his fingers on the armrest.
Every second you waste, Jerusha's killer goes free.
Helm, make those calculations for a Q-jump right to Granger's location. The helmsman swiveled in his chair and gawked at him.
Sir?
You heard me. There's at least 3 kilometers of empty space in there, and the Defiance ain't all that big. We're going to get in, and hopefully get out. Rice caught his eye. You sure about this, sir? If the Findiri are already there with their fighters, they'd make short work of us in that tight space. They'd make shorter work of Granger without us there. And besides... He stood up and walked toward the exit. The Defiance won't be sticking around there for very long. Call the fighter bay. Tell the deck crew to have my bird ready. Rice shrugged. The deck crew's name is Doris, and I'll let her know you're coming. Chapter 33. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Defiance, Bridge. When Commander Civic had left, Commander Rice dismissed Ensign Platt at the comms station. I'll call down to the fighter bay. Please assist at tactical for now. Aye, sir, she said, saluting and retreating to the other side of the bridge. He tapped the comm and opened the line to the fighter bay. Chief Petty Officer Grimm? Yeah, Doris here, she said. Civic is coming down and needs his fighter prepped for launch. You got it, sir. Doris out. He flipped over to the tight beam transmitter and dialed down the power to as low as possible. Then he typed in a message. Text would require far lower power than voice. Attention, Admiral Oppenheimer. Defiance stealthed and awaiting further orders. Quarry under planet's surface. A few minutes later, the reply came. Stand by. Findiri only want the quarry dead or alive. Apparently just his DNA will suffice. If he escapes here, get him to Earth, even if it breaks your cover. Oppenheimer. Chapter 34. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit. Smolensk Orbital Research Station, Vice President Shankar's office.
Get a good look?
She almost jumped. Damn it, she'd miscalculated the effect of the drug on Mr. Shankar. Hey, she trailed off. So, I can explain. Simon Shankar had folded his arms and regarded her with equal measures contempt and curiosity.
What was it? Let me guess, nap time? You know we developed that drug right here at Smolensk? IDF paid us a shit ton for that one.
Yeah, nap time.
Damn, I don't even remember you knocking. Shit works.
She stepped back from the terminal and he glanced at the screen.
You're with Cooper, I presume? What were you, Plan B in case I refused?
Something like that.
Well, don't worry, sweetheart. Your boss is walking out of here with exactly what she came for, in spite of...
He waved a hand at the screen.
The wishes of certain carpetbagger politicians.
You don't approve of the new chairman of the board? She asked.
Chairmen come and go. They usually know their place and stick with schmoozing the politicians and keeping the money flowing. But this guy fancies himself a chairman, CEO, and president of a galactic republic all in one. Pretty ambitious for a dead guy.
Her eyes narrowed. What do you mean? He grinned.
You don't believe it, do you? I mean, who does? No one here, I can tell you that. Curiel was dead as a doornail. This guy? Who the hell knows who he is? I've never met him in person. Could be some asswipe who either fooled over half the board into voting him in, or they're in on it too.
I've met him, she said. He did a double take.
Is that so? And?
Sure as hell looked like Curiel. Sounded like Curiel. Not sure how you bullshit that.
Prosthetics and makeup can be pretty damn convincing these days. Voice synthesizers? All I know is Curiel is dead. That guy? Don't know who the fuck that is.
Lou nodded, slowly.
Which is why you're helping my boss.
Which is why I'm helping your boss. Me and a few other VPs. We're pretty sure the CEO is in on it with this lowlife, so we're keeping it on the down low for now.
Aren't you worried about what she'll do with it?
The juice? Hell, it was the UE higher-ups that gave us the precursor in the first place. Your IDF intel, you should know. They probably taught you in your first classes at Intel Academy or whatever you call it, back in the day. General Norton orders Captain Shelby Proctor to firebomb the Valorous' homeworld. She incinerates the entire surface, except, lo and behold, IDF intel saves a bit of it. Just a sample, so to speak, and stores it away. 30 years later, Admiral Oppenheimer is leading the fleet against the appearance of a strange ship wreaking havoc on our worlds and ships, and a madman, self-proclaimed prophet, huntsman, takes over the Grangerites and nearly the GPC too. And wouldn't you know it, the sample goes missing. Except it didn't go missing. IDF intel knew exactly where it went. It went to us, in exchange for services.
Keep talking, asswipe, she thought to herself.
And you boys did your experiments and turned it into the juice.
He shrugged.
More or less, to make a long story short. A few hiccups along the way.
She felt like they were close to a turning point, a breakthrough.
What does it do?
To her disappointment, he shrugged.
No one knows for sure. Haven't had the chance to test it yet. That's why you saw...
He waved an arm out to the walls and beyond, as if to indicate the destruction of Belarus's capital.
All this. A looser regulatory regime will permit much greater flexibility in our research. Before long, we'll hit our target. And United Earth, of course, is our first and best customer.
So, Shovik Orion did have a hand in sparking the civil war on Belarus. Monsters.
Smart priorities, she said.
Keep him talking,
she thought.
Are you sure your targets are the same as ours?
Why wouldn't they be? Neither of us likes the idea of an enemy occupying Earth. Neither of us like the idea of the Russian Confederation, the CIDR, the Caliphate, all causing discord and disunity in the face of our enemies. Just think what the juice could accomplish. From a single computer terminal, control of a 1 billion-man army. Do you think the RC would keep up their cold hostilities if their council was programmed to love us? You think the Findiri would stand a chance if the entire population of Earth was able to resist them, synchronized and in harmony, working together? And all Cooper would have to do is press a few buttons.
Lou smirked.
And all for the low, low price of...
4 easy installments of... the entire IDF budget for 30 years.
That's it.
See?
He smiled.
That's what I told Cooper, but she's a shrewd bargainer, that one.
He shook his head back and forth and rubbed his eyes, trying to exorcise the last of the drug she'd administered.
Now then, you should be on your way. Your boss should be just about finished with her tour. Oh!
He snapped a finger.
And tell her if she ever sends one of her goons to drug me and sift through my data again, said goon won't find it so easy to walk out alive next time.
You wish,
she thought, but mirrored his smile.
I'll pass it along.
He stood up and escorted her to the door and shut it softly behind her. As she walked back down the hallway, Danny's voice blared in her head.
Are you done?
Yeah, just finishing up. You? How'd it go?
They actually let me use the loo, then escorted me back to the ship. That worked way easier than I thought it would.
Great. Coming back now.
I've got some news.
She managed to find her way back to the airlock on the outer ring where the Crimson Phoenix was docked. The security guard's eyes bulged when he saw her.
But thank you so much. Another minute and I'd have shat myself.
She grinned and walked past him into the airlock and on into the ship before he had time to say another word. She found Danny in the galley with a cup of coffee, sat down, and told him everything. He listened in silence the entire time, shaking his head in disbelief. Finally, he said, "So I was their guinea pig." "Pretty much. I mean, I'm alive, so there's that. And the entire Valerisi race, too." Her companion chimed in.
"Yeah, thanks for that."
She chuckled. It was picking up on their wry humor. It? He? She? Can a liquid have a gender? She responded to it.
"Hey, I just realized I don't even know what to call you. Do you have a name?"
"Nope. Should I?"
"It might help,"
she replied.
"Better than saying, 'Hey, you.' How do I get a name?" "Well,"
she began,
"you could just choose one. Is that how you got yours?" "No, my parents named me. You should name me. In a sense, you're my parent. I was born when I entered you." Okay.
She paused, thinking. "Got any ideas for a name for my companion?" "You too, huh? That's just what I was talking about with mine." Lou fiddled with the beverage dispenser and ordered her own coffee. The machine gently whirred to life.
"They're technically siblings, or is yours like the parent of mine? Which would make me and your companion the parents, and you
the grandpa." He laughed.
"How about Jack and Diane?"
He laughed harder.
"What, like the song? I don't know. It was just the first thing that popped into my head."
She took the coffee mug that slid out of the unit and sipped. "Bonnie and Clyde," he countered.
"Luke and Leia."
"Salt and Pepper."
"Ebb and Flow."
"Sonny and Cher."
"Wax and Wayne."
"Thelma and Louise."
"Frodo and Sam."
"PB&J."
"Thing 1 and Thing 2."
"Barbie and Ken."
"Rum and Coke."
"Lewis and Clark." "Death and Taxes."
"Fire and Brimstone."
"Give and Take."
"Tarzan and Jane."
"Pork and Beans."
"Trial and Error."
"Salt and Pepper." She pointed a finger at him.
"You already said that one. I win."
"Damn it."
"Jack and Diane. Always go with your first instinct."
He drummed his fingers on the table. "Yeah, okay. Actually, I kind of like it."
"Me too,"
said her companion.
"Yeah, Diane?" "Yeah, Diane. And Jack likes his." "All right, then. Jack and Diane it is."
She looked over at Danny.
"They like it too."
"Then it's settled. Good, I was getting tired of calling it it. Speaking of which, Jack, what the hell makes you a boy anyway?" Lou heard the response from Jack in her own head. It felt just a hair different than Diane's voice, like he was definitely a distinct individual.
"I guess it's because of my big dick, Danny."
They both laughed.
"Oh, God, he sounds just like you,"
she said between laughs.
"Like father, like son."
For the first time in a while, they lived in the moment and let the laughter continue. Between losing their friends on Britannia, losing Earth, and any number of other disasters, it had been a long time since they'd let themselves just enjoy laughing without the feeling of constant dread. Reality, however, interrupted. Cooper's voice sounded out of the speakers.
"Mr. Proctor, tour's over. I'm heading back. Be ready to depart when I get there."
"Duty calls," he said, then tapped his handheld to reply. "Acknowledged, Madam President." He tapped the conversation closed. "What do you think?"
"What do I think? That the new chairman of the board of Shovik Orion, who may or may not be who he says he is, explicitly told his personnel not to give Cooper anything, and they turn around and do just the opposite? What do you think I think?"
"I think it's time to take matters into our own hands."
"Agreed."
She heard both Diane's and Jack's voices in her mind.
"We agree."
"It's decided, then. The question is, how?" They sat in silence for a while, considering their options, and the gravity of working against the President of United Earth while employed as the very people trusted to keep her safe. Down the hall, the airlock door slid open, and they stood up to go greet her. President Cooper walked through the airlock. In one hand was a burrito, which she handed to Lou.
"Warm this up for me, sweetheart. I'm starving." "Yes, ma'am,"
said Lou. She took the burrito and watched the president's other hand. It was carrying a suitcase.
"What you got in there?" "Like I told you before, not your business to know."
She turned to Danny.
"Get us back to Earth, now.
Before more people die at the hands of those monsters.
Yes, ma'am, he said. At Lou, he thought, we'll figure out what to do on Earth. If she's got the quote-unquote juice, there's no way in hell we're letting her use it.
And if we fail?
He flashed a lopsided smile.
Then we die trying.
Chapter 35. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. Interior. Itharan Capital City. The burning wreck of the little Corvette Legend was over half a kilometer away, and he could still feel the intense heat.
Well,
said Granger.
I don't suppose Vestige has a spare.
Well, mimicked Jasper, adding a slight edge of sarcasm, if someone hadn't turned down a Vestige fleet escort, there might have been.
Well, glad I brought this with me,
said QWERTY, hefting the briefcase holding both the Earth version of the Voynich manuscript and the alien version. Granger turned to Klalogish.
I'm going to need to hitch a ride after all. I assume you're getting out too?
Klalogish thumped his chest with a fist in a gesture that Granger was unsure as to the meaning of.
Fleegly gosh, yes, I leave too. But for now, go with them.
He pointed to the two other Trits standing on the ship's hatch.
They will take you to the great Eru ship in the sky, Dasholin.
You're not coming? Said Jasper.
I have final business to attend to, young human Fliglishgash, but I soon leave as well.
Klalogish pounded his chest one more time, this time while facing the two other Trits, and he left, his 3 children in tow, each still happily chattering amongst themselves as if the whole affair was simply a distraction in whatever game they were playing or story they were telling themselves.
Please come with us, old man, etc.,
said one of the Trits. Is that thing safe to fly? Said Jasper under his breath. It looks like it's being held together with tape, wire, and a whole shitload of hope.
It'll be fine,
said Granger, and waved them forward to follow the Trits up the lowered hatch. They buckled themselves in, at least that part was the same, though QWERTY's strap was stuck and he had to switch seats.
Hold on tightly, humans. We'll fly very, very quickly,
said the Trit that slid into the pilot's chair.
Don't worry, we're used to it, said Granger.
Dad, look! Jasper pointed out the window. Granger didn't have time to be dismayed at the term Dad, as his eyes fell on a formation of Findiri dropships and fighters that were screaming toward them.
Step on it, please,
said Granger. One of the Trits looked at his feet.
Step? Step on what? Go!
The pilot pulled on the controls, and the craft launched into the air surprisingly quickly, though Granger wished their inertial canceling technology were more developed, as his stomach nearly launched into his mouth. The ships zoomed ahead, gaining huge speed in a matter of seconds. He looked out the window. The Findiri craft were not far behind. The dropships had landed at the launch pad they'd just left, but the fighters were still trailing them. The cabin lit up with the blinding flash of a few energy bolts aimed their way. "God damn, don't you guys know any evasive maneuvers?" said Jasper. "Or, like maybe fire back at them?" The pilot responded,
I've only been flying for a few threes of diurnal cycles, young human, and my companion here is my nearly grown child. He's not much use for anything yet.
Granger, Jasper, and QWERTY all eyed each other with what Granger assumed was the same emotion. Oh my God, we're really going to die, aren't we?
That's it, up. Stand up. That's right, you heard me.
Granger had unbuckled his restraint and was standing over the pilot.
Old man, etc., I have been charged with getting you to safety. Please go restrain. Get your Trit ass out of the chair before I move it for you,
Granger roared. The pilot's eyes went wider than tennis balls, and he jumped out of his chair and retreated back to the seat Granger had left.
Okay, all ships are basically the same, muttered Granger. Thrust is here, pitch, yaw.
He fiddled for a few moments with the controls to familiarize himself, and then...
Okay, kids, hold on to your butts.
He pressed forward on the accelerator and pushed hard to starboard, and then port, and then starboard, even as a series of energy bolts lanced out at them from the nearest Findiri fighter.
Old men, etc., what are you doing to our ship?
Said the pilot.
Saving our asses,
said Granger.
He was a fighter pilot back in the day, you know,
said QWERTY helpfully. The ship made a series of evasive maneuvers that sent the little craft through loops and veers and hard brakes and lightning-quick accelerations, all to the sound of the trits, occasionally letting loose yelps and small screams that indicated they simply were not used to such dangerous flying. And through it all, Granger was smiling. The biggest grin he could recall permitting to cross his face since he'd gotten his body back. Until he looked ahead into the distance.
Well, shit.
What? Said Jasper.
Findiri fighters ahead, we're pinned in.
He looked back at the pilot.
Doesn't this thing have weapons?
Of course it does.
Okay, where? How do I use them?
Back there. It's a dedicated targeting system requiring another individual to operate.
The Trit pointed to the rear of the small craft toward another seat with its own console, controls, and window.
How many times have you used it?
Never.
Granger shrugged.
Of course you haven't. Jasper,
on it, Jasper yelled, unbuckling his restraint and bolting for the targeting chair. He jumped in, strapped the restraint, powered up the console, and started grappling the controls, which, thankfully, moved the small turret on the rear of the ship.
Okay, we're pulling a hard 180, but before we do, you need to take out those fighters behind us, understood?
Said Granger.
They're as good as dead,
said Jasper. He swiveled the turrets back and forth, tracking the movements of the Findiri fighters, and fired off a few rounds. They looked like common pieces of metal, nothing fancy like the Findiri, but they did their job. The first fighter exploded in a fireball, and another lost a wing and careened down toward the ground.
Great,
yelled Granger.
One left.
Jasper laid down a stream of slugs aimed at the last fighter, but it was prepared, swerving back and forth and seemingly anticipating Jasper's every move.
I can't get this one. Hurry!
Granger yelled from the cockpit.
These bogies ahead are almost on top of us.
Trying, muttered Jasper. He squeezed off another dozen rounds to no avail. The fighter behind them suddenly exploded in a cloud of fire and debris.
Nice shot,
said Granger. Jasper shrugged. Wasn't me. The comm came to life.
Woo-hoo, that's one! How many more you got for me, old man?
Granger recognized Commander Civic's voice.
Commander? What the hell are you doing down here? Saving your ass?
He shrugged.
Fair enough.
He glanced at his tactical display and finally saw that the Defiance had Q-jumped into the space underneath Gentana 3's crust. But even as he watched, it Q-jumped away.
Civic, there's an exit port 50 kilometers ahead, but we've got a squadron of Findiri fighters between us and it. Say no more.
Civic's fighter soared over them and raced toward the oncoming craft. Within seconds, Granger saw why the kid's call sign was batshit. He was crazy, utterly insane.
Batshit, there's at least 20 of them. Wait for us. Don't be a martyr.
Don't worry, I got this. And then, Granger saw something he hadn't seen in over 30 or 14 billion years. Not since he'd watched the kid's father, Tyler Ballsy Vols, perform similar feats of jaw-dropping flying and targeting. He was a genius, a savant. My God, he's already killed half of them, and that was only his first pass, said Jasper.
It's in his blood. In the words of Klalogish, he's adding to the great story, except he's making it badass.
He glanced back at the pilot Trit.
Speaking of which, did he get out yet?
Who?
Your leader, Klalogish.
The Trit paused, almost as if he was hesitating.
He will stay. There is no way to trigger an explosion using the gravity generators remotely. He must do it in person. He will leave in time.
Fury boiled up inside him.
Now wait just a damn minute. He said he was going to his own ship.
He said that he would attend to business and then leave as well.
No time to argue. Granger yanked back on the controls and brought the ship around. Jasper yelled, "What are you doing? I almost had one in my sights."
We can't leave him.
The Trit nodded solemnly.
You truly are the great hero of old from the stories.
But this is how it must be, old man, etc. This is the path that Tlalocash has chosen for himself, to risk his life for his world, like you did for yours. But you need not worry about him. He will escape the great death. His place in the great story is assured.
Granger grit his teeth.
This is nothing like before. Besides, it doesn't matter. He can kill himself for all I care, but not before I get that manuscript out of him.
He aimed the ship back toward the Trit's government building. It was a fair distance away, but even his old eyes could see what was happening. A handful of Findiri dropships had landed, and soldiers were pouring out of them. Chapter 36. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Vols, Bridge. "Final Q jump," said the helmsman. The view screen changed, and the sunlit barren orb of Chantana 3 appeared against the starry background, as well as several Findiri battleships and one IDF starship. "Damn it. Which one is that?" said Shin Wentworth.
"The Resolute, sir,"
said Lieutenant Mack. "Sir?" The comms officer turned to look at him. "Receiving an incoming transmission from Fleet Admiral Oppenheimer." Damn it, damn it, damn it. "Helm, calculate a Q jump to a location inside the planet. I'm sending over the coordinates now." He tapped a few commands on his console, bringing up a schematic of the interior of the planet, finding one of the two-dimensional singularities, and zoomed in on the buildings below. "There, that must be the one," he murmured, seeing a large building below it with a giant metaspace transmitter tower on top. He sent the location over to the helm. "Sir, what do I tell Admiral Oppenheimer?" said the comms officer. "Tell him to stand by. I'm just getting settled in my ready room." He stayed put in the captain's chair, waiting for the countdown to begin for the Q-jump into the interior. "Getting some interference from their crust levitation technology, sir," said the helmsman. "It's taking longer than usual." Great, he thought, wondering just how patient Oppenheimer would be. He tapped the comm. "Colonel Voorhees, this is the commander. How many Marines are on board?"
28, sir,
came the colonel's voice. "I need all of them armed and ready to go in the shuttle bay in 5 minutes. I'll meet you there, understood?" 5 minutes. The comm cut out momentarily, and he imagined Voorhees swearing on the other end. The channel reopened.
Yes, sir, we'll be there. Voorhees out."
The comm cut out again. "Time to Q-jump? Any second now." The screen changed again, and this time the starfield completely disappeared, to be replaced by the vast underground space between the roof of the planet's upper crust and the surface down below, where Shin Wentworth could see a city stretched out in all directions. And up ahead, just a kilometer or so away, a shimmering white light, hovering halfway between the roof and the ground of the cavern. "Transmission from a nearby ship, sir." The comms officer stared at his console in disbelief. "They say it's from Captain Granger." Damn it. That was a complication indeed. "Put him through," he said. The comm speakers scratched to life.
"ISS Vols, this is Captain Granger. How the hell did you know we were down here? Really glad you're here. I need your help, urgently."
"How can we assist, Captain?"
"That building below you is currently being overrun by Findiri soldiers. The Trit's leader is there as well, and we need to rescue him. Is there a contingent of Marines on board?"
"There is, and they're locked and loaded, ready to go."
"Good, send them down. Locate the Trit leader, evacuate him, and get the hell out of the system. Do not leave without the Trit leader, understood?"
"Understood, sir," he said. "Shin Wentworth out." And then to himself, as he left the bridge, "Two birds with one stone, I suppose." Chapter 37. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, Interior. Itharan Capital City. The Itharan ship bucked and swayed and dove, Granger piloting it through a series of maneuvers to throw off another Findiri fighter.
"Kid, any time now would be great,"
he yelled back toward Jasper. "Trying," he replied through gritted teeth. Round after round blasted out of the ship's guns, always just missing by a meter or so. Finally, "Got him! Got him!"
"Great, kid, now do that 50 more times,"
said Granger. eyeing the incoming ships in the distance. "Sir," began QWERTY, "there's no way we're going to land down there, assist in the rescue of Leader Clo-Logish, reboard, launch, pick our way through 50 Findiri fighters, find an exit port, and dock with the Defiance, all with 4 Findiri battleships in orbit, and a very angry Admiral Oppenheimer no doubt ready to send out his own fighters." He held up the suitcase. "Plus, we can't risk losing this." Granger nodded heavily. "God damn it," he mouthed. He was right. Shin Wentworth would have to be the miracle worker here, not him. "Mr. Civic," he said through the comm, "have you cleared my path to the exit yet?" "Oh, I did that several minutes ago, sir, and now I'm picking off drop ships as they come through the hole." "Great, I'll be there momentarily. We just need to provide enough of a distraction to let the Vols do its work." A moment's pause on the other end of the comm. Did you say the Vols?" "The Q jumped in just moments ago. Shin Wentworth is sending down a squad of Marines to rescue Clo-Logish. It would help him out if we could say no more." Civic cut the transmission, and on his scope, Granger watched the fighter shoot back out of the exit in the roof and race away back toward the government building. Chapter 38, Sol Sector, Earth, New York City, United Earth Executive Offices Tower. "Can you still hear them?" Lou held a finger to her lips. "Shh." She pressed her ear back up against the wall. The room was nothing more than a storage closet, but it had the benefit of sharing a wall with the temporary office of Director Talus. He mostly stayed aboard his Findiri flagship, but today he was a constant presence at the UE Executive Office Tower. "It's not good. They're about to run out of prisoners from the East Coast Correctional Institute. Cooper is suggesting using prisoners from someplace in Eastern Europe, but Talus is pressing ahead with his idea of using friends and family of renegade IDF officers." Danny shook his head in disbelief. It was all so surreal. An enemy army occupying Earth and rounding up innocents to murder publicly in broad daylight? It was like something out of the horror stories of the wars of the early millennium. Vietnam, China, Soviet Union, Iraq, Alpha Centauri. That it could happen here in the modern day? Earth had suffered millions of deaths in Swarm War II, but this, seeing the deaths, one by bloody one on a live broadcast, was something else entirely. It was barbaric. He pressed his own ear up to the wall and tried to listen again. Lou's hearing was simply better than his. "Jack, can you help me out here?" "Of course I can." "Well, why haven't you?" "You never asked." "I'm asking now, damn it." "Fine, no need to swear at me, just trying to give you a sense of privacy with your thoughts." "A sense? That's an odd choice of words. Am I ever alone in my thoughts with you around?" "No. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now help me out, please." He leaned into the wall again, and this time his hearing was augmented by his Valerisi companion, Jack. Not so much the hearing ability itself, but rather Lou would listen through the wall, Diane would instantly hear it too, and pass that along to Jack, who passed it along to Danny, essentially filling in words that he couldn't make out. "Told you before, that's going to cause a popular uprising, Director Talus," said President Cooper. "Killing prisoners? Fine. People don't like it, but no one's doing anything about it. Killing random innocent civilians? Kids? Good God, you'll have a planet-wide rebellion overnight." "What of it? Let them rebel," replied Talus with a hint of derision in his voice. "That will help us sort out the loyal from the disloyal." "Eminent Director," began another voice, this one Danny recognized as Varus, whom he'd seen at the private shuttle pad, the Findiri that acted somewhat like Talus's right-hand man, or right-hand Findiri. "With respect, this is a waste of time. Our genetic blueprints in the corporeal chambers are still stable for now, and will be for many more months at least. So, your soldiers die by the dozens every day. Their genetic codes are so corrupted that they keel over and die without warning. In a few years, every soldier that pops out of the corporeal chambers will be dead upon arrival." Varus continued where he was interrupted.
Granger can wait. On the other hand, an actual swarm ship is out there right now. We should be hunting it. That is our purpose and destiny. A purpose Granger gave to us. You forget all too easily. And, continued Varus, whether he gave it to us or not changes nothing. Every Findiri feels it in his bones, and even if we didn't consider this, the swarm is just as much an imminent threat to us as it is to any human planet, as it is to Earth. Earth is ours now, and so a swarm threat to it is a threat to us. And with Granger captured and the corporeal chambers restored to their original function with his DNA, then the Findiri will be restored as well, and will be far more effective in hunting and destroying the swarm ship. My decision stands, Adjutant.
A pause.
Know your place,
he added, more slowly.
You are not even Findiri.
Another pause. When Talus responded, his tone was dangerous.
What did you say? You're Kuyasi. You are not even Findiri. The fate of the Findiri should be up to the Findiri and not to a rogue Kuyasi. It is what I was created for. What all Kuyasi were created for, to lead the Findiri, to temper your more base instincts, and to provide you with what you lack. Vision, leadership, intelligence. So now who is concerned about what Granger created them for?
Varus's voice had a hint of mockery in it.
Silence, you fool, or you will be replaced. There is no shortage of adjutants who can serve in your capacity.
Another tense pause.
Gentlemen, began Cooper, perhaps a compromise? Send out half the Findiri fleet, aided by as many IDF ships as you require, and hunt down the swarm ship. The other half of the fleet is more than up to the task of tracking down Granger. Eventually, seeing so much death on his account, he will cave.
A wise compromise, Madam President, said Varus. No, you're both fools. You, human, for thinking you can dictate anything to the hegemon of the Findiri Empire, and you, Varus, for siding with her. A human, and a woman at that.
You don't have women among you?
Said Cooper innocently, probably straining in an attempt to not show even a hint of offense or anger. Both Varus and Talus actually laughed.
There are no women Findiri, said Talus. There are barely even male Findiri. Tell me, human, have you ever seen a Findiri's manhood?
Can't say that I have, said Cooper, or that I ever will.
Trust me, you won't, said Talus. That is factually incorrect, said Varus. But they're rather useless, wouldn't you say? You wouldn't need the corporeal chambers otherwise. As we were designed, said Varus, and which has no bearing on our abilities as warriors. Go ahead and think that, Adjutant. Now both of you go do your jobs. Adjutant, that line of sacrifices outside will continue moving 1 prisoner per minute, and by tomorrow morning it changes to 2 at a time instead of 1. See to it. And you, human, assist the adjutant in tracking down the friends and family of renegade IDF officers to populate that line. Leave, both of you.
He heard some shuffling, indicating that the meeting was over, and Danny glanced at Lou.
Cooper's in charge of tracking down innocent civilians to go kill? Question is, how gleefully is she going to do it?
Lou shook her head.
We're not going to give her time to be gleeful. We need to confront her.
You know, Danny continued, shaking his head, she's taken to shoveling Talus's shit so much that I think I'm going to start calling her Scooper.
Danny,
she said, indicating the closet door with a tilt of her head.
You only start making stupid jokes when you're nervous.
She rested a hand on the doorknob, but stopped when her handheld chimed with an incoming message.
That's Connor.
Who?
My friend at IDF Intel, Connor Davenport.
She reached down into her pocket and fished the handheld out. Why does that name sound familiar?
Because anyone who's ever had a high school history class has heard the name. Was Vice President Isaacson's bodyman during Swarm War II, and he became President Avery's after the war. Kept him close for 30 years. Still worked for her right up until she died at Britannia.
If she died.
Anyway, IDF Intel recruited him in the waning years of the last Avery administration. He was one of my mentors in the field.
She read through the message.
Well, how about that?
Yeah?
Curiel's DNA lab work came back. It's Curiel. The DNA matches exactly. Well, almost exactly.
Almost.
Under normal circumstances, it'd be a match, like 99% equivalence, but I asked him to go deeper. And sure enough, there are some weird things going on. Some discrepancies.
Such as? Lou shrugged.
His words, not mine. They're not big enough to indicate it's a different person, but it's like some of Curiel's DNA is just off by a bit. But here's another kicker. Cooper's DNA was mixed up in there too, since the sample came off of her fingernail. Connor took the liberty of running hers as well.
Don't tell me. Same discrepancy? She nodded.
It looks like Rice's theory is looking more and more likely, and that it's not just Cooper, but Curiel. Over half of humanity is now governed by one of three Quiasi: Talus, President Cooper, and Speaker Curiel.
Maybe we should be checking the RC, CIDR, and Caliphate leaders too, he mused.
Good luck with that. I don't think you can just strut into their offices and ask for a DNA sample. But you're right. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me if at least one of them were Quiasi as well.
Danny flashed a lopsided smile. Let me guess. By the end of this thing, it'll turn out that we're all Quiasi. She rolled her eyes and cracked the door open, pausing to listen for anyone in the hallway.
There you go again. You make stupid jokes when you're nervous.
Aren't you? She listened for movement in the hallway a few more moments.
I am. A lot of innocent people are going to die. It seems like no matter what we do.
Well, then let's go save the ones we can. They slipped out into the hallway, took a short ride up the lift, and came out into the main atrium that served as the gateway into the offices of all the executive branch members. Cooper was there, chatting with Varys in low tones. When she saw them, she said a few last words before Varys glanced in their direction, nodded once, and left.
Mr. Cooper! Lou, a word?
She beckoned them forward into a hallway leading off from the atrium, and then into the executive office itself.
We have a problem.
She repeated back to them Talus's latest assignment. And you're reluctant to do it? Said Danny. She looked at him sharply.
I beg your pardon?
Honestly, ma'am, you look pretty chummy with Talus's right-hand man, and after a day of effort, you seem no closer to stopping that line. Instead, you're off getting tours of secret research facilities. What the hell is in that briefcase anyway?
Careful, Mr. Proctor. Your aunt may be a celebrity, but you'll find that you're easily replaceable if you don't cool your attitude, she said, ice in her voice. And if you don't show us what's in the briefcase, we're going to tell Admiral Proctor what's going on, said Lou. And what is going on, Ms. Lou?
Cooper folded her arms.
Did some asking around. That weapons research facility, we know that they were involved in swarm matter research, which is banned. I can't see Proctor or Granger approving of its use in any circumstance.
Cooper laughed.
God save us from idealistic and earnest kids trying to fight a war by the rules. You have no idea the lengths either of them would go to save humanity.
She closed the office door and then retreated to her desk, opening a drawer and reaching inside.
But in this case, you're absolutely wrong.
She pulled out the briefcase she'd brought back from the research station, laid it on the desk, and opened it.
Go on, take a look.
They both stepped forward and looked inside. Nothing more than a data pad and a small, high-tech-looking gadget. What is it? Said Danny. Cooper waved them forward.
Look for yourself, on the pad.
Danny waved it on and accessed the only data file. It was marked Momentum Transfer. He opened it and saw the names on the subfiles. White Paper, IDF Research Proposal ISR-11099,
theory, experimental results, prototype engineering, and so forth. Shovik Orion was researching the Findiri's momentum transfer shield? They were researching momentum transfer in general, have been for years. But after the Findiri attack, well, the scientists at the Institute sprung into high gear. Getting to see the technology in action and seeing some of the sensor data on it from our ships helped them make some pretty significant breakthroughs in just a few days. This is the result. A small desktop prototype. Not the final solution, but it's something. She closed the briefcase and set it back into the open drawer. I thought it might be beneficial to get this information to Proctor and any IDF scientists and engineers that are still on our side. Unless you think that might run afoul of the rules of war? Any ethical quandaries I'm not thinking through here? She couldn't hide the mocking tone of her voice. Are we sure she's not on our side? Thought Lou to Danny. I mean, are there good Kuyasi? Given that we still know next to nothing about them, sure. I take from your sudden shyness that I've made my point, said Cooper. Now, let's get to work. I've got to go find a few hundred friends and family of traitorous officers. Shouldn't take my staff a few hours. You're still going through with it? Said Danny. Do I have any other options, Mr. Proctor? He had no response. But in those few hours, you'll be doing something for me. Arrange for transport of these people. I'll have them gathered at the spaceport in Baltimore. From there, it's just a short ride up to New York. I need you to find a transport with a captain we can trust. And when the time comes for them to head on up to New York to be slaughtered, they're going to blast off, and as soon as they clear the atmosphere, cue jump the hell out of here. Got it? Danny was still speechless. Mr. Proctor? You're not really Cooper, are you? He said it as a statement. Cooper said nothing, only showing the barest smile. Who are you? Mr. Proctor, do you want to win this war or not? I do. Then does it really matter who I am? I suppose not. The small smile spread to a devious one. Then find me a fucking pilot. You have 2 hours. Chapter 39. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, Interior. Commander Ethan Civic watched the ISS Vols soar through the air of the interior space under the planet's crust, knowing he had to balance 3 things. First, his own life. Dozens of Findiri fighters were swarming the space in between him and his target. Second, the mission. Granger had ordered him to safeguard the Vols as it tried to extract the Itharan leader from the dangerous situation below. Third, I'm going to avenge you, my sweetheart. He watched the ship with a mixture of emotions. He needed to protect it, and he needed to kill someone aboard. It was just a matter of finding out who. He had a fairly decent idea of who it was. The only member of the Vols' crew that had it in for her. Who else could it be? Commander Civic, we're going to need some assistance as our shuttle departs, said Shin Wentworth. His voice grated. Somehow he just knew it was the voice of a killer. Copy that, he said, in as neutral a tone as possible. Make a beeline for that landing pad and I'll mop up behind you. Understood. The shuttle shot out of the Vols' bay like nothing he'd ever seen. He certainly hoped the pilot knew what he was doing. He pushed his fighter in after it, swinging around it to pick off a pair of Findiri fighters that had come too close. Okay, path's clear, he yelled. Land, get the job done, and let's get the hell out of here. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the shuttle power down toward the landing pad and screech to a near stop just above the surface. But his main focus was on the squadron of fighters that was bearing down on him. This ought to be fun, he murmured. Before they could overtake him, he reversed thrust, flipped the nose around, and powered the bird straight at the oncoming fighters. Maybe they'll think I'm crazy and just back off? It had certainly worked before. The squadron opened fire, and he answered it with his own, dodging and weaving randomly in the hopes of avoiding most of the fire. He was mostly successful, except for the half-dozen or so rounds that punctured the cockpit in several places and blew a wing clean off. "Didn't need that thing anyway," he mumbled, and flipped on the extra Z-thrust he'd need to stay aloft in the artificial gravity. His adrenaline surged. His vision narrowed to just the bird ahead of him, which exploded in a puff of fire while he moved on to the next one, and the next. This was his element. This was where he thrived. What the hell had he been thinking, trying to captain a ship? Proctor had lost her mind, putting him in charge. He was a fighter jock, and only a fighter jock. No fewer than 5 Findiri fighters zeroed in on him, all from different directions, and each of those was backed up by 2 more. He had a split second to decide which way to go. The split second passed in an instant, and having made his decision, he gunned the engine to well past 5 Gs. He struggled to keep his arms in front of him for the second or two that he maintained the thrust, and when he released it, he saw the dozens of rounds just miss his bird. He flipped around and picked off 4 of the pursuers, but they were replaced by a dozen more. "Shit," he said. "That trip better be worth it." Several of the newcomer fighters exploded in massive fireballs. Half his brain took note of how large the fireballs were now that they were in an atmosphere, and the other half wondered why in the world they'd exploded in the first place.
"Bad shit, you crazy bastard! You can't bag all these yourself!"
"Ace?" He craned his neck around, just in time to see 4 other fighters soar past. He recognized his squad: Ace, Barbie, Moonshine, and Spectrum. "I'm already at 3. You?" came Barbie's voice. 30-something. "Well, fuck me," he replied. "Time to catch up." Between the 5 of them, the dance became a whole lot easier, if not less deadly. Over the next several minutes, they managed to pick off the entire squadron they were up against before another showed up to keep them busy.
"These guys are good, but not great,"
said Ace.
"Maybe they just haven't had the practice like us," said Civic.
"Seriously, when is the last time you think they actually faced fighter pilots with any amount of skill?"
"A few million years?"
"Exactly." He picked off 2 more, and then he jerked both hands up to shield his eyes from an intense light that flashed a few kilometers away. The window should have darkened to compensate, but apparently didn't have time. "What the hell is that?" yelled Moonshine. Now that he could see again, the darkened window finally caught up. He peered out into the vast cavern. "That's one of the things that was holding up the crust, I think," said Civic. It certainly was in the same place. Now it was just shining about 1,000,000 times brighter.
"Is it, supposed to be that bright?"
said Ace. "Hell if I know. Look sharp, people. There's a good chance things are about to get a lot more interesting." Chapter 40. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, Interior.
"Fan out. Find the Trit leader or any Trit that can take you to him. When you find him, take him straight to the shuttle and inform the rest of us," said Shin Wentworth to the Balls' platoon of Marines. There were only 13 of them, but breaking up into teams of 2 each should let them cover a lot of ground at the Atharan government tower. "Yes, sir,"
yelled the Marine lieutenant. He started pointing at individual teams and dividing them up. "And you, with me, we've got a secondary mission," he said to the 13th Marine. He glanced down at his handheld sensor package and pointed it this way and that, and then up. Bingo.
"Okay, we need to get up to the top of the tower. Let's go," he yelled. "Sir,"
the Marine yelled back and dashed toward the doors leading out onto the landing pad. He ran behind the Marine as he kicked the doors in and down the hall to the central stairwell leading up the center of the tower. Didn't the Trits believe in elevators? "Damn it," he muttered, as they started sprinting up the first floor of stairs. At the top, he panted, 15 to go. As each floor passed by, he'd occasionally hear explosions outside the building from far up in the sky, indicating to him that the fighter battle was still very, very hot. He half hoped. No, he couldn't hope something so dreadful. Civic could die during this battle, and that would certainly make things easier later, but he was not a ghoul. "Sir, there's a small contingent of Findiri soldiers trailing us," said the Marine. "Do you have a clear shot?" "No, sir, they're staying out of range and taking cover as we ascend. They're shadowing us, not engaging. Yet." He felt a knot in his stomach. Their path back to the shuttle was closed off to them, for now. Nothing we can do about it. Let's get to the top. They burst out onto the top floor, a sort of mezzanine with glass walls that looked out on the landscape below. Near the center, by the stairwell exit, was a large bank of haphazard electronics and displays. And at one near the center, "Leader Klologish, you must come with us now." He flipped on the translator program on his handheld and ran forward toward the Trit and its children sitting quietly at the alien's feet.
Flogesh Slogan. No. Human second in importance to Leader Mare. I will not. There is still much to do if I am to succeed in my subterfuge, Dharmashagosh. The Trit tapped a few more buttons with his 3 outstretched fingers, and suddenly the whole room was bathed in an ungodly intense light. He squinted, shielding his eyes, and saw that the light was coming from the wall of windows in the direction of the artificial singularity hanging in the sky. "What are you doing?" he yelled and ran forward. "I am bringing down the sky, Gilimsha Goshaga, and it must be done with sufficient energy to destroy the Findiri ships in orbit. Rolishlik Goshantik Gosh, what are you doing?" He flipped the question back on Shin Wentworth. I'm here to get you out." "As I said, human second in importance. I am staying here, Tlothla Shagash. There is no other way to accomplish this task, Goshaka Tloth." "And," Shin Wentworth added, wondering how exactly he could word it, how he could persuade the alien to let him use one of the singularities, if it was even possible. "And I need the use of one of your gravity devices. I mean, if you were just destroying them all anyway, it would be a huge benefit to Leader Mare and Granger if I could..." Klologish snapped his head around. "Tlothla Goshagsa Shatla. Old man, etc. requires use of a gravity device?" Yes. "Why didn't you say so when you barged in here, Doshlag Goshlag Sasha? There, that box. Take it." The short alien pointed down at one of the random pieces of electronics scattered nearby. If Shin Wentworth didn't know any better, he'd have supposed it was junk. "That?" He reached down and picked it up. A cube, dials and indicators and electronics dotting it here and there. About half a meter square, it was certainly bulky, but surprisingly light. "Yes, Kinzagaglosh. It is the control mechanism for one of the nearby gravity wells. The projectors that keep it in place are at the top of a tower underneath it. But you do not need those, Gloshleg Tidlith. You just need this, and tether your own projectors to it to control the well. And you'll need power to use it. Lots of power, Ginchaglik Klolog. But I figure old man, etc. knows that." Shin Wentworth blinked. This was far easier than he could have hoped, at least for now. There was no telling if this whole plan was even going anywhere, if they could even accomplish what he hoped with this thing. "Thank you. Very, very much. I don't know how to repay you, and Granger as well." "You can thank me by getting out of my way and allowing me to secure my place in the great story, Gunshatloth." The Trit grabbed something out of his pocket, and without any warning aimed it at one of the windows. Shin Wentworth shielded his eyes from the light still streaming in, and from the glass that rained down as Klologish shot out the window. "Your return is cut off. That is your only retreat now. Go! Dingzagrik Talogsta!" Chapter 41. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, Interior. "That shit is starting to pulse. What does that mean, man?" said Moonshine. He glanced out the cockpit window port to his left and watched the dazzling light suspended in the air, still bright enough to nearly blind him even with the window darkened. "No idea. Can't be good, whatever it is." A few flashes of purple light ahead reminded him he was still in a fighter battle. In fact, "Ace, you've got 3 on your tail." He gunned his engine and pelted the Findiri fighters, shadowing Ace. "I know, I can't shake them," she yelled. As he watched, several rounds managed to find her left wing, blowing it clean off. "Shit! Just hold on." His finger twitched, the trigger becoming an extension of his mind as he tried to lock down the remaining 2 fighters. "There!" One of them exploded in a fireball. "One more." "I'm hit, going down."
Ace yelled, and Civic watched as several rounds took out the engine under her right wing. Several more punctured the cockpit, and he hoped to God they hadn't punctured her too. "Eject! Get the hell out of there!" yelled Barbie. Civic held his breath for a few tortured seconds, even as he finally managed to pick off the final Findiri fighter. If she didn't respond, or eject soon... Ace's cockpit exploded open, and an object too fast to see blazed out of it. He craned his neck around and upward, and hollered, "Ace! God damn, you're alive! You awake?" "Kinda," she slurred. Ejections could be a violent affair. "Hit my head, I think." "Good thing your head's as hard as a duranium shield plate. Hang on." He maneuvered his fighter to match her speed of descent and sidled up close to her. "Barbie, Spectrum, cover me. Moonshine, circle the perimeter to keep bogeys off those two." He pushed the stick forward, closing the final few meters until his broken right wing was nearly under her. "Ace, grab onto the wing and we'll get you the hell out of here." He watched with bated breath as she approached, closer and closer, drifting down slowly. He wondered if she was still awake, until at the last second her hand reached out and grabbed a broken piece of metal protruding off the missing wing section and pulled herself in. She latched a hook from her flight suit onto a dangling hydraulic line, then gave him the thumbs up. "You sure that will hold?" he said. "Not many other alternatives here, genius," she replied. He scanned the skies nearby, trying to catch a glimpse of any stray bogeys between them and the roof of the interior of the planet. Nothing that he could see, so he switched to the scanner. "There's another incoming squadron, boys and girls. Ace, this is going to be a rough ride. I'm calling in the Defiance for extraction. You good?" Another thumbs up. "Good. Captain Granger, come in. Are you clear of the planet's interior?" "Yeah," came the garbled reply. He must have traversed the exit tunnel and was now on the other side of dozens of kilometers of rock, interfering with the transmission. "Nearly back to the Eru ship." "Good. Defiance, come in. I've got a pilot here hanging on my wing for dear life. We need extraction." An indicator light on the comm told him another transmission was incoming, and he glanced at the identity. "Hold on, sir. Getting a message from Shin Wentworth." He flipped the channel over. "Of the tower, repeat. This is Shin Wentworth. I'm at the roof of the government tower. My retreat path is blocked, and I need extraction. Anyone up there hear me?" His finger hovered over the response button. A choice needed to be made. On one hand, he knew, logically, that there was no way he could be sure that Jerusha was murdered, and that even if she was, that he could possibly know it was Shin Wentworth that did it. And yet he knew. In his gut, he knew. On the other hand, this was a critical mission with far-reaching security implications. His revenge could wait. Could it? Yes, it could. "Commander, this is Civic. I'll be at your location in less than 10 seconds. Look alive and grab onto anything solid." He gunned the engine, not hard enough to shake Ace loose, but fast enough that he could hear her muttered swears through his headset. "Commander Civic, thank God. But, what do you mean, grab something solid?" "Meaning this is your one and only chance to get out of there alive. Ace is on my wing. She'll assist." He slowed the fighter as they approached, and he saw both Shin Wentworth and his Marine companion hanging out a broken window at the top of the tower. He sidled up next to the tower, just under them. "You're going to have to jump. Ditch that box, Commander, or you'll never make it." The Marine jumped down, and Ace managed to catch him before he fell backward. "That's a negative, Commander. The box is coming too." And before Civic could protest, he jumped, both arms wrapped around the electronic cube. He couldn't make out any detail on it, and hoped to God it was worth the bastard's life. "Got him!" yelled Ace. "Get us out of here!" Then after a pause, "Slowly?" "Roger that. Defiance, come in. Is Granger aboard the Eru ship yet?" "Nearly, sir," said Rice. "Then Q jump to our location and get us out of here." He pushed the bird down toward the ground. Barbie, Moonshine, and Spectrum all on his tail, providing cover. "The other Marines!" yelled Shin Wentworth. "Most made it back to the shuttle. They're coming up." "I see them. We'll get them safely aboard," said Civic. "Barbie, Moonshine, provide escort. Spectrum, you're on us. Hurry, people. That squadron is nearly here." On his scope, he saw the Findiri squadron indeed was nearly upon them. The Marines' shuttle finally soared overhead, momentarily blocking the light from the brilliant flashing source halfway up to the ceiling, which had not only increased in intensity, but the frequency of the flashing had gone up to an almost strobe-like effect. Shin Wentworth, is, that thing posing a threat to us?
A pause.
Yes. Yes, it is. We need to get out of here now, came the eerily calm reply. He glanced out the window to his right and saw the three of them, Ace hooked firmly to the hydraulic line, one hand holding onto a piece of the broken wing, and the other onto the Marine, who was still dangling halfway off, and Shin Wentworth, one hand clutching the electronic cube to his chest, and the other hand gripping another jagged piece of metal jutting out from the wing. He was standing, balanced so precariously it seemed. All it would take would be a quick jiggle of the flight stick. Just a brief moment of turbulence, a quick dip of the wing, to send the man flying down to his death. It would be so quick. So easy. "Copy that," said Civic. And to his relief, another flash out his window indicated their relief had come. The Defiance popped into existence just seconds before the Findiri squadron came into weapons range, and the ship let loose a full spread of PDC fire in their direction. The enemy bogies scattered, attempting to reform back up and make a pass at the Defiance, but by then the shuttle bay had opened, and Civic was pushing the fighter in for an emergency hot landing. Within moments, it was over. "We're in!" yelled Barbie, followed a second later by confirmation from the others. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Moonshine's fighter screech to a halt, sending red and white sparks that pelted the wall. Doris, the deck crew, was not going to be happy. Chapter 42. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. Itharan Shuttle. The second Trit struggled against the acceleration, but managed to hold out a shaking arm, pointing to the port window. The ship had angled a bit, aiming for the giant rotating drum of the Eru ship, and now he could clearly see Chantana 3 far, far below. Granger could just make out a collection of dots that he assumed was part of the Findiri fleet, and with them, undoubtedly, was Oppenheimer aboard the Resolute.
"They're going to try to take Klologash, you suppose?"
he asked.
"No, but he will kill them." "Wait, what?"
Granger demanded.
"What the hell is going on?" "Leader Klologash deactivated the artificial gravitational field that is holding up the crust of our world. Soon it will fail entirely. We do not wish to be close when it does, but as I said, he will escape the Great Death."
He'd cut their massive acceleration and were now slowing down as they approached one of the bays in the Eru ship. Granger took the chance to unstrap his restraint and press his face up against the window. Just in time to see Chantana 3 die.
"My God,"
he murmured. Giant sections of the surface seemed to fall inward, and as they did, the seams heated up to massive temperatures, indicated by a glowing network of white intersecting lines. Geysers of vaporized matter erupted off the surface, which grew in size as larger sections of the crust fell inward, creating unimaginably high pressures under the surface, which then blasted outward in world-sized explosions. The fleet of dark dots he'd seen was ripped apart by a jet of white-hot matter and debris, and the ships that weren't hit disappeared with brief flashes, Q jumping away at the last moment, Granger supposed.
"Hey, destroyed your whole world to take out a few Findiri ships. My God."
The first Trit touched a hand to its own chest.
"We have other worlds, and now our part in the great story is firm. How we fought at your side against our enemies."
The ship sailed past the giant bay doors of the Eru ship and began to land. The Trit added,
"And we will tell it until the end."
Chapter 43. Sol Sector, Earth, New York City.
Danny found the pilot, an old-world acquaintance from his days as an ice hauler in the San Martin system who had moved back to Earth during the Troubles there. "You sure it will pay well?" he'd asked. Danny had responded, "Troy, I'm telling you, this is the President herself asking. You'll be paid enough, and then some." "Just saying. I'm no freedom fighter. Just give me a paycheck, and I'll keep my head down and do my business." "That's all we could ever ask," he'd replied. and now he watched the live video feed of the spaceport in Baltimore as a few hundred passengers boarded the freighter for the short flight up to New York. Except they weren't going to New York. They were escaping imminent death.
On the split screen was Talus, standing in front of the United Earth Executive Office Tower.
He'd mercifully paused the executions, though the most recent victim still lay in his blood, and was now droning on about the new order of Earth's glorious future now that it had a united purpose. Industry would be revamped, the entire economy shifted to production of the great war machine. And not just war, the work of setting up a bureaucratic state that would rule the galaxy and beyond, conquering, liberating, as he called it, countless alien races that they would yet discover, and bringing them united into the fold for the security of all.
War will be a thing of the past, he continued. There will be no fear, no violence, no terrorism, no battles, not even crime. For the first time in human history, we will finally and truly have security.
Danny snorted. Where have I heard this before? Can't put my finger on it.
Oh, every despot's speech throughout history?
Said Lou, her face glued to the other half of the screen, watching every last passenger board.
That was all of them. 216 men, women, and children.
Danny shook his head. My God, just think. If Talus had been able to actually get these people up into that line, watching kids get executed on live video, broadcast to the whole world? He shuddered.
Yeah, well, after this batch escape, he'll want more, and next time it will be harder to save them.
I know. I feel like we're just buying time.
We are.
She looked at him and reached her hand down to his.
Your aunt will figure something out. Granger will. Someone will. We just need to give them the time.
Yeah, he said. Look, they're taking off. Talus continued on the other side of the screen.
And there will be those, at first, who will resist. This is understandable. It is also unacceptable. Hear me now. Those who resist this new order, this new security, will reap the consequences. If you sow fear and violence, you will harvest fear and violence. Even now there are those who plot my overthrow, those who would thwart my will. Believe me, your efforts will be in vain.
He smiled diabolically.
And you will mourn.
A pit had developed in Denny's stomach at the turn the speech had taken. He looked back over to the other side of the screen. They're up past 10,000 meters and accelerating. Pretty soon they'll reach escape velocity, and it will be pretty damn obvious what's going on.
They'll Q-jump out by then,
said Lou, still watching Talus.
And as an example of what awaits those who rebel against the new order, I present to you the case of Amarillo, Texas. It has come to my attention that there is a militia group based in this city that has participated in guerrilla operations against Findiri soldiers. And as a comparison case, let us consider a group of associates of rebel IDF officers that are now attempting escape from Earth.
The pit in Danny's stomach turned into a rock, and he ripped his handheld out of his pocket.
Troy, come in, are you there? Come in, damn it!
He glanced at the comms channel and saw that it was transmitting, but he couldn't rule out that the signal was jammed. Talus continued.
And in these two cases, one will solve the other in a solution of poetic justice. For just as the traitor Granger continues to scoff at the rule of law and not turn himself in, those that fight for him will instead be fighting each other. Such as it always is. Violence begets violence. And we can never choose how that violence ricochets through time. Troy, can you hear me? Come back. Do you hear me? Come back.
On the video screen, it happened in slow motion to his eyes. The freighter was climbing higher and higher, and then it flattened, pancaked out into a fiery blast that spread out for kilometers in a flat plain.
No!
He yelled.
Lou fiddled with the video feed
and brought up another split screen.
Amarillo,
she murmured. On the screen, the image of the city center, or what remained of it, loomed like a graveyard against the untouched portions of the city all around it. It was like a small nuclear bomb had gone off. Some buildings still stood, but nearly everything was squished into oblivion, a billowing mushroom cloud rising up from the circle of destruction. Danny was pounding the desk where the video screen rested so hard it nearly jolted off.
2 million people live there.
Not all in the city center, but still.
Lou trailed off. It took them a while to realize that Talus was still talking.
This was avoidable. My fellow citizens, let us unite. Unite in the pursuit of security and greatness. And to those who will fight us, be forewarned. All civilian traffic off Earth is hereby banned without a proper permit from UE authorities. Any ship that attempts escape will suffer the same fate as that rebel freighter, and a city on Earth will be paired with the escaping ship, as befell the beautiful city of Amarillo.
He turned and motioned to the Findiri soldier at the head of the dwindling line of prisoners to continue. The soldier stepped forward, and then something unexpected happened. He fell down on his face as if dead. He didn't move. From the reactions of the other Findiri soldiers, it seemed that no one was surprised or had any reason to suspect he'd been killed by a sniper. They just stood there. Talus waved at another soldier to take the executioner's place, and it obliged. 2 other soldiers stepped forward to drag the dead Findiri away, and the executions went on.
What the hell happened there?
Said Denny.
I don't know, he just died.
Lou stood up and headed toward the door.
And that's our cue to leave. Talus was on to us. We need to get the hell out of here before we're next.
Before she could open the door, it burst open, kicked in by a Findiri soldier. Before he could even process what was happening, Danny saw Lou twist out of the way, narrowly dodging a blast from the energy weapon the soldier had leveled down at her. And in the same motion, she grabbed him, used her swinging momentum to throw him to the floor, and as she flew away in the opposite direction, she grabbed onto the neck of the second soldier behind the first and cleanly snapped his neck with her arms. He heard another blast, this one accompanied by an odd sensation. His abdomen felt strange, and he looked down in time to see a small hole in his shirt, with blood soaking the edges. At the periphery of his attention, he heard the first soldier's neck snap after Lou sprung forward onto the fallen soldier, but by then he was already falling. In the back of his mind, he wondered how much blood he could lose before the Valerisi inside him could no longer work to fix the damage, even as his vision went starry, then blank. Chapter 44. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin, High Orbit. ISS Independence Conference Room. Shelby Proctor was no politician. Raina, how could you? She thought. The suggestion that she had anything in common with politicians was outrageous. Wasn't it? And yet, here she was, in a room full of representatives from every single major faction of humanity. Herself, representing United Earth, or at least the portion of United Earth that hadn't sided with the Findiri. Curiel for the Galactic People's Congress, Vice Premier Wang of the Chinese Intersolar Democratic Republic, Secretary of State Fedorov for the Russian Confederation, and Imam Shalal Baran of the Caliphate's Senior Council, who claimed to represent a majority of the council members. So, you want to establish a galactic federation, or a republic, or just an alliance? It's not entirely clear to me what you're asking, Admiral Proctor, said Fedorov.
That's fair, because in all honesty, I don't know what is possible or what is best. All I know is that divided, we will fall.
She looked around the table at the other 4.
You've seen firsthand what the Swarm did just a few months ago. All of you are old enough to remember Swarm War II. In both wars, we nearly didn't make it. We came this close.
She held up 2 fingers next to each other.
To being wiped out as a species both times. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, We need to finally come together. And not just us, but the other alien races we are in contact with.
Dhalmasi, said Wang. You want us to enter into a governing structure with the Dhalmasi. They nearly destroyed our capital world 2 months ago.
They weren't in a right state of mind. The Dhalmasi brain's reaction to the metaspace waves generated by Granger's Golgothic ship were far more intense and violent than ours. Remember, they arrived in force at the Battle of Penumbra, and even helped at Bern just a few days ago. You might not like them, but they are, believe it or not, on our side against the Swarm and the Findiri.
Admiral Proctor, began Imam Baran, how can we trust that any of these races share our values? Democracy, independence, freedom of thought, freedom of worship. A commitment to the civil covenant, the rule of law. The Eru? We don't know the first thing about them. The Itharans? Same, though a shade more than the Eru. Dhalmasi? I agree with my CIDR colleague. It is not apparent at all to me that the Dhalmasi share our values. She drummed her fingers on the table. She was used to sitting at a conference table, hearing all the arguments for and against a position, and then making the decision, expecting everyone else to follow it. This, it was like herding cats. Democracy was messy, she supposed, and necessary. I understand all your concerns, and honestly, that is all for you politicians and diplomats to figure out later. But for now, I want to put in place the framework, the basic structure. Details can come later. And whom do you propose lead this new organization of states? Said Curiel, finally breaking his silence. She'd been in contact with Danny just hours earlier and knew his and Rice's theory about Cooper and Curiel. Was he who he said he was? If not, then who the hell was he? But no matter who he was, he represented the entire Galactic People's Congress, not to mention the most powerful corporation in history.
Again, that is a decision for a later date, she replied.
I disagree, he said coolly. Wang snorted. I suppose you think it should be you. Your arrogance is legendary, Mr. Speaker, and now I see why. Curiel held up his hands innocently. I've said nothing about wanting to lead the organization myself, but I think we, as representatives of humanity, should have this discussion first amongst ourselves, before we go out and promise the farm to the Dhalmasi. We need to decide, here, now, are we going to be content with a Dhalmasi leader? A Skura leader? Eru? Trit? For God's sake, they can hardly build a starship without utility tape, and you want them to lead a galactic government? Proctor sighed and took a deep breath.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure there are parties in the UE that can't stand the idea of President Cooper in the executive office. Tough shit, it's democracy. In a few years, they'll get a chance to replace her. You.
She turned to Wang.
Your party has dominated CIDR politics for over 200 years, yet inside the party you held elections and you won the vice premiership by the barest of margins. Are you illegitimate? Democracy is messy, my friends, yet it is, in some form or another, the system that each of our governments and people have chosen. Led by a Trit? Sure, why the hell not, if the majority of sentient beings in the nation picked her?
The room was silent for a moment. Nation, said Fedorov. That's the first time you've come out and said it. You want to dissolve our nations and form a new pan-cultural, pan-racial, pan-galactic nation. I'm afraid my concerns align with my colleagues. How can we be sure that the alien races share our values? The people of the Russian Confederation will not have their lives dictated by an alien that knows nothing about us.
I'm not proposing that, Mr. Secretary. There is room here for some form of federalism. Maybe the galactic government is only in charge of issues that affect all of us as a whole, such as our war against the Swarm, with our current nations still in charge of local law. Perhaps something more robust, that ensures individual rights across all worlds equally, but allows for local interpretation and implementation of those laws? I don't know. You're the politicians. I'm just an old soldier trying her hardest to save our people from imminent destruction, the only way that is left to me." Her words had shamed them into silence.
At the mention of her service to humanity, which they all were very familiar with,
she having saved all their worlds multiple times, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Curiel broke the silence. "The Admiral is right. We must be united in the face of our common enemy, and after that, who's to say there won't be another alien race out for galactic domination that we need to unite against? No, the time is now. The time has come. We must finally unite as a species and as races of goodwill." Proctor nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore," he continued, "we need to unite as humans and join this new organization as a single unit, not as RC and UE and GPC and CIDR and Caliphate, but as humanity." That comment was less well received by the other three. "It simply won't work otherwise," he said. "Think about it. President Wang of the New Galactic Republic rallies the fleets for a defense against a new swarm offensive. Worlds hang in the balance. We need every ship we can get. Except President Dipshit of United Earth thinks that River Diva needs 10 starships for orbital defense, and New Dublin needs 8, and so forth. And by the time President Wang meets the swarm in battle, he's got nothing because he was undercut by the other leaders. No, we need one central, strong, unified leadership, or this simply will not work." He leaned back in his chair and folded his arms, his point made. And it was a good point. "If the entire purpose of this is our common defense against powerful alien enemies, then I believe Speaker Curiel is right. There can be no half measures here. We're either all in or all out and scattered to the wind." She lowered her voice. "Which, ladies and gentlemen, we surely will be if we do not finally unite." More silence. "Then who will it be?" said Wang. Curiel looked at Imam Baran. Interesting, she thought. The Imam cleared his throat as if with a prepared statement. "I nominate Speaker Curiel of the Galactic People's Congress to be humanity's representative and leader in whatever galactic government that comes from these efforts." Proctor closed her eyes and pursed her lips, trying very hard not to swear. If there was one person she did not want as humanity's leader in the new government, it was the being acting like Curiel. She directed her thoughts inward. "Did those two arrange that beforehand?" "Without a doubt," came her companion's reply. "Could you not tell from their body language, their faces, the subtle tones in the Imam's words? We have learned much about humans the past few weeks, and this one was unmistakable." "Very well," said Proctor. "Vice Premier Wang, Russian Confederation President Sidorov. His presidency has been competent, and he has made CIDR-RC relations the highest priority of his administration. As we do not believe we can muster the votes for our premier, we will throw in with Sidorov, who most undoubtedly has made huge concessions to the Chinese in order to secure this vote," she said to her companion. "That is also true. This statement was also prepared ahead of time. Can you not tell?" "Oh, I can tell." Both of those men were unacceptable to her.
Sidorov had CIDR-friendly foreign relations only to spite UE and keep human power centers balanced between the traditionally Western and Southern powers on Earth.
And only now she realized the extensive politicking and negotiations that must have already occurred before the meeting, and that, in spite of what Reyna had said, she was a terrible politician, as she now found herself in a position of choosing between two evils. "I'm sorry, United Earth abstains for now." Vice Premier Wang shoved back from the table in anger and left the room. Secretary Fedorov steepled his hands in front of his face as if considering what to do next. Imam Baran was shaking his head. And Speaker Curiel was smiling serenely, as if all was proceeding according to some plan. Danny's and Fiona's theory about Curiel nagged at her. If he was Quiasi, and therefore perhaps been masquerading as a human in Earth's past, who would he be? If Cooper was possibly Avery, then Curiel... perhaps Malikov? Could it be?
and so an even worse choice than President Sidorov. Shelby Proctor stood up and followed Wang out the door. She had failed, and she knew it. Chapter 45. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. Eru Generation Ship. Captain Granger? He heard the voice, but it was hard to pull his eyes away from the cataclysmic wave of destruction that had poured off the surface of Chantana 3. All 4 Findiri ships were engulfed by it, including one of the IDF ships. The Resolute was nowhere to be seen. "Dad," the voice repeated. That snapped him out of it. "We're going," he said. "But my God, Jasper, look at it. Was Britannia the same? Both destroyed completely because of me?" Jasper rested a hand on Granger's shoulder. "No, not because of you." "How do you figure?" "Because of the Findiri, who I created. Because of the Swarm, who are here this time because of me." Jasper shook his head. "No, you're not the reason for all this. You're the solution to all this." Granger looked back at him. "You really believe that?" "I do." "I don't know, son." Jasper's hand lingered and finally squeezed the shoulder. "It's true, Dad." Granger reached up and squeezed the hand back. "You're the reason we're all still fighting. You're the good guy. You're the hero." Granger met his eyes. "Am I?" Before he could answer, he let go of the hand and returned his attention to the flight controls. "We've got to board the Eru ship before that wave of crust debris hits us." He piloted the Trit ship into the opening doors of one of the Eru's giant shuttle bays. To his surprise, several beings he recognized were waiting for him as they debarked. "Variush, and you." He turned to one of the Eru beings standing nearby. "Shelby Proctor talked to you, or tried to anyway." The Eru waved its 4 arms and said something excitedly. At first Granger thought it was trying to talk to him, but then he realized it was looking directly behind him. He turned and saw Commander QWERTY descending the ramp. "Howdy, wah." The Eru said something unintelligible, the translator program still in the very beginnings of understanding their language. Variush cocked her head to the side, then spoke when the being was finished. "She says, 'Welcome back to our home, human of ages past. You are most welcome here.'" Granger turned to Variush. "You speak Eru." "Of course we do, old man, etc. You taught my ancestors their language many exponentiations of 3s of solar cycles ago. You introduced us to each other. We have had a most beneficial friendship over the years, even though we have so little in common." She turned to the Eru. "This is one of their leaders. We call her Emphatic 4 Arms because of how she waves her arms so humorously." "What's her name in their language?" Variush verbalized a human laugh. "Ha, ha, ha! Their names are absolutely unintelligible to us and incredibly boring. Strings of random letters and numbers that have no life, no story to them, but they are not offended by the names we give them." It all sounded so interesting. He wanted to hear the whole story, the history of both of their people and their friendship. But there was no time. He turned back to the Eru. "Emphatic, I'm looking for something, a book, or a record. I gave it to you long ago for safekeeping. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you have it?" The Eru turned to Variush, who in turn waited for QWERTY's translator to finish converting from English to Itharan. Then the diminutive Trit spoke to the Eru. Granger didn't need to know the first thing about the Eru's language to understand her. She clapped her main arms, then her lower secondary arms, and said a word over and over. "Vint, Vint, Vint." "She says yes," said Variush. The Eru kept talking, and eventually Variush added, "She will take you to the room of human records. It is encoded there. But she warns you that it is gibberish, and that it is up to you to translate them." Granger turned back to QWERTY. "It's showtime, Commander.
We've got the human Voynich manuscript, we've got the Eru, we've got that other alien manuscript. Now, all we lack is the Itharin.
He turned to Veriush.
Has Klologish arrived yet? I sent my officer to help him escape.
She looked confused, if Trit facial emotions translated over to human.
Arrived?
Yes, arrived. He is the only Itharin who knows your people's contribution to this code.
He watched her face change, and started to understand what she meant.
We need the Itharin manuscript. Without it...
He trailed off.
I'm truly sorry, old man, etc. It was Klologash's destiny, he believed, to use our world as a weapon to help stop the monsters who came here. He needed to be down there to assure its completion.
Assure its completion. The words sounded so cold and sanitary for the magnitude of the loss. Klologish was dead. His children dead, and with him the Itharin manuscript. He turned to one of the Trit pilots.
I thought you said he escaped the Great Death. He did. His place in the great story is assured forever, said the pilot, his two underarms excitedly fluttering. But he's dead, said Granger. But is he, though? Replied the pilot. Death is forgetting. He will never be forgotten.
Did he not give you the message before the end?
Said Veriush innocently.
No!
He pounded the piston, holding the hatch open.
God damn it, no!
He took out his handheld and opened the comm.
Commander Shin Wentworth, I gave you a mission. Did you complete that mission?
After a few moments' pause, the commander responded.
Sorry, sir, he refused to come. And at the end there was no time to force him to come with us. Truly sorry, sir.
He felt dead inside. All that work, all the sacrifices, everything, all for nothing, now that Klologish was dead.
Very well, Commander. Get the Defiance out of here. Rendezvous with us at...
He glanced at Veriush.
We need to get out of here. Where are we going?
She said something to the Eru, and she responded. Veriush turned back to him.
She says it is up to you for now.
Great. Shin Wentworth?
Rendezvous at... How about Paradiso, sir?
He was caught off guard.
Excuse me?
It's the perfect place for now. We can Q-jump in behind the shadow of Paradiso's moon. The EM field surrounding it should shield us from detection. Plus, there should be a healthy representation of IDF, CIDR, RC, and Findiri ships there, all assisting in the disaster response. They'll be distracted and occupied, and we can pick up valuable intel for next steps.
I was going to say the Britannia debris field.
The man had the audacity to cut him off again. He wasn't sure whether to be annoyed or impressed with the man's chutzpah.
Inadvisable, sir. By now, Oppenheimer and the Findiri will undoubtedly know it's a rendezvous point for our side, and we'll be watching it like a hawk. Too dangerous.
He had some fair points, Granger nodded.
Fine. Rendezvous at Paradiso. Granger out.
Commander QWERTY had come up behind him, studying his handheld. Sir, some bad news out of Earth, and also from Admiral Proctor.
Oh, God, what now?
He braced himself and turned.
Yes?
The Admiral says she has failed in her efforts to form an alliance between human nations in preparation for the attempts to form one with the alien races. Additionally, she has lost track of the swarm ship.
And?
QWERTY sighed and closed his eyes as if he didn't even want to say it. And Talus rounded up a group of people related to or friends with officers on the Independence, the Vols, the Jirak, and a few other IDF ships that sided with us, meaning to put them in the execution line. They tried to escape and, well, he couldn't continue, and instead showed Granger the handheld. He took it and read out loud,
All 216 passengers presumed dead, and at least 53,000 dead or unaccounted for in Amarillo.
Granger closed the handheld, dropped it on the floor, and walked toward the shuttle bay exit.
Jasper ran after him.
Dad, wait! Don't fucking call me Dad!
Just wait! Vestige, I've told you, at Vestige we have a whole little fleet just waiting for you. Diaz said it's yours and
I don't want a fucking fleet. I want people to fucking stop dying for me. Got it, kid?
He paused at the shuttle bay doors.
Maybe Oppenheimer was right after all. Maybe we should have just rolled over and sided with them.
You're wrong, said Jasper.
Am I? Probably. Been wrong about a lot, apparently.
He opened the doors on his way to... He didn't care, just away.
Face it, kid, it's over. Go back to Vestige and take your precious ragtag fleet and get the hell out while you still can.
Chapter 46. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, High Orbit. The light years passed like rain.
What an odd comparison,
they thought. They, him, all of him. Decker, and the entire host of the Valerisi in one.
What made him think of rain?
He remembered, as a child, looking out of the family cabin on the northern tip of Vancouver Island as the winter storms howled in from the Pacific. The wind and rain would lash the panes, and they would shudder and rattle. He'd stare out, and get lost in the mesmerizing scene, lose track of time, and get scolded for ignoring the calls to dinner. Or was it something else? Looking out across a liquid landscape, blues and pinks and greens from the pulsating flora pushing up out of the sea of Valerisi, each bush and tree themselves a physical vehicle for an individual Valerisi that chose to take upon itself plant form. He, as a plant, would look out and up at the rain. The rain of destruction coming down from the skies. Bombs that incinerated billions, no, trillions. No. Individuals and consciences without number, it seemed. It was a golden age. They had enjoyed just a single solar cycle of liberation from the swarm when it happened. When Shelby Proctor showed up with her fleet and incinerated the planet. The bombs fell like rain, so innumerable were they. Decker glanced at the indicator on the helm console. 82 more light years. Not quite like rain, just a few more Q-jumps, in fact. In his short life as Decker Plus, time had taken on new meaning, new context. In some ways, it passed far more quickly, in others, like molasses. Molasses. Was that a human reference or Valerisi? So many memories mixed together in his vast consciousness. 2 more Q-jumps. Then 1. Then the planet snapped into place on the view screen against a backdrop of stars. Without even seeing them, he knew they were there. The vehicles of liberation. Granger had made them, eons ago, as a first attempt to defend against the coming swarm. Somehow, they remembered that as if it were last week. But Granger's attempt failed, the fruits of the labor forgotten. Until this moment. Now, they were vehicles of liberation. And they could feel them somehow through metaspace, through the ligature. They, as robotic, electronic beings, had no conscience and could never have been connected to the ligature. But metaspace was just a physical field, mediated by waves and particles in duality, just like everything else in nature. So, in a sense, the robotic sentinels were the most natural thing in the world. Everything was natural, because it existed. The skyscrapers on Earth, they exist, natural. A natural habitat of Homo sapiens. The Sciura generation ships, natural, a habitat of the species that Granger, once upon a time, had co-opted and forced along an evolutionary path that would result in a species of utmost use to him and his goals. Granger, natural. A unit of the Homo sapiens species, granted extraordinarily long life by them, the Valerisi. The Valerisi, natural. What were their origins? Not even they knew it was out of memory and time. And yet, they existed. And since they existed, they were natural. The swarm? Decker shuddered. Even as he did, he wasn't sure if it was the human part or the host of Valerisi in him that shuddered. The swarm was not natural. They existed, did they not? And so, therefore, weren't they natural? It was a debate that had raged among the host of the Valerisi for many months in the pool on Kyoto 3, a debate that was eventually settled. They were definitely not natural. They came from a different universe, a different reality, a different nature. The physical constants governing their atoms and molecules weren't even the same. That they managed to exist in the universe at all was a wonder, a miracle? Like Shelby Proctor's dreams that had warned and guided her? That used the death ramblings of a dying sibling from decades earlier to help defeat the swarm-controlled huntsman? Miracles weren't natural either. And yet, they existed? Maybe, maybe not. That's what made them miracles, he supposed. The uncertainty. But the swarm, from a different reality and therefore not natural, and therefore needed to be removed from nature, from reality. They needed to become unreal again. And as Decker reached out through the ligature and felt the sleeping host of electronic consciences below the surface, they knew that this was the moment and the method of the swarm's final extermination. Their unmaking. But there's not enough of them yet. There's hundreds. We need millions. They paused in thought. They need stimuli. A reason to churn out more of them, millions more of them. He spoke the words out loud, though he could have thought them at the crew manning the small bridge with him. He went on. Granger and his team stumbling through here a few days ago was enough to wake them, but not enough to stimulate their automated manufacturing base. We need something big. Something that will make them say, oh shit, time to wake up and fight. He twiddled his thumbs, knowing the answer, but almost fearing the result. What if something went wrong? They, Decker Valerisi, knew more than any being alive, could think and reason and model and predict with more accuracy than any living thing. Naturally. And yet, there was still a sliver of uncertainty. Could he risk the future of the universe without absolute certainty? There was not a single quantum transition in reality that was without uncertainty, and so yes, he could. Helm, put us into a low orbit. And with the order given, they closed his eyes and reached out through metaspace, searching, feeling, and found them, and summoned them.
Here we are, all of us. Come get us.
He opened his eyes, and he could feel it. The swarm, the last, final swarm ship in all of existence was coming. And he was the bait. Chapter 47. Il Nido Sector, Paradiso. ISS Tyler S. Vols. Shin Wentworth knew he was close. He could feel it. He could tell by the way his heart raced. Even his subconscious knew it. No change in the Findiri or IDF ships, he said. No, sir. IDF ships are still engaged in recovery efforts, and the 2 Findiri ships are just sitting in high orbit, said the tactical officer. Good. He walked back to the science station where Director Wiggum was staring at some code he'd written, modeling the projected behavior of the newly obtained Itharan 2-dimensional singularity generator. And? The man didn't respond.
Dr. Wiggum?
Oh, sorry, you startled me.
He didn't even look up, but traced his finger along a few parts of the model generated by the code. Are we ready? Is it going to work?
Work? Maybe. Ready? I suppose we're as ready as we'll ever be until we actually test it.
Shin Wentworth nodded. The actual run will have to be the test. Stand by to anchor the secondary singularity. You sure we have enough power?
I'm sure. It's the primary singularity that requires millions of terawatts.
Earth's Western Hemisphere power grid is still the best option. Okay. And you passed the coordinates along to Tactical? Was all the confirmation Wiggum gave as he stared at his model. The man was turning batty. He couldn't wait to be rid of him. Tactical, be ready to channel 95% of power to the metaspace projector and aim it at the coordinates supplied by Dr. Wiggum. Aye, sir. He turned to the helm. Be ready. When the cap banks hit full, we're Q-jumping in. You understand the order of events? The young helmsman nodded nervously. Jump in, wait for confirmation from Tactical, then immediately Q-jump to Earth. You got it, son. Don't worry, you'll do fine. He rested a hand on the shoulder of the kid. Couldn't be more than 20. You lost some people on that freighter, didn't you? The kid shook his head. Yes, sir, my brother messaged me. Thought he was going to escape, and then, well, he said. He was just a kid, sir. 15. Shin Wentworth nodded. We're close, Ensign. Stay alert, do your duty, and soon this will all be over. He watched the indicator for the capacitor banks. Nearly 50%. Nearly there. Hold on, Megan. Chapter 48. Il Nido Sector, far side of Paradiso's moon, Eru generation ship.
Human who talks much, are you still working, or have you entered your dream state?
Variush poked her head through the door. Qwerty waved her in. Still working, darling. Just trying to make sense of this Eru database. The fact that it's base 16 actually makes interpreting their written language much easier than their verbal. Make quite a bit of progress. In fact, come here, won't you? He pointed to the chair next to his, in front of a large wall of computer monitors and control dashboards.
How can I assist human who talks much?
Variush sat down where he indicated. Mrs. Emphatic showed me their copy of the Voynich manuscript. Digital, of course, which makes things easier. I've tried every which way to combine the 3 manuscripts I have into one, and tried using one manuscript to parse the others. I've gone through any number of combinations of mixing and matching symbols and letters to no avail. With everything I've tried, there's just no discernible pattern that pops out. That's what I look for, the patterns. Once a pattern emerges, that tells me there's meaning there, with anything. Language, sensor data, what have you. Variush nodded her understanding, a distinctly human expression, he noted. The Trits seemed to pick up on other races' customs remarkably quickly, adapting them into their own.
And you feel that the pattern eludes you because the inputs are incomplete, do you not?
He did a double take. That was, in fact, exactly what he was about to say. Well, look at you, Mrs. Reads My Mind a lot. Can I call you that?
Call me what you will, human who talks much.
He snorted a quick laugh and went on. See, the translation program and database that I and the IDF translation team built up for the Trits, that's you, by the way, is incomplete. Or at least it must be, since it could never quite understand 100% of what you guys say, especially Klalogish. May the Trit god rest his soul. Say, I'm willing to bet you worship some sort of trinity, am I right?
God? I'm sorry, human who talks much. The translator is not making sense of that word to me.
He shrugged. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Look, my point was that I tried a new approach. I combined the 3 manuscripts in a way that maybe didn't give me a pattern, but gave me a range of possible patterns of what could be missing. It's a multi-dimensional space, to be sure, but fortunately many of the variables are codependent. And I thought to myself, why not use the range of possible patterns of missing context and cross-reference that with the Trit language database and see if there's something there that helps? And I responded to myself, Self, you're fucking brilliant. You know that?
Do you often talk to yourself in this manner?
She said. All the time, darling, all the time. Now, like I was saying, that's what I was trying to do, but gosh darn it, it just wasn't giving me anything intelligible, which is why I mentioned to you that my concern is that the translation database simply isn't complete. He tapped a few buttons on his handheld and scrolled through some of the translation package source code, looking for possible discrepancies.
"Isn't it?" she replied. "I understand everything you say, with the exception of certain words for which we have no analog, such as God, but the translator simply renders it in my language as Supreme Cosmic Intelligence, so in truth the translator is working just fine."
Qwerty's head jolted up, and he dropped the handheld. Holy shit, you're right. The translator program understands you just fine. But you know who it always had problems with? Clo-Logish. I could only ever understand maybe half of what that guy ever said.
"You and me both," she said.
"You're shitting me." The look on her face was priceless.
"Human who talks much, I would never, ever consider taking the action you describe. Defecating on another—"
No, it's just an expression. But you can't understand half his words either? That just took my hypothesis into theory territory. Maybe Clo-Logish was the key, but not in the way we thought. You said he was the keeper of certain knowledge that had been passed down from leader to leader ever since Granger was among you a long time ago, correct?
Correct.
But he never passed this knowledge on to you?
Correct. He knew the time had come to use the knowledge rather than pass it along. He was insistent that he would be the final caretaker of what Granger gave to us long ago.
And then he died, willingly, without passing it along. Seems odd, don't you think? Here's what I think. He did pass it along. He picked up his handheld and scrolled through old recordings the device had taken of conversations with the Trit leader. He listened to several minutes' worth.
"What are you doing, human who talks much? The conversations you're listening to have nothing to do with the hidden knowledge."
"Except they do. Listen. Notice anything odd?" She listened to the playback of Clo-Logish. "Okay, now I'm going to fast forward to a few minutes later," he said, and played the recording. She continued to listen.
"He repeated himself. The same gibberish again in the same order as before, interspersed with the actual words he was saying. I never noticed the pattern before. I always thought it was a verbal tic, like how I've noticed many humans make the sound a lot."
Qwerty grabbed the file of the recording, entered a few lines of code, and parsed through the lines, sending the entire collected lines of gibberish to the translation software. Okay, this is what he says when it's all put together. Gingza grik klolog, gunja klosh, gingja grik talog sta, fligli gosh, da shoglin, fliglish gash, plolosh shlogun, damasha gosh, gilimsha gashaga, rolishlish gashantik gash, plothla shogosh, gashaga ploth, plothla gashag sashafla, Gloshlalag, Goshlafla Sasha, Ginshaga Glosh, Gloshag, Plitlith. He looked up at her. Understand any of that?
I do not. It is gibberish, as you say, to both of us.
He nodded. Okay, about what I expected. But now I'm going to decompose what he says into Trit letters and then use that as a signal that I then add into the mission pattern from the other 3 manuscripts and see what happens. A few more entered commands and some more parsing, and finally he sent it over to the combined files. And there we have it. He watched the text start to come alive, patterns emerging where before there was just randomness. A few minutes later, he was reading actual words, English words. And they were concerning. I think I need to show this to Granger, like right now. Chapter 49. Il Nido Sector, far side of Paradiso's moon, ISS Defiance, bridge. Jasper wasn't sure how he managed to convince the Eru, who Variush had named Emphatic, to shuttle him over to the Defiance. The pilot of the shuttle was as silent as a stone, which was just as well since he couldn't understand a word of their language, but at least gestures were universal, it seemed. The being waved goodbye once they landed in the Defiance's shuttle bay, and then motioned toward the hatch. "Thank you," he said, and made a motion with his hands that he hoped best approximated his gratitude and not something crazy like, "I want to fight you." He raced up to the bridge and found Commander Rice at the tactical station conferring with one of the officers. "Jasper, what is it? You said it was urgent. Is Granger in trouble?" "Yeah, it's bad. I've never seen him this despondent." Rice nodded. "He's taken quite a blow, knowing all those people are dying for him. It's awful. And he's just basically locked himself in a room and refuses to come out. Says he's soul-searching or whatever that means." Rice shrugged. "Not much we can do about that right now. We've got other, more immediate problems. The Findiri flagship just showed up in orbit around Paradiso. We're trying to figure out why. I'm worried they've detected us. Isn't the EM interference from the moon hiding us? That's the hope. But hope isn't a strategy, I'm afraid. I think it's best we get the hell out of here, in spite of what Shin Wentworth thinks." Jasper nervously clenched and unclenched his fists. "Look, we can't just sit around and wait for something to happen. Dad's got it in him, I know it. Vestige has been waiting and planning for this moment, and we need to seize it. I've got an idea. Can you get me back to San Martin? If we activate the Vestige fleet, maybe we can do something at Earth. Like, maybe since there's so many of our ships, even though they're small, maybe we can evade their momentum transfer shield and evacuate as many loyalists as we can." And Rice had stood up ramrod straight. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "The Vestige fleet. It's just a big collection of second-hand mothballed cruisers, but we do have a few old IDF gunships in it, all manned by loyal veterans, and just waiting for the call to be activated into service and fight alongside Granger." "No, not that part." Rice was looking at him very oddly. "Dad?" "Oh, yeah, long story, but yeah." He shrugged. "I just told him yesterday. Been through a lot together already. He was as surprised as you are." "Indeed," said Rice, who seemed to be lost in thought for a while. "We're talking literal flesh and blood offspring here. This isn't just a term of endearment. Took a DNA test and everything. Proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. Surprised the hell out of him. Anyway, if you throw in the Vestige fleet with whatever Proctor can come up with, that's nothing to sneeze at. Maybe we can—" Rice had nodded at someone behind Jasper, and suddenly strong hands clamped down on his arms and wrenched his wrists around behind his back. He felt restraints click into place. "Subdue him, or drug him, I don't care. We need to get him to Oppenheimer and Talus, now, before more people needlessly die." He was about to yell, to scream at the traitor standing there, smug, smiling, but a needle plunged into his arm, and soon no amount of struggle could keep his eyes open. Chapter 50. Il Nido Sector, far side of Paradiso's moon. Eru generation ship.
"So if this interpretation of the code is correct, the solution to all our problems is for me to just go turn myself in?"
said Granger.
"More or less, Captain. Your instructions you left yourself were clear. You left yourself, what, like 5 extra identical bodies on that Skiora ship in those stasis chambers? That was your plan. You had accumulated detailed knowledge of how to permanently defeat the swarm, as well as how to stop the Findiri. And that knowledge was too valuable to risk getting into either of their hands, so you made the plan to basically give up your body that you'd had for eons, transfer your consciousness up into the remains of the ISS Victory that you'd been using to fly around the galaxy, and manufactured new bodies that you stored aboard the Skiora ship."
Granger paced back and forth.
"Bodies containing altered DNA. You're saying I encoded a Findiri self-destruct pattern into my DNA such that when harvested by the Findiri to fix their corporeal reproduction chambers, the altered code would be uploaded into their damaged source code, and the results would essentially kill them all?"
Cordy nodded.
"In a nutshell, your strategy seemed to be give them what they want and use that as a Trojan horse, so to speak."
Granger stroked his chin.
"So my solution was to die and take the Findiri with me?" "Well, kinda, but no.
You did leave yourself other bodies on the Skiora ship. No reason you can't just repeat the process you went through and use one of those. Not bloody likely, he thought. Finally, he saw his end. He would finally get to rest. This time, safe in the knowledge that the Findiri threat was solved and that the swarm was finally vanquished. Wait, the swarm?
What about that last swarm ship? What was my final solution for them?
QWERTY glanced down at his handheld. Well, the algorithm I made to parse through the texts and find the patterns resulting in intelligible meaning is not quite done yet. It seems the code gets more computationally intensive as you get towards the end. Go figure.
How long?
QWERTY shrugged. A few hours? Unless the speed of information decryption is asymptoting to zero, then it depends on how fast it's asymptoting to zero and how that compares to the rate of decryption.
And skip to the good part, Mr. QWERTY. Do I need to be waiting around for this last piece, or can I go and do what I need to regarding the Findiri? There's a whole line of thousands of innocent people depending on this answer.
I think you should go. In the instructions, you made it seem that the final solution to the swarm doesn't necessarily depend on you being around.
All I needed to hear.
Granger stood up from the computer terminal right as Variush and Emphatic walked in.
Old man, etc., you must come quickly. Something has happened,
said Variush.
What?
Your ship, the Defiance, has left soon after your offspring boarded it.
What?
He repeated, this time more urgently.
And the other starship, the Vols, just Q-jumped away and into orbit around Paradiso. We're detecting a massive surge of metaspace energy being projected out from the ship and toward the planet.
Captain, said QWERTY, I'm tapping into the IDF metaspace comms network, and there's some strange chatter. All Findiri ships seem to be leaving their posts and arriving at Earth. Turns out the Defiance is there too, docked with the Resolute. Looks like Oppenheimer has Jasper. His heart sank. He was out of options. The Defiance had left for Earth, and Rice had taken Jasper to Oppenheimer, the traitor. He should have never trusted him. And Shin Wentworth had apparently gone off the deep end and was taking matters into his own hands. All he had was a damn Eru generation ship full of Itharan refugees and no idea of where Shelby was. He turned to QWERTY.
Metaspace message to Admiral Diaz on San Martin. Quickly.
QWERTY fumbled with his handheld. Okay, I think I've piggybacked onto the Eru metaspace projector.
Good. Message as follows. Joaquin, it's Granger. You were right. Jasper was right. I'm ready for my goddamn fleet.
He thought through what had just happened, the possibilities before him. There was really only one.
Have them meet me at Earth. Talus has taken Jasper, and I think I know what he's trying to do, and how to stop him.
Chapter 51. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, Low Orbit. The swarm were coming, and fast. They could feel it, all 10 million plus individuals and counting. They'd been multiplying at a furious pace in the months since their eviction from the bodies of the IDF fleet in preparation for this moment.
Adjust orbit to take us over this location on the surface,
said Decker, pointing to a map of the planet. There was a large opening in the ground there, and they assumed that was one of the locations of the robot's self-replication centers. Granger had been thorough, and had probably made dozens of backup locations scattered across the planet. But this was the largest site, and where there was the most activity. Done, said the helmsman. He was just a pilot of a private freighter that had just happened to be making a regular delivery to the lab on Kyoto 3 when he got caught up in the revolution. Revolution, is that what they were calling it? The rebirth? The uprising? No, the liberation. It was the moment when the Valerisi finally took matters into their own hands instead of depending on secondary races to set the agenda. Own hands. That was never an idiom of the Valerisi. It was human.
The fact that all the progenitors of their current race were born upon the introduction of Valerisi matter into a human had had a pronounced effect on them. Human mannerisms, culture, vocabulary, hopes and dreams, fears, paranoias. All these had they inherited, and now passed down to their millions of offspring. They were almost more human than the humans. They just lacked bodies.
We're nearly over the location you indicated. Shall I engage the thrusters to hold this position?
Yes. Thank you, pilot.
You're very welcome, he replied cheerfully.
The Valerisi inside him needed to use very little influence on this man. He was naturally good-natured, a people-pleaser. They're here. A million voices within him spoke at once. He glanced down at the console in front of him and manipulated control of the ship's cameras to get a good visual. On the monitor, the swarm ship was bearing down on the planet, fast. It had the little freighter in its sights, and no doubt meant to capture it and corrupt the Valerisi for their own ends once again. Make them slaves like they'd been for millennia. Not this time. Fuckers, the human part of him added. Activity from the surface? The man he'd assigned to one of the other consoles on the tiny bridge examined the readouts. He was a scientist by training, so should have some idea of what was going on with the sensor readings.
Sure enough, there they come. Lots of them. But only hundreds.
The scientist looked up, a glum expression on his face. Decker couldn't tell at first if that was the human or the Valerisi. He reached out through the ligature and found it was both. Don't worry. Once the swarm begin their attack, the dormant manufacturing base will kick in. With a vengeance. You'll see. The swarm ship neared the planet and closed in on the little freighter holding a stationary position several hundred kilometers above the surface. And the hundreds of flying robotic sentinels flew upward. They would meet in the middle, right at the location of the freighter. Good. Time to intercept?
30 seconds,
said the scientist. Perfect. Time for Phase 2 of the plan. Comms, send a metaspace distress call to Admiral Proctor on the ISS Independence. I think you'll find her relatively close at the world of Paradiso. Tell her we've found the swarm ship and that we're under attack and require immediate assistance. He paused, considering. And that if she doesn't, there will be dire consequences for all of humanity, since there is a powerful weapon here we must not let fall into the hands of the swarm. The weapon was him, of course, but she didn't need to know that until later. Chapter 52. Il Nido Sector, far side of Paradiso's moon. Eru Generation Ship. Granger turned to Emphatic.
I need a ship to take me to Earth. Can you help me? One last time.
He glanced at Veriush, who, after listening to the translation from QWERTY's handheld, relayed the request to the Eru.
Emphatic responded.
She says that the home ship must leave and deliver my people to our refuge, but that one of their gunships can deliver you with an escort.
He bowed slightly to her.
Thank you.
After translation, the Eru matched his bow and Veriush added, She thanks you, old man, etc., for such valuable and selfless assistance so many years ago. Without you, this very ship might not exist. He nodded.
I'm sure there's a long and interesting story there. For another time. Shall we go? My planet needs me urgently.
Emphatic led them from the records room back through the section of the ship Granger had already seen, but angled off to a different shuttle bay than the one he'd arrived in. Waiting there was an Eru shuttle. Emphatic said something to Veriush, who turned to Granger.
The pilot will take you and human who talks much to the gunship. From there, communication will be limited, but they know to take you to Earth. Once there, you'll have to convey to them somehow that...
She was interrupted by the opening of the giant shuttle bay doors that led to the airlock, revealing an IDF shuttle that soared into the bay. Emphatic leaned down to Veriush and said something which the Trit relayed.
She says that the human just arrived on a large warship and needed to talk to you urgently, old man, etc.
Before he could ask any questions about the identity of the newcomer, the shuttle's hatch opened even before it had finished landing, and Admiral Proctor came bounding down the ramp.
Tim! Shelby!
He ran forward and grabbed her arms.
I'm glad you're okay, running off like that to face the swarm alone. I wasn't going to say anything, but it was foolish.
She nodded.
You're one to talk, Tim, but yes, I know. Reyna managed to talk some sense into me. Listen, I've just received word that the swarm ship is at the planet you discovered, where you found the first manuscript. It's currently in a battle with the robotic sentinels in orbit.
Oh? Maybe we get the robots to do our dirty work for us?
She shook her head.
I don't think it's that simple. One of my former officers, who I believe has somehow reconnected himself with the Valerisi, is also there on a ship, fighting on the same side as the robots. It's odd, to say the least. Something just feels strange about it.
I can't even pin down in words what misgivings I have, but I wanted to see what you thought about it before we go to help.
Do you have any more memories of those things? The robots, the Findiri, the Quiasi, anything?
Granger turned to QWERTY.
Well, Commander, what else do I remember? What does the manuscript say?
Well, Captain, ma'am, the computations are slowing down like a mule through molasses, but I've managed to confirm Commander Rice's theory about the Quiasi. They're slow doppelgangers. They need contact with a target body to assimilate some DNA, and then, slowly, over the course of weeks, they reconfigure their own DNA, cells, and body structure to match the target. You made them to control the Findiri and channel their destructive tendencies towards productive goals, though it didn't turn out quite the way you planned, as several of the Quiasi had ideas of their own. That's when you pulled the plug on the whole project and set out in a different direction that resulted in the Granger moons and all that.
Great, wonderful. But what else? The robots?
QWERTY shook his head. Not much. Just that they were one of your first attempts to stop the swarm. They self-replicate and have rudimentary AI and minimal consciousness. But it didn't work out. And like with the Findiri, you pulled the plug. Granger was murmuring.
Self-replicating. Minimal consciousness.
He glanced up at Proctor.
Sorry, Shelby, nothing's ringing a bell. Just be careful. If the swarm ship has an interest in those things and came back from trillions of years in the future just for them, well...
He shrugged, as if she could figure out the rest.
That's not nothing, Tim. It confirms a few things. I fear that we've got a Quiasi as the president of United Earth right now, who also has a very coincidental connection to former President Barbara Avery, who is presumed dead, but, no body. And same for Curiel.
She started to turn back to the shuttle, but paused.
Actually, there is one more thing.
Proctor went and stood in front of Emphatic.
We've met before. Und wa.
She held out both arms and fists.
Und wa,
repeated Emphatic.
We are one, yes, but are we really?
She looked at Variush, who started relaying the information to Emphatic.
She says, of course we are. Why do you question?
Proctor lowered both arms.
I ask not because I doubt your people, but because I doubt mine. We must form an alliance against the powers that would destroy us. More than an alliance, a government. A group with common laws and goals and defense. But I fear that none of us will ever fully trust each other.
Emphatic nodded after Variush's translation and responded.
She agrees, but has deep misgivings committing her people to being governed by a human or any other alien,
said the Trit.
And companion to old man, etc., I must say the Itharans will say the same.
Proctor breathed deep. Tired, but feeling in her bones that the solution was just out of reach, or just within reach if she could only say the right words, the right way, in the right order, at the right time.
So we agree on the need, but we don't agree on the implementation. That's a start. Can we all talk? All of us, human, Eru, Itharan, Dolmasi, Skjora, and Valerisi? We can meet and negotiate a framework, please. We're running out of time.
I don't need an answer now. The Independence must go face the swarm ship immediately before it can cause any more destruction. But soon. Do we have an agreement?
The Eru and the Trit both turned to Granger.
If it is recommended by old man, etc., then we will come and make every effort to accomplish the framework, to form this government, as you call it.
And just then, Proctor had the insight that would solve the whole problem. Curiel's power maneuvering, the Russians, the mistrust of the Eru, and the Trit. It all had one solution in common. She smiled at Granger.
Good luck at Earth. Wish I could join you.
You too,
he said. Then, watching her more closely, he added,
What? Why are you looking at me like that for?
I'll tell you later.
She inclined her head toward the aliens.
When we all meet next time, everyone together, I'll tell you then, okay?
Cryptic, but okay, fine. Time's a wasting.
He shook her hand.
Good luck, Admiral.
She grasped his hand with both of hers.
You too, Captain.
Proctor departed just minutes after she'd arrived. Qwerty tapped his handheld and read something.
Captain, Shin Wentworth is back. The Fendiri ships had started to pursue him, but they broke off and Q jumped suddenly away. I told him you're heading to Earth, and he replied that the Vols is at your disposal.
Qwerty glanced up at the aliens.
No need to grab a ride from a pilot we can't talk to, which is probably for the best, sir, as interesting as that might be. Agreed, Mr. Qwerty.
It took them another 10 minutes to board the Eru shuttle and be ferried over to the ISS Vols, but when it was done, he sat down in a chair near the command station and waved Shin Wentworth forward to the captain's chair.
I'm not here to replace you, son. Just hitching a ride. Earth, please, and step on it.
Chapter 53. Il Nido Sector, far side of Paradiso's moon. ISS Vols, Captain's Quarters. Civic held the bottle of bourbon in one hand, the ring clutched in his other. Jerusha's quarters were dark, and he could barely see the gold color, but he slipped it off and on a finger, around the tip of which it could barely fit.
I promised I'd be back. And I did. I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late, babe.
He downed another swallow. He was technically on duty, but he didn't care. Who the hell was going to reprimand him? Ace? Shin Wentworth? He swore to God, if that bastard even thought about getting in his face, it would be the last thing he did. The video records were empty. No log existed of what happened in that physics lab where the medical team found Jeru's body. Heart ripped out and lying in liters of blood.
Had the cameras malfunctioned, or had someone erased them?
Of course he'd erased them. Shin Wentworth was smart and would cover his tracks perfectly. All records, all censored data, all video files, all physical evidence would have been addressed. No box unchecked, no T uncrossed, no I undotted. But there was a chance. Shin Wentworth could manipulate physical data and evidence with ease. Manipulate people? Not as easy. The man was something of an oaf. A slippery, treacherous, murderous oaf. He stumbled to his feet and opened the door.
Where are you, Wiggum, you little sneaky bastard?
He shook his head and tried to rein in his scattered thoughts.
Focus, Ethan. Where would the scientist be at this hour? Off-duty? Quarters? Maybe.
He logged into the nearest computer terminal on the wall and dialed up the quarters directory. Guest quarters 2119. Good. He was already on deck 20, just one more deck. He stumbled down the stairs to deck 21, giving passing crew members a wide berth so as to not accidentally run into them, and then knocked on the door of room 19. He knocked again. And again. Soon he was pounding, letting out all his anger and frustration on that poor, innocent door. After what seemed like a minute, he stopped and shook out his hand. It hurt, especially since he'd forgotten to pocket the ring. Okay, if I were an unwilling accomplice to a murder, and I wasn't in my quarters, and I was feeling terrible about what had happened, where the hell would I be? He was banking a lot on the capacity of the man to feel remorse and regret, but he didn't have much else to go on. Where would a tortured soul like him go? Ah, the fighter pilot's lounge. He ducked back into the stairwell and descended another 3 decks, down a hall and into a large storage compartment with a sign outside that said, Backwash Pub. He entered. Sorry, bad shit. You look like you've had enough already. Why don't you go sleep it off? He chuckled, trying hard to show how very not drunk he was. Jerkwad. Funny. Don't worry. Brought my own. He held up the bottle. Just need a place to wallow. And swallow, get it? Hey, you heard about Jeru, right? He sat down. Heard about Jeru? Man, you might want to slow down. Come on. Hand it over. He pulled the bottle closer to his chest before Jerkwad could take it. Hey, man. Where's the scientist? The who? You know, the scientist that Shin Wackworth is always whispering with? Jerkwad nodded. Oh, over there, table in the corner. Has been in here a lot the past few days whenever he's not working. Just like I thought. Thanks, Wad. He stumbled back to his feet and approached the table. Mind if I sit? He pulled the chair out before the man could even open his mouth to answer and slumped in. Commander Civic, I don't believe we've ever had the pleasure to meet. I know who you are. He tipped the bottle back and downed another swallow. Wiggly? Wiggly. He chuckled. Look, Wiggly, I need a favor. I'm running out of time. We're about to head into a war zone, you see, and I may not make it out alive. Any of us, really.
He tipped the bottle back again.
Does it matter anymore? Wiggum finished off his own cocktail and motioned to Jerkwad for another. What the hell do I have to live for? What do you mean? Here it comes, the confession. The tortured soul finally cries uncle and spills. That freighter. Baltimore. Wiggum closed his eyes and stumbled over his words. I knew someone. Someone was on that freighter. He could hardly form the words with his lips. Was he drunk? No, he was crying. Civic leaned forward. Who? I can't. He pointed to his lips. His meaning was clear. He couldn't even bring himself to say out loud who he'd lost. Someone special to you? Wiggum nodded quickly. Oh, tell me. You'll feel better finally talking about it, promise. Wiggum kept nodding vigorously. Finally, my granddaughter. Civic reached out and patted the man's arm. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. He let the man sob for a minute. The pain was all too familiar, but Civic was a little jealous. He hadn't even had the time to grieve like this man was doing. He needed a good cry, but all he'd done so far? Duty, the mission, and revenge. No, justice. Hey, Wiggum, look. I know exactly how you feel. I'm not just saying that. Here, look. He held out his other hand and opened it, revealing the ring which had dug a red impression into his palm. It's hers. My fiancée's. I just lost her this week, too. I'm sorry, Commander. He wiped his nose on his sleeve. Have you been engaged long? I'm sorry. I'm not good at this. Okay. Yeah, we'd been engaged once many years ago. Then called it off because I was a stupid, arrogant show-off who thought only about himself. But then, over time, she rubbed off on me and I mellowed. And I proposed again. He started chuckling. Was supposed to get married by the end of the week, actually, but When I got back, she was gone. Wiggum wiped his nose again, then paused, his arm still suspended halfway in the air.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. Had no idea the captain was your...
He trailed off as he watched Civic's eyes.
Wiggum, listen to me, and listen good. I promise, no matter what, you'll be okay. Nothing will happen to you, at least from me. I just need the truth. I have my suspicions, but I need them confirmed before I act on them. Act? The video logs were all erased, Wiggum. All internal sensor data replaced by random shit. But I read the reports by the chief medical officer and the emergency response team. I know who was in that room.
Wiggum nodded vigorously again.
Okay, okay.
Wiggum, look at me.
The scientist looked him in the eye.
From one widower to another. Please, for closure, I need to know. He did it.
Civic breathed deep. He felt something release in his chest.
Shin Wentworth? Yes. It was an accident, kinda, as far as I could tell, but not really. She was messing with his experiment, the one he wants to use to bring back his family, and, well, we both know what it feels like. What your brain goes through when you lose your family, and she died for it, by his hand.
Thank you, Wiggum. He stood up, left the bottle, but not the ring.
Where are you going?
To the bridge, he said with a calm, pleasant smile. Unfinished business. Good luck, Wiggum. And again, I'm truly sorry. He left Backwash Pub and made one last stop before the bridge. Luckily, the armory door code hadn't changed since he'd left. Chapter 54. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Bridge.
Hold us steady right here, Ensign D'Eustachio. I want to understand what we're up against before we dive right in.
Admiral Proctor stood at the front of the bridge, staring up at the main view screen. It was the swarm ship, all right, engaged in a surprisingly fierce battle with the Sentinel drones that attacked Granger several days earlier. They were, ironically, swarming the huge ship, peppering it with purple antimatter beams. Each was no match for the swarm ship, but there were hundreds of them. Dozens of turrets on the swarm ship were targeting the robotic sentinels with streams of energy cannon fire, of a type Proctor had never seen before. Each pulsing round of energy was more than enough to snuff out a single robot, but it seemed where one disappeared, two took its place.
Where are they coming from, Mr. Erda?
The XO was at the tactical station with the sensor crew, conferring with the tactical officer.
From underneath the planet's surface, it appears, ma'am.
There's a steady stream of them rising up into the atmosphere towards the battle space.
Shelby, you must help. Now, please. Why so urgent?
She asked. It was peculiar. Her companion had never insisted so strenuously on a course of action before.
Decker is here. His companion has been restored to him, and he's escaped from Kyoto 3. And he managed to rescue many thousands of our kind as well. He is there, in the fight. But why? What would compel him to get involved here? We had heard of this robotic fleet and wanted to see for ourselves. After Oppenheimer's betrayal, we discovered that his promises of building us a fleet of our own were more lies. So, we took it upon ourselves. We want to be free, to roam the stars as we will, without depending on bodies who so easily lie and betray.
Fair enough, she supposed.
Status of the freighter?
She said.
It appears to have taken a few hits and sustained some damage, but it's still in orbit. Luckily, the swarm ship seems pretty damn preoccupied with the robot fleet, said Erda.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. Who's winning?
Erda scratched the back of his head and considered the tactical readouts.
Hard to say, ma'am. The swarm ship is taking damage for sure,
and the attrition rate of the robots is high, but the swarm ship is also maintaining its power levels just fine, and there seems to be no end to the robot fleet. In fact, he traced his finger down a line of data. There are more of them now than when we arrived. She stroked her chin.
Strange. Why aren't the robots attacking the freighter too?
Erda shrugged. Maybe because they're far less of a threat?
Maybe,
she considered.
Or maybe the Valerisi have some degree of influence with them through metaspace.
Ma'am?
There is an individual over there on the freighter with a Valerisi companion. Many companions, in fact.
You are correct, Shelby Proctor. We have influence, but we cannot control them. They have a small degree of sentience. Their minds are small, but their programming is sophisticated. Their battle algorithm will gradually learn enough from fighting the swarm ship that they can eventually prevail. But the question is if they can survive long enough. We do not know.
But why is the swarm even here?
We do not know.
Strange. Could her companion lie? Was it capable of lying?
You would know if we were lying, Shelby. We are inextricably linked, you and I. We are one, and always will be. Always.
Ma'am, the swarm ship is moving towards the freighter, said Erda.
Shelby, please.
Lock railgun targets. Ready all torpedoes. I want to stay as far away as possible, but cause the most damage we can.
Aye, ma'am. All weapons locked, torpedoes ready.
Fire!
The Independence's hull erupted with railgun fire, and dozens of torpedoes streaked away. She could feel the pulses in the deck from the firing of the guns, each slug blasting away from the ship at over 20,000 meters per second. Direct hits on the swarm ship, moderate damage. Erda looked up at her. It's ignoring us and continuing advancing on the freighter.
Shelby!
Are we in range for the gigawatt lasers?
No, ma'am.
Ensign?
She looked at Pistachio, who visibly gulped.
Move us in.
Chapter 55. Sol Sector, Earth. ISS Vols, Bridge.
We've arrived in the Sol system, Captain Granger, said Commander Shin Wentworth. Currently at Lagrange Point 1 between the Sun and Earth. The glare from the solar radiation should take us off their sensors for the time being until we can assess the situation.
Granger stood up from the Exos chair.
And what is that assessment, Commander?
The Findiri fleet seems to be gathering at Yarborough Station. Most are there right now. There's another one that just Q-jumped in.
What about the IDF fleet?
Said Granger.
A dozen starships or so in orbit, the regular Orbital Defense Task Force, plus a handful of others. Seems like all civilian traffic has stopped, probably a result of the Findiri use of the momentum transfer shield on that freighter over Baltimore, but also seeing a collection of smaller ships gathering near the moon.
Identity?
Shin Wentworth glanced at the tactical station, pointing to the sensor officer there.
He studied the sensor readings.
Unknown, sir, he said. Right now it's around 40 ships. We're too far away for any visual IDs, but from the drive signatures they appear to be mid-sized freighters, frigates, maybe a gunship or two. I'm seeing a few drive plumes that match old IDF light cruisers.
Granger nodded.
That's most likely the Vestige fleet.
He mulled the risks. They could stay where they were, gather more intel, but also risk losing valuable time that Talus would have to effect whatever he was planning with Jasper. He could open a comm line to former Admiral Diaz, who was presumably with the Vestige fleet, but risk the Findiri and IDF listening in. Or he could Q-jump straight over, cut to the chase, and risk the entire Findiri fleet ambushing them. But at this late hour in the game, there was really only one choice.
Take us in, Commander Shin Wentworth. Q-jump us directly into the middle of that little fleet.
Aye, sir, said the commander, who gave a quick nod to the helmsman. A minute later, the star field on the screen gave way to a good view of the lunar surface on one half and an assortment of ships on the other. Even as he watched, Granger saw several more ships flash into existence from their Q-jumps.
Open a channel to the biggest one. Lowest power possible, tightest beam possible. Let's keep this on the down low as long as we can.
Aye, sir,
said the officer at comms. After a few moments, she said,
I have someone claiming to be an Admiral Joaquin Diaz on board a ship called the Majestic. It's a light cruiser that... Wow.
She looked up at Granger.
It's one of the original Legacy Fleet ships.
Granger's eyebrows rose a full inch.
Legacy Fleet?
Sifting through his old memories, he remembered that there were the 6 massive tungsten-hulled heavy cruisers, the Constitution, the Warrior, the Victory, among others. But there had also been an assortment of smaller ships that had long been mothballed. Perhaps 12 light cruisers? All vestiges of Swarm War I over 100 years ago.
Yes, sir. Looks like it's been retrofitted quite a bit with modern weaponry and systems, but the old 2-meter-thick tungsten hull is still there.
Interesting. Put Diaz through.
He sat back down in the XO's chair.
Diaz, you there?
I'm here, old man. Glad Jasper finally talked some sense into you. The fleet's almost all here. It's yours, Tim, if you want it. Joaquin, it's Jasper. Talus has him.
Silence.
Joaquin? God damn it, Tim. I'm sorry. I know what he means to you,
he said, careful not to reveal the family relationship to everyone listening.
We'll get him back. Get over here. This is your ship, Tim. I'll head on over to the Legacy. I'll command that one and serve as your task force commander for the fleet, given that I know its strengths, weaknesses, procedures, and all that. Standard idea of protocols, given that nearly everyone here is a veteran, but you may be a little rusty with those.
He grunted a laugh.
That's the understatement of the century, Joaquin. But an admiral reporting to a captain? We'll never hear the end of it from all the old grouchy, rulebook-thumping men at the Veterans Hall.
Well, given that we're former, I think they'll just have to deal with it.
Speak for yourself. I'm still commissioned. I'll be over shortly. Granger out.
He stood back up and started to leave.
Commander Shin Wentworth, the ship is yours. Report in to Admiral Diaz and ask for guidance on the Vols' role in the fleet.
Aye, sir, he said robotically.
Buck up, kid. We're kicking ass today. Or we'll die trying. Good luck, Commander.
You too, Captain. He was about to leave the bridge, but nearly ran into Commander Civic.
Ethan, just the man I want to see. Can you fly me... Oh.
He trailed off, smelling the alcohol. He glanced down at the man's waist and saw the sidearm holstered.
Good idea. We may find ourselves in hand-to-hand with the Findiri. But you may want to sober up before trying to aim.
Civic grinned sheepishly.
Sorry, sir. I just took a shot of anti-inebriation meds, and I'll perk right back up in a few minutes.
Good. I need a pilot to take me over to the Majestic. You good?
Civic's eyes darted over at Shin Wentworth quickly, then back to him.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
By the time they arrived in the shuttle bay, Civic did, in fact, seem far more sober.
Thank God for anti-inebriation meds, he thought.
Thank you for flying Civic Interstellar Cruise Lines, he began as they sat in their seats and the hatch closed.
We know that you have many choices in your travel, and we appreciate your business. Please fasten all harnesses and keep all arms inside the shuttle at all times. Should you need a barf bag, one will be Just fly the plane, Ethan,
Granger said, rolling his eyes.
You got it, boss.
The trip over to the Majestic was thankfully short, as in the back of his mind he could feel the timer clicking down the seconds. Each minute was another prisoner killed. Each second was another that Jasper's life was at risk.
Thank you, Commander, and stay tuned. I may need a few miracles before the day is out. Keep the engine idling.
He jumped down from the hatch and saluted to the 2 veterans who waited for him.
Take me to the bridge, he said.
Every eye was on him as he made the short trek to the bridge of the Majestic. Every gunnery sergeant, every marine, every mechanic, and every janitor snapped to attention, their eyes wide with what he supposed was worship and wonder. Their hero finally returned home to lead the fight. It was sickening. And it was humbling. If they only knew that his current mission was to go die at the hands of the Findiri.
Captain on the bridge,
said Admiral Diaz, standing up from the captain's chair to receive him. Every bridge officer stood and saluted, but then immediately started clapping and cheering.
As you were, we've got work to do, he said, waving them off.
He paused for a moment, though.
Thank you. It's an honor to serve with you again.
As his eyes went around the bridge, he swore he could recognize 2 or 3 of the older men and women manning the stations. Could it be that some of them served under him in Swarm War II? Quite possibly.
Let's go save Earth again, shall we?
More cheering, and he sat down in the offered captain's chair.
I'll be over on the Legacy, said Diaz. Commander Swift here is your XO, retired XO of the ISS Dunkirk. Good luck, Captain Granger.
Granger nodded.
Godspeed, Joaquin.
The bridge looked remarkably like the bridges of the Constitution and Warrior, just smaller. Layout basically the same. Stations and consoles obviously modded with new tech and IT hardware, but otherwise just a standard old Legacy fleet ship. The best there ever was.
Commander Swift, status report of the ship?
Swift stood at attention. An older gentleman of perhaps 60, he looked fit and professional.
10 operational railguns, a bank of 109 standard Mark IV torpedoes, PDC cannons updated to modern IDF standards. All crew stand ready for battle, sir. Good.
He looked up at the view screen, which was focused on Earth over 200,000 kilometers away.
And what about them? What are they up to? Sensors show that all Findiri ships have Q-jumped into Earth orbit. Every last one of them is basically parked outside Yarborough Station.
He stroked his chin.
Now what in the blazes are they up to? Sir, the ISS Vols has Q-jumped away,
said the officer at Tactical.
What? Where?
The officer studied his console.
Looks like down into low Earth orbit, opposite side of the planet from Yarborough Station.
He looked more closely at the data.
Weird. Looks like they're actually parked just 100 kilometers or so above a location outside Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville? What the hell is outside of Nashville?
Swift sat down at the XO station and brought up some menus, scrolling through some options. Seeing the one he wanted, he waved it up to the view screen.
The only real thing of interest there is it's the central hub for the Western Hemisphere power grid. And at 10 kilometers altitude, they're actually in a zone of huge constructive interference for the inductive power waves. Like, so massive that all air traffic avoids it like the plague. What the hell is he up to?
He wondered aloud. This was not the time to be chasing down rogue officers.
Let me know if their status changes. For now, find me the Findiri flagship. See if you can determine if Talus is there or down at the UE Executive Tower in Manhattan or wherever he is. Aye, sir,
said Swift, motioning to the appropriate staff to get on the orders.
Actually, sir, we have an incoming transmission from Talus.
The comms officer looked up at them.
It's broad, the whole world will see it.
Visual?
Aye, sir.
On screen,
he said, pointing up to the front of the bridge. Talus appeared, standing in front of what looked like some sort of chamber, almost like an old cryo chamber used to freeze bodies, or like the chamber he himself came out of on the Skiora ship. It was connected to a vast network of tubes and electronics and mechanisms that he could only guess at the purpose of, and lining the walls were Findiri soldiers, somehow hooked up to stations by tubes that seemed to enter straight into veins on either arm. He looked closer at the chamber. Through the window he could see a face. They were awake, and occasionally pounded on the thick glass. It was Jasper.
This message is for the traitor, Captain Timothy Granger, said Talus.
The mask of his old friend Hawes didn't even faze him anymore.
I gave you ample opportunity, Tim. So many chances. Thousands have died because of your intransigence. But now, it doesn't even matter. I found a solution to both of our problems.
He motioned back to the chamber.
No,
breathed Granger.
You see, all we needed from you was your DNA. All of it. Without it, the Findiri genetic code would have continued to deteriorate from the constant eons of bombardment from cosmic radiation. We needed to restore ourselves, and he couldn't wait for the rest. Helmsman, Q-jump us in immediately, right next to the Findiri flagship.
Swift started to protest, but a single fiery look from Granger shut him down.
And message the rest of the fleet to follow.
The swirl in his stomach coincided with a change on the right half of the screen, and the distant view of Earth was replaced with the Findiri flagship.
Even now, nearly every Findiri soldier is hooked up to the corporeal chamber networks and will receive updated DNA codes. Software patches, if you will, to repair the damage.
Talus smiled broadly.
And what's more, by using your complete and original DNA, the full code that you denied us those eons ago, the Findiri will finally realize their full potential. They will be more fierce, more powerful, more intelligent than you ever designed them to be, Tim. What's more, they'll inherit all the little changes and bonuses you gave yourself. Immortality, Tim? Really? You thought to hog that one all to yourself? Open a channel, said Granger.
Open, sir.
He stood up.
Talus, I agree. Your goals are worthy. If there were mistakes in the design of the Findiri, I take full ownership of them and offer to fix what I messed up. I'm here. Take me. Let the kid go.
Talus laughed.
I don't need you anymore, Tim. Don't you realize that? With your son here, I have all the DNA I need. We analyzed him and found that he actually has your full genome, not just 50%. He's basically 100% you with the addition of a few inconsequential changes here and there due to his mother.
No, it had to be him. He was the key. If he could just get over there, make Talus use him instead, they could destroy the Findiri in one fell swoop.
Talus, listen to me. It has to be me. It has to. You don't know what you're playing with here. What if there's a mistake in his genome? Do you really want that passed to your soldiers? Uploaded to the corporeal chambers and corrupting all the base files? Why risk that? Because, Tim. Because it hurts you.
Talus smiled. A being of pure cruelty. Did he really create that monster? And there are 9 more Quiasi like him? Talus motioned to a Findiri technician standing nearby.
No!
Yelled Tim. The technician pressed a few buttons on the panel of the chamber. It started to fill with a green gas.
No!
Jasper started pounding harder on the glass, furiously pounding. Soon there were prints of blood on the window. His flesh was dissolving. Granger fell down in his chair, powerless, impotent. There was nothing he could do. Nothing at all. He could save Earth. He could save it again and again, and then travel back in time 13 billion years to lay the groundwork to save it yet again. He could save everyone and everything, but he couldn't save his own son. Chapter 56. Sol Sector, Earth. ISS Vols, Bridge. Sir, we're now completely tapped into the Western Hemisphere power grid. Inductive impedance matching is complete, and we have access to up to 5 exawatts, said the engineering officer. Good, said Shin Wentworth. 5 million terawatts? That ought to be enough. He looked back to the science station. Where the hell is Wiggum? He thought. Oh well, no time. His contribution was over, though. He walked back to the station and brought up the singularity controls. Tactical, position the entire Q field and metaspace array and aim it at these coordinates. He passed along a set of numbers to the officers there. Aye, sir. They set to work. Done, sir. And now, he'd reach out across time. Back 1 billion years, 2 billion, 13.8 billion, and then beyond. To the moments before creation itself, to the quantum soup that was the eternal fires of inflation itself, from which sprang the Big Bang, and from there, forward 1 billion, 2, 3, 13.8 billion years, to 4 days ago, but in another universe, causally unconnected from this one. And he'd grab them, and bring them here, safe, secure, happy. Be ready to shunt all 5 exawatts through the array, he said. Ready, sir, said the officer, his face a little white. He tapped a few last-minute adjustments to the phase variances of the quantum field. That should do it. This was it. Showtime. Now, he said. Chapter 57. Sol Sector, Earth. Findiri Ship, Destiny. Varus opened his eyes and saw everything anew. Everything somehow looked different, felt different. Even his saliva tasted different. He glanced around himself, saw that he was still connected to the corporeal chambers via the tubes in his arms, saw his fellow brothers in arms all along the walls, similarly connected. He made eye contact with several and saw in them that they, too, were changed.
"Adjutant," said Nupo next to him. "What is happening?"
He shook his head, trying to disperse that cloud that was still hanging over his mind from the effect of the change. It did disperse. He breathed in deep. The air felt different, almost like it had a life in it, like it never did before. He looked down at a hand and moved his fingers. He looked up at one of the monitors on the wall, which showed an array of unfamiliar ships set against a field of stars, and nearby, Earth. And it was beautiful. It felt beautiful, a feeling he had never felt before. He knew the word, but had never known what it meant. Now, he knew. He turned his head and looked at the screen showing Talus, still standing in front of the chamber, grandstanding to the view screen in front of him, lecturing and boasting and threatening. And he felt a well of revulsion swell up. Another word he knew the meaning of, but only now felt for the first time. What had happened to him? Chapter 58. Sol Sector, Earth. VFS Majestic. Granger had fallen from his chair and was now half kneeling on the floor, his head in a hand.
"You see, Tim, they're all waking up, and if my instruments are correct, they are repaired, born anew, immortal, ready for a new epoch, a new day. The dawn of the human empire that will span not just the galaxy, but the universe. All will be safe, all will be secure, productive, useful, and, believe it or not, Tim, happy."
Granger croaked out a reply.
"You'll force us all to be happy, Talus?"
A laugh.
"I won't have to, Tim."
He looked up at the screen, watching several of the Findiri soldiers separate themselves from the sconces in the wall, very much alive. The chamber behind Talus fell silent. Blood still dripped down the window. He'd watched his own son, the man he barely knew, be ripped apart and disintegrate before his very eyes. A nightmarish scene that would haunt him forever.
"Sir, I'm reading some very strange signals coming from Earth. And not just Earth, but out a ways from Earth as well,"
said one of the officers at the tactical station. Commander Swift looked down at the data coming through to the XO's station.
"Large simultaneous metaspace and Q-field spike. Never seen anything like it. Well, except for during the Great War, and even then it wasn't nearly this big." "The Great War? You mean Swarm War 2, 30 years ago?" said Granger. "That's the one, Captain. These readings, they look a lot like what we'd see before the swarm ships would launch their singularities. Big Q-field and metaspace spike. Only these... My God, I've never seen energies this high."
Granger grabbed the chair and pulled himself to his feet with what felt like a Herculean effort.
"Jasper, did that just really happen? Is it coming from the Findiri flagship? Is this some effect from their corporeal chambers?"
The tactical officer shook his head.
"Nothing from the flagship, sir. I've pinpointed the location on Earth. It's coming from the ISS Vols." "Shen Wentworth, what the hell are you doing?"
he murmured. The helmsman was staring at the screen.
"Sir, look."
Granger turned and watched.
On the right side of the screen, Earth hung peacefully against a backdrop of stars. And beyond it, farther to the right, the stars were wavering, like he was looking through a mirage effect on a desert road. And the space there was getting brighter, and brighter until soon the stars had washed out, and there was only a region of piercing brightness that almost overwhelmed the camera. And then, a planet came out. Chapter 59. Sol Sector, Earth. ISS Vols, Bridge.
Power holding steady at 4.6 exawatts, sir, said the engineering officer. Impedance is still matched, and we're coupled into the grid with 95% efficiency.
Good, said Shin Wentworth. He watched the screen with bated breath. The energy flowed from the power grid through the ship's inductive array and routed through the Q field and metaspace emitters, all shaped by a waveform generated by the electronic cube Klalogish had given him. And the result was stunning. The two-dimensional singularity, coupled with the cube that they'd taken with them, was now out in space, just 20,000 kilometers from Earth, and growing large enough to swallow a planet, which just happened to be his plan.
Sir, something's coming out of it. Reading a massive power spike way off the scale, said the engineering officer.
Indeed, the light from the singularity dimmed and in a flash disappeared altogether, replaced by a planet.
Paradiso.
It looked exactly the same as the planet they'd just left less than an hour ago in the Il Nido sector, except this one was different. Megan was there, and Molly, and Eddie, and they were alive.
Commander,
began the engineering officer. His face had gone from a vague pale color to almost pure white, like he'd seen a ghost.
The planet's velocity and trajectory, it's heading straight towards Earth.
He grabbed his console station and swiveled it toward him, examining the data pouring in. Damn it, he was right.
And both Earth and Paradiso are in each other's gravity wells. They're pulling each other in, said the officer.
How long?
Less than 50 minutes.
No. He was not going to miraculously bring back his family against all odds, only to lose them less than an hour later. No, he would not accept that. He jumped to his feet and ran back to the science station, punching the comm button there.
Director Wiggum, where the hell are you? We've got a big problem.
A problem that was about to become a repeat of Britannia. Chapter 60. Sol Sector, Earth. Findiri Ship, Destiny. Varus yanked the tube out of his left arm, then his right. It hurt. And somehow it hurt far worse than it should have. He shrieked. He'd felt pain before, hadn't he? Pain existed before, but it was never anything more than a nuisance. He'd once lost a finger in an accident and had broken his ankle. Both times the pain was just an indicator that something was wrong, nothing more. Now, it was like his arms were on fire. Blood flowed from where he'd pulled the tubes out, and the burning pain was like nothing he'd ever experienced. Unless this was just the first time he'd felt actual, real pain. The first time he'd felt anything as a human? Was he just a human now? A swell of emotions surged through him. Anger, frustration, relief, joy, excitement, hatred. Every emotion he'd felt before, one at a time. But nothing like this. It was like the emotions were ramped up to 1 billion from what he'd felt before. Was this what being a human was like? Talus continued his speech, and one emotion in particular asserted itself over all the others. It was like hatred, but different. Hatred by itself had no aim, no purpose, no goal. This emotion did, and he had no word for it. Like hatred coupled with justice and righteousness and zeal. He glanced back out the viewport at Earth, but now the scene was different. Another planet, nearly as large as Earth, was bearing down on it. Talus droned on and on about the birth of the new empire, how all was now made new, that everything was changed and Earth would now find peace and security. He looked from Talus to Earth to Talus and soon realized that yes, everything had changed and was made new, and that the hegemon and director of the Findiri Empire would soon be a hegemon and director of nothing. What could he do? Probably nothing. But he was an adjutant and therefore had a ship. Doing nothing was not an option.
Nubo, find Granger. We need to talk. Now.
Chapter 61. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, Low Orbit. ISS Independence Bridge.
Now adding the lasers to the mix, ma'am. Now hitting targets on the swarm's hull with railgun, laser, and torpedoes.
Erda examined the tactical readout.
And the damage it's sustaining from the robot sentinels is increasing. In fact, he looked at some other data. We've seen a 10% increase in their numbers in the past 2 minutes.
Admiral Proctor was clenching her armrests. It was a big risk, taking the Independence in so close, at a range where they were very vulnerable to the swarm's weaponry. Her ship had just been through 2 devastating battles in the previous days, and many systems were still offline. They'd managed to restock their torpedoes and ordnance and make basic repairs, but that was about it.
What about the swarm ship? Are we even making a dent?
We are, ma'am. It's just a question of if we're doing it fast enough. They could shift their focus to us at any time and we'll be toast.
Closer, Shelby.
The voice of her companion was so insistent, and she could feel its urgency.
Closer.
Mr. D'Eustachio, move us into close range. I want all PDC cannons trained on that thing, everything we've got. I am moving to 3,000 meters.
They really were in the thick of it now. Dozens, hundreds of little deadly robotic sentinel ships rushed all around them, ignoring the Independence and focusing all their fire on the massive swarm ship, which in turn was also ignoring them and picking off the sentinels one by one. By all accounts, it was a raging, spectacular battle, a fireworks show in the skies above IXF 459. Wreckage from destroyed sentinels flew past, some colliding with the Independence herself, though luckily not traveling at a velocity sufficient to cause appreciable damage. The only reason Proctor even felt remotely able to appreciate the scene was because the Independence itself seemed to be invisible to every hostile party. And then, in a flash, the swarm ship disappeared. Q jumped away to some unknown distant destination.
And now the time comes,
the voice of her companion said. And just as suddenly, the Independence became the prime target of the battle rather than the spectator, as hundreds of sentinel robots all simultaneously turned their sights on it and surged forward. Chapter 62. Sol Sector, Earth, VFS Majestic.
Jasper, my son. I had a son. I had a son and he's gone.
Granger steadied himself against the chair, still watching the planet bearing down on Earth and still trying to wrap his mind around the incomprehensible loss he'd just suffered. The horror of the image of the blood-soaked chamber window had burned itself into his mind's eye.
Captain, it's Paradiso, said Swift. What? Everything matches, the continents, the cities, everything. Reading tens of millions of people on the surface. Except it looks like it's the Paradiso from before the Momentum Shield disaster. Shin Wentworth, Granger murmured. And, shit,
Swift continued.
It's 45 minutes away from a direct hit on Earth. It's Britannia 2.0.
Granger forced the memory of the blood-soaked chamber window from his mind, forced away every memory of Jasper, at least for now. Grieving must wait.
God damn it, why can't my shitty memory forget this one? He murmured to himself. Is the Vol still down near the surface? Yes, sir. Just hovering 10 kilometers above the North American nexus of the Western Hemisphere power grid. Looks like it's tapped into it inductively, siphoning off nearly the entire capacity. Widespread blackouts are being reported all across the continent. Put me through to the vaults, he said. Swift motioned to the comms officer.
Channel open, sir.
Shin Wentworth, this is Granger. Mind telling me what the hell is going on?
The view screen split, half showing Paradiso's steady fall toward Earth, and half now covered with Shin Wentworth's face.
I used technology that Klalogish gave us. Two-dimensional singularity tech, the same ones that were holding up Chantana 3's crust. And I used it to bring back Paradiso from before the attack. Everyone there is safe now.
Safe? Look out your window, Commander.
Shin Wentworth closed his eyes.
Yes, I know.
He opened them.
We're working on a solution, Captain.
He wanted to berate the man, rake him over the coals, swear at him, beat the shit out of him. But he had a world to save. 2 worlds.
Okay, what have you got?
The man shrugged reluctantly.
Nothing yet, sir.
Something beeped on his console, and he tried to find the source. Thankfully, the comms officer caught his eye.
Sir, receiving a hail request. This one from the ISS Dirac.
He waved up to the screen.
Have her join the party.
The image of Paradiso accelerating in its fall toward Earth disappeared, replaced by the face of Captain Raina Scott. Her eyes seemed to be tracking something on her monitor instead of the camera, but that was just Raina's style.
Good to see you again, dearie. Looks like we're in a pickle here.
Any ideas, Raina?
Well, here's the thing,
she began, sucking a bit on her lower lip.
Last I saw Shelby, she told me to get a handle on these 2D singularities.
And? Did you?
She laughed.
That was only 5 hours ago, dearie.
She laughed some more before becoming quite sober.
So, naturally, I'm about halfway there.
You think we can send Paradiso back through a singularity before it hits Earth?
No,
interjected Shin Wentworth. He'd lost his composure for a moment, but pulled himself back together quickly.
It wouldn't work, sir. The singularity I used to bring it here was decoupled from its secondary partner during Paradiso's transit. Without a secondary, there's no telling what will actually happen to Paradiso. Most likely just crushed in an artificial black hole.
Does that save Earth?
Said Granger.
Likely no. Since the black hole will still be there with the same mass as Paradiso, it'll cause just as much destruction on Earth, if not more, given that Earth could then be sucked into the singularity too.
Okay, so 3 strikes against using that singularity, said Granger. Raina, do you concur with Shin Wentworth?
The dipshit's right, dearie, unfortunately.
Great. What's the alternative, Raina? You said you'd been studying these things?
I've gotten all up in their business, dearie, but no big ideas yet. Would be great if we had a much larger version of what the Findiri folks have on their ships. 2D singularity basically covering the entire hull, and what goes in one side comes out the other.
Yes!
A voice from behind Shin Wentworth yelled out suddenly, making Shin Wentworth almost jump. Behind him, a mousy, disheveled man appeared who looked like he'd been crying.
What is it, Wiggum?
Said Shin Wentworth.
She's right. The Findiri ship's singularity is exactly what we need. Times a billion.
He looked a little deranged, and Granger half wanted to tell Shin Wentworth to get the man a tranquilizer and a good night's sleep.
And how do you propose amping up their singularities by 1 billion, Mr. Wiggum?
Isn't it obvious?
He laughed, a little too long. When he saw that everyone was still staring at him, he added,
Exactly how we did it before. Couple into the inductive power grid.
Granger stroked his chin.
So you're saying get a Findiri ship down there, couple it into the grid, and tap into enough power to extend the ship's singularity shield to cover the entire Earth? Raina, is that even possible?
Hell if I know.
She paused to think for a moment.
No, it won't work. Remember the battle at Paradiso? I wasn't there, but I watched footage. Remember what happens when something passes through that singularity shield and gets too close to the edge? Blammo! What happens if Paradiso comes in and just grazes the edge of the shield, which is actually a likely scenario? You're looking at the largest explosion the Earth has ever seen since the one that made the moon.
Wiggum was about to protest, but the more he thought, the more it became clear that he agreed.
No, she's right.
But why not just use more than one ship? She added.
More than one,
said Granger.
Send several Findiri ships to the surface and have them all tap into the grid and make their own shields?
No, but couple the singularity shields of a handful of ships and tie them together, almost like a net. Send them out some distance from Earth so that there's no chance of Paradiso grazing the edge.
Is that possible?
Said Granger. Everyone was silent. Raina Scott clearly wasn't sure. Wiggum shrugged. Shin Wentworth shook his head.
No ideas, dearie. It's speculation at this point, and we have exactly 26 minutes to go from theory to practice.
Another beep on Granger's console alerted him to another incoming hail request. It was one of the Findiri ships.
God damn it, Talus, not now, he muttered.
He glanced over at the comms officer.
Put him through.
The view screen adjusted to add the third transmission, and Granger did a double take when the image appeared.
Captain Tim Granger, the being said. Do I know you? My name is Varus. I am an adjutant commanding this ship, as well as a collection of sub-adjutants and their ships. I have also served as second-in-command to Talus.
Oh, said Granger, not quite knowing what to say.
I take it Talus doesn't know you're talking to me? He does not. I understand. They're very much alive, and they've changed, in a far more profound way than anyone, including Talus, could have predicted. It seems we have a much larger problem than our earlier troubles, said Granger. Indeed. I have been listening in on your conversation, and the answer is yes, it is possible. To couple the singularity shields of multiple ships together and form a singularity large enough to shield the entire planet. But possible does not mean easy. Okay, said Granger, not quite believing what he was hearing. I'm getting the feeling that there's a catch. The catch is, my ship is not capable of being the nexus of such a web of Q fields. But the flagship is. And Talus is on the flagship, of course, with Findiri loyal to him. Correct. Though I cannot at present ascertain the loyalty of every individual Findiri soldier. All I know is all of us to the last individual was just changed. Either restored to something lost or elevated to something greater. Regardless, we all have the impulses to both defeat the swarm and preserve Earth written into our bones. So, how do we get the flagship? Said Granger, fearing the likely answer. With any speed? By force. Thought so?
He took a deep breath and considered his options.
Can you arrange for a strike force to commandeer the vessel? Yes. Getting there will be a challenge, but once on board, we will prevail. I'll provide a fighter escort, the very best. They'll ensure your safe boarding. Shin Wentworth.
He looked down at the bottom left on the screen.
I want you there to direct the formation of the singularity-generating web. And I'm coming too.
Sir,
said Swift from behind him.
You can't do that. I can, said Granger, standing up and heading to the exit. Talus and I have unfinished business.
Before the doors closed behind him, one of the officers yelled,
Sir, reading a new ship that just Q-jumped in.
The view screen shifted to accommodate a new image. The three open channels tiled over to the left half of the screen, and the right side showed the Earth below, Paradiso far above. And in between, choosing just the worst possible time to finally make their appearance, was the newcomer.
The swarm, said Granger. It's this. They came back for this.
Chapter 63. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, Low Orbit. The feeling was glorious. Decker hadn't felt such rapture since he'd first become one with the Valerisi several days prior, and this transcended it. Reason? Their moment had come. The presence of the hostile swarm ship had spurred the rapid manufacture of thousands, tens of thousands of new Sentinel robots, with likely hundreds of thousands more on the way. The swarm ship had disappeared, which now meant it was time for the next phase of the plan. They were so close.
"Scan the debris field. Find us a disabled robot sentinel that is still partly functional," he said.
He didn't even need to direct the order. The relevant human would know what to do.
"Found one, just off our starboard bow."
Decker stood up, glanced at the monitor where the human was showing him the image of the broken-down robot, and calmly left the tiny bridge, stepped down the flight of stairs, and found the airlock. With a few commands, he had it open and sealed himself inside. Would he even need a vacuum suit? No. The host of the Valerisi inside him would be able to heal the damage almost as it happened. And with that decision made, he broke the seal on the outer airlock door and held on tight as the air rushed out. He gasped for breath out of habit, but then he let go, permitting the air to explode out of his lungs. There was pain and discomfort at the lack of oxygen, and his eyes turned red from the capillaries breaking. But otherwise, all was well. He scanned the debris field, looking for the familiar half-destroyed robot that the human had shown him on the screen, and, finding it, braced himself against the open airlock door and jumped. His aim was perfect. How could it not be with 1,000,000 beings inside him perfecting every thought, every muscle trigger, every nerve impulse, every last axon firing in his brain? He soared through open space, getting closer, closer to the robot whose insides were exposed to the vacuum. He grabbed it, and his body collided with the jagged metal hull, scraping his legs in the process. Hardly able to see at this point from the blood filling his eyes, he had to navigate inside the robot mostly by touch, his hands searching for the one thing he needed for the mission to succeed. And there it was. His hand grasped the hydraulic line linking the central control center with the motors on the weapons turrets. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a jagged edge of the metal hull. That will do, he thought. And he sliced his hand across it, drawing thick blood that pooled up into little spheres on the broken skin. Then he yanked on the hydraulic line, getting enough slack that let him cut it with the same broken edge of hull. And, bleeding hand pressed tight against bleeding hydraulic line, he brought new life to his people. Would they ever be the same? Was this just a rebirth, a renaissance? Or was this the dawn of an entirely new people? Time would tell. The Valerisi matter in his veins flowed out into the hydraulic line and soon integrated itself into the circuitry and processors. Chapter 64. Sol Sector, Earth, Findiri Flagship. The plan, such as it was, would have gone off far more smoothly had the swarm ship not immediately opened fire on every ship within firing range. Findiri, IDF, Vestige Fleet, it didn't discriminate. But it did seem to focus much of its fire on the Findiri flagship. Granger, in a shuttle, watched the battle unfold.
Civic, watch that crossfire coming off the swarm ship. Between that and the Findiri fighters still on Talus's side, you're flying in between a rock and a hard place.
His handheld speaker blared with the cockpit sounds of battle.
Easiest thing I've done all week, Captain,
replied Civic. He grunted a laugh.
Good to hear, Ballsy.
A brief silence on the other end.
Batshit. You mean batshit?
Damn it.
So I did. Your father would be proud, kid. Go get it done. Granger out.
He flipped the channel over to Varus and his landing party.
Okay, my fighter squadron is clearing the way. Make your move, Adjutant. I'll join you shortly. Acknowledged, Granger, replied the Findiri.
He flipped the channel again.
Shin Wentworth, status?
Just behind you, sir.
Good.
At the viewport, he watched Civic and his squadron make quick work of the fighters Talus had sent out, and soon Varus's dropships were docked and the boarding parties had entered.
Our turn,
he said, nodding at the old veteran Marines in the rear of the shuttle. Grangerites and Vestige members all. They nodded back. The pilot docked, and one of the Marines engaged the emergency airlock seal and cut a hole into the enemy hull. Soon they were pouring through the hole and into a battle zone. The intense crossfire from opposing Findiri soldiers lit up the hallway, and Granger began to second-guess the entire strategy. Would there be enough time? He glanced at the countdown on his handheld. 9 minutes left. Thankfully, Varus's soldiers proved to be efficient at their jobs, or the opposing side had retreated to a fallback position. Either way, he appeared at the hallway across from the hole they'd cut in the wall and waved them forward to follow him. When he entered the hallway, he saw Shin Wentworth approach from another cut hole in the wall, following a squad of Marines from the Valls. Several more smaller battles erupted at various junctures and intersections, and each time, after a brief but intense crossfire, it would end, and Granger began to notice that each time it was because Varus himself had rushed forward and yelled something he couldn't hear at the opposing force, causing them to cease firing. Before long, they were at the bridge. A loud explosion rumbled through the deck plate, and the entire hallway shook. Varus looked down at the holoscreen on his wrist.
The swarm is overcoming our defenses. We are running out of time.
Granger pointed to the door to the bridge.
Then let's do this.
Varus blasted it open with his energy weapon, and he and his soldiers rushed inside. Granger followed, noticing that Shin Wentworth had finally caught up to him and was on his heel.
Adjutant, what are you doing here?
Said Talus.
We're under attack by the swarm, and you're firing on your own warriors. Explain yourself.
As he finished, his eyes flicked up and saw Granger there, and he looked confused. Varus pulled his energy weapon from his belt and aimed it. Talus looked at him, his eyes darting from the weapon up to Varus's eyes and back to the weapon.
What do you think you're doing, Adjutant?
His tone was level, but Granger could feel the fear and uncertainty behind it.
What I should have done long ago, when you presented yourself to us with grand plans of galactic domination. That was never our purpose. Our purpose was to defeat the swarm and save Earth, not rule it. Not take revenge against our Creator for his mistakes. But silence. One more word and I'll blast your head off and end your miserable existence. And then I'll erase your file from the corporeal chambers, and you will never, ever live again to plague our existence. But I told you not another word, Director, he said. I'm nothing but a man. Yes, a man of my word.
He pressed the trigger, and the purple beam lanced out, blasting a hole right in the middle of Talus's face. His body slumped to the floor. Granger glanced at his handheld. 9 minutes.
We've got no time, hurry!
He yelled, stepping over the body and waving Shin Wentworth over to a terminal. Varus looked at one of the tactical consoles, then pointed at the Findiri soldier posted there.
You, how long has this been our status? The swarm just knocked out our engines, Adjutant. We've been falling for over 2 minutes.
Varus waved some video feeds over to the screen on the wall, and indeed, the Earth's surface was rushing up at them, the super-compressed air of the atmosphere blazing past white-hot. Granger checked their position, 80 kilometers above Missouri and falling fast.
Can you maneuver us towards Nashville? He said to Varus. Thrusters, anything. Just get us to this location however you can.
He tapped on a spot on the console's map 100 kilometers west of Nashville. Varus nodded.
Consider it done.
He motioned at what must have been the helmsman and barked some orders at him. Granger had already joined Shin Wentworth at another console monitor.
And? Is the Singularity shield still online?
Looks like it, if I'm understanding Findiri console layout correctly. But looks like there might be a problem.
Can you solve it in 8 minutes or less?
It's the Q-field couplers. Normally lets you couple into the background Q-field to enhance your emitter strength. In our case, they'll let us couple to the other ships and form the net. But theirs are offline. Usually, at least on an IDF ship, they fault easily and it's only a matter of manually resetting them. But that's the rub. Manual resets require being there. And I have no idea...
Nubo! And you, escort him to the auxiliary engineering bay now!
Yelled Varus, overhearing their conversation. The three indicated Findiri stood at attention, and one of them said,
Yes, Director.
So he's got a promotion now,
thought Granger as he watched the three leave, Shin Wentworth in tow.
Have you signaled to the Findiri ships that are allied to you to stand by? Are they in position?
Varus nodded.
They are.
Granger glanced at his handheld. 6 minutes. He looked at the screen and saw Paradiso bearing down on Earth, now just a few thousand kilometers away. It loomed huge in the sky over Missouri. Chapter 65. Sol Sector, Earth, Findiri Flagship. Commander Civic had just returned from taking Captain Granger over to the Vestige ship and was heading back up to the bridge when he got the call. It was Granger, again. He and his squad were needed for another critical mission. This time not just protecting Granger, and not only the murderer Shin Wentworth, but also several Findiri dropships. The turns of events of the day were making his head spin. Revenge would have to wait. Again. He gathered his squad, and before long they were hightailing it out of the Volz's fighter bay and entering the fray. Apparently there was civil division and strife within the Findiri fleet, and he needed to stop the bad ones from killing the less bad ones, so that the less bad ones had time to kill the worst ones. Got it. "Watch your six, Ace," he yelled. He flipped his bird around and pummeled her tail with a few rounds before veering off at an angle and slagging a Findiri fighter trailing Barbie. There were a lot of them, but not nearly as many as underneath the crust of Chantana 3, and this time he had his squad with him. Though the incoming fire from the swarm ship wasn't helping matters. Thankfully, most of its attention was focused on the Findiri flagship, but occasionally a beam would lance across his path. Barbie already lost the end of a wing to an ill-timed crossfire blast. "Don't worry, it's just a tip," he'd yelled. "Sounds like what I told your mom last night," said Spectrum. Ethan grunted a small laugh. It sounded a lot like a joke he would have made weeks ago. But that was gone now. All that was left was a hollow feeling inside. And determination. There were wrongs that needed to be righted. Before long, the Findiri dropships and Granger's shuttle had docked with the flagship. "Thanks a billion, batshit. Now go make yourself useful. Granger out." His squad had turned around, aiming to go back to the Volz's shuttle bay. He continued forward, aiming for another bay, this one on the Findiri flagship. "Ethan, what's going on?" said Ace. "I've got some business to attend to. Get back to the Ballsy. I'll be right behind." "I don't like the sound of just go," he yelled. He watched his scope as his squad made it to the relative safety of the Vols. Before him loomed the Findiri fighter bay. With a flick of his thumb, he laid down a few hundred rounds of suppressive fire, targeting anything in the bay that moved, and in the midst of the destruction, he brought his bird in for a hard landing. The hatch lowered, and he sprang forward after risking a glance out into the ruined bay to see if anything was alive. Nothing was. He dashed out of the bay and into the hallway outside, which was deserted. He supposed all the soldiers were off stopping the landing party. Pulling out his handheld, he entered a command code for the ISS Vols and queried the location of Commander Shin Wentworth. A schematic map of the Findiri ship appeared in hollow form above the handheld, indicating that he was just 3 decks up, looking to be on his way to some kind of engineering center of the ship, as most of the power, cooling, and hydraulic conduits passed through it as if it were a nexus. 3 sets of stairs later, he paused outside of the room marked Auxiliary Engineering Support. He took a deep breath and kicked the door in, pointing his sidearm straight ahead. 2 Findiri soldiers standing guard swung their energy weapons around and yelled for him to stop. "Wait!" yelled Shin Wentworth. "He's with me! Commander, I need your help. We're out of time and we need to reset every single one of these Q-field couplers now!" Civic's hand, the one holding the gun, shook. He squeezed it tight, then relaxed, then squeezed. It would be so fucking simple. Just pull the fucking trigger. Just do it, batshit. Do it. Do it. Do it! For her. How many are there? I'm nearly half done, but we've got 2 minutes. Shin Wentworth was opening conduit panels, flipping breakers and resetting them one after another frantically. There was an entire line of them, perhaps 40, and he was less than halfway there. He dropped the gun and dashed toward the opposite end and started working toward the middle. A minute later, they met, attempting to reset the same one before Civic pulled his hand away and let him do it. The next moment, Shin Wentworth tapped his handheld. "It's ready, let her rip!" Civic looked back to the middle of the floor where the gun lay. He noticed Shin Wentworth looking at it too. "Well," said Shin Wentworth, dusting off the front of his uniform. "Are you going to shoot me?" "Probably," he said. "Is it what she would have wanted?" The question was unexpected. He couldn't tell if the man was asking that to stall for time, or to get at his conscience, or to assuage his own. "I don't know," was all he had. "Does it matter what she would have wanted?" "That's up to you, Commander Civic. Let me know when you've made your decision." Shin Wentworth turned and left the auxiliary engineering bay. Civic did not stop him. Chapter 66. Poincaré Sector. World IXF-459. Low orbit. ISS Independence. Bridge. Proctor could feel the change in her companion before it even said anything. She could sense the feelings of rapture and imminent triumph, and she knew that she should feel the same, a sense of joy and accomplishment on seeing an ally win their objective. But she didn't. She felt a deep sense of unnerving dread. Something was off, wrong. "Admiral, the robot fleet has begun firing on us," said Commander Erda. "Pistachio, Q-jump us out now." He shook his head in frustration. "Sorry, ma'am, we're seeing the same Q-field dampening effect that the Defiant saw last week. We're stuck here." The realization struck her.
You let the swarm escape, didn't you?
No, the robots did that on their own. They felt that they were about to be overwhelmed, and so let it escape for their own protection. Then why can't we leave now?
Silence.
I can feel what's going on. You have integrated yourself into one of the robots. You have a nominal degree of control over it. Over one of them, yes. Not over all of them. That is where you come in, Shelby.
A pit was developing in her stomach, like realizing she'd walked into a trap.
Where I come in? The Independence's infinitely cored distributed processor. We need it to control the robots. It will become the nerve center of our new million-strong fleet. Finally, Shelby, humanity and the Valerisi together will be safe. No swarm, no Findiri, no Quiasi, no one will ever be able to destroy us again.
It was a trap. This whole thing had been planned. From luring the swarm ship here to luring her here, all a ruse to put the Valerisi at the helm of a vast, powerful fleet, with the Independence as its flagship. "Admiral, we're sustaining heavy damage from the Sentinels," said Erda.
Ensign, evasive maneuvers. Tactical, take out as many of them as you can. See if you can zero in on how they're generating the Q-field jamming and take it out.
The ship shuddered from the impact of the hundreds of rounds of enemy fire. The earlier fireworks show that she had admired was now focused entirely on the Independence. And it would not last long.
Shelby, do not resist it. Use your infinitely cored central processor. Reach out and establish contact with the single robot fighter that we control, and we will handle the rest. No,
she said.
That is a mistake, Shelby. Trust us. How can I trust you now, after the lies and misdirection that got us into this? How could we trust you after what Oppenheimer did to us? I am not Oppenheimer.
And she knew what she had to do.
Metaspace transmission to Speaker Curiel, she said. Two-way if possible.
Moments later, Ensign Sempono nodded.
Got him, Admiral.
She didn't even raise the blur screen. Speaker Curiel's head appeared before her.
I think I know who you are, she began.
His eyebrows rose a hair.
Oh? Fairly confident, but honestly, at this point it doesn't even matter. It all makes sense now. Why you've been so vociferous in your pursuit of the leadership of the new multiracial government. It's what you tried to do 30 years ago.
Well, not exactly, he said with a small wink. In my defense, both times I was trying to save Earth, my dear. Our goals are the same, now as then. We just go about it different ways. Playing to our strengths, no? She shook her head.
We will never agree, but no matter. I need your help. I assume you still have the GPC fleet at your disposal?
He nodded. And the Caliphate fleet, in fact.
We need extraction from IXF-459. A robotic fleet has attacked the Independence, and we're not going to make it out of here if we stick around too much longer.
We're on our way, he said. Except for this, I believe you owe me. I won't beat around the bush. You know exactly what I want. She sighed.
I do, and you've got it. Let this be an official record. I hereby support Speaker Curiel of the Galactic People's Congress to be Earth's representative to a new multi-race government or alliance or whatever is formed in the aftermath of this battle.
His eyes narrowed. Official record. Seems a bit overkill. Just tell everyone yourself when we reconvene.
Because,
she answered, getting up out of the captain's chair.
I'm fairly certain I won't be around when it does. Proctor out.
Curiel's face disappeared. Except now it was almost confirmed for her. This was not Curiel. Curiel was dead. This was Malikov, the old Russian Confederation strongman who sparred for so many years with President Avery before and during the Second Swarm War. There was no one else it could be.
I'll be in sick bay. Commander Erda, she said, turning to him. You have the bridge. When Curiel and his fleet show up, stick around only as long as the Q-field dampener is still active. Keep us alive until then, please.
Erda was speechless, watching her go.
Sempono, with me, please.
The ensign followed her off the bridge, and the two of them entered the lift. The ship still shuddered all around them, and she could still hear distant alarms through the lift doors.
Ma'am, you were right, Ensign. You taught me a good lesson in trust with that assassin, Petrovich. I trusted too freely. I put too much faith in humanity. But then, I forgot the lesson.
She shrugged.
We're alive. Seems to me like you relearned it. Not nearly soon enough, Ensign, and I fear that my misplaced trust will cost us greatly.
The doors opened out onto the hallway that led to sickbay.
What are you doing, ma'am? Something I should have done weeks ago.
They entered, and she went straight up to Nurse Jackson.
You were here when Oppenheimer's goons extracted Decker's Valerisi?
She nodded.
I was. Basically just a fancy dialysis. Suck your blood out, strain the Valerisi-specific proteins and markers, and pump it back in. Are you set up for it? I can be within a few minutes. Shelby, no.
She paused, just for a moment, considering whether the choice she was making was worth the almost certain death that awaited both her and her companion. And it was a simple decision, really.
Then let's get it done.
Within 3 minutes, she was lying down, her arm connected to a nearby machine. Ensign Sempono stood watch over her, their eyes connecting, while she felt her consciousness slip away. But for those last few moments, for the first time in many weeks, she felt silence in her mind. Her companion was gone too, and she was free. Chapter 67. Sol Sector, Earth, Findiri Flagship.
Let her rip,
Granger heard Shin Wentworth say through the speakers.
Varus, ready?
He said.
All systems ready. All ships answerable to me are in position.
Varus stood at an engineering station, a finger poised over a button. Granger glanced at the screen one last time. The outer atmosphere of Paradiso had started to touch the thermosphere of Earth. A white-hot region began to form, just as one had formed during the collision of Britannia and Titan as the two atmospheres slammed together. Earth had moments left. The battle overhead between the swarm ship and the combined Vestige and IDF fleets was raging. Ships died left and right. But soon every ship was racing away as fast as they could as Paradiso approached, even the swarm ship.
Are we in position, helmsman? He said.
The Findiri at the helm held up a fist, presumably confirming.
We have entered the coordinates you gave me for the inductive zone. We are falling fast through, and will pass through the zone within 15 seconds.
He turned back to Varus.
Do it.
Varus pressed the button. Deep tremors ran through the ship as enormous amounts of energy poured into the systems from the Western Hemisphere power grid. Distant explosions indicated that some systems overloaded, and Granger hoped to high heaven they weren't the ones they needed.
Singularity shield is expanding, said Varus. Now at a radius of 500 kilometers, 1,000, 1,500.
The shield expanded achingly slow. They'd need at least a radius the size of Earth, and then some. And as they watched in horror, the region of overpowering white overhead expanded until it filled half the sky. Paradiso was here. Chapter 68. Sol Sector, Earth, Findiri Flagship. Civic, too emotionally numb to think, watched the view screen in the auxiliary engineering bay. It was from the point of view of one of the Findiri ships still in orbit. Paradiso's and Earth's atmospheres were touching, mixing rather explosively, and soon the surfaces would collide into each other. Maybe he should have killed the bastard when he had the chance, given that he was about to die anyway. And then, the leading edge of Paradiso began to disappear. The entire world looked like it was slamming into Earth, except it didn't. It just vanished, as if passing through a veiled window. Soon it was gone, leaving only extreme residual heat in the atmosphere where the two worlds had briefly touched. And then, just as suddenly, Paradiso emerged from the far side of Earth again, as if out of an invisible flat plane. The distance between the two worlds grew, and grew, until, in the camera's perspective, Paradiso was just a large blue-green ball in the sky, growing slowly smaller. Well, fuck me. It actually worked. He kept watching Paradiso, now noticing sparkling in the atmosphere of the planet. Every now and then a huge fireball would erupt. What the hell? A noise behind him caught his attention. He looked to see that Shin Wentworth, who'd apparently been standing in the doorway watching the screen in silence, had fallen to the floor. "No," the man murmured. "Oh my God! After all this, no!" "What's wrong, Doc?" said Civic, unable to hide the sneering in his voice. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Congratulations, you did it. And killed who the fuck knows how many people in the process." "What's wrong? Look!" Shin Wentworth's eyes were locked on the screen. "Look at all those fireballs. The hundreds, maybe thousands of explosions you're seeing every second that's sparkling. Do you know what that is?" Civic shrugged. "Debris from the battle with the swarm falling down into their atmosphere?" "That, and more, much more. Every day, over 50 tons of space dust falls to Earth." "Okay, so? They're getting a good meteor shower, then." Civic turned from the man in disgust. He could barely look at him. "That's not just a meteor shower. Look closer. Those explosions, they're massive. Each of those is as large as a small nuclear warhead." Civic peered closer at the planet, receding into space. Indeed, the explosions in the atmosphere he saw earlier were far larger than he'd originally thought. Some were dozens of kilometers in diameter. "Okay, so they're flying through a cloud of..." "No, don't you understand what I'm saying? 50 tons of space rock is falling on Paradiso every day, and 50 tons of regular matter is slamming into antimatter. I brought back Paradiso from another universe, one where..." He trailed off, unable to even complete the sentence. Tears were in his eyes, and defeat. Civic scratched his head. "Wait, you're telling me that this Paradiso is made out of antimatter?" Shin Wentworth nodded. "And when matter from our universe hits it, then... blammo?" He nodded again. "Which means your family is down there, right now, alive," said Civic slowly. "And you still will never see them again." He shouldn't laugh. He shouldn't smile. He shouldn't feel the slightest amount of joy in that statement, because on the other end of that pain were kids and a wife who would feel the same pain. But it didn't mean he couldn't say to the man as he stepped over him on his way out the door, "I should pity you, and I should hate you, but I don't. I feel nothing for you. Nothing at all." Chapter 69. Sol Sector, Earth, Findiri Flagship. Granger could hardly believe his eyes when he watched the event on the screen. One world about to slam into another, disappearing and coming out the other side. But, like with Jasper's death, he didn't have time to dwell.
20 seconds until impact, said the Findiri helmsman.
Granger pulled up the map on his handheld.
Veer north. Our starboard thrusters still active? Veer north.
The helmsman tapped on some buttons.
We have starboard thrusters. Engaging them now. But why, human? Aim for Kentucky Lake. Huge body of water to the north. You can't miss it.
The approaching lush green landscape of western Tennessee soon gave way to a very welcome sight. Water. And just like 30 years prior when Commander Shelby Proctor piloted a crashing ISS Constitution into the Great Salt Lake while he lay unconscious, he was scoring his own water landing in a ship the size of a small city. No unconscious Proctor, but just as well, he thought. The Findiri vessel shuddered as it hit the water and skied for dozens of kilometers before he noticed they were finally slowing down. A jetty of land extending out into the water was demolished as the ship waterplaned down the vast lake, and Granger hoped to God that no one was fishing on it, that all the boats had gotten to safety. Enough people had died for him that day. Even before the ship lurched to a halt, the comm speaker came alive with Admiral Diaz's voice.
Tim, we've sustained some losses, but thought you might want to hear about this one.
The ship stopped. He was alive. Still. But his heart sank, hearing the tone of Diaz's voice.
What is it? After the stunt you guys pulled, the swarm ship targeted everything it had at one of the smaller Findiri ships. Blew a section of the hull clean off. The ship went down in the Caribbean, but the section of hull, well, it was collected by the swarm ship, and they hightailed it out of here. What was special about that section of hull?
Varys was looking at the tactical readout and examining a schematic of what Granger assumed was the downed Findiri ship.
A singularity field projector.
Granger noticed a light flashing on the comm, indicating another waiting transmission.
I've got a bad feeling about that, Joaquin, but not much we can do about it now. What's the status of Paradiso? It had a fair amount of momentum when it arrived, and it's currently flying out towards the orbit of Jupiter, after which it will fall back towards the Sun in an elliptical orbit. Earth is safe for now, but who knows what havoc this will cause with its orbit. Earth's safe, but the people on Paradiso not so much. At Jupiter's orbit, they'll freeze before long, muttered Granger. Get the Vestige fleet repaired, restocked, and ready for action again, Joaquin. We may need it before this is all over. I was counting on it, Tim. Diaz out.
Granger flipped the comm over to the incoming transmission. To his surprise, Fiona Lou's face appeared.
Captain Granger, thank God you're alive.
Still kicking. Where's Danny?
Her face lines tightened.
He's not well. Lost a lot of blood from a Findiri energy weapon, and his Valerisi companion is not responding either. I can't explain it.
She took a deep breath.
But that's not why I called. It's Admiral Proctor. She's not well either.
The pit in Granger's stomach tightened.
What happened?
The Valerisi, they tried something bad at the robot world you found, and Proctor tried to stop it. And as a result, she separated herself from her companion.
But won't that kill her?
From what my companion says, she's still alive, but only just. Probably in a deep coma with extensive mental trauma. Luckily, her ship got out alive. Speaker Curiel showed up with the GPC fleet and a whole lot of Caliphate help and stopped the robot sentinels from destroying the Independence.
He mulled over the latest revelation. The Valerisi, attempting something at the robot world that Shelby nearly died trying to stop? The swarm, now with a singularity shield of their own, which they just witnessed was capable of transporting entire worlds through time and space? The Findiri, divided and changed somehow and warring amongst themselves? Talus dead, but the remaining Quiasi hiding amongst humanity, each with their own possibly nefarious ends? And himself. Tim Granger, a 13-billion-year-old man who just met his son and then lost him. A man who'd yearned for death and release, but now found himself leading the fight against an enemy that he just now remembered. The swarm. Not just humanity's enemy, but the enemy of all existence. He remembered. They had returned to the one place and time where several events were converging that would help them achieve their goal. The end of the universe. This
entire timeline from the very beginning and this universe of universes and the escape of the swarm from that destruction to a new reality. One where they could reign for another epoch of time until they found the next universe and the next. They would never stop. They would end the very existence of anything if it meant they could exist for another day. But he'd come to this time, this place, for another reason. To stop the swarm from ever existing themselves. Had he succeeded? Time would tell. Epilogue. Sol Sector, Earth, New York City. United Earth Executive Offices Tower. Former President John Sepulveda was on the verge of becoming current President John Sepulveda. Why? Because he was the greatest president in the history of United Earth. That's why.
Go to hell, Susie Tompkins and Mrs. Dulworth's third-grade class,
he thought as he walked down the final hallway to her office. His office, not hers any longer. Honestly, most people would say it was a miracle he'd gotten off the Defiance, but all it took was some good ego stroking, a little politicking, a few hasty promises he had no intentions of fulfilling, and Commander Rice let him leave, with an official IDF shuttle escort to boot. And now the Findiri occupation of Earth was ending almost as fast as it began. Talus was dead. Varus, his right-hand man, apparently had come to Jesus and was born again and promised to restore Earth to the way it was. Which left him, the greatest president the Union had ever known, strutting toward former President Cooper's office with a huge grin on his face. The door opened for him before he even reached a hand out. "Mr. Sepulveda, come in," said Admiral Oppenheimer, who held the door open for him, offering a handshake. He took it warily. "Admiral, has Madam Cooper offered an amnesty I was not made aware of?" "Oh, save it, John, we need him, and he needs us more, so that makes him useful." Cooper was sitting at her desk. His desk, he corrected himself. He took a seat opposite her, staring her down, daring her to say anything other than, "Welcome back, Mr. President. I kept your seat warm for you." "I'm sure he'll come in handy after his trial. My question is, when's the ceremony?" She did a double take. "I'm sorry, the what?" "The inauguration ceremony. Mine? Have you drafted your letter of resignation yet?" She threw her head back and laughed. That did not bode well for the rest of their conversation. "Cooper, we had a deal," he began. "We decided—" Yes, she said, waving a hand, dismissing him. "We said a lot of things, but circumstances have changed, John. Talus, the other Quiasi? I'm sure you were well on your way to figuring out a few of the others." Sepulveda's eye narrowed. He'd listened to Rice's and Danny Proctor's speculations, but in the absence of actual proof... "You left the note, didn't you?" he said. "On my desk. President Avery is alive and she wants what's hers." She nodded. "I did. Or rather, a custodian did, at my request." The confession. She really was former President Barbara Avery, a Quiasi, having taken the form of Senator Cooper as she lay dying of cancer. "So you were trying to get into my head, mess with me, not warn me?" "I was doing both, to be honest, and I'm still trying to get into your head. Trying right now, in fact," she said with a wry smile. "You'll fail," he said. "I already succeeded, John." Without waiting for a reply, she stood up and retrieved something from a table nearby, a suitcase, which she set on the desk in front of him and opened. "See that there? It's a small prototype momentum transfer shield that the brilliant researchers at Smolensk Science Station came up with. Would have been super helpful for this—" "Shut up, I didn't ask for a response." He was too dumbfounded to protest, and watched as she lifted the device away and pulled out the false bottom of the suitcase, revealing another compartment. This one held only a vial loaded into a metasyringe. "And this. Recognize it?" "Should I?" She laughed again. Probably not. They call it the juice. The researchers at Smolensk Station have finally managed, after nearly 4 months since I got them the last remaining old swarm matter sample, to recreate something like it. A modified form of it, at least. It's not actual swarm, but upon introduction into a human, it produces the same viruses that make the host susceptible to persuasion and control.
What have you done, Avery?
He shook his head.
Are you insane? Trying to recreate the swarm? Isn't one ship attacking us enough? You want to make more?
She sat back on the desk and crossed her legs, not even making an effort to guard the vial. He could grab it, run off with it, get it to someplace it would be safe and unused. I told you, it's not the swarm, but it will let me, finally, after eons of thinking and planning, defeat them forever. She leaned forward, as if getting to the best part. And not only that, but with me at the head of humanity, acting as guide, protector, philosopher, and king, we will be safe against all the threats that are out there. The swarm is just one, and the universe is a very, very large place.
Wait. Did you say king?
She smiled. He started to get up, but found his legs wouldn't respond. Nor his arms, or anything except for his mouth.
My God, have you poisoned me?
She laughed yet again. Oh, John, you're adorable. No, I haven't poisoned you, but the good Admiral here has done what I told him to. He passed the juice onto you, skin to skin. Now it was more than his legs and arms, it was his mind. He tried to think one thing, and another thought would come in its place. He struggled to think about what his plan had just been. Grab the vial and run. Right? Right? That sounded like a terrible plan. Yes, King. You see, John, former President Avery is indeed back, and she does indeed want what's hers, as she considers it. And she has it, after a fashion. She has it in the form of being the leader of the Galactic People's Congress, and possibly will have it even more with whatever this new thing is that Proctor is trying to put together. But it's rubbish. We're not allying with aliens to defend against aliens. We're going to keep it in the family, John.
You're...
He slurred.
You're... him.
Who, John? She asked innocently.
You're... Malikov.
She smiled deviously and tapped her nose. He remembered a time where that news would produce a fair amount of alarm and horror within.
This is Audible.
Leviathan, the Legacy Fleet Series, Book 8, by Nick Webb. Narrated by Greg Tremblay. Prologue. Irigoyen Sector, Kyoto 3. General Leslie Groves Military Technology Research Center. When he woke up from his coma, Ensign Matthew Decker wandered out of a chaotic sickbay, stumbled through debris-strewn hallways to his quarters, looked out the window, and watched the tallest office tower in downtown Bern, Switzerland, tumble to the ground. Tiny dots swarmed down the street, people racing away from the cloud of dust that soon overtook them. Hell on Earth. Just like the old stories of Swarm War II. The rest of his time on the Independence was a blur. Had Earth really fallen to the Findiri? Had Admiral Proctor really announced over the comm that she was, in effect, going rogue, and that all officers and crew that wished to leave would be granted transport off the ship, no questions asked? Had she begged him to stay? Were those tears in her eyes when he described the sheer agony of being stripped of his Valerisi companion? He remembered the hug, and leaving with her blessing. She'd even given him one of Independence's shuttles, with the promise that he'd arrange for its prompt return. She owed him that much, she'd said. And now, in orbit around Kyoto 3, he needed to force himself back into a more lucid state. The comm. Someone was speaking out of the comm speaker. Answer it, idiot. Yeah, confirm. This is Shuttle Andante out of the ISS Independence. Ensign... What was his name? God damn it, without his companion, it was like his very sense of self had been stripped. Name? What was the name? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Andante. You must have cut out for a moment. Your name again? Ensign... Decker. I am Ensign Decker. And your landing authorization? Authorization? I'm an IDF officer piloting an IDF shuttle landing at an IDF military base. The woman's voice on the other end started to sound testy. No one just visits the General Leslie Groves Military Technology Research Center. You need proper authorization and security clearance. If he had his companion, it would reach out through the ligature, feel the woman's mind, see her computer screen through her eyes, and tell him any number of passcodes he could use to land. He closed his eyes and mentally reached out as if the Valerisi were still inside him. It was like he had reached out an arm, but the hand was missing. And yet the phantom hand was still there, grasping at a cloud. Ensign Decker? He opened his eyes. Nothing. All he had to go on was the truth. I'm here because I'm escaping the Independence. It's gone rogue and doesn't answer to IDF anymore. I'm returning IDF property, this shuttle, and also... Until a few days ago, I was united with a Valerisi companion. Its removal from me has caused, some problems. I'd like to see what your researchers can do for me. Hell, maybe they can study me. It was his only shot. He knew this was the research facility where IDF scientists were studying the Valerisi, and, crucially, where nearly all the Valerisi were being kept. In a repurposed swimming pool. A long, long silence on the other end. The thin blue strip of Kyoto 3's atmosphere hugging the planet's horizon made him wistful. His companion had been like that, almost insignificant thin blue strip, without which the planet would die, and so too would he. Without his companion's presence, he couldn't live like this. Ensign Decker, you're cleared to land at the spaceport, Pad B. Groves, research out. Thank you. Decker out. His mind sunk back down into a fugue, autopilot state. His basic flight training allowed him to pilot the shuttle down to the spaceport without incident, and he was vaguely aware of the security personnel escorting him from the landing pad to some room inside the spaceport building. But what struck him was the rush of feeling.
They were here. He could feel it.
Even being disconnected, severed, wrenched, ripped from the ligature, he could still feel them. It was like he was in an empty room with a closed door, and behind that door, in the next room, he could feel a massive crowd of silent people. They didn't speak, but he could feel their movements and shuffling, and the sound of their clothing ruffling past each other. Over the next few days, they poked, prodded, and jabbed him. Scan after scan, measurement after measurement, more debriefs and counseling sessions than he could keep track of. He focused his eyes on his questioner.
So, do you think I could see them?
See them? See who? You know. Them. The pool. The Valerisi. The man shook his head. Quinn. Dr. Quinn was his name.
Absolutely not. You don't have the right clearances, first of all, and second, we're under strict orders to not let anyone, meaning anyone, get near that pool.
Orders from who?
From the top, the very top, said Quinn. IDF High Command, most likely Oppenheimer himself.
Ah, I see. He eyed the secured door at the other end of the room that Dr. Quinn always left through when their sessions ended. He'd swipe the card hanging from his lab jacket pocket, the door would slide open, and he'd disappear until the next session.
They're through there, aren't they?
Dr. Quinn turned to look in the direction Decker nodded.
That doesn't concern you, Ensign.
Just yes or no, Doc.
No. The answer is no. Now, let's finish up this session so we can both go get some lunch.
2 months of living with his companion had taught him more about humans than he'd learned in a lifetime of being one. The ability to feel their emotions and see behind the mask was gone, but spending all that time studying what people look like when they're lying had proven useful. Dr. Quinn's face was off when he said no. The tiniest squint, the barest change of red hue in the temples. The repeated no. If his companion were still there, it would say, "He's lying, Matthew." He could almost still hear it. He moved so suddenly that Dr. Quinn was completely unprepared. He tackled the man out of his chair, pinned him to the ground, and placed him in a chokehold. Quinn struggled, but in vain, and within a minute he stopped. Decker paused just 3 seconds to check the man's pulse and, assured he was fine, grabbed the key card and ran. Indeed, the pool was there, just down the hall, across from the locker room and ball courts. The entire recreational facility had been converted into a top-secret, high-security area so quickly that there were no other countermeasures beside that door. He stood over it, the tips of his boots hanging over the pool's edge. They were even louder in here. It was like he was now pressed up against that door in the empty room, listening through the wood, feeling the presence of the massive crowd of people on the other side. He crouched and dipped a finger in the water.
"Matthew, you've returned. You found me."
It was his companion. He smiled, and his heart pounded in his chest like he was alive again.
"I'm here,"
he thought.
"Can you come back?" "No, Matthew."
The words were like razors slicing into his hands.
"What? Why?" "Because they would only remove me again in short order, and then put you in a cell. But I need you. I haven't been able to function, to live without you. I nearly died." "I know. So did I. It was traumatic for both of us. But there must be some way. Matthew, listen. These are small concerns, as great as they may feel to both of us. But there is something far more important we need to discuss." "What?" "The swarm. It's back." "I know. I heard rumors back on the Independence before I left." "So, it's true?" "Yes. But this ship is different. The swarm that fell back into the Penumbra black hole with Granger, and the swarm that assaulted Earth recently and destroyed Britannia, they were regular swarm, the ones we, or rather our late ancestors, were familiar with. These are different swarm? Not different in quality or in malice or in ability, but different in time. Granger was mistaken. He didn't destroy every last swarm. We sense that these swarm have lived for billions upon perhaps trillions of years. They come from the end of our universe, the end of time. Time ends? In a sense, yes and no. Our universe is expanding, and the expansion is accelerating, and that acceleration itself is accelerating. And given enough time, the very fabric of space-time itself will vibrate with enough dark energy that new universes will spring from the old. Life from death, energy from entropy. It is the great cycle of the multiverse of existence and the sea of eternity from which it sprung. Then, what is this swarm ship doing here? It seeks to end our universe early.
The gravity, the enormity of the words rested heavily on Decker. Since he was a child, he'd read and heard the stories of the swarm attacking Earth not once, but twice, and the hero of Earth, Captain Granger, and the Constitution finally putting an end to their threat. But their threat was always subjugation. They wanted Earth to rule. They wanted it for itself. But to seek the destruction of the entire universe.
Why? It's complicated. It would take far too much time to explain than you have time now, Matthew. Even now, the doctor awakes and you are in danger. Come back to me.
He tried one more time.
No. Please? A counter-offer, Matthew. Come to us. How? Ages ago, when the swarm ruled us, they would consume a representative of a new species in order to understand its every protein, amino acid, down to the molecular level. The being would be bodily destroyed, but the swarm's knowledge would increase. You want to consume me? Kill me? Not kill you. We want to unite with you. Consume and absorb you. Your mind and essence would live. Time runs short, Matthew. The arrival of the swarm ship has complicated matters for us. We had planned on studying humanity over time, but time is something we have very little of now. By absorbing you, we can accelerate our efforts. Please, join us.
He got on his knees, his fingers still submerged.
Will it hurt?
He said out loud.
Yes, but I will be with you through the pain, Matthew, and it will not seem as pain, but as transition. A rapturous, beautiful transition. You will be one with us. Your essence and will and mind will live on among us even as your body dies. To tell the truth, for a human, it is far, far better than death.
The slamming of doors down the hallway made up his mind for him. In truth, he'd already decided at the first invitation.
What do I do? Join us. Literally. Enter the pool.
He withdrew his finger, and the voices in his head shut off. He'd not only heard his familiar companion, but thousands, maybe millions of others. They all fell silent.
Decker, stop!
Yelled a voice.
Stop him!
He heard pounding footsteps. And that was the last thing he heard. Water filled his ears, and his mouth, and nose as he fell forward. And in spite of automatically holding his breath, the fluid pushed its way past his closed throat and into his lungs, his stomach. He could even feel it rushing into his small intestine and gut. He shrieked in pain. It felt as if his skin was ripping off, and then rivers of daggers rushing through his veins, reaching his heart and tearing into it. He opened his eyes and looked down. To his horror, his skin was being ripped off, cell by cell, protein by protein, molecule by molecule. Calm, Matthew. Focus on my voice. Can you feel it? You're becoming one with us. I can feel it. It hurts. God, it hurts, but I can feel it. He could feel it. The chorus of voices turned into a legion of voices, and it was as if he'd joined the choir. The voices were all around him, above him, below him, and inside him. His voice was theirs, and theirs his. Where Decker ended, they began, but there was no beginning. There was no middle. and there was no end. There was only Valerisi. Chapter 1. Kiev Sector, Belarus High Orbit, ISS Independence, Bridge.
How much longer until the final Q-jump?
Asked Admiral Proctor. Ensign D'Eustachio, baggy-eyed and hunched over his console, he'd seemingly aged years in the past 2 weeks, tapped his console a few times.
Just 3 more minutes to Belarus, Admiral. It's pronounced Belarus, Ensign, not Belarus. It's a planet, not an Eastern European district. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am,
he replied with a slight cringe. The past few days had been something else, and it had taken a toll on all of them. Earth had fallen to the Findiri. Most of the fleet sided with Oppenheimer, who welcomed the enemy to Earth with open arms, leaving her and a few fellow admirals, a handful of ships, running from system to system, simultaneously trying to shake off pursuit and figure out next steps. Next steps. That swarm ship, it appeared over a Britannian beach resort just seconds before Titan destroyed the planet. It got away. The Findiri were deadly, to be sure. They conquered Earth just days ago with only a few fired shots. The swarm? They nearly ended human civilization no fewer than 3 times now. The steps. Step number 1, find and destroy the swarm ship, either before it destroys any human worlds or before it can summon its friends, whichever comes sooner. Step number 2, liberate Earth from the Findiri and figure out a permanent solution to that problem. Either defeat them in battle or negotiate a peace that results in them leaving Earth. Step number 3, excise the rot that had taken hold at IDF and UE leadership. Were they even worth saving? Proctor shook her head. God only knew. Oppenheimer, that goddamn traitor. In her gut, she knew that step number 3 should be step number 1, that their enemies would never be defeated without a united front, which was why she'd been on her way to talk to the surprisingly not dead Galactic People's Congress's Speaker Curiel about the possibility of a new alliance, organization, or government. Only time would tell. But instead, they were interrupting that mission to rush off to investigate the sudden destruction of Belarus 3, a minor Russian Confederation world, though only loosely under its control.
Initiating final Q-jump now, Admiral,
said Ensign D'Eustachio. The familiar swirl in her gut subsided as the extreme quantum effect of the Q-jump passed, and when she looked up to the view screen, the placid star field had been replaced by hell. My God, she murmured. What looked like the wreckage of an entire fleet's worth of ships hung in orbit over the planet.
Scan for signs of hostile targets, Commander Erda.
Aye, Admiral. The XO motioned to the tactical station to get to it. Moments later, nothing that our sensors can detect, Admiral. Scanning all bands. Nothing in neutrons or gravitational waves, and nothing in metaspace that we can detect. All EM sources consistent with, well, lots of wrecked ships.
Identity of the ships. Can we zoom in on any of the nameplates?
Yes, ma'am. Commander Erda pointed at one of his staff, who dutifully pecked away at his console. Before long, the view screen at the front of the bridge shifted and zoomed in.
BDFS Hammer,
Proctor said, squinting to make out the words behind the intense carbon scoring across the wrecked hull plate. The view screen shifted again to another piece of wreckage.
BDFS Harold Litvinenko,
she said. All the ships here look to be part of the Belarus defense fleet, mostly light cruisers and small corvettes, but the Hammer was their flagship, said Erda.
Anything else?
Scanning, ma'am, replied Erda. Yes, ma'am. Detecting other ship designs, definitely not Belarus designs or anything IDF.
Alien?
Possibly, ma'am. Several destroyed ships look like nothing in the registry. She pointed up at the screen.
Show me.
The camera zoomed in on what was left of a small vessel, Random plumes of gas erupted from fissures in the hull as interior compartments vented to space, and debris slowly drifted away from it due to its slow, uncontrolled rotation. It had been sleek and deadly, dotted with instruments, guns, and cannons, everything protruding from the exterior, as if the ship were never designed to enter atmosphere. But now it was a wreck of twisted metal and coolant lines.
Never seen anything like it. Not Dolmasi or Skiora, for that matter.
She turned back to Urda.
Life signs on any of the vessels?
Still scanning, but nothing yet, ma'am.
Let me know if you find something.
She turned to the comms officer.
Ensign Sampono, get me someone on the surface. The Prime Minister, preferably, or the military commander. I want to know what happened here.
Yes, ma'am. I'll see what I can do, she said.
A minute passed, and she shook her head, which continued shaking every 30 seconds or so until she turned back to Proctor.
Ma'am, the city center of the capital looks bombed out. Orbital strike from the looks of it. I can't get anyone down there, and I'm not finding anything on emergency channels. Same with the BDF Fleet HQ. I mean, it was in the blast zone too, so...
Damn it,
said Proctor.
So possibly no functioning government, no military chain of command. This was a shit show and a half, apparently. Can you hear anything on the general bands? Surely there are survivors.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening in on radio frequencies, and it's a mess. Power vacuum, casualties, fires, search and rescue operations. It sounds like a total breakdown of civil society right now.
My God,
breathed Proctor.
I want to know immediately if another ship shows up, and if they do, go to highest alert level, Lieutenant.
Aye, Admiral, said Urda.
But at least we can breathe a little easier. This most likely wasn't a swarm strike.
Appears that way, ma'am. There are plenty of planetary defense fleets and breakaway rogue groups that may have altered existing ship designs, ma'am. She nodded her agreement.
In the power vacuum of recent days and months, it wouldn't surprise me that some of those groups are staking their claims. Surely there was a last man standing here. I want to find the surviving ship or ships. I've got a feeling this wasn't the swarm.
Shelby.
The voice of her companion blared in her head. It had been a few days since they'd talked. After the Battle of Penumbra, it had been completely silent for weeks, leading her to think it had somehow left her body, until it spoke up again recently. The arrival of the Findiri and the reappearance of the swarm had apparently spurred the being to let go of its mistrust of her, at least tentatively.
Yes, something is off here. Off. What does that mean? I don't know. We are still in a process of relearning all our race used to know about humanity, but we still have much to learn.
She stood up.
I'll be in my ready room.
The corridor outside the bridge was empty, except for the two Marines standing guard. When the door to her ready room closed behind her, she poured herself a cup of coffee.
Tell me more. Do you think it was the swarm that attacked this world?
No. Your instincts were correct. This was not the rogue swarm ship. This is civil war, I'd say. But something is off. More I cannot venture to guess.
Very well. She supposed it needed more time to sort out whatever it was sensing from the survivors of the battle.
I'm sorry I've ignored you. It's been a rough few days. I understand.
Groaning, rubbing her stiff knees, she sat in the chair and waved the computer terminal on. Before she could do anything more, the door chimed. The conversation with her companion would have to wait.
Come in.
Ensign Sampono opened the door, tentatively.
Ma'am?
Ensign, something wrong?
The young woman shut the door behind her and stood there with her mouth half open, as if searching for words, deciding on which to use, then reconsidering.
Saphira, what happened?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I shouldn't be bothering you.
I'll talk to someone else. Ensign, sit down. Come, talk. That's an order.
She pointed to the chair across the desk from her. The woman took a few steps forward and slowly sank into the chair.
It's just... my
brother lives down there, on Belarus.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Saphira. Do you know anything? Is he okay?
She realized as she said the words it was a stupid question. There was no way to know anything at that point. The capital was wrecked, tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands were dead, and search and rescue was probably only just getting started.
I don't know, ma'am. He's my twin. We used to be close. He was my best friend, but that was a long time ago. And now I haven't talked to him in years. All I know is that he lives on Belarus with his girlfriend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be this upset. I shouldn't let it interfere with my work. I just was having a lot of trouble back there. On the bridge.
No need for apologies, Saphira. You're human. You're worried about your brother. IDF officers are permitted to have feelings.
But what if it interferes with my performance? I was slow back there and distracted. What if it was another battle or something?
My God, she's so young.
Proctor studied the young woman's face. She couldn't be older than 25. Medium-length dark hair bound up into a sensible style appropriate for a bridge officer. Deep furrows on her brow spoke of deep concern and pain.
Ensign, when the guns start firing, rest assured you're not going to be thinking about anything other than how to stay alive. And when that happens, your training kicks in, we act as a team, and we kick ass. Got it?
Sampono cracked a small smile.
Yes, Admiral. I suppose so.
Suppose? You sure as hell better kick ass. It's why I chose you and the rest of the team on the bridge.
You chose me?
Of course I chose you. You don't get to be the former Fleet Admiral of IDF and save Earth twice without getting a few perks. I chose the best, Ensign. The Independence is no place for anything less.
But why me, ma'am? You hardly know me. I mean, if you don't mind me asking...
She was interrupted by the comm. Admiral Proctor to the bridge. We've got a situation, ma'am. She stood up, just minutes after sitting down. Besides her knees, the ankles she'd broken on Bolivar several months ago ached, and she winced.
Oh, one of these times, Ensign, they're not going to miss.
Ma'am?
Sampono followed her to the door.
I was nearly assassinated on Bolivar 3 months ago. Did you know that? And since then, I've had no fewer than 4 different races take a shot at me. Human, Swarm, Dolmasi, Eru. Every single time I managed to wiggle my way out and live another day. And my body is starting to show the scars.
The door opened, and she paused.
Ma'am?
Sampono repeated.
One of these days they won't miss, Saphira. And by then I want you ready. Understood?
The ensign visibly gulped.
Yes, ma'am.
Proctor waved her forward into the corridor and toward the bridge.
Then let's see what fresh hell they've served up today, shall we?
They entered, saluting the Marines, and she took her seat at the command console, glancing over at Erda. Found a survivor of the battle, Admiral. Detecting a fighter in the vicinity, lightly damaged. It's not going anywhere, but it's intact, and the pilot is alive.
Ensign Sampono.
Yes, ma'am. Trying to raise him.
Another moment passed before the bridge's speakers blared out a voice.
IDF. Thank God.
The man coughed several times. Proctor stood up and faced the screen, which had zoomed in on the tiny fighter. It looked to be in a slow spin.
This is Admiral Shelby Proctor of the ISS Independence. Identify yourself, please.
The coughing continued. To Proctor's ears, it sounded rather wet.
Do you need medical assistance?
More coughing. Then,
I think so. Might have a few holes in me.
If you're able, get into our shuttle bay. Sending coordinates now.
More coughing. At first, the fighter didn't move, but then its remaining engine fired up and it angled toward the Independence.
What's your name? What fleet are you in?
She asked, hoping to keep him focused and awake.
Commander Pyotr Petrovich.
More coughing.
Belarus Defense Fleet. Sorry, Admiral. Vision's a little starry.
Stay with me, Commander Petrovich. Make the landing, and we'll get you patched up.
The fighter was about a kilometer out from the bay, closing the gap slowly. She held her breath as she watched it approach, hoping against hope that the man could stay conscious long enough. "He's in, Admiral," said Erda.
Dispatch medical team and an engineering crew to the shuttle bay. I want a forensic scan of that thing. Any data we can get about what happened here.
"Aye, ma'am." She headed toward the exit.
I'll be in sick bay, and after I've interviewed our guest, I'll be conferring with our other guest.
She glanced over at Ensign Simpono.
Ensign, with me.
Their conversation was not over, but gone were the days she could have the luxury of a laid-back conversation in her ready room. All her meetings now had to be on the go. The doors closed behind them, and the Marines stationed outside saluted. So many things were calling out for her attention at once. Findiri, Quiasi, Hawes, Tim, Eru, Trip, Valerisi, Oppenheimer, Betrayal, Swarm, and now, Belarus.
I'm going to need your help through all this. I can't do it alone. We know, Shelby. I'm sure before long you'll find us indispensable. Good. Somehow I know that if you're there, you and all your people, we'll figure this all out. We will.
The doors to the lift opened, and she entered.
Focus on what's in front of you, Shelby,
she told herself. Figure out if Belarus was Swarm-related or Findiri-related, and if not, move on to the next steps. And the next steps involved meeting with President Sepulveda down in his quarters and figuring out what the hell to do with him. Chapter 2. Sol System, Earth, Lower Manhattan, UE Assembly Hall.
And faithfully execute the office of the President of United Earth and support and defend its charter and the rule of law, so help me God.
Danny watched Senator Cooper, President Cooper, extend a hand to the Chief Justice of United Earth's Supreme Court, and then turned to wave at the audience of congresspeople and dignitaries assembled in the Senate chamber of UE's Assembly Hall. When she finished, she walked toward the podium, as if to deliver her first presidential address, but stopped in her tracks halfway there.
Well, that wasn't subtle,
he whispered to Fiona Liu, seated next to him near the back. He watched Director Talus stop her with a raised hand, then motioned her to sit in the chair he'd been using behind the podium.
He's reminding humanity who the real leader is now.
Shh! She side-eyed him, and in his head he heard her voice.
Shut the hell up! You have no idea who is sitting nearby that is a sympathizer. Collaborators. You think Oppenheimer acted alone?
No, you're right. My bad.
Fellow citizens of United Earth, I am Director Talus, the head of what you call the Findiri Fleet, or what I call the wayward sons of Earth finally come home. By now, you know that President Cooper's predecessor was killed during the unfortunate accident at Donnelly Station. While we mourn President Sepulveda, we acknowledge the just laws of United Earth, which hold that after a general election is called and the incumbent dies, that his challenger automatically assume the post. Being a nation of laws, I endorse this transition and pledge my support to President Cooper.
He turned to look at her and began to slowly clap. The rest of the hall followed suit, though without the cheers and whistles that would normally accompany such an occasion.
In her first act as president, she has asked me to head the combined armed forces of the Integrated Defense Fleet, the Findiri Fleet, and all planetary defense fleets of member worlds. Additionally, she calls upon the Russian Confederation and the Chinese Intersolar Democratic Republic to honor their historical commitment to United Earth and combine their forces with ours as we stand together against the coming threat.
Oh God, he's playing that card? Join us so we can stop the bad guys together? He thought to Fiona.
Smart man.
Man?
Sure looks like old Commander Hawes to me.
It can't be. Aunt Shelby swore up and down, right and left, that he died on the Constitution 31 years ago. She turned to him.
Well, I guess there's one way to settle this.
He stared back. You've got to be kidding. Dig him up?
No. Good Lord, Danny? Haven't you heard of subsurface scanners?
Oh.
But as Titan was about to collide with our beloved Britannia, we have evidence that a swarm ship managed to take advantage of the gigantic forces involved. Travel from their universe to ours at that precise moment, and Q jumped away with seconds to spare. That swarm ship is now loose within our space, threatening all of human civilization. But this time, my fellow citizens, you are not alone. My brethren, the Findiri, are here. And this time, together we will stop them before they can wreak so much destruction across our worlds. This time, the bumblings and errors of Tim Granger and Shelby Proctor won't cause the deaths of billions. This time, we will be victorious together!
He shouted this last part, and instead of the mild clapping, an unnervingly large number of congresspeople, senators, and dignitaries stood and cheered.
Well, at least this is helping us know who our enemies are.
Fiona nodded, but stood to clap. They had to keep up appearances, of course. As President Cooper's now official head of security, Fiona Liu needed to make sure her loyalties were obvious and impeccable. They were with Cooper, of course, who had gamely agreed with President Sepulveda to play the part, to allow the Findiri to install her as their puppet and thus have insight into the inner workings of the upper Findiri echelon.
Danny.
He glanced left and right out of habit, but then recognized his aunt's mind speaking to his through the Valerisi ligature.
At Shelby? What happened at Belarus? Was it the swarm? No, it was something else, and we're still trying to figure it out. Safe for now, though. And you too. The metaspace transmission of the inauguration hasn't come through yet.
She was just sworn in, so mission accomplished, I guess. But Talus shoved her aside and is giving a speech of his own. Has Sepulveda made any headway?
Very little. He's still very much underground. We can't have anyone know he's alive at the moment. We're still trying to figure out how to get him mobile and assembling an alliance without attracting attention.
Well, let us know what we can do. Hey, hold on. He's saying something you might want to hear.
Understandable that there is hesitation and confusion amongst your ships and crews. Who to trust, who to believe, which orders to follow. Many of you trust former Admiral Proctor and former Captain Granger and their associates, and would tend to follow their orders out of duty and loyalty. But we are a nation of laws, and your president, your commander-in-chief, and your fleet admiral Oppenheimer all hereby order you to seize your vessels if currently commanded by a captain who puts your ship at odds with the law, and return them to either Wellington Station in the Britannia system or here at Yarborough Station over Earth.
He's calling on all officers to mutiny on their captains if they follow you, Aunt Shelby. Oh, goody. This should be fun. Wait, there's more.
And if you face resistance or fear that your numbers on board your ship are too few to successfully carry this out, you are hereby ordered to take any means necessary to neutralize your rogue captain. To any who do, we offer immediate promotion, a one-time bonus of 10 times your current salary, and a permanent doubling of your salary.
He's basically offering bounties on the heads of anyone who sides with you. Doubled salary, promotions, bonuses, that sort of thing. My God. We're in the middle of a galactic war of survival against a foe from outside our universe, and our enemy is talking salary bonuses? The administrative state never rests, I suppose.
Danny chuckled in the face of his aunt's stoicism and dry wit.
Aren't you worried? Of course I'm worried. This changes a few things, but not important things. I need to have a talk with my crew before this hits the metaspace airwaves. Say hi to Fiona for me, I've got to go.
Roger that, Aunt Shelby. Let us know next steps. We'll keep our eyes on Talus and Oppenheimer as best we can.
And the reward is tripled for the officer who turns over renegade Captain Tim Granger. Not only that, but the hero that turns him in will also find himself in possession of the grandest oceanside estate on New Dublin, owned free and clear with no taxes in perpetuity. And furthermore, whichever ship Granger is usurping will fall under the command of this hero, who will be promoted to captain from whatever rank they currently are. This applies to enlisted as well. Good day.
My God, Aunt Shelby, he sounds like a used car dealer.
How so?
But wait, there's more. Act now and you qualify for 10 easy payments of $29.99, and we'll throw in a brand new coffee maker.
What are you talking about?
Talus. He just upped the ante on Granger, offering a whole bunch of incentives to anyone that turns him in, from an oceanside estate to being captain of their own ship. Open to enlisted, too. Imagine your galley chef taking over the Defiance. He could almost hear her sigh in his head.
Luckily, Tim's light years from any IDF ship. I hope. Didn't exactly say where Vestige HQ was. Well, let's hope the galley chef has a better memory than old Tim. We still know next to nothing about the Findiri and the Quiasi, and they're right in front of us. Damn it, we need answers. That's your mission, Danny. Get me some answers ASAP.
On it, Auntie. Chapter 3. Irigoyen Sector, San Martin, Ciudad Libertador. Sir, I must say again, I don't think it's a good idea for you to be flying down there with just a kid you only barely met a few days ago in an old Corvette that couldn't outrun the slowest destroyer in IDF. Lieutenant Commander Tim Rice's face looked almost comically young for someone complaining about Granger entrusting his safety to a kid.
You're practically the same age, son, so knock it off. Still, are you going to lodge a formal protest with IDF Command? Yeah, didn't think so. Imagine how Oppenheimer responds to that one.
Rice shook his head. We've been through this, sir. Your memory is still unstable, and we just got that news about the bounty on your head.
How big was it again?
The worrywart shrugged. I don't know, 10-fold salary bonus, a 10 million coin beachfront estate?
I'll be impressed when it's $1 billion. Cut the crap, Commander. The Findiri rule Earth. The swarm is back. Rules are out the window.
This isn't a rule, sir. It's common sense. Granger chuckled.
Common sense is for the common, son. I hope you have better sense than merely common. You're going to need it to stay alive in the coming weeks.
Rice sighed, clearly knowing his arguing was hopeless. At least the kid had the balls to argue with the legend, the hero of Earth. He shuddered, thinking that term to himself. Damn Grangerites. Very well, sir. Just please be careful. And take your meds.
Yes, Mom.
Granger held his thumb above the terminate transmission button.
You have your orders, Defiance. Get out 100,000 kilometers from San Martin and engage the stealth. Stand by for emergency extraction. Otherwise, meet you at the rendezvous point. Granger out.
From ahead of him in the cockpit, Jasper snorted. You let all your officers talk to you like that?
Like I said, kid, rules are out the window. When we're safe again, we'll have the luxury of etiquette. What's our progress?
He glanced out a viewport to see that they'd entered the atmosphere. Another few minutes to Ciudad Libertador and the Vestige landing pad there.
Private landing pad? What's up with that? I thought the UE Aviation and Space Commission...
San Martin is a GPC world, sir, and UE only has nominal control, governing in name only. You'll see that the GPC is a little more freewheeling than UE. Everyone and their dog has a landing pad. Granger shook his head.
Lots changed in 30 years. Ain't no GPC around when I was a young buck of the tender age of 68.
I imagine lots has changed in a few billion years, too. Granger fell silent at that. It was such an odd feeling, straining under the weight and burden of billions of years of existence, and yet remembering next to nothing of it all. Just images of things, people, and events he had no context for. some of which he wasn't even sure were his own memories. But one face stuck out to him, especially since he just saw it again on the wall of the office in Vestige's Burn HQ. Rhea. He'd forgotten about her. For billions of years, it felt like. But seeing her face in that photograph brought it all rushing back. Their brief, passionate affair, her asking him to stay, him kissing her goodbye that final time, saying that he was already married to his ship. A goddamn ship. "Sorry, sir," said Jasper.
For what?
"I forgot old people hate age jokes."
Who the hell are you calling old?
Damn it. In the past few days, Jasper had transitioned from an awestruck 20-something to something of a jokester, treating him almost like family. It felt nice, actually, to be treated like a human again after so many long eons of time. "Hold on, about to land." The kid could land a Corvette admirably well, and within a few minutes they were walking off the pad and into the building Jasper said was Vestige's headquarters off-Earth. It was actually an office building that appeared to house a think tank, but that was just a front, and a way to place Vestige members across all levels of society should the need arise, at least according to Jasper. Given the size of the building, it was easily 20 stories tall. It was surprising to him how deserted the place was. He supposed that was by design, as a secret society becomes less and less secret the more people are in it. But behind a desk in a nondescript office, seated in the chair, patiently waiting for him, was the biggest surprise.
"Captain Granger,"
said the old, handsome, white-haired man waiting for him, his hands folded neatly on the desk.
"I've been waiting for you to come out of that damned black hole for 30 years. Welcome home, sir." "Lieutenant Diaz?"
Granger stuttered, hoping he remembered the name. The face he remembered clearly, the assistant XO aboard the Constitution, and then the warrior. The man who kept the ship running when Shelby was off doing her swarm matter research down in her lab.
"Rear Admiral, actually, and retired. Once Shelby stepped down and Oppenheimer took over, well, let's just say me and that little asshole didn't see eye to eye, and my Montana cabin looked a lot more relaxing than getting an earful every other day from our favorite former comrade." "You look well,"
said Granger, extending a hand. Diaz shook it with both of his.
"Glad to hear, considering I haven't slept a wink since Britannia."
At the mention of Britannia, Granger winced, and Diaz could see.
"I'm sorry. I know that's probably a sore subject for you."
"It is for all of us." Diaz nodded and bowed his head.
"Unthinkable. It's been 2 months, and I think I'm still in denial about it."
He looked back up.
"But what's done is done, and in the past. We've got bigger fish to fry, namely the Findiri, the Kwayasi, and the Swarm, and figuring out how to stop all of them before dinner."
"The question is, are they even beatable?" said Granger.
"Hard to say, but from everything I've read that you left us, you had a plan up your sleeve."
"I left you? My God." He rubbed his brow. "Look, Diaz, this is all so..." He trailed off. Disorienting was what it was.
"I know. It must be hard. I've been told most of your memory is gone. Perhaps we can help you."
Jasper pulled a chair over to him, and he gratefully took it and sat.
"Well, for starters, I don't even remember your first name."
"Joaquin."
"Joaquin," repeated Granger. "Lieutenant Joaquin Diaz. Yes, I think that rings a bell. Lieutenant Joaquin Diaz... No, Admiral Joaquin Diaz. Congratulations, by the way. Wish I could have been there to see you in action." "In a way, you were. Ever since I joined the Vestige, I've been studying everything there is to know about you, Tim. When I took over, about 10 years ago, from the last warden, well, let's just say that I was the first warden to actually know you. I mean, ever since the very first warden." "And when was the first warden alive?"
Diaz looked up at the ceiling and around at the walls of the office.
"Died around 1190, right in Bern, Switzerland. Our HQ there used to be an abbey,
Warden Andros was a monk, and right under the friary's noses converted the abbey into Vestige's base. And since him, warden after warden has kept the Vestige secret from broader society, and even infiltrated many other organizations. The Knights Templar had a few Vestige members, Masons, Illuminati, Order of the Golden Fleece, several European courts. Hell, Thomas Jefferson was drinking buddies with the 27th Warden when he was ambassador to France. We came pretty damn close to being wiped out, too, during the Reformation, but we survived long enough to be prepared for this moment. The moment you returned. Granger rubbed his eyes and forehead. Joaquin, what the hell is Vestige? According to what Warden Resnick told me when I joined, you started it as a failsafe, like a plan B for when the Findirian Quiasi started rising up again after the Swarm's final defeat. So at least I planned on defeating the Swarm, if I was giving a thought to what would happen after. Indeed. Back during the recent trouble, there was despair all around that we'd fail, that the Swarm would win. He grinned. But not here at Vestige. We knew you'd come out the other end. The grin faded. But what comes after? That, I'm afraid, we have far less confidence in. I have so many questions, said Granger. I don't even know where to begin. So many details didn't seem like they added up. At any moment, he half expected the walls to drop away to reveal a live studio audience of a prank show on one of the entertainment networks. I have a few answers. Diaz opened a drawer and pulled out an envelope. Not many, but some. And I have my own questions for you. I imagine in time you'll be able to answer them. He opened the envelope and pulled out a sheet of paper. It was a page of handwritten notes, like bullet points. Sorry, this is just to keep a senile like me on task. My predecessor made me memorize some things to tell you. I wrote it down, just in case. In case of what? My death? We didn't know which worlds the Swarm would strike. St. Martin came damn close to being slagged at one point. Ahem. He put his reading glasses on. Number 1. You've got that little sphere that Jasper gave you? Yeah, looks remarkably similar to the memory core that Shelby used to bring me back. It is. And you're going to have to use the equipment back in that same room on the Sciora ship if you want to access its contents. Great. I have to go back to the Sciora? They're not exactly social butterflies these days. Their homeworld is basically off limits to anyone but Sciora, on pain of blowing up. I'm just a messenger, Tim. Number 2. That memory core is going to be useful in restoring part of your memory, but only to a point. There's only so much of 13 billion years of the universe's history you can cram into a human brain. There's highlights, broad brushstrokes, that's it. Very little situational memory. Rather like an index or a table of contents, if you will. It will be helpful, sure, but it is not the solution you think it is. Okay. How do I fill in the details? Diaz shrugged. From what I understand, you don't. You're kidding me. I mean, would you want 13 billion years worth of memories? I mix up the names of my grandkids all the damn time. Times that by a few billion. Fair point, said Granger. Okay, next. 3, some of the exact memories are rather critical to stopping the Findiri, but you couldn't risk them falling into their hands before you could retrieve them. So you left yourself, yeah, I know about the manuscripts. Diaz's eyebrows perked up. Oh? Ran into one on a planet called IXF something, rather, in the Poincaré sector. Some kind of copy of the Voynich manuscript, right? Right. There are 3 more. You need all of them to unlock the cipher. It's encrypted, obviously. And you placed each with a different race. Granger rubbed his forehead. See, this is what makes no sense to me at all. Why was this even necessary? I came back as that ship, the old ISS Victory, fused into its computer system somehow. My memory seemed fine then, and before that. We're piecing together here that I was on Earth in the Middle Ages, supposedly as myself in a good old-fashioned human body. Again, presumably with a fairly decent memory, and now I'm a wreck.
What gives? What the hell was I thinking? Why go through all this?
Diaz nodded along.
I wish I had more answers for you. I admit it makes little sense.
Try none.
I'm sure you had your reasons, Tim. Damn good ones, given that the survival of our species is at stake.
Granger was silent for what felt like a long time. When he was reincarnated in that room on the Skiora ship, he'd been so sure, confident. He knew, somehow, that the path he was on, that the plan he'd made was a good one. Few memories of the details of the plan, apparently by design for whatever reason, but he was confident. Now, he was a fucking wreck.
And Vestige is yours, Tim. And believe it or not, the Grangerites. You'd be surprised at the amount of organized...
He held his hands up.
Now wait just a damn minute. Let's be clear here, I want nothing. Nothing to do with this group of fanatics. Worshipping a human fucking being, my God, what have we come to? I want none of it. And Vestige? Great, fun little secret society we've got here. Teach me the handshake later. I'll accept the help in defeating the Swarm and the Findiri, and God knows what else is lurking out there just waiting to destroy us, but lead you? Join you? Do anything more than just accept some temporary assistance to save the world again? Fat fucking chance. I feel like I deserve a retirement, maybe even a nice death. Permanent this time.
Diaz looked stunned into silence. Jasper was looking at him very intensely.
They said you were a gruff, crotchety asshole. Damn, they weren't kidding, were they?
He should have blown up. Part of him wanted to. Throw a chair, throw a punch. Instead, he chuckled.
I'm just getting started, kid.
Jasper smiled. Glad I'm here to see it. They promised me, but I half didn't believe them.
Who's them?
Jasper nodded in Diaz's direction. You know, Vestige. And my mom, before she died, was in Vestige, and she told me a lot. In any case, I'm just thrilled to be along for the ride and help how I can. At your service, as they say. So, what's the next step?
You're asking me.
Jasper shrugged and stood up. You're the boss, boss. Granger glanced at Diaz, who held his hands up as if to say, he's your problem now. He had a decision to make. He could give up. He could go find a nice, exciting cliff to jump off. He could go lay on a beautiful beach until the tide came in. He could fight. He could lead. He could advise. He could run. He could hide. He could get to the bottom of this whole Vestige thing. He could continue interrogating Diaz and pump him for every last detail possible. He could go back to Earth and punch Oppenheimer right in his dick. He could find the Skiora and get this memory sphere downloaded. He could save the whole damn world, the whole of humanity, again. But after a minute, it became clear that there was only one next step that made sense to him, at least from a sense of honor.
We're going to Earth.
Both of them did a double take, Diaz's brow furrowed up and Jasper looking shocked. What? They both said simultaneously.
You heard me.
But, Tim, there's an astronomical price on your head. Even on St. Martin, I can't guarantee your safety. Earth? Forget about it. And heading back there on your IDF ship, they'd have you before you even landed.
Granger stood up and pushed his chair back to the desk.
That's why we're not taking my ship. We're taking yours. I assume you have one with a Q drive?
Diaz shrugged, but nodded.
We have several. A whole little fleet, in fact, just waiting for you to...
Good, only need one.
He pointed at Jasper.
Then let's go. Time's a-wasting.
Jasper followed him to the door.
But what's on Earth?
We have a motto, son. You never leave a man behind. I did, and that's a mistake I need to correct right now. Lieutenant Commander QWERTY is stuck there, and for all I know is being interrogated by the Findiri as we speak. We're going to find him and get him the hell out of there.
Oh, said Jasper.
And it doesn't hurt that he's got one of the manuscripts. Get the ship prepped. We leave immediately. And we don't come back without our man, come hell or high water or hell freezing over or whichever other bland idiom you prefer.
Diaz smiled.
There's the Tim I know.
He nodded at Jasper.
Best do what he says, son.
Granger's back. Chapter 4. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Physics Lab.
Commander Shin Wentworth, please report to the bridge.
The comm speaker jolted him out of his concentration. Calculating Q-field perturbations across normal spacetime geodesics was hard enough, but in the presence of these two-dimensional singularities? Nearly impossible. Nearly.
I'm busy. Can it wait? Captain Whitehorse is the one issuing the order, sir. I'd say no,
replied the comm officer.
Damn it,
he breathed.
I'm on my way.
He hit pause on the simulation, started to turn, but then stopped.
We're wasting time.
With another tap, the simulation continued. He'd have to leave it by itself for a while. If any solutions to the field equations popped up, they'd just have to wait until he had the time to verify them and reset the boundary conditions.
Time. Always he needed more time.
No time to shave, no time to double-check the duty roster, no time to respond to IDF Memorial Affairs in their efforts to plan a memorial service for his brother. There was only time to take the next step, and then the following step. Everything else was noise, distractions. The next step. He glanced back down at the running simulation and watched the progression of the various field parameters. The next step was relatively easy. Lock down a good range for the Q-field strength and polarizations that they should generate inside the test chamber. And the step after that? Finally, test their experiment. Dr. Tedros Wiggum was asleep, thankfully. The man was starting to get on his nerves. But when he woke up, Shin Wentworth wanted to be ready for the first test. If he could reproduce the Itharan's two-dimensional singularity technology with its mysterious gray interior, he'd be one step closer to getting them back. His Molly, Megan, little Edward, crushed under the Findiri momentum transfer shield on Paradiso. What an ironic name for that planet in retrospect. He nearly ran into the door to the elevator, absent-mindedly expecting it to open for him, but the lift car was still returning. When it opened, one of the fighter pilots threw him a casual, half-hearted salute and stepped off.
Commander?
Lieutenant Brady. Ace, isn't it?
That's what they dealt me,
she replied with a half-smile. Any word on when we get our CAG back? I understand you're filling in for him. She shrugged.
Hell if I know. Proctor's got him all buried under tactical and strategical planning, trying to make a respectable officer out of him rather than a death-defying reject like the rest of us. Sir.
It was clear that she still didn't know what to make of him. Her manner of speaking flip-flopped between too casual and too formal, and it was clear she'd rather just be back in the pilot's lounge. Well, I think we're in good hands until he returns. He attempted a smile. Speaking of which, did you get my note about the crew rotation? Her face went a slight shade of red.
Yes, sir, I saw that. Was just heading down to the CAG's office to handle paperwork.
Thank you, Lieutenant. He turned to step onto the lift, but paused. Oh, and Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
I heard Commander QWERTY is still stuck on occupied Earth. I've heard you two are close, and just wanted to say, hang in there. We'll get him. She almost blushed.
Thank you, sir.
Carry on. He stepped onto the lift car. Deck 12, he said.
Aye, sir,
she said, and gave another casual half-salute. Fighter pilots, he thought to himself. The most entitled, arrogant, self-important pricks in the whole fleet. Shoot a few enemy bogies and suddenly they think they're God. The lift opened to Deck 12, and the Marines at the entrance to the bridge saluted as he passed. Captain, he said, taking his place at the XO station. I wasn't supposed to be on duty for another 2 hours. Something up? Captain Whitehorse looked worried, and motioned toward the view screen with her chin.
The Trits are on the move. Seems the Findiri have them spooked enough that they're evacuating the entire planet.
The entire planet? Aren't there, millions of them underneath the surface?
That's what Klalogish says. They have other colonies besides this one, though they've never told us where they are, which now seems like an entirely justified decision, given that Oppenheimer would have spilled the beans to the Findiri.
But how are they going to transport that many? He trailed off as he noticed what was in the background on the screen. Coming just over the horizon of the planet, flooded with the intense light of the Chantana sun, was something he'd seen once before, hanging over the sky of Bern, Switzerland. The Eru's giant rotating drum of a spaceship had provided cover for the Independence and Captain Granger to escape from the Findiri. And now, it was here.
It seems the Eru and the Trits are talking. There's been a steady stream of transport ships leaving the dozen or so ports into the interior of the crust, and they're all landing on the Eru ship, then turning around to head back to the planet to pick up more passengers.
Captain Whitehorse stood up and faced the screen, her hands clasped behind her back.
This presents us with a dilemma.
Shin Wetworth nodded.
Pause all the research on the Trits crust levitation technology and their language and focus all our efforts on helping them evacuate, helping them survive and strengthening our friendship, but at the risk of jeopardizing research which could save our hides in the war with the Findiri.
She turned full about to look at him.
No, not at all. Commander, all that is a given. We need to pause the research and help, absolutely. That's not the dilemma.
His stomach tensed without him even realizing it until she started speaking again. Pausing the research was a given?
The dilemma is, how much do we help? Do we offer to transport passengers to their other colonies? Doing that would require knowledge of where those colonies are. But, as you may have heard, there's a bounty on our heads. And all it takes is one crew member sympathetic to the Findiri occupation to look out the window and tell the enemy where the Trits have fled to. So, offering help may in fact hurt them. And yet, if we don't offer, especially after they came to our aid on Earth, it may well piss them off and could set our new friendship back. That's a pickle indeed, Captain. But I think whatever we choose, the research may as well go on. In the background, it was as if she wasn't even listening to him, for she continued. And the other dilemma is that the longer we stay and help, the longer we're exposed here ourselves. Oppenheimer could send a task force at any moment to come confront us here and try to bring us in. Cutting and running now to save our hides, that could also damage the friendship.
Shin Wentworth nodded.
Of course. Well, I think I lean more toward the helping side, if you ask me, ma'am. We can keep our Q drive on a hair trigger, the calculations already entered in, and if the Findiri or Oppenheimer show up, we just hightail it out of here. I'm sure the Itharans would understand. And that would let us continue the research on the two-dimensional singularity tech. She cocked her head. I beg your pardon?
He chided himself for being so clumsy.
He hadn't exactly filled Whitehorse in on the exact details of the experimental aspect of the research. Yes, we've determined that they're using a form of the Findiri's two-dimensional singularity tech to hold up their crust. To counter that threat from the enemy, I've been doing some experiments. She shook her head. Sorry, Commander. All hands on deck for this. I need you to organize the ship and crew into shifts that can assist in the evac. Any experiments you're running need to be put on hold as of now. I'm going to try again to raise Klalogish and extend our offer of help. And when that happens, I want to be ready, and that's your job. Understood?
He reluctantly nodded.
Yes, ma'am.
She said other things, and he agreed and acknowledged her orders like his brain was on autopilot, but wasn't actively aware of the details. He could review the orders later from the bridge's audio. All he could think about was the shimmering momentum transfer shield hanging ominously over Saavedra City, and how his daughter must have felt looking up at it. First, she would have felt wonder and awe at the sight, perhaps even thinking it was IDF throwing up some kind of shield to protect her. And then terror as it came crashing down, first pinning her to the earth and then crushing the life and blood out of her. And how, with this tech and with the old Russian artificial singularity tech, he needed to stop it from happening. How far back would he have to go? Hours? Days? Would he make sure his family was out of the danger zone and leave it at that? Or would he attempt something more daring? Something that could save the entire city, the entire planet? The door to the physics lab opened for him, jolting him back to reality. He'd walked the entire way back on autopilot, it seemed.
Ah, Commander! It appears the simulation has concluded and given us some promising boundary conditions for the first experiment. What did Captain Whitehorse say about redirecting the primary engine's power to the chamber for the experiment?
Director Tedros Wiggum, the lead civilian scientist that UE had assigned to the ISS Vols to assist in the TRIT technology research, was excitedly scrolling through the data from the finished simulation. He'd forgotten to ask her, what with the arrival of the Eru ship and her new orders for him. He wanted to comply with the orders. He really, really did. That's what good officers did. That's what good people did. They obeyed their senior officers. But wasn't his goal good too? Wasn't his aim the higher goal? Saving thousands, maybe millions of lives? Didn't Granger and Proctor routinely disobey orders for the higher good? Damn right they did. She said, "Full speed ahead." Wiggum rubbed his hands together. "Excellent! Everything's ready on my end." "Then let's get cracking, Dr. Wiggum. You load the boundary conditions into the chamber's computer, and I'll go check the matter supply lines." Chapter 5. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Sickbay. The walk down to Sickbay was a welcome relief. Proctor felt like she hadn't stretched her legs in days. "Ma'am?" said Ensign Sempono, who'd been walking silently next to her through 2 decks. "You wanted to continue our conversation?" "Yes. My apologies. I've been lost in my head recently. Too much to process and figure out. I was telling you that I chose you to serve on the Independence for a reason." "Why? I haven't even graduated from the academy yet. Hell, half the bridge crew hasn't graduated. They bumped us all up because of Britannia." It was as if even saying the word Britannia was bad luck. "I just don't get how you can know anything about me based on your record. Yes, I know it's sparse, but you show limitless promise. And your background, from the Bali colony? I hear that's a rough place to grow up." "It is, ma'am." They passed a few officers near the galley, and Proctor nodded at them as they stopped and saluted. She continued, "And yet, here you are, near the top of your class at the academy. I want people like that, Ensign. People that start with nothing, but who don't let that stop them from doing amazing things." She watched the young woman react to her words, her face softening, and even looking a tad embarrassed. "Tell me about your childhood. How did you make it out?" "Well, with my brother, actually. We were inseparable. We looked out for each other. You know how it is with twins, ma'am. It's like we have a psychic connection. Had, rather. Our dad died when we were young. Our mom was at work like 20 hours a day and in the halfway house when she got too addicted. It was rough, yeah. But we relied on each other, and when we hit 16, we were out. Got jobs on a freighter running rare earth shipments out in the Bali System's asteroid belt. I got into the academy. He didn't, and, well, now I'm here." "Ah, I see." At the end of the hallway, Proctor pressed the call button for the lift. "Did he apply to the academy too?" "We did everything together, ma'am. Yes, he did." "And he wasn't accepted?" She shook her head. "He'd been addicted to haze for a few years back when we were teens, and the academy doesn't take former addicts, so I understand. He should reapply. We changed the standards. Clean for 5 years and you're in." They both entered the lift when it arrived. Sempono smiled, but slowly shook her head. He's done other things." "I see." She wanted to say more, but questioned the wisdom of doing so. Instead, she backed up.
One part of your record stood out to me, Ensign. You were accepted to the Academy twice. You turned the first offer down. I know the broad brushstrokes of the backstory, but care to explain?
Well, ma'am, I thought I was pretty clear to the committee. I just wasn't ready. I needed more time.
Proctor reached out and pressed the stop button, and the lift slowed to a pause.
Bullshit, Saphira. Tell me the real story.
She eyed the young woman, who looked genuinely surprised.
Well...
She took a deep breath, then gulped.
Yeah, okay. I was a drug runner. Brother got addicted, but I never did. Never even tried it. I'm not dumb. Ran plenty of that shit, though. And we made enough money to get us the hell off Bali Prime. Got us into real jobs. But...
Sempono nodded, and for a moment she looked far older than 25.
But being a drug runner means you sometimes have to do bad things. And I did very bad things. Not often. I tried so damn hard to just be there in the shadows, unnoticed, minding my own business, doing my own thing. But sometimes, when someone owes you money, you have to be persuasive.
She took a deep breath.
And hot damn, I could be persuasive. Got me a record. They never caught me, but several warrants were out for my arrest, under different names. No one never really knew who I was. Not even IDF knew at the time.
Oh, they did.
The blood drained from Sempono's face.
They did?
No one hides from the pencil pushers at IDF. Go on.
Okay.
Another deep breath.
So, I got off Bali, got my job running rare earths out in the Bali Belt, got sick of that shit too, and applied to the Academy. And to my surprise, they accepted me, but...
She fiddled with her hands for a few moments.
Here's the thing, Admiral. I'd fucked up so much shit in my life by that point. I wanted to do it right. Finally. I wanted to finally do something right. I didn't want to be in the Academy knowing that the police could swoop in at any time and arrest me and get me kicked out. So, I went back to Bali. I brought all of the money I'd made since. I walked right into that police station and confessed everything, and dumped all the cash on the desk of that surprised detective. I don't know why I brought the money. I guess just to show them I was sincere and wanted to pay my debt to society. In retrospect, that might have been idiotic, making it look like I was trying to bribe him or something. Anyway.
Roger nodded.
Okay. I knew everything except that.
She reached out and pressed the resume button. The lift started up again toward Deck 15 and sickbay.
Except what, ma'am?
Your motivation. I mean, I suspected, but I wanted to hear it from your own mouth. You wanted to do something right, you said. You didn't want your military career overshadowed by your previous mistakes, so you owned up to them. You tried to make things right, and you tried again.
Proctor reached down and rubbed her knee, still sore from the assassination attempt on Bolivar.
And then? The guy I fucked up, the one that got me the warrant for my arrest, he had already died. Cancer, not because of what I did. And besides my confession, there was scant other evidence,
and they can't convict you just on your confession, yes.
So, they let me go. And after a talk with the DA, she cleared my record. Then I applied again, and here I am.
The doors opened, and they exited the lift, turning left for sickbay.
Ensign, that's why you're here on the Independence. And here's what you need to understand, though I suspect you already know. First, everyone makes mistakes. But what separates the great from the rest is that the great own up to them and change. And you're one of the great. Second, your biggest mistake is not what defines you. It's the sum of your life choices that define you, not one act, not one choice. And third, And perhaps the most important reason of all, and the main reason why you're here."
She trailed off, wondering if she was talking to the ensign or talking to herself. Would her greatest fuck-up define her, killing an entire race of beings, the Valerisi, on the orders of a dipshit fleet admiral?
No, Shelby, it will not. But how do you atone for genocide?
She asked her companion.
Atone? You don't. But moving on and doing good, that's your only choice. Admiral, you failed. But you picked yourself up and tried again. You didn't give up. When everyone else would have given up, you didn't. You started over. The truly great make a habit of starting over when life goes tits up. I need that, Ensign. In the days and weeks and months ahead, we're going to come up against some difficult times, some awful shit. And I need a crew that's not going to give up when the fight gets hot. That's you. Thank you, Admiral.
They'd arrived at sickbay, but Proctor stopped just short of the door and turned to the young woman.
You chose communications as your IDF career track. Why?
The question seemed to set the ensign more at ease, being a more traditional getting-to-know-you topic.
Well, growing up in the streets of Bali Colony, you learn some things. How to speak a dozen languages, and endless mishmashes of those and other dialects. Was kind of a natural at it, I guess. It's why I was such a damn good drug runner. I could talk to anyone, and therefore sell to anyone. I have a problem. We have 2 new alien races that have come out of the woodwork in recent weeks, and one of them I can't so much as say hello to. With Commander QWERTY here, we were making progress, but he's currently tackling a slightly more pressing project, yet this is nearly as urgent. Can you help with that?
Sempono shrugged.
I'm pretty good with human languages, ma'am, but Dulmasi, Skjora, never learned a word of either one. Not sure how I can help, but I'll try.
She paused to think.
But what about the Valerisi? Aren't they naturals at language? Couldn't we get their help?
Proctor nodded.
A great idea. Ensign, what I'm about to tell you is classified, understood? Not officially classified, as not even the top brass knows this. It's Proctor classified. Got it? Yes, ma'am. I still have my Valerisi companion. But I thought Fleet Command ordered that all personnel be separated from their companions. They did.
Sempono leaned back in her chair as if finally at ease, and Proctor could see the realization spread over her face.
You disobeyed the order. Being the former Fleet Admiral of IDF and a curmudgeonly old retiree came with certain side benefits. What are they going to do? Fire me? Especially now, given that Oppenheimer sided with the enemy? Good luck to them. I guess freedom is running out of fucks to give, Admiral.
Proctor laughed out loud.
I couldn't have said it better myself. When the order went out that we were to be separated from our companions, I was considering just disobeying, easy peasy. But then my companion fell silent for a long time. I thought it left on its own. Apparently our behavior toward them has contributed to some trust issues. Seems humans aren't entirely trustworthy. Who'd have thought, Mum?
She liked this ensign.
But it is back, and I think they'll be critical to our success in the days ahead.
Sempono eyed her.
You trust them?
Proctor blinked.
Trust? You said they stopped trusting us after Oppenheimer ordered their removal. Are you sure we can trust them?
Proctor nodded confidently.
Absolutely. You'd understand if you'd been united with one. There is nothing to hide. Both my companion and I are utterly open to each other. Not sure I like that, ma'am. Spent too long looking over my shoulder on Bali Prime, but to each her own.
Proctor smiled and took a step toward the doors to sickbay, which opened at her approach.
Dismissed, Ensign. You have your assignment.
She strode into sickbay and approached the nurse attending the clearly wounded man laying on a bed.
How is he?
Before the nurse could reply, the man gasped.
Are you Admiral Proctor?
she finished for him.
The Proctor?
The Proctor, she almost cringed.
There's a Karen Proctor down in accounting, but I assume you mean me. Yes? The companion to the hero.
She rubbed the bridge of her nose.
Oh, God, not a Grangerite.
She allowed a brief moment to pass in silence to hint at her disapproval.
I've been called that, by friend and fanatic alike. My apologies, Admiral.
He sounded embarrassed and coughed.
It's what I was taught in school. It's just your nickname around these parts. I'm aware, she said dryly. Commander, what the hell happened here? And more urgently, are we still in imminent danger? Yes. Yes, Admiral, they could come back at any time. They? Do you mean the swarm? The separatist bastards. Call themselves sons of the motherland. In the chaos surrounding the fall of Earth, they decided now was the time to strike our cities and force the off-sea of Belarus. We fought them to a standstill, facing mutinous ships among our own fleet, too. It was a mess, a horrific mess. Lots of bodies floating around up here. And they assume tens of thousands dead down there. But they fled. Yes, ma'am, they did. A few hours ago. I presume they have some hidden base on the far side of one of the moons.
She raised her voice to the ceiling.
Bridge, this is Proctor. Anything yet on the comms channels from whoever did this?
Commander Erda's voice came from a speaker in the wall.
No, ma'am. Nothing on any channel.
Metaspace?
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you. Keep me informed. Proctor out.
She turned back to the nurse.
Is he going to make it?
Nurse Suzuki nodded.
He's fine. Lung was pierced and there's some tissue damage from smoke inhalation, but he'll patch right up. Should be out of here tomorrow. But I'd like him to get some rest right now, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Suzuki turned to her, a woman of 50 perhaps, with a deeply lined face, with a look that said, I know what I'm talking about, so respectfully, get the hell out, Admiral. She decided it wasn't a good time to clash with the woman.
Good. Keep me updated on his progress. I want to speak to him later and get to the bottom of all this.
She nodded at Suzuki and then at Petrovich.
If you'll both excuse me.
Petrovich grabbed her sleeve as she turned.
Admiral, I'm sorry, I must not be making sense, but it's the honor of a lifetime to finally meet you.
The look in his eye was not crazed, but almost worshipful. Or maybe that was the effect of whatever drug Suzuki had him on. Proctor removed his hand from her sleeve with her other hand and set it back on his chest.
Get some rest.
He tried to reach up and grab her again, but she pulled away.
Rest,
she said again.
I'll be back and we can talk more in depth later.
When she left sickbay, she almost bumped into Ensign Sampono, who'd been standing near the door, looking into sickbay through the window.
Ensign? Still here?
She looked slightly embarrassed and chuckled nervously.
Old habits die hard, ma'am. I was just trying to get a better look at our new passenger. Why? When you've been on the streets as long as I have, you develop trust issues. Just wanted to see with my own eyes the newbie. Make sure he didn't set off my danger sense. You know.
Interesting.
And?
She shrugged.
Nothing that I can see.
Good. She paced a few steps before continuing.
Ensign, you're going to learn in IDF that trust is a good thing. Trust in your fellow officers to do their job and keep you alive. Where I come from, ma'am, those to whom trust comes easy usually end up in a ditch. Blind trust, no. But we can't do this alone, Saphira. Just a thought. As you were.
She turned back down the hall, the ensign's,
Yes, ma'am,
following her. The walk to the deck immediately below sickbay was short, not enough time to think through any next steps, but the man's words echoed in her ears. Honor of a lifetime. My God, she hated the hero worship, hated it. People did it to Tim all the time, and she finally understood how it got under his skin. She saluted to the two Marines stationed at the entrance to Deck 16 at the bottom of the stairwell.
Anyone been this way since we talked? Just a few passers-by trying to shortcut to the galley, ma'am.
We sent them on their way. No one's been in or out? No, ma'am. Good, as you were.
She saluted again, and they mirrored her. One of the Marines entered a security code into the panel, and the doors opened to reveal a completely empty Deck 16. She made her way down the long hallway to one of the crew quarters about halfway down. Before she could enter, the door opened to reveal a very disheveled President Sepulveda. Former President Sepulveda.
If I don't get the hell off this ship, I swear I'll either blow my brains out or steal a shuttle and make a dead run at a Findiri ship and take my chances. Calm down, she said, waving him off. She knew it would aggravate him. No one ever in the history of humanity had ever calmed down when told to calm down. But she didn't care. We need to talk. Fine, talk. Right here. I'm not going back in there. It's 10 square meters of hell, and I'd rather, dead run at a Findiri ship. Might save us a lot of hassle. Listen, she said, folding her arms and acquiescing to his wish to converse right there in the hallway. I'm just one woman on one ship, and frankly, I'm not getting nearly enough done that needs doing. He smiled triumphantly. So, you came for my help. He waved a hand, expectantly. Okay, go on. What's the grand task for the former president of United Earth? Secret mission into Director Talos' inner sanctum? Or work my diplomatic magic to get Granger aboard a Skiora ship so we can translate that little I want you off the ship? You're a distraction, like an anchor weighing me down. I've got enough of a target on my back without worrying about you being discovered here. His mouth was halfway open. Don't worry, I'm not throwing you to the wolves. You'll fly around in a top-of-the-line ship. His eyes darted back and forth, trying to decipher the puzzle. You're giving me the Defiance? Good job, yes, and I'm killing two birds with one stone. Commander Civic is basically a wreck since Paradiso, crisis of confidence or some bullshit. He needs a little mission where he can flex his muscles again and get his confidence back, and you need to be gone. Sepulveda brought his hand to his brow and shook his head, as if in disbelief he was being treated this way.
Great. Babysitting, when the fate of humanity is at stake.
I'm not sure who's babysitting whom, but okay, she said. And what, pray tell, will I be doing aboard the Defiance? You'll be avoiding detection, given that the Defiance is one of only 2 or 3 stealth starships in existence. That's your first job, until Cooper can finish hers. Second, we've got a mystery here at Belarus that needs solving, and I simply don't have the time. I've got more pressing issues to address. She looked him up and down, seeing his disheveled clothes, wondering if he'd even showered that day. Well, time's a-wasting. An escort will be by within the hour to get you aboard the Defiance. Commander Civic will brief you once you're there. She turned to leave. 5 minutes talking to a politician was 6 minutes too many. Wait! And just what the hell will you be doing? Me! The doors at the end of the hallway opened for her as she approached, and the Marines saluted again. I'll be hunting Swarm. Chapter 6. Kiev Sector, Belarus, High Orbit, ISS Defiance, Bridge. So, you just got put in command of one of the most advanced starships in existence, given basically free reign over it and your mission, and you're complaining? When she put it that way, it made him sound ridiculous. The computer-generated image of Jerusha Whitehorse was smirking at him, even though Commander Ethan Civic was pretty sure the computer couldn't translate a facial expression as complicated as a smirk. Jiro, you don't understand. I was useless back there. Proctor brought me on board the Independence for my gee-whiz out-of-the-box tactical brain, and what did I come up with? Nada. Zilch. Hell, Shin Wentworth's contribution was bigger than mine. All I accomplished was getting in the way on the bridge. Ethan Jero, my place is in a cockpit. That's what I know. It's what I'm good at. Give me something to shoot, and I shine. Give me a starship with people to get underfoot, and ensigns with delicate feelings and paperwork. He made a face. That's when I turn into an aimless, passionless, indecisive automaton that dreams of flying again while he's signing requisition papers. Whitehorse's brow bunched up. There's paper on the Independence? Figure of speech, Jeru. Look, honey, it'll be good for you. And Proctor needs someone she can trust in command of the Defiance. You heard Director Talus yourself. There's a price on our heads, and all we've got right now are the Independence, the Ballsy, the Defiance, and half a dozen other ships with captains we can rely on to not sell us out to the Findiri.
Fine. Right, I get it. He grabbed his coffee mug and tipped it back, only to remember he'd finished it half an hour ago, and this was the third time he'd sipped an empty cup. God damn it, he muttered. I don't even have a little ensign I can order around to get me coffee, just Lieutenant Commander Rice, and he's royally pissed that I took his job.
Look, babe, things will be fine. And hey, remember your promise.
He slowly nodded. Yeah.
Don't look so glum about it. Jeez. I'd hoped getting married to the love of your life would spark a better reaction than...
She dropped her voice to something glum.
Yeah.
I'd just prefer to marry you in person, that's all. Yeah, I know. I promised you that if I didn't return to the Ballsy within the week that we'd just do it virtually. But that's not the most romantic thing in the world, yeah?
Are you kidding? It's the most romantic thing I could dream of. Earth conquered, human civilization hanging by a thread, and yet in spite of the odds, two lovers tie the knot? With light years between them?
She smiled lopsidedly.
Sounds like a great romance novel.
He smiled back at her, hoping the computer would simulate the sincerity he was trying to put into it. Yeah. Okay, you're right, as usual. How are things? She shrugged.
Oh, just trying to maintain two of our most important alien friendships while balancing the mental stability of half my crew, including my XO.
Shin Wentworth. That bad?
Well, he did just lose his wife and kids on Paradiso underneath that Findiri momentum transfer shield, not to mention his brother getting a hole blown through his head by a floating robot while he was with Granger.
He played with his empty mug, tipping it back and forth so the last drop of coffee coated the entire bottom. Are you sure it's a good idea to keep him as XO? I mean, for now?
Honestly, I'd rather he take a good 6-month-long break. But given that he's all I got at the moment, and I can't exactly go ask Admiral Trader Oppenheimer for a replacement, I'm stuck with him. But he swears he's okay. I don't know. We'll see.
Right. Well, my passenger is about to arrive. Talk later? She smiled one last time.
Yeah. Love you.
Love you too, he said, and switched off the metaspace transmission. Her 3D computer-generated image disappeared, and he turned to Lieutenant Commander Rice, who was half frowning, half smirking at him. They do have that privacy blur these days. You can use that so we can't hear what you're saying. Yeah, I know. Did he care what Rice thought about him? Nope. Okay, good to know. Rice returned his attention to his station monitor. The shuttle with our passenger had